This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
All right, everybody, we're back in Rio. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. We're ready to go over our 1xBet tier list. We've brought in some great candidates here to help me kind of fill in the blanks. And before we do that, we do need to fill in specific blanks. So right out of the gate here, is anyone want to go take a stab at the last one? Maybe Yanko.
Yeah, I think, well, the last one, considering the theme of this tournament right after the RMR and whatnot, I think it can be DOA, Trace, dead on arrival. Okay. And you can put Cloud9 straight in there and maybe big. Listen, the problem is with these teams, we've seen this time and time again, right? Teams that either are going to make roster changes, not even related to the majors. So two things happen. Either they come and they flop because they're done and they don't do anything, or that they just play super loose, no pressure on their shoulders, and they actually make something happen.
That's fair. So like it's one or the other. We don't know what it is, but it is definitely dead on arrival.
DOA. So we go just a little bit past that. You have any ideas, Alex?
Genuinely cannot remember what we suggested before the cameras were.
How about like an NT?
An NT's not bad.
Nice try. Like you came here and you tried your best, you gave it your all, and that's really all they're going to remember because, well, you tried.
Yeah.
So an NT it is.
It's going to be an NT.
T.
Wow.
Not my best N, but it is an N.
You kind of forgot the dots there.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, come on, man.
My bad. I didn't. Not used to type.
Well, that looks so weird next to NT because, you know, in game, you just write NT. You don't write the dot.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying.
That's in the game.
And also, Trace, you don't write the dot after the last letter.
Yeah, well, Alabama, you know.
Anyways, swiftly moving on to the third one now.
I don't know, Trace. I don't know. I simply don't know.
IDK. I don't know. IDK.
Brilliant.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. That was easy. Do I put dots in between there?
You know,
I don't know.
Get out.
Up to you.
Trace is actually going to walk out if we keep critiquing.
I might.
Yeah.
But I might not. Here, there's some dots for you.
There we go.
Now, Blatt, since you know you want to start a little bit of a ride here, why don't you give us a nice little category name? What would you draw right there? What would you write right there?
You know what? I'm thinking a little spicy, right? You have the I don't knows, the NTs, the DOA, maybe something a little spicy. We don't know. We could see some of these teams really. Could be something spicy.
Let's see it, Picasso. Yeah, Wait, is it Picasso? He painted, right?
By the way,
Yeah,
Oh.
something.
oh, very nice.
Yo, that is a chili.
All right, so what goes above the red feather?
So yeah,
The red feather. Yeah, so I think it's a red feather, but I think
Or
it's like
narwhal.
chili pepper almost, like red hot chili pepper. Anyway, what goes above that? I think it really just, after all of this, the only one that makes sense to me, guys,
a crown.
Nope, that would be way too much for me to draw.
FTW.
For the win. There we go.
Dots and everything for the win. So we got FTW, got a little chilly here. Shout out Bleh. IDK, which stands for I don't know, and nice try, obviously. And then dead on arrival. So let's start with the DOA, and let's go with the path that you picked out to begin with.
Cloud9, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 and especially Cloud9, right? Because they were just at Pro League finals against FaZe. Well, we didn't talk about it. No one talked about it. But that's they had to play in the last chance qualifier, the last spot at the major. We had 2 top 5 teams, Cloud9 versus FaZe. And unfortunately, Cloud9, again, in the same fashion, big lead, up against FaZe. FaZe comes back, and then they fall apart on the second map. And I think because of the manner in which they lost, the fashion in which they lost, it's very difficult. You have to fly straight from Denmark to here. And, obviously they're going to try and do something, but I feel like the morale is like at an all-time low.
Exhausted, probably, if I had to guess.
Dude, I can't think of anything they want to do less than immediately play against all of the teams. Like right now, they probably just want to curl up into the fetal position and have like a week in the dark.
Then fly to another continent.
Go to another continent.
And imagine, even if you beat some of these teams, they're going to be like, well, at least we're going to be playing the major league.
Oh, stop. Yeah.
I mean, no, but it's in their head.
Of course it is.
Like,
okay, so that's an easy DOA.
You putting them in the same boat.
FaZe DOA, no.
It's hard to put them in a DOA, but the idea is there.
I think they're an IDK because
I think it's an FTW, actually.
No.
Whoa.
No?
Let's go with IDK first.
I'll tell you why IDK. Why I don't know where to put FaZe. Because obviously they're coming from the roller coaster of their own, having to play the last game at the RMR to qualify only for the major when people are looking at them. They just won the Grand Slam. They won one of the majors last year.
3 weeks ago.
So there's 2 paths that some of these teams can take, right? For FaZe, one of them is, listen, this was so exhausting. Let's come there, test some stuff out, maybe work on some maps, play some maps that we didn't play as much, and see where we're at before we start our preparation for the major. The second path can be, hey, we just warmed up at the RMR, we're playing well. Let's come here and try to win this thing, really try to win this thing so that maybe we instill some fear into our opponents. We build up some confidence for ourselves too. So that all depends on how the team is, feeling, what they think is the best approach. Because this event with major right behind it, that's what teams are, they want to peak at the major, not peak at this tournament.
So, Bled, you're saying, though, FTW straight out the gate.
No, it's mainly because, I agree with Yanko's sentiments there, but for me, it's the way they ramped up at the end of the RMR. They know how they had to grind it out, to make it to the major, right? So if I'm obviously not FaZe, but if I were them, I wouldn't be too surprised if they're like, let's just ride that wave. Maybe not try too hard, but at least, be in major form. They don't want to replicate what happened in Rio last time, for example.
Sure, and actually, building on that, imagine if you bomb out of Rio, does that not plant a negative seed ahead of the major? You've already had a stressful LCQ. You don't want to be, we actually lost to, throw in.
And remember what happened in Rio last time.
And we're out. Yeah. And that could be enough to kind of maybe motivate FaZe to at least perform well enough so that their confidence is not taking a hit.
Alex, you are that middleman.
Yeah.
So let's move swiftly along. Where are you going to put FaZe?
I think FaZe are an IDK. Just as a perfect summary of, we don't know. We actually don't know.
Yeah,
you know who goes into the FTW?
Imperial?
FURIA.
Okay. Explain your working. Show your
FURIA
working.
goes into the FTW because out of all these teams where, the major is so close and that's the main goal, FURIA actually, this is, I'm not going to say bigger than the major for them, but equally up there, right? And we saw how they were in Rio last time around at the major. Sure, there was more crowd. There was crowd in the group stage games, but they were really peaking at that tournament. So I think they're going to bring some of that mojo back for this one. And this could be for them the perfect storm. All these other teams are, thinking maybe more about the major, and perhaps FURIA can take advantage of that and just, have one of those runs, perfect storm kind of a thing.
Yeah, it looks good.
I think that they're coming here with vengeance, right? They want to come here and prove that, they got to the stage at the major last time we're here, but
I'm going to make this easy for you, Trace. The bees, the bees. Well,
see you later.
Bumblebee.
Bye, Heroic.
Put them in the same group as well, because unlike FaZe, I think Vitality is coming in with just one goal: is keep ramping up. Keep building up confidence. Try to win this tournament, get some good, because they don't have that many amazing best of 3 wins under their belt. They actually have some pretty heartbreaking losses in some of the playoff stages. So for them, it's more proof of concept, more ramping up for Paris, getting some great games out of Zaivu, the big games, him like carrying them. He's been great this year so far. So I think they're also, without a doubt, just looking to win this tournament.
Looking to shine bright, right?
Yeah.
At this juncture. Speaking of which, the Mongols. Now, I kicked this one straight into your court.
Yeah, that's an NT for me. Everyone knows, like,
NT, straight up.
it's an NT. Like, let's be real. Look at the caliber of teams they're going to be facing off against, and even if they had score in the lineup, right, I'd be like, where would you really place them? I wouldn't really place them in the IDK category even. And now they have, you know, a new player coming in, Hasrika, who wasn't really impressing me in the RMR, if you ask me. So they're going to come in, they're going to potentially take a couple of maps up. They've done it consistently where I'm like, yeah, they're going to maybe potentially win a best of one. I'm sorry, a best of three maybe. Maybe take a couple of maps off some of these teams. But apart from that, nah, it's going to be an NT for me.
It's an NT. Does NIP find themselves also saying NT to themselves?
Would Chili Pepper be crazy?
Chili Pepper is for the other team he has over there.
Yeah,
I saw what it is,
Give them the justice.
I think for NIP it can be IDK too.
yeah.
Simply because no one really had expectations from them coming into the RMR. They managed to qualify, mission accomplished for them, but what will that mean for this tournament? I still don't rate them extremely high, but they're a team that on a good day, right, if they get rolling, they can catch a best of three win, maybe sneak their way into the playoffs.
So where did we decide? Chili
That's no, sorry, an IDK.
an IDK. Okay. It does make sense. Now, you did say a chili pepper. You did say a chili pepper.
Chili Pepper for Imperial, and I might just be, you know, I might have had some crazy mushrooms. I might have been smoking some disco cigarettes, but I think
That's a disco cigarette.
I think Imperial goes there because I think they played better than their results have shown. I think they got screwed a little bit by the EG situation at the RMR and the fact that 2 losses and you're out. They played Complexity for like the 7th time in 2 months. And I think they've played some good CS at times, right? And here now, after obviously failing at the RMR and not being at the major, this is it for them. Like, this is the main one, the big one in Brazil. They're going to play their hearts out. So I think them as well. They're playing NAP in the first round too, in the best of one. That's absolutely a winnable game for them. And then it's just the next best of 3 if that can happen. And, you know, I just like Fallen, man, you know, and it's a bit...
He didn't meet him at a cafeteria after lunch.
It's a bit of like, you know, probably romanticism. Maniac isn't there, so someone has to do it.
Someone has to be romantic.
All the people.
Yeah, so if I'm going to be biased and have like a subjective pick, that's going to be Imperial.
I'll give you that one.
It could be fun to watch, you know, if it does come to fruition. Like, obviously.
Dude, every time Imperial show up, like from Antwerp to the Rio Major, like whenever they're there, there's results happening, and I think, you know, lightning is struck twice and thrice. Like, I can't keep just calling them a clown team, you know.
Of course.
I have to have some degree of an expectation for them because they keep surprising me.
What are your expectations this one, Alex?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, because obviously analysts and casters don't know anything, and
You know how to start and stop the match.
Topical.
Basically,
Very topical.
so obviously I know nothing, so I don't really feel confident in giving this one a call. I would give it an important... You know, actually, dude, how about an FTW for NAVI? Because in my mind, there is definitely going to be meetings about them saying, if we don't win this, how do you expect us to win the major? You know, like, there has to be a conversation. Like, if we're not going to start lifting trophies or being in those grand finals again, it has to be now.
And I think it's really important as well, looking at their good job, Trace. At the performance recently at the RMR, right? The way NPL was playing, for example, and they don't want it to be a one-off. This is a great opportunity.
Put it in a bottle.
We are a team who can take down the best right now. And this is the best chance, especially looking at the timing with the major coming up. And they're looking for the win. They're going to win that major.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking. So
It's the best they've played in 6 months,
Yeah.
probably, at the RMR, and you don't want to go back on that. You don't want to lose that. So, and if NAVI played the way they did against FaZe, absolutely a contender at the major, even more so at this tournament. So, yeah, I agree. FTW.
Cool.
Man.
let's throw a bit of a slider in there. 9Z. Okay. Not a team that we would probably throw up with the chili pepper, but any hopefuls?
Is that an NT?
it's an NT.
It feels like it. I don't want to put them as DOA because they've surprised us before.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just has to be about them proving here if they can do something against a bit of a weird field to see if they can cause some waves.
Would it be as weird as saying, like, you know, like, Gade joins this team? because that's pretty strange.
That was weird. Yeah.
To this time frame, it's still a little strange. Now, where would you guys place Big? Berlin International Gaming, they call themselves.
I don't think they would be DOA like Cloud9 because obviously, look, the pressure was really on for Cloud9, expectations and everything. They're obviously going to be disappointed, but at the same time, if you're Big, you're not allowed the time or freedom to be too disappointed for too long, right? You need to still perform. So I'm going to be like, I'm going to put it spicy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No IDK, just straight to the chili pepper. You guys feeling
It's
that?
chili pepper. Like, I just feel like, you really don't have much to lose.
I feel safer to put him right.
Yeah, that's too high for me. I agree with you. They don't have the luxury to not care about this tournament or be super sad about the major. They had to qualify to be here in Rio. So, yeah, I think IDK in terms of can they just reset and do something here or not?
I don't know. I don't understand Fnatic. I just don't know what, like, I can't put my finger on, like, what's the problem, right?
I feel like if they played the same team on the same day 5 times, they would smash them game 1, get beat up to game 2. Like it would just
triple overtime
game 3. It seems like this is not a team that you can in any way have a safe or reasonable expectation for. Like it's just sometimes when it's really hot, but it doesn't seem like something they've been able to replicate.
They're saying this about the Legends team at the major, Alex.
That's true.
Legends by not beating a team inside the top 30.
Was
Funny how that
by no fault of their own.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't hold it against them.
Yeah, I don't hold it against them. Just hold it against the system and the seeding. But I would put them in NC. It feels like we just made DOA just for Cloud9. So
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really.
no other team would be that. I think NT is for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Just put
Yeah,
it
that's
there.
a fair one.
kind of rough. You want to put them like halfway between T and IDK?
No.
I don't know, man. I feel like on the good day,
Yeah.
they are still going to do more damage than 9Z and MongolZ.
Yeah. Put Fnatic against 9Z, I reckon that's a full 3-mapper.
Yeah. And they have to play FURIA in the first game. And they just played them in Pro League playoffs
Yeah,
and lost to 0.
true.
All right. Where do we go next?
It's not looking good. We need someone for the spicy one. And that's going to be the team with the red logo.
That one?
I love how we're thinking the same, Trace.
I mean,
Great
there's only
minds think alike.
2 red ones in here, so yeah. I guess I could see that. I can make sense of it. There's been a little bit of a hype going around with the MOUZ side. Anybody want to grab that one?
I mean, they look good, right? Considering the pressure they were under as well, the RMR, everyone stepping up. Exertion, man, the kid.
Phase in the two game.
Especially with the pressure, like when we spoke about a Cloud9 phase game, I was on a flight here, but I was like, in my mind, I'm like, it has to be phase. When the pressure's on, when everything is on the line, a team like phase comes out on top. Similar case against MOUZ, and you expect MOUZ to be the one to kind of choke there and Carrigan to stand tall. The fact they delivered against phase, they qualified for the major, and also the individuals, man. Everyone looks so good in the team.
Trace, I have to give you extra brownie points for how organized this board looks.
Trying.
No, you're doing it really. No, you're doing a really.
The
good
magnets are significantly larger.
Yeah,
They need to be.
But you're managing it very well. It looks pretty.
It does look cool right here. It
does.
very symmetrical, like we did on purpose. But then we get to break that by looking at these 2 teams. MIBR, we'll start there. Where do you put them?
Oh. IDK.
They saw some flashes of hope like in Katowice, and then we don't see much from them at Pro League. We see even less at the RMR. I think it's just NT for them, regardless of them being Brazilian and an event in Brazil. I mean, that's not gonna
not DOA.
That's not going to suddenly
Cut
make
above
a difference.
Cloud9 here.
Yeah, just a cut above Cloud9, really. Everyone's a cut above Cloud9.
Okay.
Jeez.
And now they're gonna come and win the tournament, of course.
Yeah, of course they are.
That's the joke.
Now, I could go this route. I think what we'll do is go 9, Polish squad.
Spicy.
Very spicy.
Very much. Hades at the helm.
Polish CS is back.
Yeah.
And also the fact that the fashion in which it qualified for the major, they're feeling the hype right now. They're believing.
Dude, did you see the tweet?
They beat G2, Vitality, and
what's the final team? The best of 3.
I can't remember either. Never mind.
I didn't have my headset on, and here you go.
No stress.
I've got 2 teams left. All right. Bleh, pick a hand. Okay, so you'll save the best for last, because the next team we're going to talk about is OG. There's several categories they could fall in under here. And I think that's the trap that OG kind of puts themselves into. Like, we're not talking about consistency when it comes to OG, right? So,
They're not DOA, are they?
I mean,
not quite DOA.
if their analyst was here, he would make a tier just for them because we don't know anything, right?
Okay, fair enough.
And we don't know what goes on in TeamSpeak and what their game plan is. What a surprise. So just put them in NT because they don't deserve anything more than that. Right. I will give them props, though, because they were 0-2 at the RMR. And they managed to win 3 best-of-3s in a row. Doesn't matter against who it is. That team who, had to change their in-game leader a couple of months back. Like, that's all good stuff, And there is some firepower there. Too much inconsistency. Just sort of NT. And NT towards the OA.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. I mean, if you're putting big over there, I can kind of see, you know, OG lying in IDK as well. They really have nothing to lose. Might as well go for it.
Look, let's be honest here. Not really expecting OG to win this tournament. Just going to throw that one out there for the fish and the sea. What we do, look at the very last team we have here. They got so close. They were the bridesmaid last time.
Dude, those guys just have got so good. Yeah, those guys have got so good at showing up to like any sort of qualifier now and just body bagging, like never underestimating their competition, knowing they're better, acting like they're better. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably FT dub.
I like the interview as well Caden gave. I think it was HLTV.
That's where I'm getting that from.
Where it was like, if you're coming in, you know, trying not to lose, you're doing it wrong. You know, you're messing it up. So, I'd actually, if I had to choose amongst the 4 FTWs, the one team where I'm like, they might be the one just taking the entire thing, has to be the Danes.
Do you think any of the teams think there's bad juju in winning a tournament ahead of the major?
Some of them, they'd just probably be happy to win.
I mean, sure. But, like, you know, say heroic NAVI, a FaZe or a MOUZ, would you kind of be like, oh no, are we peaking too early? Is that, I don't know. I'm just thinking.
I think it just depends, you know, how do they win it and how have they been playing. FaZe can win this tournament and still feel like they have 20% left in the tank and can improve, and then they'll take that, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they'll prepare less if they win the tournament or have this false sense of security. This is the thing. After the RMRs, not just these ones, but the last couple of ones, there's no team that's coming into the major, no matter how prepared you are and how many tournaments you won before, who's thinking, yeah, we're like going to cruise through this. There's best of ones, there's this, there's that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the one team who really would like to win here, FURIA.
Which is a very good call.
Hey, man.
It's not what we're all.
It's like he's a professional or something.
They don't win it here.
It's like he knows what he's talking
It's like he knows what he's talking about.
Don't win this one and don't make the playoffs of the major. Keep the same team.
I know you're a big FURIA fan, Yanko, so.
I am?
Yeah.
I am. I want the best for that.
Wait, we got
some of the players.
We did it.
No, we've done it. We
actually
actually
done it.
come to the conclusion of our 1xBet tier list.
This looks really nice.
Obviously, 1xBet, and that's who brought it to you. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. I do see that FURIA, Vitality, Navi, and Heroic are going to be rising to the occasion, perhaps. Or they'll go out in the first round. We don't know, but we're going to find out as the tournament unveils itself. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for CEST, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Trollocs winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's NAVI!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everybody and welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023. We're back in sunny and beautiful Brazil and we're back in front of the Junesse Arena where we were just 5 months ago for the major. Now this time around, things have changed quite dramatically. Teams are in a different shape, teams are in different form. Some teams, this event means so much to them because they must get this done. They didn't make it to the major. You know who I'm talking about. There's other teams who are in great form, looking to hold on to their good spots they're in right now and continue it further to go into the major in the best shape possible. The likes of NAVI, Heroic, potentially a FURIA, Vitality as well. Then you've got to look at a team like 9. The Polish side are raising the flag for their country and they are looking so good. But this is the first real big test for them, a huge event with the biggest names. Can they get it done once again? And then we have to talk about Imperial. These guys come in the last minute replacement for Virtus Pro. And for Imperial, they want it so bad. They want to show up in front of their Brazilian fans and show them that they can still compete at the top level. Let's see if they can.
That's right, it's the Intel Extreme Masters. It's in Rio. We are all the way down here in de Janeiro. Now, I can tell you that the Ninjas of Pyjamas do find themselves sitting at a very important point of the tournament. That's just starting things out. And when I'm talking about that, I'm looking at all the storylines right behind me. Everybody from Head Trick to Alexi B to Config and what they can do in the server. That's just one side of that story featuring Imperial and the Ninjas of Pyjamas. Because over on Fallen's side, well, sure would be a shame if he didn't get to compete in front of his home crowd. I can tell you that much. Either way, let's kick things off. Well, that's the plan. Let's kick things off. Let's do it in the right way. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. I welcome you personally joining us right here in Rio de Janeiro. And I'm not alone. Of course, this desk is going to be occupied by many of friends, maybe some foes too, depending what mood Yanko's in. And then Louise down here in the middle. We got Blett at the hotel. He'll be here shortly. But we've got a whole damn tournament in front of us, guys.
Well, Blemo, I think he's at the airport now, fetching his bags.
Yeah.
He had a bit of a nightmare of a travel, and yeah, I'm in a good mood, Trace. You'll be happy to hear, or maybe not. I don't know, and I don't care.
No, I mean, I am happy to hear it. Louise, what kind of mood are you coming into Rio?
I'm really excited for this one, really pumped, right?
Okay.
Back in Rio, home country, and I mean, more Brazilian teams than I actually expected, so pretty happy with that. And yeah, ready to kick things off. Beautiful weather outside. What else can we ask for?
It's beautiful outside.
Oh, yeah.
It is very sunny and, dare I say, very bright at the same time. I know those kind of go hand in hand, so it's just something you can think about in your own time. One thing that we did think about last time we were here was the Intel Grand Slam. And since that's been kind of seized over there by the FaZe side of things start to take a different shape.
Yeah, we were really hyping that storyline up. FaZe, they can win the second major and complete the Grand Slam at the major. Bombed out 0-3, of course, but still managed to complete the Grand Slam. At the previous tournament we've had from ESL, at ESL Pro League Season 17, doing it against Cloud9. Out of all teams, Trace, imagine that.
Yeah, and you know, they had such a good time getting down here, I think, Lewis. Is that what we're looking at? Like, you know, between FaZe and Cloud9, just a good day of travel in there. Have a good time.
Yeah, I guess for the FaZe clan, yeah. But for Cloud9, I can imagine it's probably rough, right? Like missing, letting FaZe win the Grand Slam, and then what happened at the major qualifier. It's probably a little tough.
I think, let's say both teams flew in economy class.
Yeah.
Cloud9 is feeling like they're in the cargo hold, and FaZe is feeling like they're flying first class, man. There's zero problems there.
Yeah, and the gold bars do speak for themselves. Again, they did just secure that Intel Grand Slam, which really does bring us back to the next season. That's right, Season 5, as it's been announced and it's been put up there for the whole world to devour. Intel Grand Slam brings a great promise to Counter-Strike as a whole, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's great, and nowadays, like Counter-Strike, like the level is so high and it's so random. Like we see teams not really consistent winning tournaments, so it is very challenging for. I see it as a big challenge for the teams to be able to conquer this one, especially now with CS2 coming. God knows when, but yeah, probably summer. So yeah, I think it's very hard, like harder than it was for FaZe to manage to win all those tournaments and finally break through and win the last one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also looking at how the next season is starting. So this tournament counts for the Grand Slam, right? Whether we move to CS2 or not, this tournament is still going to count. It's not going to get reset. So hey, why not come in and get a head start over all the other teams?
You're kind of beating around exactly what I want to get into next, which would happen to be what you get for winning here. You know, obviously it is a notch towards the Grand Slam, the Intel Grand Slam, I should say rather. But you do get that berth at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. So you got a lot to play for right out of the gate. Somebody's going to win here, and they're going to get that berth into here. And Lewis, that's probably a blessing for somebody.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, especially for the teams that are not really good on their ranking in order to make it to Cologne through the ranking system. Like for the bigs of the world, MOUZ Sports, like if they manage to do great here or even win the tournament, which would be a big surprise. I mean, for some of those teams, massive, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think also seeing as how some of these tournaments go, I mean, play-in, look at Katowice. FURIA didn't make it out of the play-in, you know, and you consider them a potential playoff team. So if you can book yourself a spot early for Cologne, you absolutely want to go ahead and do exactly that.
Yeah, you know, it's qualifying for the big events of the year. It's a great thing once you get there, once you do that. Now, of course, for some teams, they come in here. We talked about Imperial a little bit in the opener there, and what brought them to the arena to compete today, Lewis.
I mean, it's very surprising that. I mean, it's great to have them here, right? And but I think it has been very underwhelming. Like they didn't manage to qualify to this through the online qualifiers, some of other tournaments as well. It's great to have them here for the crowd experience for them as well. I think it's very. I mean, they definitely have a lot of motivation, especially after the major here, which they didn't go through. What do you think, Yanko?
Yanko, yeah, you with your hand up.
The delusional Imperial fan here. That's my handle on HLTV forums. I think actually they're better than their results have shown.
Yeah.
Right. The eye test was a little bit better. They were unfortunate in some of the games. They lost some ridiculous rounds to lose games. Like you go back to the complexity game at Pro League, the 4v1 against JT and a couple of other clutches, a bit of an unfortunate birth now at the RMR. So it looks bad if you look at some of those results. But if you also focus on some of the times that they played good, where things have been going their way, it looked pretty good. So I think in this sort of a tournament, best of one against NIP, like if they win that, they play the second best of three today to catch a little bit of fire. That's Imperial in the playoffs, baby. Let's go.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a good chance.
There's a chance. Now, there's also a chance that we rank them accordingly in our 1xBet tier list. So let's go ahead and dive into that bad boy and see what it's got.
All right, everybody, we're back in Rio. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. We're ready to go over our 1xBet tier list. We've brought in some great candidates here to help me kind of fill in the blanks. We've got FTW, we've got a little chili here. Shout out Bleh. IDK, which stands for I don't know. And nice try, obviously. And then dead on arrival. So let's start with DOA.
Cloud9, right? Feel like the morale is like at an all-time low.
Putting them in the same boat.
FaZe DOA, no.
It's hard to put them in a DOA, but the idea is
I think they're an IDK.
Obviously, they're coming from the roller coaster of their own.
I think FaZe are an IDK. Just as a perfect summary of we don't know. We actually don't know.
Yeah,
you know who goes into the FTW? FURIA. We saw how they were in Rio last time around. They were really peaking at that tournament. So I think they're going to bring some of that mojo back for this one, have one of those runs, perfect storm kind of a thing. I think Vitality is coming in with just one goal, is keep ramping up for Paris, getting some great games out of Zaivu.
Looking to shine bright, right?
Yeah.
At this juncture. Speaking of which, the MongolZ.
Yeah, that's an NT for me. Let's be real. Look at the caliber of teams they're going to be facing off against, and even if they had score in the lineup, right, I'd be like, where would you really place them?
Does NIP find themselves also saying NT to themselves?
I think for NIP, it can be IDK too. No one really had expectations from them coming into the RMR. They managed to qualify.
You did say a chili pepper.
This is it for them. Like, this is the main one, the big one in Brazil. They're going to play their hearts out.
I can't keep calling them a clown team,
What are your expectations of this one, Alex?
Actually, dude, how about an FTW for NAVI? Like, there has to be a conversation. Like, if we're not going to start lifting trophies or being in those grand finals again, it has to be now.
9Z. Okay.
Is that an NT?
It's an NT.
It has to be about them proving here if they can do something against a bit of a weird field.
Where would you guys place big?
I would put it spicy.
I feel safer putting them up.
Yeah, that's too high for me. IDK in terms of can they just reset?
I don't understand Fnatic. I just don't know what, I can't put my finger on, what's the problem, right?
I think NT is for Fnatic.
They're a fair one.
Kind of rough. Man, I feel like on the good day,
yeah,
they are still going to do more damage than 9Z and MongolZ.
I guess I could see that. I can make sense of it. There's been a little bit of a hype going around with the MOUZ side. Anybody want to grab that one?
I mean, they look good, right? Considering the pressure they were under as well, the RMR, everyone's stepping up.
MIBR.
I think it's just NT for them, regardless of them being Brazilian and an event in Brazil.
9. Polo Squad.
Spicy.
Very spicy.
Polish CS is back.
Team we're going to talk about is OG.
Too much inconsistency. Just sort of NT. And NT towards the OA.
They got so close. They were the bridesmaid last time.
Dude, those guys just have got so good. Yeah, those guys have got so good at showing up, knowing they're better, acting like they're better. Yeah, it's probably FTW.
Yeah, we've done it. We've actually come to the conclusion of our 1xBet tier list.
This looks really nice.
Obviously, 1xBet, and that's who brought it to you.
Yeah, that's our 1xBet tier list. You guys still standing by that? I know that we did that a different day than today, so now is your chance to backtrack if you'd like.
Absolutely not, Trace. I stand by my words. I stand by my predictions. I am the delusional Imperial fan.
and maybe even FURIA fan, I think is what you're saying, right?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. So
fan of the team.
All the fans.
Maybe not of every single player on that team.
Well, swiftly moving away from that, Lewis, I want you to tell me about what we're looking at right now when it comes to these best of ones, and we have a team like Heroic taking on 9, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we saw in previous tournaments, all of them, basically. Like, the best of one format right now, like, the level of competition is so high, and anything can really happen. Like, teams usually try to find a middle ground in between, like, the maps that they're going to play against each other. So, like, for the likes of Heroic, for example, playing against 9, who is a team that actually did great at the major qualifier, upset a lot of teams. They're playing great. They come with momentum to this tournament, so anything could possibly happen. Obviously, we have to give props to them. Like, they're a great team. They should be the favorites. We see some of the other matches, right? Like NAVI against the MongolZ. Like, yeah, that's a big one that they should be the favorites one.
True.
MIBR against Cloud9. After what happened with Cloud9, and I really don't count MIBR out. It really comes down to how they show up into this one.
True, and if Cloud9 somehow manages to lose to MIBR, even with everything that's happening, even in the best of one, then the situation is more dire than we thought, Trace.
That's
and
worse.
We put them as dead on arrival, so I don't know what's worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, they
dead
really
on
did
departure.
They had their own category, right? Like,
Yeah.
I was looking at that, I was thinking, man, I feel pretty bad and put Cloud9 as the only DOA. But for intents and purposes, it makes sense, you know, for their side of things. It does kind of suck to just sit here and say that that might be the Cloud9 we get, but it's an unfortunate reality because if there's a day for an upset, it's a day full of best of ones.
It's one of two ways, right? Like, either they're here, they're super demoralized, they're going to play flat, and they're going to be out in a game or two, right? They'll beat MIBR probably, and then, you know, lose a couple of best of threes. Or it's just everything is done now. We failed miserably. We can just let loose and play, right? And if they do that, and if they start hitting some shots with some of the talent they have on the team, then I can see them making a run here.
So, Lewis, if I'm looking at the same team list you are right now, let's just omit maybe the first 2 lines. Is there anybody here that sticks out that might do something impressive, so to say? They might come out with a victory on day 1.
Well, I'm going to go for Imperial, right?
Of course.
Definitely
My
have
man.
to. I have to.
I've convinced another one.
Listen, like the Imperial matchup, like, yeah, they're playing against NIP, usually Fallen, like the likes of Imperial, they like to play against top teams. They usually do play better, like Fallen likes to call. He used to that environment of calling against those type of teams. So I would say Imperial has a shot. And then other than that, I think Big did fairly decent at the last tournament, like at the RMR. So I think Big, 9, and Imperial are the ones that I think that could surprise us right here.
Yanko, what are the odds that 9Z beat FaZe today?
Super low. I
0?
think, no, I wouldn't say 0. There's a chance. Best of one. FaZe also had a very, stressful last couple of weeks, came down to the wire to qualify for the major, but I still think that the difference in, the quality of the teams, that will make up for jet lag and all the other.
Yeah, and we'll just have to keep our eyes on it. That's a little bit later in the day. So for us,
I keep my eye on you, Trace.
You should do that. You never know where I might be, but I know where I'm going, and that's to a break, which is exactly what we sit ourselves in front of. The game is starting it out all here on the stream. We're looking at a little bit of Imperial taking on that of the Ninjas in Pyjamas. We're going to be doing that when we come back. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. BRB.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Imperial have come in as the replacement team for Virtus Pro. Now, they are the Brazilian team. They've got the home field advantage, but it wasn't looking too good for them. So let's see how they're feeling. Let's see what they expect coming into Rio.
man, the legend.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Everything good. How are you?
It's nice to have you here, last-minute guests.
It's good to see you here, and it's good to be here as well.
Now, different shirt this time, mate. How's it been so far on this little journey for you?
It's been a journey. It's been a journey. I'm learning a lot. I'm glad I have Fallen and all these legends with me. That's the reason that I joined them. Like, it's probably the last year of Fallen competing on Counter-Strike.
We said this last time.
I think this is for real now. This is for real. I think so. He's addicted to the game though, but I don't know.
I think you all are at this point. But what's it like having to just randomly replace a team? Obviously, you guys live in Brazil, so travel's not too hard. But like, did you think you were off and now, we're suddenly back to games?
I feel good, to be honest. Yeah, of course, because all the tournaments we played before, it feels like the pressure was on us. Yep. And in this one, the pressure is whoever plays against us, because we're not supposed to be here. Yep. So we're just going to have a good time and play our game.
So do you think we'll see a better Imperial now because there's no pressure?
I think so. Okay. I think so.
Now, talk to me about, you know a lot of these guys, right? But you've got a mix of, say, like Jota, Cello in here, who are not the ones that maybe you're so familiar with. Yeah. What do you make of these guys? What was it like to come and give me some info about these guys now you spent some more time with them? Okay,
info. Vinny, I met him here. He's a very chill guy. Look at him. He looks like a sloth.
He's just chilling. He's happy.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's always like that, but he's very smart. Very smart, very calm guy. Brings the calm on the boys. Yep. This guy, I've been years and years with him.
Yes.
Yeah. When I joined the team, he was on a down, and now he's on a up. He's playing very good. Got much better. Thank you.
I'm going to quickly ask, Bolts, are you on the up because of Zach?
Yeah, he helps a lot. So.
And in terms of this, right, I'm talking to a lot of players that are not from Brazil about like what they're going to do here. Any recommendations?
I would say to go to the Christ if they haven't been there. Like, this is a beautiful place, and there's a beautiful beach like in the front of the hotel. Please go to the beach one time, just one time, guys.
And also that means they'll have less time to practice, more chance for you to destroy them because you're.
Go to the beach many times. You're very smart.
There we go, Zach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, if you can imagine it, we finally have arrived at the first matchup of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023, which does set us up for NIP versus Imperial. Now, Imperial right here behind us. We're basically in their camp at this point. So is there anything you guys want to say about
you want
them?
to repeat what you said at the desk now, Trace, that you're in front of them?
What was
How
that?
you said they're going to be out 2-0.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
said. And they can enjoy the beach, just like Zach said.
Yeah, there's probably a clip of that somewhere. Probably me saying those exact words. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Lewis, bail me out.
I think that let's just not talk about that.
Fair enough.
You don't talk about those.
Just things that never happened, of course. Just kind of pushing that out there. For us, though, when we talk about Imperial, you talk about Fallen, you talk about all these different pieces. What makes this team special, Lewis?
I think Fallen himself makes this team special, right?
Okay,
like the amount of experience that he has as a player, leading teams back and forth. And I think that for them, like being at home country, probably getting the crowd support. Yes, it has been very underwhelming with results, but as Janko alluded in the desk, it's true. They haven't been playing bad. It's just they were very unlucky in some situations, ended up losing matches that they should have won. So for them, by talking to them as well, they do have that feeling that, it's not like we're playing bad. We're playing really tight matches, and yes, we failed, but I think they come into this one very, there's not much pressure because they're not even supposed to be here. So for them, I think that more than ever, if they are able to upset NIP, for example, and get a victory going, I think they're going to get the support from the fans, and they're going to feel a bit more relaxed, going forward.
Yeah, I think also it's hard to build confidence when you have losses like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunate or not, some with wins you gain confidence. Sometimes all a team needs is 1 or 2 good wins, so everyone really starts buying in, everyone really starts believing in everything that you're doing, and then you can get on a roll, right? Win a couple of good games, and all of a sudden it's a completely different team you have.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the nose there. Fallen does make this team very special, and as a special player himself, he's got a long,
and you make this
tenured
team
history.
special, Trace.
Is that what I'm doing here?
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can find that clip that I guess egregiously said that Imperial was gonna get stomped on today. That never happened, by the way. What did happen is we caught up to Fallen before this match started.
Our last-minute replacements, Imperial, are going up against NIP in the opening game. And Fallen, I just want to start by looking at the fact that you were telling me before you guys are pretty much in holiday mode. So what was it like to just kind of rush and get ready? At least I guess you were in Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a lot of work in the recent months, and specifically these last weeks we were supposed to go off a little bit after the major qualification process, and got an invitation to come here, play in our home country, so very excited about it. And yeah, we got to pack very quickly and come down.
And in terms of that, how do you feel of Imperial's current form? If I look at recent results, you've had some up and downs, right? You're still struggling against the SA and NA competition. So how do you feel coming up here? Does this suit you better to go up against an NIP you can do some more research on?
Being honest, it feels like a roller coaster in terms of how we can perform. Sometimes it's very good, sometimes it's very bad. So it really depends on which opponents we're playing, depends on how we're playing on that day. So when it comes to playing against European competition, I think it kind of suits us better. The game is a little bit more well taught. It's a little bit more tough process, which we can go through. But it really depends how it can go. So I'm looking forward to this game against NIP, and I'm hoping for a good match.
And is there much you've been able to change or do in order to throw them off? Is there some way you can surprise them?
Definitely. I think the map we're going to play is actually a good map for them, but it has been pretty good for us as well. It's going to be Mirage, and I don't think they were expecting us to play that map that much, so it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. I like the Mirage Fallen. Thank you very much. Trace, back to you.
All right, so it does appear we're going to be playing a little Mirage today, guys. Thoughts?
Well,
spoilers, of course.
Yeah, we got the spoiler one, but I think that for them, knowing Fallen, like, yes, they're playing Mirage. It's a strong map for NIP, but like Fallen often likes to play maps that they do feel comfortable on, you know. And coming to this one, yes, they might have been shaky in the last tournaments, but when it comes down to Mirage, like, yes, they have been very convincing in the last 2 games that they played. I think both of the teams that played against didn't manage to get double digits against them. So, you know, coming to this one, like, definitely with a game plan going, and if they get momentum, best of 1. And I hope they teach them a lesson, because you never play Mirage against the Brazilian teams. That's what they say out there.
Hell yeah.
That's some stern words there, Lewis. Not going to lie to you. Now, what would they be saying on the NIP side? Yanko, I'm looking at you for something there to grab on from that.
I think for NIP, they're trying to build on the good result at the RMR, right? They made it to the major. This is a team that's a bit strange, man. Like, I don't know. This team, for me, they don't really have a clear identity, either as a lineup or in the way they're going to play, right? I think they're maybe still trying to figure that out, and you want to have a couple of good wins here, and then all of a sudden you're coming into the major feeling pretty good about yourself, considering the recent underwhelming results from them.
Yeah, there was a big crosshair on their back at one point, you know, and like, hey, what's going on here with NIP? Let's try to make some sense of all the changes, this, that, or the other. But that's not for us to know. In fact, it's for us to hear more about from Rez.
We're going into the opening game here at IEM Rio, and NIP will be taking on Imperial. Now, Rez, I want to just start on something that I saw you guys yesterday. Everyone seemed to be in a really good mood. The weather helping, the environment helping. What's going on with the team?
I think it's helping that we had such early matches in the RMR. So we've been going up at 7, 6 every day now, and I think we're all used to it. So I'm waking up 7 right now without alarm or anything, and it hasn't been like that in a long time, so it's really nice to have early games at the moment. So hopefully we can have more early games.
I don't hear this often from players. You've got a smile on your face. But let's look at recent form when you're talking about the previous games. It looked very rocky for NIP, but then the last 2, you look at Big and Astralis, really good games from yourselves. What's that done for the team's confidence right now coming into Rio?
I mean, it means a lot for us. We talked about it, we analyzed it, we're trying to see what did we do right, and in that way we can see that we can play in good Counter-Strike, and if we just find our way in our game style, play style, if everyone's comfortable with that, having fun and just communicating good. If we have all of that, we are playing insanely good, so hopefully we can bring it here.
Now you said find the way. What is that way? What is this ninja's way?
This is the way.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Little Mandalorian reference we'll get in there as well. Now, you're playing Imperial for the first game. It is a best of 1, but are you just kind of happy to get them rather than having Virtus Pro, for example?
I mean, I think Imperial can be scary. You know, they're a local team. They probably are very hungry to play in the arena. So we're not going to underestimate them at all. So we're going to give it our all.
going to give you all, but this should be pretty convincing. I'm thinking like this should be very one-sided. You're not agreeing?
I don't agree. I think I always think the local teams are a scary team to play, so we should not underestimate them at all.
Smart thinking. I like it. Rez, good luck, man. Thank you very much.
How cool is that? Waking up at 6 and 7 a.m. to go play Combo Strike. Boys?
I've never heard a CS player say that they're looking forward to waking up at 7 a.m.
Nobody's ever said that.
Listen, once you qualify for the major, man, your view on life changes, right? All of a sudden, you want to get up early, you want to read, you want to go out for a run, you want to touch grass. So I feel like that's it. It's the honeymoon period.
You want to believe, basically. So yeah, what are you taking from Rez right here, Lewis?
I think that what he said about them. It kind of alluded to what Janko said about them not having an identity as a team. Like, yeah, he does say in the interview that they are trying to go through their mistakes and the matches that they played. The results lately, like, yeah, they made it to the challenger stage at the RMR, but in my books, like, it hasn't been very, very convincing. Like, the big game that they played could have went either way. Yeah, the only very convincing way they had was against Astralis, actually. But again, Astralis is a team that has been, like, very inconsistent lately. So coming to this one, like, I think they have to prove themselves, like they have to get some momentum going. Like, yeah, we can talk about like the addition of Config into the team, who brings a lot of firepower, brings a lot to the table. But then we also have to talk about Hattrick as an AWPer who needs to prove himself and all that kind of stuff. So I think for NIP, there's a lot of questions going on, and I think they need some victories under their belts to prove themselves and get some confidence going.
So we do get that knife round ever coveted. You know, we say this is sort of a ritual, but really, Janko, I'm looking at the NIP project, and I'm thinking about Hattrick.
Yeah, I think he still has a lot to prove. I think it's pretty clear he's not on that, sort of Monacy level, like instantly ready to play and carry teams on a high level, which is also a super high task. I was going to say, I want Imperial to start on the T side.
Yeah.
Like, I think that would be much better for them, and NIP does pick CT, right? I think that they have a way in here, right? Like Rez was talking about in the interview, the home teams always play well, and he was talking about that when they communicate well and the energy is good, how they can play really good CS, right? So I'm banking on them still being a little bit sleepy, besides whatever we heard from Rez there. And I think if Imperial gets rolling early, they're very prone to capitalize on that, right? On the other side of things, if I see them go down 5-0, I think they're going to lose like 16-6.
Just pack it up.
Yeah.
Damn. What a harsh reality, Lewis. You buying into that?
Yeah, definitely. I think for Imperial, like, I actually really like the fact that they start T as well. Like, knowing, like, them as a team, like, if Fallen is calling great and he's feeling it, and they're making the right moves on the T side to get the pistol going, I think that's when they become scary, because, like, we're talking about Hattrick, and, like, what a beautiful moment for him to try to prove himself against one of the most, like, the best AWPers in the world.
Yeah.
Right, against Fallen. So if Fallen gets going and gets confidence as an in-game leader, and then goes to that CT side and starts, like, getting momentum, getting peaks, I think that could be very dangerous.
You speak of dangerous, and that's our middle name.
Yeah, but I think you look at also Imperial style. It's pretty default heavy. It's like Cloud9. That's sort of a thing. So they should be pretty good at punishing aggression, right, from the CTs. And you look at the side of NIP, who do you have? You have Config, have Brolan. These guys love to fight. Yeah. They love to peek. They love to get in there. So if you can deny them that aggression early, make them a little bit nervous, I feel that's the best case scenario for Imperial.
And then plus you have Alexi B's signature trademark fakes, as we're going to hear all about surely on Mirage. We know how this works. Sometimes you
camouflage,
go A, but you're actually going B, and vice versa. It's a really upside down, topsy-turvy scenario. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We are going to jump into this matchup. It is going to be Mirage, and it is going to be the Ninjas of Pyjamas taking on Imperial to kick things off in Rio for 2023. Chad, Alex, you guys there?
Hell yeah, bro. How you doing?
We see you.
Oh, I see you. I can see you guys. Give us a wave.
Hey. We could cast off of their television from here, I reckon.
We actually could. They've got the biggest television I've ever seen. And hopefully we've got a good big game of Counter-Strike ahead of us.
That's the second match against MOUZ.
Oh, I see what you did there. But I mean, you know what? Imperial up against Ninjas in Pyjamas, when you realize that they have just been slotted in, this is the head-to-head VP would have had. It's going to be interesting for Imperial. It's certainly not going to be a walk in the park.
Especially hearing, they were practically on vacation. Right. So the answer from 1xBet definitely favoring NIP, and you can understand so, as it will be 3 through the Palace position. Vinny with that util limped out, and Fallen and Vinny congregating towards ramp here. Lexi's going to call that, but that is
A deep stairs smoke makes it difficult for him to assist.
That's very cool. Brolin does need one on the Julies and handles it very well to start off proceedings. Coming through the smoke, disrespected by the Brolin Julie.
Just the fact that it's the two of them, that seemed way too easy. The isolation smokes that they drop towards stairs and the drop down. Alexi disrespects it, comes on through. Brolin making the distraction with the Julies, and that's going to be the pissed around to NIP. Now, look, there's a reason that I think the Ninjas probably wanted to get this one to MOUZ. Is you take a look at Imperial, and you heard from Peacemaker, don't play Brazilians on MOUZ, sure, but these Brazilians, since Joda have joined, have only played other Brazilians. Now, if I'm NIP, that's going to fill me with some confidence. It's like, well, if they're only playing domestic opponents, maybe we can take them down.
Also, maybe they probably haven't seen setups like ours or executes like ours before. It's going to be interesting to see how Imperial handle this one. I say this one, referring to the map, not this round. This one, however, is going to be some Glocks and, I mean, a dream.
Yeah, definitely a dream.
We might see, I reckon, action in, let's call it, 30 seconds.
Did we ever come up with a name for rounds like this? I wanted to call them the Milkman. The Milkman
no.
normally delivers
okay,
milk.
Chad, bear with me, right? I'm feeling the creative juices are flowing.
Already?
Yeah. What do you reckon?
Okay.
We call this kind of round an eco.
The shakedown.
Shakedown's not bad. No, yeah. I mean, they are shaking them down for their util, right? That's what you're going for?
But they're going to call the left-right good night.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, it's just Config and Rez who have basically been let off the leash.
Why don't we do this? Why don't I paint a beautiful picture here, like Bob Ross?
Okay.
We can talk about the CT setup that we can expect for NIP on MOUZ going forward. It is going to be Brolin, as you can see right here. He will be the A anchor. You're going to have over towards the connected position, Mr. R Easy. Config over towards short. Headtrick as the AWPer, traditionally window. He can be ticket. He can be over towards B. He can be everywhere. That's the luxury of being an AWPer. And then Alexi B over towards the B bomb site. Now, there's the man on the screen, and it will just be a quick little technical issue called. As I can see here, Config says it's just a mic issue. So they're usually some of the bigger teething issues we have once we get these things underway.
Worth talking about
many dramas.
NIP form as well, because the desk has already touched on it, but with Headtrick at the tip of their tongue as well, you can see how happy he was to be securing a spot at the major. The stickers in-game, it's going to be a very good feeling for them. And managing to take scalps, such as Big Clan Astralis, both in best of threes, it was very nice. That is
Look at this stash.
Quality mustache.
Now, is there gel here to get the upturn? There has to be something. I really feel that he couldn't do that natural. I think there might have to be. If we could get a zoom in on the admin's stash here, the Headtrick, he's got nice. Here we go. That's what we're looking for.
I mean, for sure there is a product involved.
Has to be.
It's well maintained, and also I've considered this look before. Like
it is brave.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, but it is also not something I have the capacity to pull off because you have to. You have to grow out the bibbly.
Yeah, but you could.
Yeah, maybe.
Your facial hairs.
When I'm doing the when I'm in my kind of hipster arc.
Okay.
Like let's imagine I have like a single speed bike.
So we've got villain arcs, we've got hipster arcs.
Yes, my hipster arc.
All right.
And I think then I could pull it off. Maybe I'll be wearing one of those little kind of sailor hats.
Okay.
Whatever those cool dudes
What about those small fisherman beanies?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Like a kind of skull cap but for hipsters.
All right, I like it. I want to talk a little bit about this NIP team that we see on our screen right here. Because we don't get to the desk anymore, so we can kind of do our own impromptu desk right now.
Okay.
This NIP team, if anybody is still left at the start of the year, right, thinking, and I'm not even going to mention player names, even one of our favorite players, the Doctor, we won't even bring his name into the conversation because I think it has to be clear, it has to be said, again, it needs to be reinforced that any preconceived ideas about NIP need to change. This is an entire new roster, it's an entire new team, it's an entire new direction for NIP now being international, right? I know that there's mainly Nords in the squad right here, but it is an international team right now. Speaking in English, you've got the residue of Swedish Counter-Strike Brolin and Rez on your screen right here, down the tail end. Alexi, the poster boy for the Finns, right? And then you bring in Config, who beating Astralis at that RMR must have felt so bloody good.
Oh, I mean, that's it, isn't it? There's just so many lovely layers of the human component that is Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is human. I'm not going to get on my soapbox just yet, but one of those things for sure for Config, knowing that he had it kind of justifies your decisions. You don't get that much in life where you just you have a straight up binary, I made the right choice.
And it puts questions into Astralis decisions, which we've seen the remnants of that starting to unfold today, with Astralis putting out some news here about them adding a 6-man up from the Academy roster. So which the Academy roster for Astralis has actually been best of the Astralis talent. I believe their cold has been performing quite nicely. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of changing going on over in the Danish side of things. Config letting us know that there might be a bit of a head set hot swap here, so this might take a couple of extra minuten.
And that's a nice, that's a courtesy he's given to Imperial, because also, we're talking about this human stuff. It is kind of an extra level of like patience required when you've just started. It's a best of one. Don't forget, you've probably had maybe 2 to 3 hours where you've been psyching yourself up, like first match, big event. You've got an opponent you've been preparing for. You've talked yourself into this kind of game state, flow state, ready for the game. You have a pistol that does nothing, achieves nothing.
Yeah, a Glock Eco.
A Glock Eco, and now you sit here and you can't even communicate with your team. You're just all sitting there in silence, and you're trying to stay in exactly the same headspace you were in when this started.
But this is one of the keys, and Trace Thomas-Saranthus, our good friend, he knows very much about this, the hurry up and wait, right? You need to be okay with that level of mentality. Hey, look, this is completely out of my control. I have no idea what's going on. Let's just chill out, like Vinny does. Because you remember back in the FURIA days, when we would watch Vinny when he was in the team, the entire team would sit there, eyes closed, meditating.
Right.
Gary would be walking behind them.
FURIA do that now.
Yeah, and look, practicing some mindfulness, very important here, and maybe practicing a bit of mindfulness with this NIP team as well. I was talking to Trolls, doing the mental side of things over there for NIP, just before we came up here to start casting, and I heard what he's been helping the team with, how he's trying to solve some of the issues they had, and you can understand that with the NIP of old, they were kind of just plugging holes in a boat, right? It was like, this doesn't work, let's try and do this, or this player's not feeling well, and they were supporting the players in the team. I understand that completely. But this is now, they've ripped off the Band-Aid, and they're starting somewhat afresh, right? And with this, you need a mental reset. You need to get everybody on the same page. The culture's different. They're all good players. That's not even the question about NIP. It's about getting them understanding and the smiles on the faces right here. Because if the mental can turn around, then they can continue on this trajectory, which is now back on the up. They dropped out of the top 20 on HLTV World Rankings, right? And that, for the organization, an org like NIP, how historic they are in Counter-Strike, there is pressure from the top coming down. And I'm sure these players feel it.
Yeah, I mean, this is an event, a real opportunity for them to make an impact, make a splash, and it looks like we're ready to see if that continues in a positive direction for NIP into round 3. On the T side is Imperial, a last-minute addition, stepping in, and of course the hometown heroes looking to battle forward to meet the local crowd.
Look at this here. There's no B presence right now from NIP. Everybody playing either towards middle or Config, the only defender over towards A here. So this is very heavy. They don't want to allow Imperial to start conditioning with standard mid defaults. What they've done is they've hedged their bets, thought it would be a mid take with a bit of pace. That's not the case. There's the cat smoke, sure, that's faded now. But Imperial are taking this very, very slow. Bolts flash forward, won't find a lot. It's Rez partnered up with Config under the balcony. So this setup now has transitioned away from mid-heavy to worrying a bit more about the extremities.
Yeah, seeing what Vinny's finding on his adventures towards B. He's just trying to see if he can get any sort of traction going safely. Keeping the feelers out, and Fallen seems to be getting his troops set up for that mid-clear late. Going to be going for a run boost and flash to follow.
It's diligent, sure, but there's no concern. So they're out there across the bomb top mid. We're already at that 50-second mark, and they will need to start turning the screws here shortly. A connector smoke will land, and on both sides here. So Brolin gets to decide, if he can block it, he could manufacture a bit of a gap here, and he will.
Okay, doesn't quite work out for Brolin. But still, with 30 seconds, I would be starting to get a little apprehensive.
Has to be an ace split. Reza's close ramp. He can deal with bolts. Config's here as well.
I think the first engagement really hinges on either Cello pushing this smoke or, they smoke him off. Bolts locked out. 19 seconds. May have heard the step. Now the first fight comes through. Big one out of Vinny. Needs more. SMGs, though, not at that range. Config still delivers one, and it's a nice second from Cello.
They can't deny the plant here. Foreign will get this down.
Oh, he had a chance. Whoa, 1 second off. Hedrick could have won the round right there, but there's still grounds. You're not clearing Jota. You're just not. And out he goes into the line of fire. A nice headshot to close, and Cello, the one to get that bomb down and secure that round. 2 important kills there on the way into the A site.
Almost say my words. Hedrick almost won the round right there. If that was Fallen that went down instead of Cello, maybe there was no time to plant that bomb.
Human shield. Get down, Mr. President.
But right there, to be able to pull off such a slow round from Imperial, that's probably a very good confidence booster. But to be fair, there wasn't too many jarring moments in that round to stall them out. Sure, you had that late A ramp smoke, Brolin dropping one of his own, but Imperial had to finish. And NIP with those, bonus weapons of the MP9s will lose the initial gun round here and immediately take a tactical timeout. So DGL wants to get ahead of this here.
Yeah, I just want to correct myself as well. Calling Cello and crediting Cello for 2. It was that Vinny opening that I'd attributed to Cello, but he did find the one. In fact, it was a team ace. Every single member of Imperial finding their first frag in that round. And it puts the first one on the board nice and early. It stops the NIP coffers from swelling. We're going to be seeing some more investments. Chad, what is the current like weather report on the M4 usage? Are we seeing the majority still lean for the cheaper gun?
Yeah, and I'm not. Look, I don't want to say I'm not completely sold here. I think that there's certain scenarios where you see the A1 let players down. Maybe if they had the A4,
Sure.
but that's the thing. It's personal preference, and that is one of the biggest issues with Counter-Strike. I could sit here and argue and tell you why 1920 is better than Black Bars, but when Nico uses stretched res of 4x, what am I meant to say? You know what I mean? So it's the same with this rifle preference here.
Okay. Looks like Hedrick got that information and it's deterred Vinny. Fallen teaching us a nice ramp flash safe.
But it's the same setup here, right? So they went for their mid control. They just threw that cat smoke. They throw the Molotov towards connector, and now they drop back and congregate as a bit of a crew right here. It is Vinny the tail of this who is defaulting over towards B. He can either lurk late mid or join the A attack, and we'll check this one out. It's going to be 3 through the palace position once more.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be nervous just and apprehensive in the sense that a smoke can really slow this down. They've got plenty more for the CTs. 4 CTs with smokes. That choke point could be, but it's all about this element of surprise. Fallen's throwing this util first, and Bolt's just walking out! Brawlin unprepared, another big opening for Imperial.
Okay, well, they're in, and maybe a save call starting to be considered here. Smoked off, res tucked in connector, config rotating around.
He's having a look.
M4, and if he can find a fight, well, there was a flash. That's a great shot from Bolt to double up for him in round number 4, and that should be it. Call it off, throw in the white flag, save these guns and IP. There's no way back in a 3-on-5 right now without a kit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Bolt. Lovely work out of Palace. And I mean, if you were trying to kind of explain as to why Brolin's caught off by that, is it because of the nature of what Fallen was throwing from ramp side? It's like it feels like it's one dude.
I hate being a anchor. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
Because if you're left as playing retake ticket, you have to watch ramp and Palace.
Yeah, and you straight up can't do both without sticking out like a sore thumb.
And you could see him get caught off by that timing there, right? So that's one of the more frustrating bits and bobs. That's why you see, look, there's nothing wrong with the chasing here. Okay, they might take away a couple more rifles. Hold on, Cello with the moves and the spam too. The damage done. Will he find the frag? Doesn't want to commit too far, but we'll go down to Alexi and can't get his hands on that AK. So we'll carry through the FAMAS. But yeah, being an A anchor, it's never a fun role, I'll be honest. But that's why you have a skilled player like Brolin at that site. But that is a really nice shot from Bolt, especially with that second follow through on a config as well. So 2 heavy hitters down.
And even the best players in the world get timed. That's kind of how Counter-Strike matches work.
Yeah, and I'm sure they swear about it too. So don't worry, it's not just you guys at home.
Okay, well, we've got 2 saved rifles. Alexi B would have loved to have had that AK, but Cello timing it very well on that hunt.
But look at this punish, right? They've done openings towards mid every round. Now they're going to have a follow-through because they know it's likely that weaker buy. So they have so much control, lovely. And Vinny up and over off that top rope. Not clearing his corners. Dinkton down. Config gets away with it.
That's something. Shouldn't really spiral. Imperial still got a firm grip on this round, but certainly a nice one back from the Dane. Clear ladder. Trick to reposition, doesn't want to succumb to any of these speculative sprays.
Gotta be careful here. Remember, those safe rifles are still in. Don't have to be careful. You don't have to be careful at all.
That's
just shoot him through the smoke.
Yeah, the easiest way to do it. And it will look to fall into place unless this boost does profit for another rifle.
Fading.
Yeah. You're going to be sticking out. Cello's in a nice, strong position. Jota should have them both there. A very satisfying double ahead of him as that smoke fades, unless Alexi B's quick on the trigger. Yep, gets it off the info. And they get away.
They're just dawdling around in connector right here. You'd think with this info, they'd start to make their way in towards this A site. Bolts were with the bomb. Cello defending, and Alexi gone now. Rez wants that rifle. He will get it, but won't hit the shot. And Cello with more information here. So
I can chalk. What do you chalk that one up as in terms of NIP? You know, like if you were giving that one a thumbs up, a double thumbs up, you had 2 save rifles, you got 2 kills, and you're saving 2 rifles.
Yeah, I think here if they can turn this FAMAS into a secondary AK, then you're happy with it. Still a little bit of damage is good. You don't want them to be getting away with freebies, and there it is, that upgrade coming on through. Cello's going to try and sniff this one out.
Have to admit, I'm quite a fan of what Cello's done with his AK-47.
You like the stickers?
I think the man clearly has the eye. You know, look at this glove-knife pairing. Beautiful. A sapphire.
What shade of purple is that?
Good question. I think it's more like in the violet range, perhaps.
All right. Is there such thing as a royal purple?
I believe there is. You know, purple was one of the most expensive dyes back in the day, so that's why all the royals had purple cloaks, because it cost a ton.
All right, a pretty penny.
Yeah, check this one out. That was a really nice move from Vinny, and that was perfect because as he was doing that, Chad, you were talking about the liberties they're going to take knowing there was a lack of weaponry.
And I know this is just against a lighter buy or 2 save guns and an eco primarily here, but that conditioning now. So you think about these rounds from Imperial. Cat smoke, mid molly, now there's the follow through. So the first 2 were just, yeah, we'll do this and we'll wait and see what you do. Now we followed through. So you're conditioned to the fact that we can try and take this mid control, and it looks like they wanted to show a little bit of leg, but again, just dumping a lot of utility heavy towards connector to imply this mid play, quickly rerouting together back towards for a bit more of a decisive finish. And they could just finish towards A once more. Brolin tucked in under the balcony, head trick rotating around, still no AWP in his hands. Rez over towards the jungle position. And plenty of util for this A execute available for the Brazilians here. This would be a great round to win.
Roland handled business for the first time they tried to flood his site. Bolt's bested him upon the second. This, his third opportunity as that A anchor, has plenty of support as well. So many smokes around. Extinguish reveals his position. Still can't finish off Vinny. A nice one dink to the dome, but Vinny lives on. Strafes over. Good spray. Head trick 1 and fall in a second. Nice kills. Rez as well on the way back in. Bolt loses control of jungle and puts it all onto Cello. Nice damage on the first spray. Hedrick brought down. Cello doing a lot, but Config from behind should have this one. A nice clean headshot from the Dane puts Jota locked in. Flames arrive, and so does the round for Nip.
Yeah, good stuff right there. And it was the unknown piece of Hedrick was the difference maker. Look, it was a little bit shaky, but he still gets 2.
Got it done.
It doesn't have to be pretty. He had his impact right there, and they will draw things back into a level score of 3-3. So NIP, they do finally break that streak.
Look how many smokes. I mean, this is by design, right? What, as an A anchor, like, your options were very limited. The fact that Hedrick did manage to be that unknown entity, managed to use those smokes to his advantage.
That's a very old execute.
Yeah.
We used to call that execute very good.
Put a date on it.
I used to run that back in 2014. There was maybe one smoke a little bit different there, but by creating that wall, we used to do that a lot, and it was to more guarantee the plant. To be honest, it wasn't. In modern Counter-Strike, with the way that it goes, I think it's good as a gimmick.
It's a heavy investment, right?
That's a small leap. Maybe they wanted the push. Okay. Well, either way, they will withstand that first fight. They can whittle them down here, but Cello knows he needs to make some room. We'll take down Config. The fights are going down everywhere.
Cello's really sharp. We got off on the right side of the bed today.
Well, the round has to completely change. The bomb's down towards T-spawn. Bolts has to get back and grab this. Cello and Fallen now on a bit of an island towards window. They have a lot of room to work with. NIP know that that space is given up, sure. They have the number advantage. They have the util advantage. And they're sitting pretty here as Brolin has taken a whole lot of liberties. Now, with Brolin's position, if he stays... Oh, he's going to get a chance against Bolts here.
Wow, Brolin, this is all him. 3 from the Swede.
Look, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting him to get that much early action. I was just saying this is a key position because if they do play more through mid, when you go in towards A from jungle and connector, Brolin's position up towards Palace is quite difficult to clear when in combination with Rez over towards Ticket.
Right.
So if
there you go. That's I mean, they finally fell him, but it's not going to really lead to much. With Cello, no smoke, and Fallen already tagged, this does get difficult. Hoping that perhaps Cello can retrieve... There's 2 smokes actually on ramp from that early aggress. They might be able to piece a round out of this. They've still got 30 seconds, and it is a passive hold. I mean, there's a perfect example. Thank you, Rushley. Passive hold. Alexi B just staring at the window to transition. Head trick is in the lower tunnel, and we've got ourselves some action. The smokes have been recovered. Fallen will start dumping util, trying to set Cello up for the final flourish. 13 seconds, though. Fallen wants to plant, needs Cello to cover. He might get it down. Okay. Round extended. Problems now, and it does. Nice. Fall into place for NIP without too much sweat on the brow. And Brolin would have liked to see that go that way. After finding 3 high-impact frags, it did look like Cello was at least able to make it a bit more competitive. A bomb plant's nice, get some extra cash for the Brazilian roster, but still doesn't look like enough to have a full AK round.
I'm curious with that setup if they had missed this molly or if they were going to push, because the way that Brolin was pathing their knife out, it looked like they wanted to go and fight, and the molly's more just like that sound cue to... Because your A defaulter is either going to be ramp or palace. He can't be both. And unless they were doing something A heavy, it was actually quite an interesting approach. They went fast through mid as well as had 2 guys come up and fight A ramp. So curious one there from Imperial, and well, they will suffer the consequences now. Cello,
bro.
yeah. That's a great little combo right there. They naded in towards that molly. So prepared for exactly that type of a move. Good stuff from NIP.
Yeah, stopped in his tracks twice, and that was the full investment as well. Cello just wanting to try and be the hero, make the space, and of course, once you get that opening, things can spiral. A Tech 9, a Deagle, flood the site, you take that space, and it's only gravy from there. That's a very good nade, straight down the gullet of Vinny. Forces the AK into someone else's hands. Unfortunately, Bolt's equipped with the Kevlar. Gonna try his luck again, but Headtrick's posted. He's already found it with the flames, and now a chance with the Zoom banger. Knocks one into Bolts, straight to the funny bone. Don't think Bolts is laughing.
Bit of airtime there from Mr. Headtrick.
Not too shabby.
Another one of these little geeks just nerding out on every little clipping that exists in the history of Counter-Strike. We'll see how that goes when we make it to CS2.
Yes, we will.
The relearning process is going to be a bit of a fun one here. And just going to pick them apart one at a time here. Peter, he has been out for some time, and so will Imperial. So a 2-round lead now. Double orbs. Double orbs, all right. Well, this is one of the keys with config, right? When I look...
Bang.
Yeah, you're screwed, mate.
Just, I mean, we all know how it feels, right? You just get put in sludge, and never mind sludge, but we're talking like radioactive. You're slow, you're burning. Nasty. A nasty way to go. And of course, I mean, I understand the thought process there from Cello. You can see it. He gets the spawn. He's feeling hot. He's hitting heads. And they just tried to do the ramp exploit speed. And then you're hoping your defenders are going to be operating under the assumption that's not going to be something you try immediately after, especially on a low buy.
Well, that's the mind games and a lot of these little jewels here that you're looking for. It's just, it's hard to put much magic in Imperial other than the fact we're in their home country, right? Because when you hear from Banks and them talking about we were on vacation, you know, we were taking a couple of weeks off because it's gutting to not make the major. We know that. We've definitely had that conversation, and we will be continuing to have that when different names enter the server throughout this event. But for them to get to, I think for FURIA maybe a little bit more so than Imperial because they're a contender at the moment in World Counter-Strike. But this event has so much importance behind it because it is in your home country. Now, we're going to see a bit of a mid presence from Rez here. Be flashed forward, and you can see again.
I just want to build upon that. It's not only were they on vacation, got the last minute, you up text, but they've only played 5 games against EU opponents. This is their 6th game against the European team.
Right, and that's what happens. When you're not the top of the pops in your country, it's difficult to be in the top of the pops as far as World Counter-Strike is concerned. We'll return again. This roster of Imperial have not played a European opponent, and, well, Headtrick forward. That's the bomb. Early call gets away. Brolin here. Oh, well, these guys are looking shook.
Yeah, with that bomb lost. Headtrick's happy to stick around as well. That's just a sign of confidence, sign of the times, with already 2 casualties for Imperial. It feels like this is becoming a bit of a recurring theme. That's clean. Headtrick gets himself a second, and the AWP's rattling off. The double AWP revealed as Config now just roaming around and looking to have some fun with it. A good alpha angle. Bolts catches Headtrick with his eye on the scope. Shouldn't be anything more to be said about this one.
I like the flash, sure, but...
Ooh, I would have liked that double Galil to the dome of Config, but an AWP certainly a little easier for the task. Config's posted up, and yeah, not going to be fun for Bolts at all. In fact, here he goes.
Hello, Governor.
Knife? You're not a knifer. Rez is not. Oh, you are. The audacity.
Are easy for Mr. Rez right there, and we'll keep growing in this scoreboard for NIP. Lovely stuff. Handling business. That's a gunny right there that's just gone down the gurgler for poor Imperial.
It's always a very good sign of life from a team when an AWPer takes his first aggressive foray in a best of one especially, and it is rewarded because he's going to start feeling a little bit more inclined to throw that into the mix over time. Look at the smiles.
And Headtrick's not necessarily that type of AWPer either. So if he starts finding a little bit of traction, it's interesting we haven't seen too much B pressure out of Imperial, considering that's where Alexi B's holding. They've tried to play through mid, they've tried to play in towards A a lot more, and right now this is very loud. Brolin caught off guard. We'll drop the smoke, and there you go, foul down.
The perfect insta-pop smoke. I reckon he could have been a bit more under pressure. And talking of pressure, that's a huge catch. Headtrick, smile wiped off of his face as a long-range Tech 9 catching that timing. Bolts, I mean, he's been playing Palace for years. The man knows how to find that timing. He's got that 6th sense.
Well, we're talking about B, and well, the B at the end of Alexi B's name is about to be tested here. Another Tech 9 with a frag. Config needs to find something, and on the jump, can't find the hand.
Nice wallbang tag.
They should pressure him. They know it's an AWP.
Oh, and now they know Rez is under as well.
They're going to rotate away. This one's going to get dicey now. They've been locked out.
They got time, but still Getting a bit stressful now. Rez is boxed in. Smokes himself for survival. Another one posted. Rez does catch Cello in mid. That is his exit path now. And talking of exit, they're on their way back to spawn.
Well, they know where both players are, right? They know Config's AWP was over towards B, and they know that Rez was locked out towards Underpass, but Config has enough time to rotate towards Ticket here.
Oh, Vinny. Vinny versus Rez is a big head-to-head as to how competitive this round can be for the Ninjas. Nope, knife out. Rez not ready. Oof, clean one from Vinny. And this, just a conservative half buy, and now Config trying to recover. A 1 versus 4 on his AWP. Opts for Hedrix instead. That looked like it was bang on the money, just a little too thick.
He's pinned. He has to go for it. Vinny's got the door locked behind him here, so Config may as well fight, but he doesn't know it. 3 shots left.
Maybe you could do some housekeeping. Just start chucking things as far as you can. Because otherwise all those AWPs, or at least one of them, is going to find its way into enemy hands. He's playing it as smart as he can. Knows the pressure's from behind, and there he goes. Wow, an incredible conversion for Imperial. And that will inject not only cash, not only a round, but also a lot of momentum.
Oh, maybe a little bit of a boo-boo here. I understand they want to get their hands into whatever guns they can as upgrades, but they've carried 2 AWPs across. Now, one's fine. This is a great shot from Cello here. Actually, round to find him, because if Brolin gets that kill, I don't think they have as much freedom. It puts less pressure on Rez. He's able to likely get away or stay towards that underpass position, maybe make a different play. So, good impact from Cello, but it has to be said that Bolt, again, with the opening through the Palace, onto... Oh, who was over? It was Hedrick this time, right? He was here, the AWP. So, he's found Brolin and Hedrick now. And they've been key frags and opening up a couple of these rounds now for Imperial. It's going to be a boost over towards short here. Hedrick's AWP B. And not a whole lot of mid presence in terms of searching for info. They're hoping to find them on the default crawl. And this is more of what we've seen from Imperial. You know, these default spreads.
Wow. Alexi B's got very strong toes. Just on his tippies. Holding the angle. Nice setup. I like that from Alexi and Config. We'll see how it gets tested, because it does look like action's coming their way. Going through their flow chart for mid.
Didn't quite stick the landing on that one, but, you know, the idea was there. Double AWPs. This is either going to go great for Imperial or very poorly here.
I mean, the angle from Alexi is going to be great, because, yeah, that's going to happen.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's really geeky.
Look up, bud.
And then as soon as they round the corner, willy-nilly, I would imagine, with, Vinny, perfect, down and out. Good trade from Fallen. Will he expect another? Molly might be safe yet. Not ready, back turned, and a good frag from Config.
That's so cheeky.
Setup, profits. And that's, ooh, a chance. Those AWPs could have connected. Cello gives it a good go. A wide swing straight out of the connector. Some combat AWPing, but lets it slip. Bolts trying to pressure Rez. He lets him know I'm not scared. And then back turned. Another 2 in the feed from Imperial. Bombs in mid. Config should save him. Config does. Puts the bomb on the floor with 10 seconds left. There's no time to plant. They just need the frags. And this is a 7th round for NIP.
Okay, that got dicey for a moment, didn't it? But they're going to call off the hounds right now, Imperial. Config, and well, I guess Alexi's little position as Bolt will find the kill, and maybe they were hoping they could have pressured for that final frag, but not enough time. An AWP retained here for NIP to get thrown across. Their cash is in a little bit of a sketchy position now. You've got a couple of members who are hovering in suboptimal buy positions, but that is a really, really cheeky setup right there. Great trade from Fallen. I think this is, and look, I understand, I know that the only guns available, that's why they picked up the double AWPs, but it makes a player, especially like Cello, less versatile, right? Imagine if he had a rifle in that position. He could have committed for that frag.
Probably hits on the dig as well.
Yeah, so that is a little bit sucky, but it's not the end of the world. This game is still on, only 3 rounds the difference, and this will be more B pressure now.
Yeah, good to see how Alexi B handles the pressure coming his way. Seems like he's got something in mind as well to delay. They're going on this. Alexi's going to be calling for help. Holds the angle, holds the spray. Vinny down early. And it's Config as well to contribute. 2 already from the Ninjas' defense and more to come. This is a flawless defense from the 2 of them. Even finding Jota's head, puts him on 10 HP. Finishes it with the nade. Brolin tapped into the communications and a clean defense. It does not get better than that.
Yeah, really well handled there. Great stuff, and it should see Imperial go into a bit more of a half buy. I say that, and maybe there's a bit of confidence to be found because those Tech 9s is one of the rounds that they got in recent history here. So it has been a spree 4, which was then broken by that Tech 9, and then 2 more now on the trot for the Ninjas. Just to note, Jota and Fallen, now on the CT side, they will be part of the mid-defensive pack, right? Fallen's AWP, as we discussed, light head trick can find itself everywhere, but, you know, connect the window short. Predominantly places you'll see him win the early round. Jota and Cello will be the short and connector players, and then you can have Bolts and Vinny on the extremities, locking down the A and the B bomb sites here. Still have a couple more rounds before we get there, and maybe that couple more rounds will be nice and quick. Brolin again from under the balcony. This is where he kicked off the half, and a double from head trick. Locks down 2. It's just going to be Vinny, last man standing, and coming from the underpass, maybe not detected just yet. Shouldn't be too long for the world as Config flobs a bit of a long-range spray. And you can see he wasn't happy with that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, happens to the best of us.
We've all been
Happens
there.
to the best of us. He's laughing now, but yeah. It never feels good. You know, you full commit, you had all the time in the world, but you just felt like, oh, maybe the spray is fine. The spray is fine. I just need to have one of the dings, one body shot.
I didn't like that very much. He's straight back into another AWP here.
Nah, I'm not a rifler anymore. I've changed my mind.
Yeah, this is the gun. Well, look, you can get 2 for 1. Yeah, I'd be having a bit of a laugh too. Definitely not the end of the world.
Nah, 9 rounds on the CT side and perhaps more to follow. Let's see what this one has in store for us. As Rez going aggressive, flashed off, doesn't get any information, but it goes both ways. Vinny was behind the boxes at the time. And posturing B again. This was, don't forget, the perfect B defense last time around. They gave this a go. Nice. Procedural set up from Alexi. Does he go for the jump peek? This is what Fallen's hoping for. Alexi aware. Playing it very considered. Fallen desperate to try and catch him out on any of these info jiggles. You can see he's playing it so considered. Ah, there you go. Gets the info, gets away with it. Config summoned. And repelled with a smoke. Okay. I mean, that was more like a fishing trip.
Yeah, they went looking.
Yeah.
They definitely dipped the rod in the water. They got a bit of a nibble, but it wasn't what they were looking for. And Cello's probably about to get a face full of lead here because he's quick changing and see you later, Alligator. Rez with the play through the underpass at about 45 seconds. You're not ready for that one whatsoever. Now scrambling Imperial.
Lovely off the flash. Still Jota adapts. Does hit the headshot, but one straight back. Advantage maintained. Alexi considering it. They might go for a triple swing here. Brawler swings out.
Alex, they're
Alexi's
fighting
there.
them in middle with 30 seconds left on the clock. You're not even getting to a bomb site. NIP could have just turtled up, could have given them the room, could have summoned them into crossfires. They went, actually, you know what? We can just shoot them.
Yeah, guys, if you want to go home, the quicker we fight them, the quicker we can go.
And then we have we get a best of 3 later in the day, sure, but it's sunny outside, it's about 30 degrees, it's beautiful, the food's great. You hear they're waking up at 7 a.m. going for morning runs on the beach. NIP are loving life right now. They're living their best selves.
I mean, exactly. We know Rez is a gamer goblin like all of us, but the fact he's getting up at 6 a.m., sun shining, smiling. I think the way Yanko put it is, you know, the air changes when you qualify. Things feel a little, ooh, lovely from Config. Snaps into Jota and he's still hunting for it. That was ambitious. And it's been punished by Cello, who's flying high for the boys. 4-on-4. What are you up to? Head trick, aggressive. Gets away with murder. Vinny looking the wrong way, not expecting a brazen peek like that out of the AWP. And everyone from NIP got the memo. This is our last round, and we're going to hit them with some pace.
They know they're better individually here, and I think it's showing right now in the CT half. 11-4, more than possible now. Brolin's flank onto Bolts will be coming in any moment here. Rez just has to stay alive. This round's done.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless you've got Bolts just hitting a swivel, Brolin hitting a config spray. Don't think that's happening. There you go. And a clean one into the side of the dome in perfect sequence of events that leads to a flawless defense. And there you have it, 11 in the bank. Ninjas in Pyjamas looking to start strong here at IEM Rio 2023. Ninjas in pajamas, fresh out of bed, and they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as we start our day here in the first day of IEM Rio 2023 with a head-to-head. We've got 2 games running simultaneously. The MongolZ taking on Natus Vincere. It looks like a close one going on the B stream. Check it out for yourself. Myself and Chatty B hanging out here with NIP, who've got themselves 11 up against just 4 from Imperial. We swap sides onto the defense for the last-minute addition and hometown heroes, who certainly do seem like they're a little in too deep. NIP,
look at those odds.
Thriving, and in one expert, doubting Imperial.
Yeah, 2 of the key rounds that Imperial picked up in that first half were through Bolts finding some great entries out of the Palace position, but other than that, all for naught. So we do turn our attention to what should be a bit of an A split here. So U-Tilt limped out over towards the connector position, and that will draw Config and Rez to get a bit of a boost going on into this window position, and you smell that? That's an entry frag for Config right here. Bullet to the back of the dome, and they'll accelerate in towards Vinny's position. He's stuck towards Ticket behind the smoke, looking for a little bit of something.
He could have got it as well, but Lexi very patient, very hesitant to go through first. Nice catch onto Config. Getting away, Holland clean on the P250. The equalizer in these long-range engagements. Rez makes it work with the Glock onto Cello. And yeah, limited options. Vinny just has to hit some headies. Brolin's gone too, and that's an opportunity with Alexi B. His bright dome shining a little too bright at the top of the box, falling with the elevation. Maybe another click could be coming through. Vinny trying to tidy up, and now is he ready for the range of Rez?
USP, this is perfect for Rez right now.
He's got one of his own. Hello, and goodbye. Rez, safe pair of hands to close, but getting a little sketchy. That 2v4 goes one-on-one.
Yeah, it looks close. I think that NIP may be getting a little bit overzealous in some of the fights they're taking. Very confident that they can just out-duel Imperial here, and that's going to be both pistols going in the favor of NIP, and we can return to how we started coming back from the break, talking about MongolZ versus NAVI, because the winner of this matchup right here will be taking on the winner of, well, that respective game later today in a best-of-3. And whoever wins that match will already be locked in for the playoffs here at IEM Rio for 2023. So a lot on the line coming up later today. The loser, of course, will play against the loser of that matchup, right? So most likely we see Imperial versus MongolZ. Now, we don't want to spoil the result. If you want to find out, twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO B.
Bang.
Too easy, isn't it? And here's the issue. And look, I don't besmirch Imperial for this. This is different teams' approaches. But in both halves...
Sorry, panicking. Okay, well, it's gotten nothing from that one. Nice catch from Rez before things did spiral, and a weapon baby just started to burrow out of Palace and behind enemy lines. But yeah, it's just Jota. And as you were saying, Chad.
When you look at the buying pattern, and I understand on the T side, you see teams do it more so when they... Nice kiss in the smoke right there. They do go for a bit more on the T side when they get the plant, as opposed to not getting the plant and then going for that full eco, right? Now, in both halves, Imperial, after losing pistol, have conceded and opted to start basically 4-0 down because they're not choosing to force buy, which, like I said, I'm not going to besmirch them for. That's the way they want to approach. But I remember I had this problem back when I was in-game leading for Renegades. Like, Azza would always be like, no, let's force buy, let's fight, let's show that like we can aim just as good as these guys. And I was more of like a by-the-book kind of, okay, I want the full buy.
Opportunity
I would like full utility, I'd like all the rifles. But at the same time, like, there's a reason that force buys can get so much done. Now, look, the buying system, as far as the loss bonus, was different back when I was playing. And now you get a little bit more money. So you can justify that decision a little bit more. But to concede that puts so much more pressure on where you're going right now. And you can see here that B stream, 11-9 in favor of Na'Vi.
Great to see Blitz has not lost anything. He's just still an absolute high flyer.
He's great, isn't he? He's great. Techno as well. Those are 2 very, very solid players over there for the MongolZ. But this round right here for Imperial, this is the game, right? If there's no resistance here, we may as well pack her up.
All right, well, pack it up, pack it in. Config begins.
Yeah, this kid's cream.
Lovely on the Mac 10. He had cash for more, but just wanted to charge and perhaps exploit some of those unarmored heads. Couple of just Kevlar vest purchases here for the CTs.
Bolts is about to be in a lot of trouble towards B here as well.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably play the fade. Jota, that is.
Yeah, well, they both are hoping for something here.
And slipping away, so as you discussed.
Look at Bolts on an island. He needs 2 kills minimum. He needs 2 kills on his own right now.
Now would be perfect. Yes. Yeah, no. Brother has found and thrown a heavy blow.
And now how do you retake this? You know Config was middle. You know Config was mid, so you can't push through mid. He's found himself into the M4. What are you meant to do? You want to retake into B after losing the site on one player? Because the thing is, if you're closer, you can respond and you can constrict just how much room NIP can take. But when Bolts goes down on his own, they push in, they can completely smoke off, they can get in towards market, they can push short, they can do whatever they want. And right now, it will be that save. And well, NIP know this, right? It's like, we can let them hold on to these rifles. It doesn't matter. It was way too easy. This was the opener, blind, Mac 10, dead. Turned into your death right there, Cello. And, well, Bolt's committed to that first kill, and Brolin will deal with it. There it is.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can't...
This is brutal.
You can't really be too critical of Imperial at this point because they are just truly being outclassed by the Ninjas in Pyjamas. I think they are at a real high point at the moment for this roster of 5. And getting to play Mirage up against Imperial. It is also standing out to me, that observation you made about the Mirage games and how all of them had been against domestic opponents as opposed to an EU team. So
it
NIP
makes it so easy.
Licking their lips.
It makes it so easy to go for that if you're NIP. And the results aren't even that great.
Yeah.
You know, they're okay. But that's the thing. If you're only measuring against domestic opponents, you know, you haven't even really been tested. So it's a no-brainer here for NIP. I love this here. You've got Rez working the B apartments, Brolin as your A player, and then you have the pack of Alexi, Config, and Headtrick to get your map control towards middle. And this is the thing. There was never any question with NIP in terms of the individuals and the firepower. It was just it looked so scattered. It looked like the players weren't on the same page. And this is one of the conversations that you need to have with your teammates. You need to... You really do. You need to...
Oh, that is unreasonable, Rez. Jiggles out bolts on what should be a guarantee if you do have someone committing through the B apartments. That leads to nothing but despair.
Look at what it's drawn.
Yeah.
Vinny and Jota both gambling over towards B right now to bolster Cello. Fallen playing retake O towards Ticket. There's a minute left on the clock right now, and Alexi playing in this very key component of middle can orchestrate where he wants this to be a finish. And if they just link up through connector, it's basically an open runway right now.
Unless Fallen and his M4A1S can deliver a multi-kill that feels compulsory at this point. Vinny's going to be denied by the Flames, cannot provide any support as they do time it perfectly through the connector. 4 members of Ninjas in Pyjamas barreling towards an isolated Fallen. Jota trying to help. Lovely find from Fallen. Now with the Flames subsided, he can have that Org support. And Alexi unable to provide too much with the hold from that Org. He's got 20 HP. They're getting the shots, getting the frags. It can't quite come down to Brolan. I thought Jota was going to finish it right there and then. Still grounds for a little bit of excitement. Yeah. Okay, Cello locks it in. And an important round to find. Cello with the triple.
That smoke was great, though, wasn't
it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it had the gap. It was perfectly timed. Well placed. Good teamwork there from Imperial. I thought they were completely out of position. So great stuff there to be able to pull it back. And NIP, that's probably the first frustrating round they've really had. There's been a couple of frustrating deaths. There it is. You see the smoke plume. Has multiple avenues there to look for finds up and over. Little gaps around it. Okay, well, now you're going to see NIP bring out all the stops. See if they can close this one down and keep it single digits for Imperial here as Fallen's Famous sounds off through the smoke. Tasty prospect for a fight as Brolin finds some damage on Vinny, who has to fire back here. It's good information to understand that the defensive setup on the A site is more forward currently, but it hasn't spurred NIP forward with any decision just yet. Still in this default spread, the 1-3-1.
Yeah, Cello and Jota with this crossfire for the mid hold. We will see that just dribble of utility exchanged. CT and T smoke towards connector, but nothing really in the friction department.
Brolin has a molly here, so let's see if he uses this towards the dark position, which is where Vinny currently resides. Vinny does not have a smoke available, so he will need... Well, I was going to say a flash from a teammate. There are no flashes from teammates, and luckily he's moved here, so this is well thought out from Vinny.
Up this close with that Org.
Half-life on this smoke is almost over as well.
Config's holding it. Yeah, distracted just upon the fade. Config bests him. That's a nasty death for Vinny. Starting to pull these teeth now. Heading into the site. Fallen needing impact on just the FAMAS, and that Brolin fight's not going to be easy against the AK. And Alexi B's is working just as well. 20 seconds. Going to be hard to stop that plant. Fallen, Cello, helpless. Bolts from short as well. Does chip further away. In fact, through the smoke onto Alexi. But options just seem like there's no good option in this round. I mean, like, saving sucks. Going for a retake and losing all your guns sucks. And so this one, yeah, just petering out.
It sucks when you're getting owned. There's nothing, and you feel helpless. What are you meant to do? Like in those, how many options does Vinny have in that scenario? And I don't hate the choice that he went for right there, because likely would have got caught in transition back. You saw the execute. They would have found him regardless.
What do you reckon's the game of the day today, Chad?
Oh, in the best of ones?
In the best of ones. We got.
If I'm going to be honest, I would say that the one that has the likelihood of being game of the day is probably FURIA Fnatic, even though FURIA are the favorites there in my mind. But I would like to say that Heroic 9 has a lot of potential.
It does,
because the way 9's victory at the RMRs to go like a 3-0 clean sweep, right? Not only just the best of ones, oh, that's great, but the best of 3 victory, it's legit, right? And if 9 can continue to build on that, and we can see more out of them here, that's great news for not only, well, Hades and co, but Polish Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Plus it's against Heroic. We always love watching Heroic play.
Dead. Oh, new robot! That was mad. 2 into the site. Give him a third. Bolts denies.
Pack it up.
Yeah, this one is absolutely donezo. Cooked. Medium rare is Bolts and only Cello. There's the 16-5 secure. That's Domination Stations. NIP waking up and absolutely starting with a bang. An explosion as they put themselves in the upper semis of Group A. A great start. And waiting to see who they'll be facing between NAVI and the Mongols.
Good confidence building win right here for NIP, building on that performance of just a couple days ago. They're going to be happy with that, whereas Imperial on the other side of things, short, the last minute call up, that booty call, you up, well, they're up, but they need to get in the server for later today. The best of 3, the elimination could be coming their way.
First match, well, I don't know how to put this, but a little bit of a non-starter there on the side of Imperial. Yes, in the best of one, that is going to hurt, it's going to sting, and it's going to bring all the things that we need to talk about full circle here at the Untitled Extreme Masters in Rio 2023. Not the start for Imperial that they wanted. I think that goes without saying, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely. I think that they couldn't really get any momentum going, unfortunately, in this one. Lost both pistols. I mean, fair to say they got completely dominated in every aspect, right?
Yeah, just as predicted, you know, NIP all the way. They had it from the get-go. I mean, but you could see, right, like a completely different looking team. That's what we've seen the last couple of tournaments, you know, even though Imperial seemed a little bit flat-footed, nothing you can take away from NIP. They had a clear game plan, it felt like, to put pressure on bolts, like, or pretty much on A, where it's going to be close ramp. A lot of times, you know, they seem to go for that play, and it worked out well. They had a strong CT side.
Yeah, you know, and the unfortunate reality is like you never really got into the game, though, for the side of Imperial. It seems as though, yeah, there were ideas to get into bomb sites on the T side, but never really manifested, Lewis.
Yeah, I think I mean, at the beginning of the match, did feel like they had a game plan. Fallen was trying to abuse the A-bomb site. We saw a couple highlights from bolts actually get a lot of entries on that A-bomb site, which definitely helped them to get those rounds. But then later on, once NIP figured out how Imperial was playing, like, we saw the amount of proactivity that they had on that CT side. They went for mid stuff, like managed to get mid control, and then we saw a lot of pushes mid round. We saw hat-trick with the up, playing close ramp, getting a lot of impact frags. It was really tough because, like, at that point in the game, when they kept trying to go A and they started losing the rounds, then I think it kind of became a little bit predictable that they would try to switch it up, and then NIP started to go towards middle, started to push underpass, and then B, and then I think it became a little bit too obvious what they were trying to do, and yeah, unfortunately they're not even hitting their shots as well, which definitely doesn't help.
But inversely, guess who was hitting their shots? Let's take a look at our Air Force Aim High players of the match. There's going to be two of them identified from the NIP side, Brolin and Headtrick. Headtrick goes 20-8 for the KD, so obviously he was doing his part. Opening duels for the side of Brolin, he was having a good time with those, and multi-kills a flurry. Yanko, does some of that play into what we're looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see if you're NIP, right? Like, your young players, your young guns really owning it, Trace.
Yeah, okay, so what are they going to be owning over here?
Well, this is going to be an example of a round. You know, it comes down to two things. The call, is it good? And what's the execution like? So this is right after Imperial won a round with pistols. You can see the money for both teams. It's pretty low, so it's one of those swing rounds we call crucial rounds. So let's play it out, see what's going to happen. You can see from Imperial pretty much like they're focused towards the B bomb site. There's those two smokes for short, for window. They're just faking default at this point. And for them, I mean, if you look at it now, you look at the radar, like, look how the CTs are positioned. Like, this is the situation you want to have. Config is all the way up towards window room. This is Alexi B, he's on his own. The rest of the players are towards A. So this is a good situation. I think the only problem here is the execution is poor, right? Like, you're going to see now, they're delayed a little bit by the Molotov. Fallen has this smoke. This is going to be for short right here, so that's going to cut off vision for Config, but there's only two flashes coming in from Fallen. That's the problem. Alexi isn't going to be blind here. Vinny understands once he sees this smoke, he knows where the smoke is coming from. He tries to go in fast. Alexi gets him jumping through the roof, and then, you know, Config gets one more kill, and the round is going to completely fall apart, even though they were basically 5v1, you know, and you're saying, oh, why don't they wait for the smoke? Where you can't really wait for that smoke to pop, because then you could be stopped by incendiaries, by counter utility from the CT. So I don't blame them for that, but you needed a bit extra on the flashes so you can create that space, you can push the bomb side, you can trade with Alexi, and then also Config is going to be smoked off, and you have even a 3v4 post plant. That's pretty good, that's winnable. Instead, the round completely falls apart, and Imperial loses that crucial round.
What do you think Rez is thinking about what you're saying in this moment?
I think he's thinking about that walk he had this morning next to the beach.
6:30 a.m.
Yeah, read a book on life, and he's figured it all out, Trace.
Yeah, it looks like he's in the saddle right there, no doubt in my mind. Come on back, Yanko. Let's have a bit more of a discussion over here around the entirety of the tournament. Obviously, there's several games going on at any given time here, and we're playing them simultaneously between two streams. So, what did that lead us to when it came to NAVI and the MongolZ?
Well, NAVI and the MongolZ was very surprising, right? That the MongolZ actually they played it very tight against NAVI. We managed to see a few rounds while we were watching this game, and I think it was way too close for comfort for NAVI. For the Mongol side, I mean, being able to put up these amount of rounds against Navi, actually make it competitive. I think towards the end of the game, I think Navi figured it out and managed to close it out, but it was very tight. At some point, I think it was 11-9 or something like that, the score.
Yeah.
So could have went really bad for Navi.
Yeah, but then we see the same Navi that's got like the bomb boosting, maybe simple up on catwalk when they have all the side. You know, like there are just two different gears that they're finding themselves in. And for the Mongols, the gear they have to shift into now is with Imperial in the lower bracket, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be rough. I'm sure Imperial is looking for some revenge for their brethren, right, from Katowice. MongolZ was playing under the IRC banner at the time, knocked out FURIA in the play-in tournament. So, yeah, I think for Imperial it was very unfortunate. You know, didn't really seem like they were in the game at all. I don't know if there's going to be some changes within the team after what happened, right? You could hear it from Fallen that they were planning to go on an extended break because they were playing for a long time, spending a lot of time on the server preparing for the RMR and whatnot. So, yeah, they're playing that game later today, if I'm not wrong. So, we'll find out pretty soon, Trace.
Yeah, somebody's going to learn today, and it might just be you.
Someone's going to find out.
Somebody's going to find out, and they might mess around and do just that. For us, though, we go to a break. So we come back, we can talk about everything that is the big MOUZ game. That's right. Berlin International Gaming taking on MOUZ when we return.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hedrick, my man. How you doing, bro? Good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you too. I'm good.
You got a big smile on your face?
Yeah.
Getting to the last major in CSGO?
Yes. It's like, we're just so happy that we managed to qualify, and like now it's some good time here in Rio. It's like really nice to be here. It's my first time here, but it's really good.
And this is what's crazy for you. This is like a whole new journey, right? Of all this traveling and going from where you were on the NAVI junior days to here on NIP. But are you more stressed now?
No, like not at all. I'm just trying to enjoy the journey that is happening. So.
Now I want to ask this: who do you share a room with in your team? Who do you partner up with?
We have single rooms.
Oh, look at that! Okay, this is flexing now. No more sharing rooms.
Yeah, we have always single rooms.
Okay, they've got upgrades. I see this. You're living. You know, in the old days, they used to have to share.
Yeah, like previously I left. I was living like with Brolin, but now we have single.
Is that because Brolin's not a good person to sleep with? Does he snore?
No, he's not snoring. Like it's fine.
And overall, Rio, you know, you said you haven't been here before. How are you going to balance CS between this amazing view and going outside?
I think it's very important to switch up because when we have like games, we always try to focus a lot. But it's always important to reset and to get some like sun here and to swim maybe. So it's just really nice to be here.
What's the one thing that you really want to do while you're in Rio?
I want to visit the statue, you know,
yes,
of the
Christ Redeemer.
Yeah. And to swim.
There's a big boss. Oh, look at him! Look at him! How did I know? I knew you two would have this great relationship, mate. How are you?
Give him some love.
I am. That's what I've been doing all the time. My boy.
We're happy. We're really good. I won't steal James from you.
No. I'm stealing you because I have a question for you.
Okay, come.
You eliminated Astralis. How good did that feel, mate?
That was
revenge.
That was unreal. Yeah, it felt so good. But it also felt a little bit sad, right? Because it's the old teammates, but it had to be done.
You don't want to lose. You're not going to show, my friends, I'm going to let them pass. But you do feel like you feel more of a beast in that mode? You feel like extra motivated?
Yes, for sure. It definitely gave me blood on the teeth, and I was so ready to do anything to win that game.
Yeah. Now, Rio, a bit of a balance here between relaxing, CS. How are you guys going to manage it?
I think that after the RMR, we are way less stressed. I think that we gained a lot of confidence, and we believe in our team again. I think everybody was like, we're losing all important games and stuff like that. So I think that, I think we're going to show who NIP really is now.
Oh, okay, you're going to show who the NIP really is, but you're not going to hide anything ahead of the major, not anything like that? You're still going to be full force?
We are going to win as many games as possible to get confidence up, and I think that's our main goal, just to play as much as we can and do as good as we can.
Now, tell me this, Config, you've done many media days. What's your least favourite thing to do on media day? What do you hate doing?
Talking to you, James.
Oh, fuck you then.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it?
Now, of course, we do get situated for the next game of the day, featuring that of MOUZ taking on BIG. That's Berlin International Gaming for short. Now, obviously, we look at two different teams and two different wavelengths when they walk in this arena today. For MOUZ, it is one where they did find themselves taking down FaZe just recently and was the best of 3 on LAN. So they've got something in the tank. Now, how exciting is the MOUZ Sports team? I don't know. We're going to have to talk about that in due time. My name is Trace, and I'll be leading the charge here on the desk for the time being. And, of course, alongside of me would be Peacemaker. And then Y&K down on the end, as if they needed introductions, as if I need to go through their accolades. What we can go through is Berlin International Gaming. Everyone else has, so why can't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel a little bit bad for Big. I had them making it out of that RMR group, not necessarily because, they're playing insanely well, but because Big always finds a way when it comes to the majors and the qualification process. And I think it's very unfortunate, the draw that they've had, and some of the opponents that they've had to play in that RMR. It's been rough.
And for them as well, I think that more than ever, not making it to the major, and after these last results from them, they have to do great here if they want to stand a chance to qualifying for Cologne, for example, right? Like playing at home for them, I think it would be a massive disappointment if they don't make it through. So for them, I think more than ever, they have to step up their game and do great here.
It's kind of a harsh reality of it too, like that. It wasn't all that long ago that we were watching Big up there on the stage with a little bit of Smooya and then all the other good fixins that go along with that. But now, the Big clan that we're seeing right here, we see Searson. We just significantly have a different lineup now.
Yeah, not here anymore, right? And then people will, and that was by his own volition, Trace, that he sort of benched himself, and then Big has to figure it out. They bring in Hype from the academy team, and man, he's impressed in a sense of, I think the expectations were pretty low. I think he surpassed them. He's been delivering impact. He's been delivering good numbers for them, but it's still not enough. They haven't been together for long enough to be able to overcome some of the obstacles. They lose to 9 in a best-of-1 at the RMR in overtime. Then they play Vitality. They lose to Vitality in a best-of-3, NIP in a best-of-3, and then Cloud9 in the last chance qualifier. Like those are all the teams they lost to, except for Cloud9 in the end, were the teams that made it into the major.
Yeah, and on the other hand as well.
I think Heroic's playing as well soon.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm like, man, who the hell's screaming? Why are we screaming all the time? I don't know. What's up, Lewis?
In the other hand, I think we have to talk about tabseN as well. I was actually taking a look on his performance the past 3 months, and it's just because we have such a high expectation on that guy because he's been playing insane, right? We all know what he's capable of delivering, but lately, and surprisingly, he's the worst rated player past 3 months for that team. And when you talk about Big and the firepower and the amount of roster changes they have, I think that definitely took a toll on him, probably having to figure out all the roles, how they're going to be playing. Suddenly you don't play with Searson anymore, and then you have a new AWPer who definitely needs experience, needs time to progress, and then also they're trying to play all 7 maps apparently.
Of course.
So that's
always helps.
Yeah, always helps. So it's been hard for him, and I think for Big they need tabseN to put up big numbers as well. He's a very important player for them.
Tapson putting up big numbers. I love what you did there. That really did kind of fully illustrate everything I need to know about the Berlin International Gaming side. Just kidding. Crimbo's got some words for us. What's up, Crimbo?
Big are going into what could be considered maybe the toughest opening best-of-1 match, and I want to start on the fact that you guys have had a pretty rough couple of days, mate. It's the travel delays you had, flight issues. How are you guys as a team feeling mentally?
I mean, we're feeling good actually. Of course, I think it's the toughest loss, or like toughest. How do I say time right now? Not making the major instantly, like one day after you fly to the next tournament, and yeah, it's like if you don't do the major, like it's even more important now. Like these events, I'm in Brazil, such a big event. So I mean, but the mood is good. We're feeling good, and yeah.
But you only arrived in Rio like 12 hours ago. Normally I wouldn't be accepting excuses from players, but that's a pretty good reason to not be feeling good. But you still say things are fine.
I mean, everything is good. Like, game is feeling really good. The mood is good. We even did we had time to make preparation and stuff like that. So I think everything is good.
That's really important and positive for you guys as well. Now, in terms of importance, how important is this event for you guys? The winner can qualify to Cologne, you know, also the ESL Pro Tour points. This has become a bigger deal for you now?
Yeah, definitely. Like as I said, if you don't do the major, like these events are kind of more important now. So yeah, we give our best. Like we win 2 matches here on playoffs directly. I mean, we got a really tough bracket. MOUZ and the winner is Heroic or 9. So yeah, like it's not going to be easy, but we have to grind.
And how do you rate MOUZ at the moment? A good competitor for you?
Yeah, definitely. Like always, I would say it's for us the most domestic matchup. Kind of team terms, like the org was German. I mean, the org is German, the team isn't anymore. So yeah, and the history, like it's always great matches, and they're good form right now. They many good teams like kind of struggled at the MR, but they beat FaZe in the 2-2 game, I think it was. So they're good right now.
Well, let's see if we can get the job done. Crimbo, thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Yeah, I don't think he's shying away from the obvious there, that MOUZ are on a good one right now. They've got to be feeling good in the MOUZ camp, but for Big, is this a case of identity? Again, do we see that kind of happening within the confines of Big?
Well, I think for Big, it's not like the Cloud9 story. Like, obviously, they're disappointed with the RMR, but they don't have any time to feel sorry for themselves, right? Like, they're one of those teams that's around the top 10 mark. Well, actually, they're ranked 19 right now in the world, but you want to get those points. I don't think they'll win this event to qualify for Cologne, but they want to win a couple of best of threes, get some points, move up in the rankings so they can be there for that tournament and just sort of bounce back after what was a really rough RMR.
Yeah, and I'm looking at you, Lewis, because, you know, with the videos coming out in the best of 1, why are we playing Overpass?
Well,
that's a good question, Trey.
Just a guess. I just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question because actually none of those teams are really comfortable on the map or very popular from being good teams on the map. And I think for the Big side, I think I would put them as slightly favorites in this one based on just the last results on it. And actually, if you look at the HLTV, you can see that the stats might look great, but both of these teams, I think they played the map 4 or 5 times past 3 months. So it's not like those teams will have answers to pretty much everything that's going to happen. So, and this is, as Crimbo said in the interview, there's this rivalry going on between MOUZ Sports and Big back home from being a German organization. There's actually more on the line than we expect. And yeah.
Well, let's do this then. What map would have made sense here if we did go look past Overpass, Yanko?
I think Big was expecting Vertigo. I think in the end, MOUZ vetoing Vertigo, letting Overpass through, that could have been a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, interesting that we see Overpass with these 2 teams. For MOUZ, also an interesting RMR. They were down 1-2. I mean, with losses on Vertigo and Ancient to teams like Falcons and Bait, those are neither of those 2 teams made. So it was strange. Then they played VP, who was, I don't even know what was going through their heads and the decisions they were making. And in the end, 2-2 game against FaZe, and they take care of business. So again, another team that probably wants to ride that high and keep building up momentum.
So tell me, in this world that we live in, not some fallacy or some foreign planet that doesn't exist, Lewis, who's going to win this game? Is it MOUZ Sports? Is it that easy?
I don't think so. I think this is a very fair matchup between both of them. Both of the teams are around the same level. We actually saw Gabi giving a lot of instructions back there, like with his book, and everyone was paying attention. So I think for the big side, they had close series at the RMR, but I have to give props to MOUZ Sports for qualifying for the major. I think they have a young team with a lot of potential. We saw what Exertion is capable of pulling against that phase matchup, right? Like, and I think the individuals on the MOUZ Sports, I think they could make a bigger difference in this one.
And Exertion is great. He's been playing great, but let's not forget about who's the best player on that team.
Yeah.
And that's Frozen. And he has been playing lights out this year in the last 6 months, you know, ever since this iteration of the roster came about. And still a very young player, has been around for a while, but you know, he is the driving force of that MOUZ team.
We're going to see if that comes true, Yanko. Obviously, we have to sit back and kind of relax and watch this matchup. It is Overpass. It is a best of one, and it is going to determine who moves forward in that bracket. It makes their life just a little bit easier. It's big taking on MOUZ Sports at Rio.
Thank you very much, fellas. I'm ready for this one. I'm hyped for this one. Big MOUZ in some way. Yes, a German head-to-head, of course, iconic and historic German organization, MOUZ. And, of course, packed to the brim, full of talent. Big, let's see what they've got for us. Starting on that T side. Chad, you've been taking a look, and in terms of expectations for Overpass, the desk already breaking down how unlikely you'd expect in a best of one.
It is unusual, and in best of ones, it bang on right there. Having this conversation of a bit of a bogey map coming through is unusual. So let's see how this one pans on out here. As we do start with 2 pairs of Julies, one for Exertion, one for Torji. Well, Torji's a connector, Exertion's a short, so they want to munch up, but they're not going to get any action as all 5 from Big have made their way up long. There's U-tilt to boot, and their first port of call will be Frozen, lingering on the stairs of the upper bathrooms here.
Let's see what Frozen's got for us then. He's going to be taking intermittent peeks and going forced out by the decoy. Still hits a headshot, but Keto flattens him. Good start. Good trade. Territory lost and information gained.
Well, good use of a decoy there on the pistol round to simulate a flash there. Still able to keep things level, but now they're in full control of the bathrooms, but pinned on in. Torji will clear out connector momentarily. JDC taking glances towards long, and Dexter, he's starting to rotate back over towards B here. So there are questions on this A defense right now because they are coming.
Oh, that's one shot. JDC wishes he hit. Now gets info and a great headshot onto Crimbo. Flashed off, still alive, will be run down. Opts for long as the flank comes through from Torji. Good opportunity, takes down Faven. And that's the bomb gone as well. Big, they need Keto to hit a heady, but he does not only find the one onto Dexter, clears out truck and scoops up the bomb. Will he be allowed to get into the site? Torji might have other plans, and it's a big frag back from the Hungarian. Awkward for Tabson.
Has to force this, has to get the bomb. He needs them to fight him. He can't just hope for the peaks, but Torji will oblige right now and finds that third and final frag of the pistol round here. So MOUZ will grab this. Now, I want to kind of frame Overpass a little bit different to what people are used to with traditional maps of Counter-Strike, like a Mirage. I could have a conversation and throw a nuke in that pool. But when we're looking at Overpass, this map right here, T rounds, if Big get 4, par for the course, right? So every round they go on the T set, any position they have MOUZ where they can break their economy, it's an important point of the game.
Which is exactly why, and we just saw a very considered Big T-pistol, but like T-pistols on Overpass can be the difference maker when it comes down to a best of one on Overpass. That T-pistol can lead to 2 or 3. That could be, you know, 75% of the par.
And that's why now this follow through with Big, who I don't expect them to force buy here. They do things by the book. No, not at all. So this is why the decision, if they decide to force buy, which is not traditionally in the Big playbook, could have a lot of ramifications, right? Because then you're allowing MOUZ to likely get a clean 2-0, and then that first gun round becomes a big conversation. But while we have a bit of a technical timeout here, I love that interview from Crimbo. The show must go on, right? It was highlighted there that there's an opportunity to qualify for Cologne. How well they do at this event here will help them in the world rankings, even if they don't win the event. There's also the Intel Grand Slam kicking off. We've got CS2 at some point when we do make that transition over. The game's not ending, right? We're going to continue, and everything is pointing in that direction here. And I love the mentality from Crimbo coming out, who has been a high flyer for Big in recent times. Something that I wanted to bring up as well. Hyped, the man right next to him here on the screen, taking over from Sirison, has been in this team for about 2 months. They played 67 maps already. Wow. 67 maps already.
So they're playing more, like on average, more than an official a day.
It's crazy, right? So we've got BH, which is before Hyped, and we obviously have AS, which is after Sirison, right? So that's the 2 life cycles of this team. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So they have taken the conservative approach as expected here, so they should be farmed up. A kill would be great for Big 2. That would be a dream. A plant, I think they'll be celebrating.
Let's see how far this one goes.
Are they going to try and go A and let the bomb plant B? This is a classic strategy.
Honestly, this is like my kind of call. This is what I like to see. I don't expect JDC or Exertion to fall foul to this one, but it is a bit of a matchmaking wonder strat. And when you've got nothing, truly nothing, I mean, a Desert Eagle, great. Keto equipped with that.
Splurging, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he had a couple of extra frags, you know, spent his pennies, and now they've
Dexter
been
needs
spotted.
help me.
He hasn't seen the bomb, and JDC, I'm just looking at that dot. I'm looking at 0 on that mini-map. That's all I'm interested in here. And there goes the hopes.
Hey, boys, we got the bomb. It's down in Monster if you want to come on over.
Oh, here we go. Look. Oh, so much cash. Just a lovely, tasty $1,200. And he wants more. Thank you very much. Exertion puts himself on the board. First 3 frags we've seen from him, and 2-0 to start.
Now, there's a question. He has 5k right now. He could drop an AWP across to Torji if they want to get that out early, and that's not going to happen. He's already invested in nades. So we'll cancel any of those possible conversations. What is curious, though, is Big are going to buy up, and Hyped is going to operate here with a scout. Now, we understand the importance of scopes on a map like Overpass, and it's going to help with map control. A tag is going to be worth its weight in gold because the buy from MOUZ, right, it's this bonus. You got the Famases in the mix. It's only 1 M4. So right now, Big have the weapon advantage here going into round number 3.
Yeah, these scouts just need tags. And it seems for now, Torchi's happy to go aggressive as well up on long side to take that control they're going for. What was essentially 3 members ready for any early action on this fountain. He's overstepped the mark and down he goes.
And there's the M4 gone. So now they're going to have to get this done with the weaker weaponry here. Now, Frozen has actually started over towards A with Dexter and Torji, the traditional A defenders. Frozen is the rotator player, and then you have the combo of Xertion and JDC locking down B. And, well, that combination is playing for info right now as Big are trying to take back long. Flashed off. Dexter doesn't drop, but still gets a tag and gets away with it. Okay. Could have been much, much worse.
A full equivalent exchange, yeah. Just 2 scout bullets. Both now lodged in their adversary, and Exertion's going for something a little naughty.
Well, they can't go back. I like the push.
Yeah, it's going to do something, especially if his teammate had found that one. Frozen feels a little hard done by with just 7 HP left on Keto.
That nade might do it.
Not enough. And Dexter, yeah, nice work from Hyped. A nice swing into the angle, and it's all good in the Big Clan hood. These AK's converting, and it seems like Crimbo's ready for Xertion. Yeah, lovely.
Really nice round.
That doesn't really get any better than that. And you talked about the value of T-side rounds. There's even more value in T-side rounds clean. And that one is almost spotless.
And they didn't invest or make those upgrades, right? I mentioned that Exertion in the previous could have dropped an AWP across. Right. He decided to stick with the MP9 and just go for nades. Well, now MOUZ are actually just going to go for a half buy here because Frozen, Dexter, and JDC don't have enough for a full buy. And as we mentioned, T-side rounds, if Big can get 4 or 5, that's great, right? I don't actually, 5's a dream. 4 is great. 3 or 4 is what I should have said. So this is a really good opportunity for them to build in early. So how much more pressure can they apply here? Again, on their default spread, Crimbo holding B, favoring the connector player, Keto, Tabson, and Hyped as the map control pack over towards A. And well, a 4-man lean from MOUZ early with a couple of these pesky pistols. It will just be Torji with a 5-7, jiggling for some information. But it has been predominantly A from Big in these first 4 rounds. And we have to wait and see how that plays into this, because there's one curious thing with both of these teams and their approach on Overpass, a map that is towards the bottom of the map pool for both of them. But they both play their in-game leaders towards A, Tabson and Dexter, and obviously their AWPers, Hyped and Torji. Which normally the in-game leaders find themselves in more rotator roles. Right? They're the guy who tends to be dipping back between both of the sites here. So in this case, it will be Frozen and Keto, I believe, filling those roles. But Crimbo having a little bit of a looky-loo here, and this is where the stack was only moments ago. So MOUZ are fully rotated over towards A, and they should be able to waltz on in. A barrel's molly lands. Crimbo stretches his legs, and this is a great position to find yourself against an eco or a lighter buy. It's a really good position to aim at with that AK. A lot of favorable jewels that you can find, and they're in. So the bomb will be called back over. They can fortify this as MOUZ look for whatever they can. The tail of this.
Oh, Keto, he's starting to lick his lips because he knows the likelihood is he's going to hear a stampede of footsteps. Oh, actually, catch an early flak, early damage does dispatch of one. They're going to try to surge forward, and he handles it very well for the 3rd, and down. AK-47 falls into enemy hands, but the damage inflicted, bomb and round secured. And Big Clan already kind of halfway there, in terms of a successful T-side. Chad's already set that line in the sand very clearly.
Which is now needs to start seeing responses from MOUZ going forward, right? They need to start locking things down on this CT half. And look, this game could play differently than most Overpass matches do, but if you have been watching Tier 1 Counter-Strike in recent history, it is the CT sides of Overpass where you're looking at like 10, 11, 12, and the T sides is about clawing it back and trying to get anything.
Definitely. I mean, the double-digit CT side starting to become very much a trend.
I think Overpass T side is the hardest T side in Counter-Strike.
Do you think that's a natural product of the size of the map?
I think that definitely has something to do with it as well, but there's also very limited options. And when you go for map control on the T side, the map is so vast that you can't cover everything. There will be gaps that start to manifest where the CTs can play for info. You know what is curious here? Just a little bit of history for everybody. Last time these two teams played was back at the Major, where Big actually beat MOUZ in a best-of-1. So we're back in Rio. Maybe Big can do it again.
Time to find out. Torji hyper-focused. He's got support. This aggressive CT setup.
You can see the gap, though, and it's being exploited right now from Big. They're just gallivanting right now up long. Look at all the space that Keto's taking. So this is normally on a bit of a timer, and I think they've played ahead of that timer because they've been very laissez-faire about the space and the noise that they've made.
I think it might have been Faven playing that Guardian pixel gap, so he saw like one, if not two, towards the underpass.
Torji's going to get a shock here, I think, Alex.
He's in a bit of a hot water.
Yeah,
oh, he's getting away with it. Straight away, goes for the repeat and a scout tag to punish. He's alive and kicking, and so are Big Cannon's chances of a third consecutive. On the way in now. Flashes to support. Keto to take bank, and Dexter already spanks onto Tabson. From behind is Faven. He could be set for success here. Dexter trying to focus his attention towards the site, disrupt the plant, can't find much. A tag already from Hype. His scout has connected twice, and now the finishing blow from Faven.
Should be traded here. Exertion needs to find this. No, he's not going to do it. Double up from Faven. That's the round. They have to save.
GDC doesn't seem interested in saving. He wants blood, and he does deliver a headshot.
Oh, the plant.
Yeah, back turn onto Keto. Good find from the tight corner. Should see a trade from Torji. And it's Hyped with a scout with a chance to finish. You can't hit the jump shot. Flash off, and he finishes the job. Only one-on-one. Light on time. No kit. No hope, and Hype looking for the close. It's perfect work from that scout. He only has one frag, make it two, but he hits every shot he takes in that one for a third in a row on Big.
And he goes down with the bomb right there, but this is great. They have 10K and a couple of players right now from Big to invest. MOUZ have lost those 3 consecutive rounds that you're talking about there. The fact that Long has been abused will now have to play into the game. They will have to send someone Long early to make sure that those plays can't come on through. And the fact there was no trade here, it was difficult, right? Faven playing in the divider position, turns on a dime, takes an Exertion, and I think that is the difference maker of the kill. Sure, the pressure early was great. You saw Torji get caught off guard completely, and Cyclone is going to call a timeout here to have a bit of a chit-chat, because this is a problem, because now Big are the ones who are controlling the tempo of the game. So MOUZ are the ones who have to decide, well, how are we going to stop this? And a way to do that is like an aggressive CT maneuver where you just stand and bang and you hopefully win and either put them into a mid-round or just obliterate them at the start. But Big are controlling the tempo and the pace of this, and it's great to see. I want to dip back into, well, not ancient history, but history of that Rio Major as well. MOUZ, they made it to the semi-finals last time they were here with this very roster. So I'm sure they were hoping to get back into another playoff appearance. And they are in a group where, well, anything could happen. We do have, I have to open up on Dexter. We have 9 taking on Heroic, right? And the winner of these 2 respective matches will be playing for the later. The losers, as we discussed with our previous best-of-1, same scenario. And I think that a second-round matchup against 9 or Heroic, I haven't even checked how that B-Stream game is going right now, is going to be difficult regardless. Both of those teams in the Legends stage for the Paris Major.
Hold your horses. Exertion's got an AK. And a very hot hand. It's actually ice cold. He's got...
It was a good idea.
He needs those hand warmers. Bring them back. But yeah, no, all good. Well handled in the end there, just the one casualty. Big do find 4 and find it early. I mean, we understand that Cyclone called that timeout to remind them.
Oh, look at Crimbo.
Oh, he's being
they're happy with how things are going. I like this kid. He's got a bit of swagger about him, doesn't he?
I feel like he is going to be not only a franchise player for Big, but he is going to be, you know, the new beacon of light for German Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. With the way he's been playing as well. And that's the thing, when don't look at Crimbo and we go nuts about his mechanics, it's about his decision-making, like the way he plays in the clutch.
You've seen his clutch recently
exactly.
as well?
Exactly. That 1-on-5.
Yeah.
Anubis as well.
Dude.
It's your licking your lips, doesn't it? Look at this. So MOUZ trying to play ahead of this, expecting after all of these A maneuvers, Big to try something a little bit quicker over towards B. That won't be the case. Crimbo will be warded off with the spam, down to 30 points of health. So MOUZ have started with a 4B opener. And Dexter, the only man on A right now, is that canary in the coal mine.
Yeah, just wanted to reiterate as well, that B stream is very easy to access. You know, tabs exist. Some of you are rocking that dual monitor. Just throw it up. It's ESL_CSGO B. Just throw a second letter of the alphabet at the end of that URL, and you can have both rocking and a rolling. As that game is, it looks like it's equally as close as ours.
You can see this decision being made right here, but they need info because A, they don't have a whole lot. The B hit hasn't come through yet. Toshi's searching forward. Will free up the rotation of Frozen, who is already back over towards A. JDC being quite low is problematic here, as of course Big with some geeky nade lineups.
This is a really avant-garde post from Torji, and you can see Tabson is not prepared for that.
Good opener. That's what Torji does best with the AWP, right? He's definitely not finding the same impact as other top 10 AWPers, but if you can find openings, that's key.
Especially given what we've been talking about. MOUZ looking to find a way back into control.
Well, they've rotated him away though, Alex. JDC's low on the site. Exertion disconnected from this. If they walk through Monster, JDC might just fall on over.
Oh yeah, with that HP, I mean, he's at such a significant disadvantage. What is JDC to do? Oh, spotted, gets the info, but he's going to be run down, still contributes. Frozen finds the double bomb loose and needs to play for time. They have to plan. They've got 20 seconds. Crimbo has no health, and I think Faven's got no hope in this one.
Going to be the save here on the AWP for Crimbo at least. If Faven can do some damage, another kill would be great. Holding onto the AK is also fine, and can't find that damage. So Exertion deals with it. Will scoop up himself a bit of an upgrade here, and that'll be it. So MOUZ finally breaking the streak of 4 consecutive now.
Great from Torji to start, but could have very well spiraled out of control if it wasn't for Frozen.
Yeah, that rotation, I think as soon as Torji goes down, he was hightailing her over towards that B side of things. I was just trying to follow his dot on the minimap, and as I looked towards that JDC fight, he appeared from the heavens. So bit of a godsend right there for JDC.
Yeah, got there quick enough. It was all about just his read and pacing. And of course, that's a picture painted by the comms. This is what we're talking about here.
Just in time, isn't it? And you can see that angle he's holding as well. So well handled.
Yeah, a couple of seconds on that, and the bomb goes down. You've got an awkward retake on your hands. Very well handled in the end.
But Big is still in the driver's seat here, Alex. If they're able to win this one back, they send MOUZ into that tumble dryer. CT side, the economy, everything costs just a little bit more. You got to pay taxes.
See how far they get with this one. Torji's trying his luck at this again. There's long aggression. He loves this angle, and there's a good reason for it. 2 for 2 in openings, as he seems to have taken the memo of taking some early aggression. Cut Big Clan out of the round early. Operating at a large disadvantage now. Xertion finds Crimbo. 2 of the sharpest tools of the Big Clan shed now dulled. And a good one out of height. Quick snap towards the Monster player. Mainly lull them into the false sense of security about that Monster push upon the smoke fade. And JDC still occupying that. Frozen's rotated in and done so deep. Want to go off the flash.
It's hard to brute force your way into this. Heaven smoke to be lined up, a flash as well, and he can molly for barrels if he wants.
Frozen. First contact. Need 1, gets 2. JDC provides the support and hype despite the great shots and hopes of more.
You see the flashes there as well, so I'm not sure how badly blinded they were by that. There's always opportunities where you play with the second flash and you're turning as you come in, right? And you get partially blind, but that could be part of their pathing with a pop like that. Regardless, they won't break in, and they will just have to walk away with Hype's orb again. Now, there is still a little bit of cash left over for Big here, when you're going to see the loss bonus of, what are we looking at, 1900 coming through into the next. So Hyped can drop. There should be enough for Faven and Crimbo just. A conversation of another buy, it still exists. Now, we did mention, 4 rounds being pretty good on the T side, but if you start the game 4-2 up and then you lose the half 11-4, it doesn't feel good going into that halftime break. So they will need, 1 or 2 more rounds scattered, and then you'll be very happy.
No, I'm just putting myself in his shoes. He's had 2 opening deaths, back-to-back rounds, and you're just starting to feel like Torji's got your number. He's in your head, like short pipe, and now he's long. Where can I go? Where am I supposed to go? He's not necessarily to be at fault of that one, but you can see how that's going to get, under your skin.
Okay, well, Gob here, who
he's probably trying to defuse that bomb. Yeah. Actually, we were just discussing. He's probably talking to him directly, or rather, he's not saying his name. He's talking to the whole team, but he's specifically talking to some of the individuals, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, that's the key right there, because just moments ago we're saying Big was still in control of the tempo of the game. Well, that's shifted now, because all that talking that Cobb was doing before they started, it worked to get them the 4 rounds out the gates. Now they need to really fight tooth and nail and kind of deal with these opening positions of Torji here. So, a flashbang's always pretty good for that.
Yeah.
You only have so many of those, though. So
A valuable resource.
You run out of them quite quick these
In fact,
days.
yeah, speaking of, there is a distinct lack of them for Big in this one. They're going to have to make this one work with a grand total of 4 flashbangs.
That's a lurk smoke deployed here towards Monster, so it does give them something to condition with, right? It forces... Oh, okay. Tabson with an opening this time round. Frozen pokes his little head up on the boost, gets absolutely dismantled, and now they want to continue to apply some pressure. Dexter from nowhere. In-game leader on in-game leader action finds the trade, but Favor 2 burning down. This one, back and forth, a bit of a slobber knocker right there.
I mean, straight off the timeout, right, we do see a pace change, and we're just going to keep going. Crimbo, how ready are you? Upon the fade, he's gone and looked away, and now that's going to be a huge gap and a huge flow of information. Who is over on that side of the map? Torji. He's going to be getting that info now. Exertion confirming it, being very diligent to ensure that it's not misinfo, bad info, because it will heavily influence how Torji approaches this one. He's leaning long. Quito to try and be the way in for Big, playing that banana angle. He's expecting to see a head-to-head with the Orpers. Hyped. Oh, does hit the shot. Not bad, but just through the corner of the box. The dice. Snake Eyes as Torji's the one to connect. The double from him on the AWP. Clean as you like. As again, it's Torji's impact that will convert.
And not through an opener, through mid-round being isolated on the site on his own as that fight's coming. So a couple of flood pieces of utility there as well. That molly not quite landing behind the dice box. And that shot, well, that maybe should have been the death of Torji right there, shouldn't it? But great work dealing with them as they try and get ahead of the B defenders, but not to be the case. And MOUZ back into winning ways, 5-4. And finally, Big will be brought down to just some pistols here. It's going to be 4 Deagles and, well, poor Hype just on a Glock. He wants to get that AWP out again as soon as humanly possible. Torji aggressive here. Might want to start dipping on back. You've signaled off the AWP. You don't have a lot of help here, Torji. This is the classic overcook and the pooch type situation. And problems now as Dexter will try and ward away a few, deals with that Glock, and yeah, continues just to aim map, but will go down. And Quito, look at this, springing to life. Could be the difference maker as Exertion plugs this hole once more.
Tabson doing a lot with a little. Just the Deagle. Double from him. Quito looking for his second as well. Ready for JDC and good to take the angle. One-on-one emerges. Tabson catches Frozen on the clear, and now he's on his way for what could be 4. A high impact round on just the Desert Eagle. Tabson, we were talking about his frustrations. Now he's looking to wipe that slate clean and launch Big Clan back into control.
He could be anywhere. JDC's gambled on this being the A play, but now that's not the case. The bomb's gone down. It's a long rotation back over. Tabson doesn't seem aware of this, so he hasn't repositioned anywhere too crazy, but JDC doesn't know that.
He's expecting heaven. Little timing and the close. Tabson stone-faced as he secures 5.
You got to be happy with that, mate.
Surely.
I'd be getting at least a little bit of a smirk on the face. That's a massive round to win. You came in with 4 Deagles and a Glock.
Yeah, precisely. And it was that Deagle. That second especially, like running him down. You running
broke
into the...
him as well.
Let's see this from Quito. Bang.
But Torji, he took way too many shots there. That entire opening death is on Torji, right? I've got to call that one out because he knew it was pistols.
Yeah.
He hung around way too long. Way too long. And look at the ramifications as we move into round 11 here. It now is the eco on the other foot. That one really stings, and it didn't have to be like that.
Wolf gets Fumph and likely Zex for Big Clan. This is already a solid haul, and it looks like Quito's going to get a rude shock if he does round that long corner. You can see 4 of them in the firing range, firing squad. The Deagle certainly no slouch on that long range engagement. Don't think Tabson's in too much of a rush, but it might be a fight forced. As you can see, P250s and USPs just patrolling. Oh, spots Dexter. That's enough of a distraction. Now is the time from behind. They're not activating just yet. They're walking. And so the element of surprise now as they strike. The bomb now down, and it should just be 1.
Dear.
But it's 2. The double USP ding from Frozen, getting a little bit of sweat on the brow, but there's a Faven spray. 1 HP left on him. Could have been another one. So high impact from MOUZ on that, but making the most out of a very light buy. 6 still secured.
Yeah, and 9 possible for MOUZ here, but it means they need to close out this half now in consecutive fashion. Now, they will get another buyout. They took that eco for this very reason.
That looks like a box fresh pad from Tabson.
Look, if I was a pro and I was sponsored by any of these companies, I'd be whacking out a fresh pad every event.
Yeah, like the Justin Bieber, Calvin Klein boxer kind of shenanigans. He's going to be cracking it out every single day, a fresh one out of the box.
If you can, why not? Nade stack at the ready. Not going to do any damage here. Nobody home. Exertion needs to be careful there. You can see bullets coming through the boards. And it is another one of these 4-man B lanes from MOUZ here, expecting a B execute. And Dexter starting over towards long here, making sure that timing isn't exploited again. So you can see the ramifications of that earlier round. Feels like many a round ago now where Keto just gallivanted up long, but now they're going to do a bit of a snake maneuver from the connector. It won't be the traditional that you see from a team like Vitality, who will just make their way up through the hedges and pivot up through mid. Fight, aware for the Exertion push. There's been a lot of this from Exertion and co with the B pushes.
Yeah, Tamsin stomachs that one. Love the angle from Frozen here. And that's Keto straight to the head despite the elevated position. Crosshair adjustment, not too shabby. Let's see what you got for us, Dexter. Timing everything. Keto so aware, had the advantage on the duel. Now JDC back onto one. Dancing around, a bit of a failed smoke there. Now fixed and remedied or not. JDC lacking the respect. He just pushes straight on through. Faven's low, but Hyped and him can make this 2-on-2 convert. Next fight is everything, and it's Hyped straight to the head on a slither, gap, snap. And it looks like 7. It looms unless Sershin's got some magic hands. The first is great, but Hype should have this. It's not ideal with the AWP. Misses the first. And missed smoke, though. That was everything. He gets the info. What? I don't know what's going on, and he lets it slip. Zershin, he got the info, and Hyped. He is indeed excited with that one.
I just want to know where the hell he was looking. Did someone have to tell him, hey, mate, you can hear him rapping around the box. Yeah, he's on your left. But that right there was crazy. JDC was just pixels away from him getting that kill towards the dice box. You could see multiple occasions there where he almost had the finish on that fight. But Hyped here. What a cracker of a shot there onto JDC. And yeah, you can see there the pivot at the last moment to save the round. And this is a beautiful half now as they should even win it. Back down to just pistols again from MOUZ. The international squad is scrambling on this CT side. Completely changing the script. We started off the conversation of this map. Expect 3 to 4 rounds on the T side. They're up to 7. They've doubled what we thought would be par for the course, and they can do even more damage here. This is great from the Germans. Such a big conversation to be had about them not qualifying for the major, what that means for the mental. But you heard from Crimbo. Apparently not just words, right? The show goes on. This isn't over. Counter-Strike continues. Sure, it's heartbreaking to miss out on that Paris major, but you've still got Cologne coming up. You've got the Intel Grand Slam. I know Big Gun in contention for that, but there's still accolades. There's still things to compete for, things to chase.
Whew. There you are. Good headshot from the aforementioned Crimbo. And yeah, I mean, incredibly mature for his years. Advancing into a nice, perfectly smoked site. You can see a nice little angle from Torji that's not going to be too rewarded. Faven using that MAC-10 to be nimble. And well handled from Frozen there. Just the toes, gap in the smoke, and there's another one from Zershin that's just slipped out of his hands, and his opportunity, will be punished. That's clean.
Beautiful.
Crimbo just swivels into his triple.
I'm just thinking about, the string of rounds as well. This is where the round timeline really paints the picture. You get the pistol and the conversion from MOUZ. They go into the first gun round with the bonus guns. They lose that, and then they have to take an eco. And then they lose the next gun, and then, well, you all know how it goes. Then they get back into winning ways. They win 3 on the trot. But once they lose, they're back into a bit of financial squalor. And when you consider that loss to the Deagle, right, with the overpeak from Torji trying to be too aggressive against the pistols, gets punished, Dexter tries to trade, he gets 2 back, it's just not enough. Tabson steps up and clutches that round against JDC. It's very easy to see how we found ourselves at an 8-5 scoreline. So really, really good stuff from Bing, winning those key rounds. And now, finally, it looks like they're going to go hit this B site when it's not a 4-man B stack from MOUZ.
This could be a lot. And very quick, look how good the flashes are. 2 of them just doing the dance. Statues. Useless chocolate teapots.
It's below, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Yep. Keto clean for the next. And Frozen's gone. The site is lost. And this is some brutal pace change out of Big Clan.
And MOUZ have expected it a couple of times. That's what the 4-man B lanes that they've done. Oh, seen another one. Keto just continues to farm them up here and chase that AWP. You know, it's Torji. Why the hell not? But finally, they pulled the trigger on it, right? Because you've seen MOUZ prepping for it, expecting, and now that blow's come on in, and they weren't ready for it. Great calling here on the T side.
Really, really nice. Keto especially. I mean, I'm very, I think let's not say I'm, nothing to do with me. We are very lucky to see Keto's kind of story arc evolution.
It's a fun one.
Especially considering, I think most people, you could expect Quito to kind of be on the downturn when he departed for a long period actually.
Yeah, I thought he was done.
Yeah,
when he went to the academy team, I was like, okay, he's done.
Okay,
they're not getting what they want from him. That's it. We won't see any more of
He's been sent to rot,
yeah.
you know, and to see him come back and also look like probably the second, if not the best tool in the big clan shed when he's on.
But that's the problem with him before. The impact was there. We always, yeah, Kita's got a good deagle, or, you know, he can hit a couple of good shots. It's about the consistency and it's about the quality that you bring to the team, right? And being humble by going down to the academy team, that's going to make you pull your socks up, right?
Yeah.
And this is why teams with academy rosters and with a functional system like that have that ability available at all times.
Well, you want to talk about academy rosters? Let's talk about MOUZ. These boys have truly proven their worth. JDC, you've got Xertion, you've even got Cyclone, coach of the former academy team. Torji used to hang out there as well. You know, all of these boys have risen through those ranks and now find themselves, you know, in the real tippy top of modern day competitive Counter-Strike.
Well, I feel like this one's coming back to bite them in the arse here, right? Remember the veto, how it unfolded. MOUZ were the ones that banned Vertigo to take this to Overpass, and now they're going to have a very rough go of things when we flick on over. This will be a consolation prize if they can grab 6 going into half-time.
And I mean, this is MOUZ. They didn't realize that geographically, this is home for Big. It's actually a bit of a problem. They know these streets like the back of their hands.
I love these final rounds. I always remember when I was playing and you know that you have the advantage in terms of weapons, or you know the other team, they have no idea what you're going to call next. And you can take things a little bit more slower and default heavy because a lot of the conversation, it gets even better when you're on 15. 30 to 40 seconds and do nothing. Let them make that first misstep.
Because someone wants info. You know, there's only so long you can sit in TeamSpeak. You hear a couple of sounds. You're like, should we investigate that? Should we gamble? Should we be somewhere? Here we go. Smoke banana. It would free Dexter up if he wanted to. He's actually going to opt for that close corner now. Can sometimes be overlooked. Tabson lining up for the long smoke to set up a crawl or a boost.
Yeah, mate. Yep. All right. Well,
that'll do.
I guess. Could have looked much more.
Could have been sexy. And
but
actually,
it doesn't matter.
Dexter just took a jiggle as well, so timings have not favored them in this last round of play and seem to have spotted him out. And Dexter's a dead man.
Oh, missed the molly.
Doesn't matter.
Not at all.
Still, Crimbo and Hyped. I'm not ready to call this the 6th for MOUZ.
Time's their problem.
Yeah, but look at this. 2 on a silver platter. If Torji misses this shot, he does not. And a clean finish, looking for that 6th. Feels compulsory for MOUZ for a competitive best of 1 here. And just running him down, 13 seconds. He's looking for no scopes, he's looking for trouble. There it is, a 9-6 half. Big clan in business for sure. MOUZ gonna have to screw their heads on tight for that second half, and will be RB. We are live in your eardrums all the way from Rio de Janeiro, the southern hemisphere. It is warm, it is delightful, the people are friendly, and the Counter-Strike is kicking off with a bang. All the games going down, we've got some best of ones to start off, just to whet your appetite. I've got Chatty B in the seat with me. We're not sharing a seat, we have one each. And yeah, we're ready for Overpass second half, and an interesting turn of events. Big up after a T side to remember. MOUZ, look at the odds, in fact, being doubted by 1xBet as well, despite coming in as a little bit of a favorite.
I want to make this worse for MOUZ fans out there. MOUZ lost the CT half, but they won the pistol.
Yikes.
So it says an awful lot about just how good Big were on that T side, and Tabson at the ready. Shadow spotted, headshot comes on through, and he might grab a couple more, but JDC will trade. It's a lot of info. They saw the bomb there on the radar. Oh, the bomb's down again! Faven!
Faven's P2K snappy! That is naughty. And already Frozen and Dexter wondering where their teammates just went. They've evaporated. Full Thanos clicked out of the server. Go on, give us more. I'm changing my pistol. I'm trying it out.
He's making the P2K look good.
I mean, obviously it's an ugly pistol, but he's making it look beautiful.
Frozen in a 1-on-4 with a P250 and a smoke. 50 seconds left on the clock, and a lot of hope right now as he would have to pull off an absolute miracle here. This is going to be double digits for Big in one headshot's time. He gets his first opportunity. Faven wants a little bit more, and he'll get it. What a massive round, and that is going to put a smile on Tabson's face, finally. In-game leader brought his bloody couch cushion to sit on here today.
What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a mutant-looking cushion right there.
It's like when your mate sleep over and you're trying to somehow make some custom bed. Look at this first shot, by the way. He didn't move his crosshair at all. Like, just the shadow and click. Bang! Yeah, Faven, nice. That's round winning. Oh, thanks, Alex. Captain Obvious.
Maybe game winning, though.
Change of a nickname. That's better, Chad. Yeah, that sounds about right.
This could be game winning now, because you take a look, it is MOUZ who have stomached this full eco with a flash. They're going to brave the flames. So much damage being done. And I feel like I don't want to... Oh, it's a missed monster smoke. You don't see that happen too often.
It was part of the plan, you see.
Of course. I want to return to a couple of odd features about this best-of-one matchup. First, that we found it on Overpass. This is a little bit funky, and MOUZ are the ones that opted to take it here when they had the choice between this or Vertigo. Maybe they saw something in the big loss to Vitality on this map they thought they could exploit. And then the second is just one round when MOUZ was starting to mount the comeback with an indecision, not an indecision, a bad decision. It was a bad decision from Torji overstaying his welcome with the AWP, losing that. And then it wasn't the AWP that lost the round, it was the scramble to make sure they didn't lose too much more that cost them an awful lot.
Yeah, Keto and Torji have been the participants that have taken the most opening duels, regardless. That's 6 each, and both actually with 4 successful opening duels. You're referencing, of course, one of those ones where it was
a death.
Yeah.
And it was Tabson who found him coming through the smoke. Or was it? No, it was Keto who found him coming through the smoke, and Tabson got the rest. But a timeout taken here, and this one was called by Big. Now, they are in the driver's seat right now. You could see there Godby putting his hand on Hype's shoulder just to have a conversation, because they could have gone for a couple of upgrades themselves, but they're also opting to swim down the river of this bonus round. But how will they deploy these MP9s, the FAMI, and that 1M4? Because when we go back to MOUZ's bonus, Torji got picked off very aggressive long. And I'm reflecting on that first half a little bit and just comparing.
And I can't help but feel as well, things get worse for MOUZ when you start thinking, oh man, would this have happened on Vertigo? You know, like, I don't know.
Those are the disgusting thoughts.
Get it out of your mind now.
Right?
Get it out of your mind now. We do have an interesting 3-2 division of labor for the CTs at this point. And I expect we're going to be seeing either Keto rotate through. In fact, he's already considering it.
Can we look just quickly, rush the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, how passive Frozen is? Look how passive Frozen is. Like, he's not investigating B at all. So he's very passive on his anchor role here, which makes things a little bit more precarious for JDC. But speaking of precarious, Tabson steps on out, spots one. He could be in trouble here. Exertion is close. Oh, this is wide swing.
Yeah, it was off the flash, understandable and justifiable.
He doesn't know Exertion's close if he's doing that.
No, he doesn't. And
does now.
Yep, that's perfect. Info, Tabson, ready. Nade, little shy. Full util dump. You can see Keto really got his feckles up after that one. And now we do see a couple of taps just shy of the mark. Already, long now occupied by MOUZ, and it's a known quantity. Exertion confirms toilets alongside is his.
But they've done a really good job of delaying.
Yeah.
Right? They've delayed an awful...
We've got enough time.
Exactly. So now they can turtle up and these MP9s don't become such of an issue. So even though they didn't get the fights they were looking for, they did enough to ward them away. And this boost with the silenced M4 might be good for 2.
I love this boost.
X-ray very misleading there in that moment.
Tis, but check this out. Look at all the time in the world to spray that down. No response, and a nice timing on the incendiary. Spots them. They have disrespected it. Got the timing through. This is the commitment. Hyped up front and personal with the MP9. Needs one. Keto times it perfectly. Upgrades to the 8K. Can't quite snap onto Torji, but still 14. They need frags and they bloodshed. Crimbo ruins it all.
Frozen's too far away. This one's done.
Yeah, I mean, he's just detached from the pack. His job was there for the finish, for the clutch once that bomb goes down, but it's Crimbo just disrupting order with that MP9 push. And a lovely handling of business there from Big.
Oh, we got to check
He's happy, but Gob is really on cloud 9 right now.
You have to be, and I loved the responses there. I thought that tabseN was very brazen with that wide swing earlier, but it all worked out perfectly here. And I feel like MOUZ are screwed because the same conversation still exists. This is very difficult for the T side. Big just won some key rounds and did a great job on their T half. It's difficult for MOUZ to replicate that at all. It's not going to be an easy task. And now we turn to Frozen, who has to be the hero. Yanko praised him in his, well, star status in this MOUZ roster. They're going to have to give him a little bit more than praise right now if they want him to scoop up around with this saved AK. But he has to be an opener. He has to be a difference maker somehow. A trade, an opening frag, something would be really nice here to help MOUZ get reignited into this matchup.
Let's see what the mission is. MOUZ in pursuit of some glory, and with Frozen equipped with that one-shot headshot Kalashnikov, they're going to let him go round first and slinking through the toilet. It's a very passive hold, I imagine, by design.
Well, this is, yeah, exactly. When you know that you're up against likely an eco with one saved gun, this is what we would consider an anti-eco setup that also started for B, because B is the quickest weakness on overpass.
Okay, hold on. Good flash. It's giving them some space and some info, even some lethality. Go on, Xerxon, you got any more for us? He does have damage onto tabseN, still half health. One more Deagle could do it. Tipping further, Dexter delivers, and into the site they go.
We got nades and mollies for this.
Torji's planting. Could get interesting.
Too
Still
late.
that AK on Frozen. Bombs in. Rifles found. Torji's trying to slip away or not. Actually going to play forward of this one. Dexter burns to a crisp. Nice from Crimbo. Should have a good shot at more. It's Torji on Crimbo. That cross is everything. JDC and Frozen, they're playing toilets. They're playing time.
They're boosting.
It's just Torji. Oh, spotted. Gets two. Knows where they both are.
Faven has a smoke.
Could do something with this. Frozen, can you deliver?
This smoke makes this round so hard for MOUZ.
What are you supposed to do? They're already defusing. Just counting in your head. 3, 2, 1, nothing. Frozen, good find! A second too late on the double spray. That is extra salt in the wound.
Damn, that was close. tabseN's not happy with how that one unfolded right there because it shouldn't have got that close. Those two A defenders, tabseN and Hype, tabseN's having a real conversation. He's like, listen, bro, that can't be happening. They cannot be getting that much space up on us there, or you can't be giving away that kill. This is millimeters away from disaster there, man. But they do hold on. They will convert. Sure, you've got those frustrations, but you're 3 rounds away from putting MOUZ away here, and it's going to force a timeout from Cyclone, who's got one left in his back pocket. But this man, he always seems quite calm in his demeanor. Right? He's a big lad. He's a scary-looking lad, but he looks and talks. No, he doesn't look.
No, he's a teddy bear. He's a teddy bear.
He looks like he's having a, well, not a great time at the office today, I would say. Things are really not unfolding how they would have hoped.
I mean, you know, this is so deep of a hole, and
yes, you're
it's
right.
a best of one. I think MOUZ are incredibly talented, but I think they might be in too deep of a trouble at this point in time.
And they haven't even started to notch out, well, that's hard because we've only had 4 rounds in this second half, but they haven't even started to notch out what could work in this T side. So you got to kick it off here as Crimbo will lob out that monster smoke. We'll follow this one through the skies. It will land this time round.
Let's see if Dexter can rustle up anything. A little second wind from MOUZ. Good flash. Look at that flash height. How does he have the trust to get away with that one? Maybe tabseN's going to be overlooked. This is a very forward angle. tabseN.
Surely he's dead.
Playing with fire. I'm not sure who wins this. tabseN gets it. Lovely.
How's he pulled that off?
That'll do.
Where's he come from?
Yeah, exactly. I think they're using teleportation technology, sir.
Okay, well, now the tussle on towards B, and Faven's happy to give up monster control. He's playing from Sandbagger. Well-placed molly here from Crimbo will force him to the left side of the pillar. Defensive smoke. This is looking great.
He's playing this very well. I mean, you have to just respect that or brave the push. Oh, or die to a spray. Crimbo, god tier on that one to convert. 14 in the bank. And MOUZ, they are running out of chances.
Now, one of these two teams made the major. I'll let you guys at home determine which of the two it is.
Bloody hell. I mean, I'm just so confused why we're even here. Overpass, that is. Not,
Yeah,
not Rio de Janeiro.
No, well, we're here for a Counter-Strike
Yes.
event.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it makes sense. Thank you.
But you're right. I think the Overpass is one of these scenarios where it is towards the bottom of both of these teams' map pools, and I think MOUZ thought that maybe that was an advantage for them here. But Big have come to play today. They look more than well prepared.
I'd love if we can get an interview after to hear if Gob was ever expecting this. Ouch. Torji, we talked about him. It's, you know, it's a 1 or a 0 when he goes for those, and this time a big goose egg. Fortunately, kept level. Tabson delivering onto that frag. Traded by Dexter.
This is where I'm more interested in what Big decide to do here within the mid-round than that of MOUZ, because Big having a lead like this can opt to take a couple more risks.
I'm with you.
You could gamble a site. It's fine just to save and lose this round. You could go for any type of aggressive play that you're hoping for, like this. Hyped. Hello. Long range search. And a great shot onto Frozen. He knows that's the B defaulter gone. So good information now. If he finds another frag, or at least some more info, as Keto's done exactly that. Exertion peppered on down now.
Yeah, Keto actually converts that as well. Oh, Keto, round winning. Onto those two. JDC alone. Bomb lost in the underpass, and nothing more to be found on this B-bomb site. Now, he has got 38 seconds and counting. Smoke grenades, nice. But knowing that bomb and so many uncertainties as to where these CTs are going, because every second that passes, they're burrowing into deeper nooks and crannies. Look at Keto. You've got you locked out. Faven's got your other exit covered. B's his best bet.
He's got no time, he's got no hope, he's got no chance in this one. Going to walk into the AWP, and there it is. Faven will be securing that one. 15. What a lead this is for Big, and it is so difficult to see any way back in for MOUZ, who don't even have enough money to operate with a full buy. They're going to call their final timeout, the last-ditch attempt, the last chance, the last hope. And what do you have? This is where you need a pocket strat, something with Galils or Tech9s as we bring up the round timeline right here in this second half. It's not lying to you. Not a single round so far for MOUZ to boast on this T half. And their CT side, it even came with the pistol and the conversion. So really weak stuff from MOUZ here today. And this is a Big who you would expect to come in burdened by the emotions of not being able to qualify for the Paris Major. But they've come in looking free. And this is the conversation that you need to have about Cloud9 as well when we do get to their matchup later today against MIBR. Are they emotionally distraught? Are they completely removed? Is this game over as far as their heads are concerned, or is this freeing? Is this a chance for them now to just play a little bit more loose, a little bit more confident play for the future?
Right. I mean, it is usually one of the two. The same stimulus and two very different reactions to it. Let's see if they can succumb or overcome.
Like, look at this. Exertion has an AK, but he only has Kevlar, and he's about to be dead to an AWP anyway, so it doesn't even matter. No conversation, not needed.
Should be fine. Should. Oh, he's... Oh.
This is over.
Oh, Hype's going to be mad at himself. A little right and a left. Could have been another second frag for him. Opt for the no-scope. Nice punishment. And now MOUZ, yeah, they're going to try and accelerate. They know there's going to be a likely gap. A risk taken by Hyped, and now Tabson having to pick up the pieces, and he's done so onto JDC. More from the leader of Big Clan. He wants this done. He's already got the fork. He wants it in, and he wants to call it done. Only Torji, only Frozen. And MOUZ, this is going to be a little bit... This is going to get you shell-shocked. You know, this is going to have your brain rattling around inside your skull, wondering if there's more to be done. I like the angle he found on that one, but Frozen falls, and Big Clan. A convincing debut as they arrive in Rio, and it's all smiles as the Germans do themselves, do themselves proud. That's a big result and an impressive recovery on a map we don't often get to see them in.
Yeah, and you see the contrast there, the shake of JDC's head. This is MOUZ just getting absolutely bamboozled, blown out of the server here on Overpass. This will set Big up for a matchup later today, likely against Heroic, who are leading currently over 9 in our B-Stream game. You might be able to catch the tail end of that as we catch the fist bumps here. Great showing from Big. They got to be happy with this one.
Yeah, that's right. We did the conclusion of this matchup here, and it does put Big on top of MOUZ, and boy, was it a one-sided affair. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio 2023. And what is our second game concluded here on this stream? Now, of course, this is the group stage. We are just getting started. These are best of ones, all those caveats right out of the way. We're standing here with Tapson, and that's really what matters in this moment in time. What's up, man? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so right out of the gate, you guys, did you expect to play Overpass here?
To be fair, no. We expected Mirage, and we said, like, hey, if it's Overpass, we just take it how it is, and we play our game plan and just play our strength.
I think you could tell early on your T side, even though you guys lost pistol, you know, you had a lot of initiative, you were playing pretty fast, you were taking map control early. Were you feeling confident coming into this matchup? What was the reason behind it?
100%. We felt really comfortable with Overpass before as well. We played this map kind of good. Also individually wise, we know how to take room, how to take duels, which are needed. And we knew that their Overpass is not the best, and therefore I was like kind of surprised that they let it go through.
Yeah, congratulations first of all, and I mean, I think it's nice that you mentioned about Mirage, because like I was very surprised with the video. I think they kind of over-respected you guys a lot, you know, just by letting their two worst maps through to be able to decide which one they would play, and then ended up for Overpass. I mean, not taking any credit away from you guys, I think you guys did great. But like before on the desk, we were talking about you specifically. Like I think that I know how hard it has been for you guys, a lot of roster changes that you guys went through. For you as an in-game leader as well, like we briefly mentioned that, yes, your stats might not look great right now in the team, and that's stats, it doesn't really matter much, but I kind of wanted to ask you, like, how does it feel for you right now in the team? Like, is that something that you're working on, like to try to be more impactful? Because we all know what you're capable of. Like you have been insane the past couple of years. Has anything happened that you kind of took away like a little bit of your performance, you think?
I personally think, yeah, because of the roster change we had with Resource-On, a lot of rhythm, a lot of routine is going out, and we need to get comfortable with hyped. There's a lot of micromanaging by my side, which he's not doing by himself at the moment, and we are trying to improve that. And that's why I need to look at the radar, need to look what's happening around the map, and I'm losing duels. And yeah, I got a nice tip from Gob. If I look at the radar or make a call and stuff, I should hide more. So I'm not staying in the open. But therefore, yeah, as you mentioned, I think my skill at the moment is not the very best, but I'm trying to improve and try to keep up the ceiling high, and we will see what will happen in the future. I
don't know about Peacemaker, man. Like, I think you're great. I think you're doing great. Tell us about this round, because this was the turning point in the game. Remember this? Look at this. Bang!
Bang!
Talk us through. What was the calm like? Like, how was it from your perspective?
In the very beginning, I missed couple of shots and I missed a couple of shots of deals. And then after, I knew if he overpeaks, the round is kind of open. The AWP died. I know exactly how it feels like. If I'm the CT and I overpeak, I die as well. Round is totally open. It's a 3v3. I knew he was on A, and that's why I went B. Obviously, it's a really easy situation as T. I just smoke heaven. I know exactly where he's coming from. If he's trying to outsmart me, he's coming from short. He needs a lot of time to come to the flank. And yeah, after I knew it's a 1v1, I kind of took the duels as well, because I know what I'm capable of.
Yeah, you were feeling it. You're feeling it, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
They only won one more round after this. You know, did it feel like that in game, that this was the turning point that really gave you all the momentum?
Not only this round, it felt also like in the beginning of the rounds, it felt like, hey, they're not shooting good, they're not playing so good as well, they don't have a good plan. It felt like, hey, so we just keep on playing, and yeah, it worked out.
Cool. Look, man, I'll get you out of here. From what it's looking like, it's now official. You will be playing Heroic next. Okay. That one did go on a little bit longer than I think it was supposed to. Yeah. But yeah, 16-12 over there for Heroic. You'll play them next, and that's in a best of 3. Does things change?
No. Like, obviously, they're the best team, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world.
There you go.
So, looking forward to play. We just try to poke them a little bit here and there. To be honest, like, I don't have so many expectations against them. Our results are not the best at the moment, but you know, if the expectations are low, everything can happen.
But you played in closest Pro League, right?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Like also, I believe also our results, like at the major and stuff, they were so close, but yeah,
very tight all over the place.
If you're Heroic, you need to beat us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, thank you very much. We'll get you out of here. We're also going to look at our Air Force Aim High players of the match so that we can pull that up. We can tell you all the fixing. I'll take that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so Tapson was on the screen, and now, of course, to his opposite would be Dexter. So what is there to say about the MOUZ Sports side, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, for MOUZ Sports, as we briefly spoke about, I think that I don't like the fact that they decided to go for overpass. You know, for after qualifying to the major, getting that confidence going, I would rather see them playing Mirage or a more comfortable map for them. Even though, yes, it's a very fair matchup between both of those teams. Like, it could go either way, but still, like, I think, you know, I mean, the result proves itself that I don't think it was a good choice for them. They didn't feel like they could find an answer to big T side. They couldn't hold A side at all during the whole game. And then on the second half, it was just, again, complete domination from Big. They're very proactive on that CT side. They had no chance.
This is where a loser's interview would be nice to hear their thought process, right? Sometimes maybe they practiced overpass a lot, went really good in practice. Maybe they feel strong on it and things just didn't really work out in officials, you know? So, well, lower bracket it is, and they will have to play 9, who's been on a tear lately. Yeah. That's going to be a tough
one.
Tough match.
No, I think you're exactly right. How many times have we heard, oh, your scrims are going great, and then you come and bomb out at the event? That's kind of how it goes. But for us, yeah, we do have to look forward to a break so we can come back and jump into the action that is OG taking on Vitality here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio 2023.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Pyjamas, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Okay, is it on 24/7?
Yes.
Okay, so
you can just hit them up, ask them random questions.
Sorry.
A bit quirky.
Yeah, fucking move. I need to warm up now. My name is Daniel Jackson. I'm from the west coast of England. Hello guys, today we're going to be interviewing some OG players. Here we have Neofrag, also Alexi. Hello Pusio. We're going to interview today some OG players, so you have time to speak. What do you think about this event?
Is it Daniel Jackson?
Yeah, it's Daniel Jackson.
So what do I think about what?
What do you think about coming into Rio, you know, showing the OG colors to other teammates, you know? How do you feel?
I think it feels nice. Back in OG.
Yeah.
Old times. With Flames. Daniel Jackson.
The good old days, mate. See ya. Hi, Pusio. We're going to be interviewing you for the IEM Rio, right? So you're going to be listening to us. You're going to look at the camera, and when I'm speaking to you, I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer, okay? You listen, you dickhead? So I'm going to ask you, how do you feel coming up to Vitality matchup on the first match as in IEM Rio?
I actually don't care.
Yeah, could you give me some more words, you fucking absolute retard?
I don't know.
She's the home of the team, so basically she was the original part of the roster. She made OG. So she made OG. She's the CEO actually. And we can see over there, if the camera could turn to Nico. So Nico is a special guy. So now we go back to Vladi. What do you think about Nico as a human being?
He's a nice person.
That's it?
What do you want to know?
Tell me about his attendances.
It's a hard question for me. As this morning, you know, when I slept just 7 hours for last 3 days.
There's no excuses for interviews. How do you think Nico is with other human beings?
Yes.
Okay. Now Nico is doing an interview, and I'm not sure where is my last teammate. I don't know where is my last. Who is my last teammate? Who is the last guy in the team?
Welcome back to the International Tray Station. Of course, that does mean we are almost ready for liftoff, so go ahead and put your seat backs and tray tables in the upright and locked position and prepare for cross-check and all-call. By that, I'm talking about Vitality versus OG. We're doing it in a best-of-one to kick things off here in Rio for both teams. Gents, what's good?
If all planes are non-smoking, why is there a small ashtray in the toilet?
That's a great question. You should try smoking in there and see what happens. Maniac said...
don't do that.
Yeah, definitely not a good idea.
Don't do that.
It was not a real advice. It was just kind of like, being sarcastic. Nonetheless, I want to start the conversation here a little bit about the Vitality side. What do we see from Vitality this day and age?
Well, we've seen a lot of great things from them. I think that, in my eyes, one of the favorite teams to make it far in this event, if not win it. I think their showing at the major qualification was really good. I think map pool-wise, they have... I think if I'm not mistaken, like they are playing 6 maps, and out of all those 6 maps, they don't have a negative like rating on any of them. Like they are very good, very consistent. Like they have a very wide map pool right now, which makes it complicated for a team like OG who doesn't necessarily have that amount of maps to be played, and they just made a roster change. They have a new in-game leader, so I'm sure it's tough and challenging for them to go up against a team like this.
Yeah, I think for them it's great that they were on that bit of a run. You know, they had to play the RMR, but then also the place deciders, right? And they managed to earn themselves a legend spot. So I think they're feeling really good about themselves at this moment. Obviously, with the French org, it's all about Paris, all about the major, but they want to ride that momentum. You know, I think they want to try to keep winning here, potentially go all the way. Imagine, like, if for Vitality, if they can end up lifting this trophy, then they're coming in hot into the major and they're a legit contender.
Yeah, you know, we kind of put words in Vitality's mouth, so perhaps in this moment in time, I just go ask them what they think. Is that what you guys
do it.
I mean, how bad could it possibly go? Let's find out. Let's see.
3, 2, 1,
and go. Hey, Danny, give me some words here going into the matchup against OG. No pressure. Any words will do.
No, I think it's going to be a good match. I think both teams come out strong. We qualify for what it's all about, which is the Paris major. And I think, OG is also coming in strong. So looking forward for a good game.
How's he feeling today? How was his breakfast? How is everything going with Apex?
I think right now there's nothing that can really spoil the good mood on the team. We are extremely happy about last week. So yeah, we're coming into Rio. I got a bit sick, but yeah, I'm still really happy.
Whoa now. It's okay. When a bear grabs you, I guess you just got to let it happen. Nonetheless, Danny, I'll stop bothering you guys. Anything you want to say to the crowd before we get started?
No, I just hope that we can continue the good form and play like we did in Copenhagen. And once again, the big goal here is to play in front of the crazy Brazilian crowd.
Yeah, it gets wild down here. So, thank you very much, Danny. I'll get out of the way of Vitality, who are now almost in the zone. And judging by what I see on the screen, I can guess what map we're going to play just right out of the gate. You guys ready for that?
You're so good at this, Trace.
It's unbelievable that we could possibly be playing Overpass again.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, you know, these two teams played at Pro League. It was a pretty clean 2-0 for the side of Vitality. And I know Danny said that, you know, nothing can ruin Apex's mood after the RMR, but let's see them, you know, lose a couple of anti-ecos.
And then it all falls apart.
His face goes red. But no, I think Vitality is a clear favorite in this one, Overpass even more so. The only struggles that they've had was their T-sides from time to time. So I think it's a great map for them to play, get some more experience on that T-side, try to get things rolling, because the CT side has been really, really good.
Yeah, so eyes over here on the Vitality side is where we're standing currently. But obviously OG gets to say their part too. So what do they got to talk about?
OG are going into that first opening match, and they've got Vitality. I've got Dexter with me here. And Dexter, I just want to start by looking at the fact that you guys had a bit more time off than other teams. So how did OG spend it?
I think we had some days of practice, and also like there was a few days for us that we take as a rest for us to celebrate a bit and have some time to do certain things for people who has families and stuff. So yeah, that's how we spend our days after we qualify for the major.
Important to get a bit of that time off as well. And how is OG feeling now with Nico being the leader for about like 2 months now? You've obviously qualified for the major, you've achieved some stuff, but you still haven't beaten like a top tier team, one of the best teams yet. What do you think is missing in that sense for you guys to be able to do it?
I think, of course, it's much harder for us to be at the top when we have these changes, but we are trying to adapt for it, and we are trying to do our best. We have 2 tournaments left, like big tournaments, at least that I know. It's Rio and it's Major, so we are trying to do our best on these 2 tournaments, and I think for us the cycle will be ended after this. So that's how it is.
Okay, I like it. Well, in terms of that, right, looking at Vitality, best of 1 scenario, this is a team that's been doing better. Their results are looking good. How do you view them, and what do you think can give you an advantage in the game?
I think Vitality is a good team, and yes, you're right, they have been played better than us recently by results, but it's best of 1 and it's Rio, so the time difference of course can help us, and it's also best of 1, so what I want to hear from my boys is screams whenever we win the round, and put all the energy to win this best of 1, to have better chances to play more best of 3 games in this tournament and show what we can do and what can we achieve.
So screams and slaps, yeah?
Yes.
That's my man. Thank you very much, Dexter. Good luck. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, they always talk about that Dexter guy having the slap of the lifetime. What's that all about?
Screams and slaps, man. I love it.
Yeah, nothing really gets the blood flowing like those two. Speaking of which, you know, Vitality, OG, then obviously simultaneously we'll have MIVR Cloud9. So, you know, I just saw the Cloud9 guys on the other side. They looked refreshed, happy.
Do they now?
Actually, I didn't see them that close, but I could imagine probably not. I'm just kind of guessing at that point. Bringing it back to Vitality OG, where does OG stand now? I asked the question where Vitality's stature is to where does OG stand?
You know, actually, like one of the things that Dexter mentioned was the integration of Nico into the team, and I think from having coached Nico for a period of time in Heroic, I definitely don't think that Nico is that type of in-game leader who's going to be controlling a lot and bringing a lot of structure into the team. You know, I think what he brings into the team is more like he probably lets the players have a voice and decide.
Well, I'm listening, man.
Don't be scared, man.
They're still falling.
They're just hyping themselves.
They're yelling.
They're not going to jump over the desk.
Screams and slaps.
Yeah,
just remember.
screams and slaps. Yeah, but yeah, I think that Nico is really, really good at like allowing the players to have a voice. Back in the days, Nico was sort of like a secondary caller back in the days in Heroic, and he was actually really good at that, reading the game and helping the in-game leader. So I think it's fair to say that ever since he joined, they increased the firepower, and I think you can see some of the individuals also stepping up and playing better. So, but now they're going up against a team that has been very, very consistent, and I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges so far ever since Nico joined.
I mean, this team of Vitality has a pedigree when you look at the different individuals in the lineup that is almost untouchable across the board, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really solid all-around team, very experienced, a lot of veterans on that lineup. Obviously, the Danish guys with their 4 major wins, 3 for Magisk. But I think other than that, you look at Apex, the guy who's been here from the start of CSGO, and Zai, one of the best players in the world, right? Not to mention Zonek, right, who brings it all together. So I think for them, the problem was mostly for this lineup is like the pressure was really getting to them, like the expectations, like the roster was formed to be #1 in the world, and that hasn't been the case. They have that Pro League trophy from 2 seasons ago, you know, that's pretty much it. So you want to do more, and I think if they do end up winning the Paris major, no one will care that they didn't do anything else, right? That win alone would make this roster worth it.
Well, you just heard Danny say that. You know, the eyes are on Paris. You know, they've done that, so they want to come here and try to continue that momentum. Is there something to grab from playing the tournament prior to the major? You know, tell me a little bit about that, if at all possible.
Yeah, I think for a team like Vitality, who hasn't found much success, they haven't lifted many trophies, and also they've lost some games that have been really winnable in playoffs of tournaments. I mean, you go back to that quarterfinal against Liquid on Overpass, that monumental collapse. Who knows what might have happened if they won some of those close games, if they got a little bit more confident. So for them, I think they're one of the teams that are really looking to win this tournament. Like, it would really mean a lot for them. It would give them so much more confidence, and you would see a completely different Vitality in Paris if that were to happen. You know, teams like FaZe, on the other hand, G2 even, Heroic, they don't need to, or NAVI, they don't need to search for that. Like, they know that these lineups can do it, that they won it before, they lifted trophies for Vitality. Not the case.
So OG wins the knife round, and it looks like they're going to be starting CT side here on Overpass. So Vitality with the T-sided start. Where does that leave us?
I mean, I think that's good for OG if they want to stand a chance on this one. I mean, watching them playing Overpass back in the days, especially in Katowice, I saw both of them playing, and I think that, as Janko said, like the biggest issues from Vitality was actually their T-side, right? So looking forward to see if they manage to fix some of the stuff. I think it could be very challenging if they end up losing the pistol, and if things don't go according to the plan, and let's say OG managed to get like 9 rounds on the board or something, that's when it gets dangerous.
That's exactly what I want to have. I want them to lose the pistol. I want them to be 3-0 down and show us that they can still get 4 or 5 rounds, you know, grind it out on the T side without that easy start, quote unquote, right? Show us that it's a different Vitality that we're going to be seeing now.
So you guys both think Vitality wins this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to hear you say it. Thank you very much, gents. It is that time. I do see the fist bumps and the screams and the hand slaps and all the things that we need to fixate ourselves there on the overpass between Vitality and OG.
Right back on over to Germany. We're off to Overpass here live with our first day of play for IEM Rio 2023. Chatty B and me with OG and Team Vitality.
Do we start the same dialogue? Overpass,
T-side,
4 rounds.
Nice.
Let's not do that again. Let's see what happens here. And let me state the obvious for everybody playing at home. The AWPers on both of these teams, ZywOo and Dexter, the highest rated players for both of their teams on this very map, are going to be the most influential figureheads as we see Dexter having an opportunity to take a little bit of a peek there towards the T-stairs. Has spotted out some info and is currently holding this A bomb site on his lonesome. It's the other 4 of OG. And we're dotted over towards the B bomb site right now in somewhat forward positions. They can crawl forward for info if Dexter starts to feel a little bit of pressure, and that pressure should be coming as they've been able to make their way up long. Buzzing Bees coming noisily.
Yeah, but Dexter's looking to take a sting or 2 out of the equation. He's got nothing done. A bit of chip damage, but ZywOo puts his name in the feed early.
And that's a head-to-head right there. That, look, I don't know how much we're going to see, but those are the 2 names who are going to be finding impact for both of their teams here.
Yeah, Fiku needed 1, and the flash is so good. This is a very well-drilled pistol right now. Information gained, and more frags from ZywOo. A second into the Fiku's head. Already Nico dead, and this one is locked in. Spinks holding that rotation. He'll find himself his first pair of frags, and it's Flames. Mr. Jackson gets nothing done. Vitality get 1, and it's the T-pistol no less. We've discussed it, and that's influential.
Now look, the opener helps there, but I love the execute. You can see the smoke that lands to the left-hand side of the dice box and removes any of the CTs who could be in bathrooms or divider taking a fight as they cross towards the site, taking truck, and then you see the drop-down smoke, as well as the molly towards the truck position. So they've eliminated a lot of positions the CTs could be in, they've isolated certain fights, and they've also been able to get completely into the site without having to worry about fights on the 180. So really nice pistol around there from Vitality, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and hinging off of getting long as well. Long with Glocks, you know, a good USP, an active one at least, could have destabilized that, but yeah, it works out wonderfully. As soon as they get that territory, typically it's only someone in Dexter's kind of long toilet position, and yeah, the rest just falls into place.
This is an interesting little stack, isn't it?
Speaking of long toilets, they've found the whole team there. Just Dexter going to be jumping for the info on the flank, and you can see around that corner you get a very rude shock.
Well, they might be the ones who are in for a shocking finish here because Vitality are likely going to waltz in towards B. Spinks has had control of water for the majority of this round so far. He's got Magic's along for the ride, and they're going to walk that AK of ZywOo in and through as Apex will be setting them up with some utility of his own here. So there they go, deploy, smoke towards heaven, flashes in, Dupree to entry with the MAC-10, creating that space, and that's the round. So it's going to be the 2-0 start for Vitality here. Very easy stuff. Now it's just about making sure they don't give over too many bodies, but if you want to put the conversation for OG, how many does he get?
Ooh, 3. 1, 2, 3. And Apex does go down. Lots of cash. Happy with that.
You read the script this morning.
I did. I was there for the table read, man.
Yeah. Okay, well, that should be about it for this Fiku. Maybe wants to farm up a little bit more, see if he can grab a kill on this MAC-10, get himself a little bit of a bonus, but going to get lead in the face. Spinks will find the final frag.
Tell you, MOUZ were really not happy about the overpass part of the script.
No.
You tell him we have to veto what?
So we have to lose
we have to ban Vertigo.
We're going to lose to Big. Oh, Rugger's not behind them. It's Kakafu who's behind them today.
Okay, the Samurai.
Okay, that's interesting. Maybe I missed the memo. Rugger's, maybe we can investigate. We can get some of the analysts down the green room to see if they can suss this one out. Maybe Rugger isn't here with them. I'm not sure. I've been slouching a little bit on my...
Let's investigate.
Yeah, let's do exactly that. As first gun round now, and Nico's going to be operating here with an SMG. It's a 4-man A start from Vitality. Nico towards connector. Neofrag forward with a fight. Dexter and Flames along for this fight, and they will have ZywOo to deal with here. But, well, actually, they found the path of least resistance. They're in towards B.
Fiku's really in trouble.
He's Fakud right now.
Yeah, he is Fakud, and he's done well to get Dupree. ZywOo should have his number, if not Spinks. There it is. Lovely find. Good build into the site, and the rest is locked down. We mentioned ZywOo's name. He was actually catching anyone that dares try and push that fountain position. He keeps their CT's feet planted. Neofrag trying to get aggressive, and this is so detached from the fight, and ZywOo so sharp on the AK, leaves only 2. NiKo and Dexter have managed to get themselves through short, but into the site, a different question. Long range MP9 does dispatch of 1, and a good spray.
They're low, Alex.
There's something to be said about
and
this
ZywOo
one.
ain't here.
Yeah, they know he's going to have to walk through that smoke eventually, but the kit on NiKo is everything. He has a smoke as well. NiKo, where are you going?
Less worried about the flank from ZywOo. The round is feeling done. They're just trying to find ZywOo right now. The round's over.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
damn.
A curious one.
Curious indeed, sir. It's a 3rd round for Vitality, and no real sweat on the brow. It may feel nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
I promise it's not.
Okay. Well, a fun start to this one right here, isn't it? All right. Well, I'm going to settle in for this one. Hopefully we got some twists and turns. Maybe we're going to get majority T-halves 1 here on Overpass today. Anything is plausible and possible in this wonderful world that we're living in here. And we'll just be a couple of deagles around these saved rifles. So there's still a chance for OG to make some traction. See, Neofrag, he is going to be the A rifler alongside of Dexter's AWP once we finally get it out. That'll be the duo trying to lock down the A side of the map. Over towards B, you're going to have the likes of NiKo, Flames, and of course Fiku here. It's all right, we've got some tradesmen in our room, setting up some lights, having a bit of a chit-chat, doing all the fun stuff. It's good fun in here.
Having a pie?
Yeah.
An argument, maybe. I don't know.
There's a conversation going on, that's for sure. We could put the mic on them, let them have a talk. As nothing has really happened in the first 45 or so seconds in this round.
Which surely you'd imagine favors the CTs who are just hoping to have all of their pieces in the right place. Right now, very spread out. That's a shame. Dexter meets Magisk.
Can you believe NiKo left G2 for this?
Yeah. And I can't believe he got rid of the capitalization after
yeah.
that Deagle miss.
Yeah,
he was like, I don't deserve it.
it.
I'm not a capital N kind of guy anymore.
I can bring it back, but I'll have to do a bit of proving here. The ZywOo, where do you want to go? Well, anywhere I want. I'm in bathrooms on my own with an AK against some upgraded pistols.
He just gets to play his game. And Fiku is not interested in letting ZywOo play it out. It's going to be an AK falling into Neofrag's hands. So now we've got 3 rifles on the CT side, but a lost sight. What's the toss-up here? Is this going to be a full all-in, or is this going to be a little pokey proddy?
It's max loss bonus in the next round, so they'll be able to buy regardless. So have a crack, have a look, see what you can find.
Flames is calling for some flashes. He's going to throw out one of his own. Second in, and down. Magisk again builds into the round. Another fantastic one from the Dane. It's Fiku as well. Oh! Neofrag 2, and now Apex has to clutch. This is brilliant, but that could be 2. Apex sprays down all 3 and holds on to this run on the T side from Vitality. 4 on the trot. OG, they thought they'd done it. Apex denies. And it felt like there's a lot of the heavy lifting had been done to get to that point. OG, that one's a little bit bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, frustration there for sure, not being able to pull that one off after working so hard for it. And that was even after the opening death going against them onto Dexter with the boost. So a great little round there. Here it is, that opening I was just talking about. Dexter gets sideswiped. Mad just continues to ward them off here, but some great shooting from Fiku and Neofrag combined here. It's good to see those 2 names in the feed early in this one here. But Apex, another name that if he's getting hot like that, it will help him actually lead. And I know that sounds crazy, but there are some in-game leaders out there. Actually, no, all in-game leaders. You could talk to any of them. If they're fragging and feeling the game, Clutch is maybe a little bit of a different story here. But if they're getting the room, their calls are going well, and they're also fragging, it's very, very scary at that moment.
It is. I mean, yeah, the Vitality roster. And you heard from Zonic, Trace just grabbing a quick interview with the coach of Vitality and just saying that, spirits are high. He is even suggesting that nothing could get Apex down. I like Yanko's take to just wait, lose a couple of ecos, because the man is certainly a flamboyant leader, but also certainly can't seem to hide the emotions. It's high highs, it's low lows.
He's been working on it.
He claims. So he claims.
I've been meaning to go to the gym as well, so...
does that count as working on it?
I think so.
Sack nades, bringing them back. It does seem like it's fallen out of favor. Very rare to see that frag come through these days.
Now, on our B stream, we also have Cloud9 getting in the server, right? We'll see if they have the same kind of gusto behind them as what we saw from Big, or if they are indeed dead on arrival, like you guys were discussing in your little 1xBet prediction piece. They are taking on MIBR right now, another Brazilian representative. And we've got another one of those coming up after this, Fnatic versus FURIA. Another best-of-1 bout on the mainstream, as this has been another slow approach to the default spread. Spink's about to fight Nico. Flash is good, Frag is better, and that's an opener. I mentioned that ZywOo, highest-rated player for Vitality, is Matt. Well, Spinks, he's right behind him.
Okay, run boost and a dead ZywOo. Flames, a real opportunity here to convert and keep the round interesting. A double kill on Long. Completely knocks Vitality's territory down a peg. Apex going to be throwing a long-range smoke to heaven. To somewhere else.
Yeah, it was an attempt.
It's an alternate version. But this does make things awkward, especially now. Flames already contributing heavily. Doesn't want to give his life away for free. It's NeoFrag and Fiku that lock down their site. And there you have it. OG, off of the back of that double spray, secure themselves their first.
All right, well, there's a question as far as Vitality's money goes because of the close nature, especially that Apex 1-on-3 scenario, right? So it's actually put Vitality in a weird spot regarding their buy. Now, I would expect them, because of the loss bonus situation, to fully invest here. And as I take a little bit of a look, I can see purchases coming through, but it will not be a full investment whatsoever. You can see Magisk getting himself into the AK-47, and, well, everybody else just with some upgraded pistols. Spinks, however, just on a Glock. So I always found a safe haven between the mollies.
Between two flames.
Well, it's going to turn quite quickly here, isn't it? A good early start. It's a similar conversation with Big. They've already got 4. That's what you're looking for par for the course. Now it's about how many more can you get, and it will be a long half ahead of us here.
Yeah, and I don't expect to see the immediate conversion back. I mean, that would be such a heartbreaker for OG. This is supposed to be theirs, and certainly now with Magisk, one of the only threatening presences with the AK-47 and the armor. Dupree to perhaps pick it up should he fall, but he's been chipped away out with that shot through the smoke. You can see the angle adopted by Nico as well. Has got complete control of short.
Doesn't feel like they're going to get much done here, does it?
Not really. I mean, you know, ZywOo's alive, so there's always that element to consider, but Fiku, he is really locking it down. He's playing it well, activates, more aggressive, and keeps on, well, hunting, actually. Going to take a clean tap to the dome. Nice find for the third. And put ZywOo only the deagle in his hand. And looking like OG are going to get themselves that spotless conversion. Not a single point of damage done to them.
It's going to feel really good for the confidence with a round like this, especially knowing you likely could have won that 1-on-3 against Apex as well. So a clean sheet here. A chance to try and build back into things. Fiku. We'll get 4 within a round on the eco.
We've 4 letters, and we've been struggling with him today.
Yeah, Faku,
Fiku. What?
That's
not that.
Yeah, definitely not that. As we will look to get back underway here with a buy round from Vitality. Now, poor Mr. Magisk is going to have to operate with the Tech 9. He put that AK in, he didn't get anything done with it, and now he has to suffer the consequences of trying to cause a couple of financial woes. And this really isn't a great buy for Vitality. They're missing key pieces of utility. So I'm interested to see what they call, and Heavy Connector is the play. Look at the fight in the face. Flames with 2, Dexter with 1 more. This one looks done already.
That's mad. I mean, we know CT aggression, but look at this everywhere across the map. Spinks caught out or not. Quick one, quick work, quick trade. Nico will catch him before he could elope, but it's put ZywOo into a 1 versus 3. Now he has the bomb, and he has the awareness of a god! That is stupid! He's gotten away with 1, but not the round. Damn, straight to Dexter's face. You said it's a head-to-head we're going to be seeing. We got the pistol, now that one. I think Dexter's starting to feel ZywOo's presence.
I love that in-your-face Counter-Strike from OG, though. Hey, how about we just run down Connector and dry swing? Yeah, why not? I'm Flames. I'll get 2.
Jumping.
Check this one. Look at this. Bang! Hits the deck, sees 3. Dexter there perfectly puts that one in. Great round. Really good stuff. And you got to love that. One of the slaps and the screams. Well, I haven't heard too many screams from down there just yet, but the slaps, they're audible. That's one thing. Look at consistently OG with 3-man A starts as well. So they're putting a lot of faith in Nico and Fiku towards B.
Understandably so, considering how well they've passed these first few tests. It's Apex's Scout, the Notorious.
Dexter's missed 3 shots. That's unusual. I don't say that very often.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that one.
I actually, yeah, that's never come out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Dexter missed 3 shots.
Well, now you said it twice.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Not as exciting anymore.
Well, it's good that we got ZywOo the best in the game here today.
ZywOo.
He's having a good year so far.
Oh man, I was actually double checking the stat sheet for him. He's head and shoulders above the competition right now. For a year well played.
You're saying he has dandruff?
I don't remember what I said.
Head and shoulders.
Oh. I was like, how have we gotten here?
They're only taking heads right now. Neofrag with 2.
OG are shampooing on them.
Yeah, well, a bit of conditioning there from ZywOo.
Yeah. Well, don't worry, Chad. It'll all wash out in the wash. That's how does the expression go? It's not that.
I guess it'll all wash out.
In the wash? No, but in the wash is part of that sentence.
It'll all come out in the wash?
Thank you. That's the badger.
Okay. All right.
That's the badger. What is the origin of that one? Joe Miller told me that one.
Well, that could come from anywhere, couldn't it?
Maybe he made that up.
Spinks and ZywOo.
Yes,
2 on 4. I'm going to bring this one home with some play-by-play. 15 seconds left on the clock. ZywOo scout at the ready. Spinks needs to crack this one open, but Dexter will take him in flames with the final. That's going to be 4-4 on the scoreboard right now. Beautiful stuff for OG to tie things up, as they are getting their way back into things. And there's not even a conversation anymore about, where's Nexa? I don't even say that anymore. Because every team's doing it. Someone's not playing. I'm not going to ask the question anymore. Nico's here, he's in-game leading. Let's get with it.
Get with the times, man.
Yeah. Nico, the in-game leader.
Nico, the IGL, and often, described as somewhat of a savant in that category in terms of strategies and never, ever forgetting a strat.
He doesn't forget anything, apparently. Now, what a grenade.
Yeah, that's not bad,
Holy moly, red beans and ravioli. Dupree's down to 45 points of health. He hasn't even seen anybody yet. And this is really interesting because OG have done so many heavy A-leans in the early few gun rounds that they've been winning that right now they've opened up with Dexter going aggressive short. We saw this from Torji. He can just post up here. Anybody crosses this line of sight, and the only player to maybe do it could be Apex or Spinks to cross on back. But Dexter can stay here and keep on farming and fishing if he'd like. I think he's felt better at that. Wants to take the AWP towards Connector. Has a duel available here.
Okay. Dupree going through the motions beautifully. Dexter, however, onto Magus. Keeps it level. Spinks off the flash, has a look. And again, this is the angle Fiku seems to profit from time and time again. It's Dupree, though. 2 in this round. He's kept Vitality afloat. Bomb is on its way towards the wide open A site. Rotations required.
Flames didn't look ready for that at all.
No, not at all. I think this is just the Dupree clears. He had very, very slight tip of the balaclava. You can see on the crouch crab clear.
Oh, this is so hard for OG now because Dupree is very far forward. They don't know exactly where he is. The bomb to be planted. ZywOo still towards Connector. Smokes and Molly still in play for both teams.
I mean, I don't see a universe where Dupree gets them both, but one would be sufficient. There it is. Oh, perfect. Apex will burn him. Still a 2-on-2, and they've got util to spare. Drop that smoke. He's trying to play the time, understandably so.
Dexter's coming Connector here, and ZywOo was still just considering it.
Yeah. Time really light on. Looks like Dexter's a bit too slow on this one. He might be able to contribute 1, but it would require Nico to be quick on that draw.
It's over now.
And it is over now. Apex has found him with the Galil. Dexter might lose it all here. ZywOo played it so well. The angle management on the clear, and they take it all away as Vitality convert another T round.
I'm not sure what just happened there. I was watching ZywOo's POV. He got the kill into Dexter, who had the AWP. He didn't pick the AWP up, then started running back to pick the AWP up after he was too far away.
Oh?
So, I'm curious. Wait. Moving away from the bomb, coming back, not getting it.
Good catch, Jan.
So, I was surprised not to see him scoop it up immediately there. We know that E can be a little bit funky sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's really, it can be a bit of a cruel mistress.
To be fair, ZywOo doesn't need it, but T-side game plan on a map like Overpass, especially when you know you're going up against Dexter, who's going to have it time and time again, it'd be nice to have. Because it's ZywOo, whatever. I'm not gonna be too concerned about it. Same as if I was talking about Simple, right? These two are just as good with rifles as they are with the AWP.
We've already seen how good, a 6 plus 6. That makes no sense. A 6 or more T-side haul on Overpass can be converted. Yeah. You just saw how helpless MOUZ were. The hole we were referencing before. And so it would have been nice to have him on the AWP perhaps, but as you can see,
doesn't need it.
It really wasn't necessary. He's caught Neofrag with his pants around his ankles.
And they went for another 3-man start over towards A here, and ZywOo's already dealt with 1, which is going to leave them in a whole lot of hot water here.
But Fiku always gets 1. And just a dink this time. Maybe it's Nico's turn. Shadows, bodies, dinks, but no frags. This is a perfect one from Vitality, springing to life for that 6th. And as always, Zywoo a nuisance. He's always in the right spot, right time. He's got that rotation held passively. No hope for these two.
It's like it seems like such a luxury when you have a player like this. And Zywoo just default towards A, and you know that like, he doesn't. They're not using him in the pack.
Yeah, but
you know, it's crazy.
He's never going to have like a silly death that. Well, I'm not saying never. Never say never, right? But it's very unlikely that he's going to concede a death that puts you into a dire mid-round. He can take that territory at his own discretion with his own perception, and he's so well drilled at that yeah, it seems just more often than not, it gives such a luxury to Apex. I mean, I imagine when you have IGL brain, if you could have a player you just sent that way and said, you know, report back / win the round.
Kind of gets it on two sides of the map, though, because if he can send Zywoo over towards A just to hold over towards Playground, he can also send Spinx over towards Water. Like, Spinx is a very good outside B player.
They'll do both of that,
right, and they're the two star players of this team. And you know what? On the CT side, they play together at A. It's Zywoo, Spinx holding A, it's dupreeh and Magisk over towards B, and it's Apex as that rotating element for the team. So I know which bombs that I would probably be knocking on more if I was OG, but as we mentioned in the previous game of Overpass, B is more susceptible early, so you do see teams do a lot more 4-man stacks. And now Zywoo is actually with Spinx over towards B here, so this is quite indicative that maybe there'll be more of a pressure point over towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, Spinx, of course, bit of a jinx in that previous round, just dinks from Fico and Nico. Flames loses the rifle, it's only Dexter saved up now, the rest just on the USPs and tapping away as he pleases. Apex looking for his 12th, here it comes. Down and out he goes. It's Zywoo to convert the remaining two. And I mean, Dexter's going to have a look at this. He's already taken down Spinx. One more and it's interesting, but Zywoo's not interested. 7, and they are feeling themselves now. We talked about 6+. Or I tried to, anyway, but now we do see 7 already in the bank for Vitality. That hole, we're starting to see it be dug. Vitality putting OG 6 feet under.
Now, Banks is reported in here, which is perfect.
Oh, lovely.
Banks is on our interviews. He's the reporter. It's actually, this is, you couldn't have worked out better.
Say he's doing his job.
He's actually nailed this. He said that Vladdy is the manager of OG, that Rugger is at home, and they decided to try Kakafu for this event. And that Kakafu is the analyst for the team. So, you know, he's with them all the time. It's not like they've just picked a random guy. It's just a guy that maybe you don't all see. Kakafu, he was involved with Big for a little while there as well, so it's a name that we're familiar with. And Neofrag finds one, Dexter 2, and that's the superstars in the dirt.
Okay, now I'm intrigued as to how far they can get without them. They've lost essentially 2 of their 3 paddles. Let's see if they can get out of this creek. Oh, Apex, lovely find on Nico just as he looked away. Apex really has farmed up some frags in this first half. He's actually at the top of the scoreboard with that one, and there's an opportunity gonna miss. Through the smoke, he does concede, and they got so much time. Felt like he had to walk through that smoke, thought he had a gap perhaps.
That's one of the, I would say, the biggest critiques that people have of Apex, that it feels like he tries to do too much. And look, if that's you have to reel it in. I feel like that is maybe one of the better critiques to have.
Yeah.
You know, just calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
But look, the fact he draws one back here is okay. dupreeh could have had that kill towards Neofrag. Only doing 52 points of damage there. And well, now I think damage is probably name of the game. Bomb dropped down towards short. Just dupreeh now. They know where he was. With 40 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be the 5th round for OG. Should we just listen to what the arena sounds like? I'm going to take one ear cup off. I'm just going to have a listen. We're going to see what's going on out there. Because Cloud9 are also playing MIBR right now. Oh, the birds are nice. I didn't know we could let birds inside here.
Just a few.
Yeah, okay. It's very quiet.
It is. Well, I mean, it is. It's always a bit spooky. You know, we get that rare opportunity to kind of get to linger in empty stadiums. You know, it always feels it always feels like this weird kind of dichotomy of like, it feels like there should be thousands of people here, but it's just me.
Yeah, and the weird thing from our position as well, we have a really nice spot. We can see down to where the player booths are, and it's such a different environment. Normally we're in like a hotel conference room or something like that, but now we're on the floor of the venue. I can see FaZe. FaZe are down there setting up. You can see Cloud9 and MIBR, and then this would be 9Z down this end right here. And I guess that means that Fnatic and Co. I can see Samuelson. They're setting up on the other side. So yeah, we get to kind of soak it all in.
We've never done this. Oh, I don't remember seeing this before.
No,
like,
I don't.
It's cool.
Think so
like
either.
a whole group stage just in the center of the arena that will.
You get to look out from your position at either the stage that's built or the empty arena, which is cool, man. Kind of different.
Let's have a little sit back down and have a look at round 13. Early damage inflicted. Magus working slowly on the underpass. But 3 and Bomb leaning towards Monster side.
I just need to correct. Kakafu is not the analyst. He is the assistant coach. Crispy is the analyst.
Okay, important distinction to be made there.
My apologies.
I think he's more assistant to the coach.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
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 Puts it up the nose. Flashes them through. And they are walking on into trouble. Ahead of the smoke now. NiKo. Oh, that's a big frag to find. Delivers the first. ZywOo gone. A huge scalp to post, and it was the bomb carrier as well. So this already...
Got to get that one back, don't you?
Bit of a leg up. Yeah, looking to retrieve it. Knocking on the neighbor's door. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen my ball? One back from Spinks. Bomb lost. Bomb still a problem. And so is Neofrag. Unloads his magazine. Does opt for the reload. Gets it done in time, but loses his life in the process. Now Dupree. Apex. Partner up. Magus to close. One and done. Dexter takes the fight. You can see Magus was in two minds as to whether he wanted to hold that or try and slip away from the AWP, but Dexter quick to take the fight, and that will be 6 for OG. This is damage control right now. Yeah, they are just trying to stop this hemorrhage. 7 is already a huge haul. It needs to be 8.
Good way to summarize it, right? Damage control, right? I think here they should... Oh, I was going to say they should be sitting pretty for a 7th round to be able to tie things up, but Vitality have actually decided to go all in here. So they fully purchase what they can, which manifests in 3 AKs and 2 Deagles as we just recap that round there. Good stuff from Dexter to close that pressure one-on-one. So the Deagles are actually in the hands of Spinks and ZywOo, and the fight is in the face of Neofrag. So that's great. Dupree will get his 5th, and there's a rifle now to be picked up for one of these star players on the Vitality side of the server. You can see here, B-Stream update, MIBR versus Cloud9 on Ancient. If you want to check that out, just put a B at the end of the current Twitch URL. There's also YouTube available. But look, considering that Vitality already have 7, and I don't want to speak too soon, I want you to hang around with us and enjoy the second half, but this is Vitality's game to lose now.
And I think they'd be telling themselves the same thing. Probably not out loud, but certainly internally.
Okay, well, the number advantage now letting the seeds of doubt start to creep into OG. Where exactly are they? Well, NiKo in a forward position can...
He loves this.
Yeah, and the thing is, with him so forward and being the in-game leader, he's basically that boy stack A. So and you can see OG have obliged. You've got Dexter, Flames, and Fiku to lock down the A bomb site here. Now, with 35 seconds left, I don't think Spinks...
Spotted some shadows. And delivers on the first. Still 20 bullets to go. Mayhem unlocked for the first, but not more. Instead, it's Fiku with a lot of bodies heading his way. Apex holding that flank and just in the nick of time catches NiKo. And so there is another, extending their lead. We talked about damage control. Well, yeah, damage and velocity continues for Vitality.
I was just looking as well. Spinks, they didn't use him to go on in as a feeler. He did end up walking into B, so he conveyed that nobody was in B site, which meant that Apex would keep watching the flank, and when they took the A site, they'd be expecting another player close by. So his information did assist in them finding that 8th round. And 9, very possible here. Whatever OG can afford here, it's going to be the force buy for the final round. It's a 4-man A start with Fiku solo B.
Boost. Oh,
beautiful.
Flawless.
Beautiful.
That is, I mean, there is...
Textbook.
Yeah, that's the word. Textbook, exactly. You know, give it 10 more years, and when the textbooks are being written, we will discuss establishing a perfect utilization of the only rifle in play.
And that also is... Vitality don't really know exactly what this buy looks like, but they do know that there were multiple members in Connector, and it's a great reroute here. Fiku, I'm sorry, bud, but if you get more than one here, that's impressive work.
God, that's very intimidating.
And very good use of the smoke fade right there.
Oh, gets the info safely. Flash could be good. Turning. Yes, headshot's good. Fiku gets 1.5, but nothing from NiKo. Could have perhaps made a competitive one out of that. Instead,
quick flank.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 of them. Neofrag right behind Dexter. Perhaps he could catch them with space here. Dupree's not going to be hearing them if they do hit their walk keys now. Dexter, oh, wow, the angle from ZywOo just catches him off guard. The reposition, perfect. He's just playing this game in a different plane.
I love it though, right? That reposition and so quickly, didn't even hesitate.
And the crosshair for the crouch clear. Yeah. You know, your head is in the vice as soon as you get some contact. And so it does look like OG are going to be able to at least remedy the situation for 7. There's still a narrowly 1 out half, unless Flames' Deagle's got 2 more of those. He hasn't got the time for this. Doesn't have the kit for this. And there it is, secure 9 on the T side. OG in the hole, in trouble, in hot water. We'll take a break and come back to see if there's anything they can do to get out of this. Living the Vita Loca, vitality, love in life, 9 in the bank. OG need to step it up. And you can see Daniel Jackson there, formerly known as Flames, now an on-site reporter.
A long way from the west coast of England.
He certainly is, Chad. He certainly is. Wales, we call that.
What a character.
Absolutely, yeah. It is so good to see how so many different human beings gathered to celebrate and compete in the game we know and love. Let's go. Second half. OG, I'm going to say it, Chad, and I'm going to mean it.
Oh, is it a very important pistol
round? It's a very
round?
important pistol, Chad.
That indeed. As we have a bit of a carbon copy. This time it'll be Spinks over towards A. Dexter was doing the
They're doing the vitality.
And,
wait, didn't they have 2 smokes?
Yes, they did, and a molly. This is a P250 for the Dexter, and well, a smoke and a flash for Nico, but through the upper bathroom is a very common approach. They're loud about this, and they'll allow Dexter to search.
Wait, this is the round the world. We call this one.
Yeah, well, they want to clear it out and make sure there's no aggressive CT maneuvers, but where they stop, nobody knows.
Oh, no. There's a new chapter to the round the world. It's round the world and back again.
Well, do they go towards B? No, back towards A. Okay, so we've cleared out long, we've cleared out upper bathrooms, we've cleared out connector. Now we can start our crawl forward. Well, guess what's happened in the meantime? Spinks has company. Dupree and Apex have joined him, and Apex actually has a HE and a flash for good measure. No defuse kit for the CT side, so keep that in mind. Here they come.
And there they go. Dupree escorts Fiku off the premises. And a nice chance for Dexter. Doesn't find the lethality he was hoping for with that P250. It's a good weapon for the job. And turning his back, still gets away. Dupree does lay down the law. And just like that, Vitality all delivered. I think it was
5 headies as well.
5 headshot strategy. It works very well for the 10th there. And this thing's going to get very awkward very quickly for OG. This best of 1, very cutthroat, and of course a lower bracket awaiting the loser of this one.
And that's the problem, right? Only 3 teams from each group, and we find ourselves in Group B right now, will have an opportunity to be in the playoffs here in Rio for 2023. And if you drop to the lower bracket, only 1 team from each group of the lower bracket can make it on through, right? So staying in the upper bracket, especially in the best of 1s, to get to the best of 3s, you heard Dexter saying it's important for them to win this best of 1 to show what they're capable of in the best of 3s. Well, this is going to be a very difficult comeback indeed, as we do see all 5 of them parked outside B right now. They're going to be walking into the Lion's Den as Dupree shoots off a couple of shots. He'll get the support of Magus, the Danish combo to lock things down. And, well, actually, Apex is here to drop 20 frags so far. He's having a bit of a game thus far. Even had a nice 1-on-3 clutch within that first half of play. Another relatively clean one right there. Now, I wonder how often they go knocking on the door of B, because Dupree, he's actually started to get himself into the game. He's got 9 kills, 6 assists, but Magisk has been quite quiet as well. He's only on 6 frags. And not that they were needed in any crazy fashion, but they are the B defenders. So if you're OG, is that a target? Because as we mentioned, Spinks and Zywoo will be holding A.
Do you reckon we could get a loop of the paw? Start running that day too? Just to bring back that group stage feel?
Why not?
Okay. Oh man, Fiku. He's doing...
Spinks dead.
Yeah, I mean, he's done that before. I think, you know, when it comes to hunting scalps and winning the head-to-heads, I mean, Fiku's actually head and shoulders above the entire server bar Apex. And here comes Apex, the aforementioned hero. 21 now as the second not going to be allowed. Flames quick to the head and just Magisk and Dupree. So that double Dane not going to be getting too much in the way of a 7th here. It should be OGs every day of the week.
They'd have to really screw this one up, wouldn't they? They still have 3 smokes. They have the number advantage, the weapon advantage. Magisk has made his way up.
One-way info? It might have been. Yeah, Dexter was not prepared for that fight. Does manage to convert one, but he paid such a heavy price. Yeah. He should be dead and is. Dupree, what have you got? Oh my god, there's a chance. A small chance, an opportunity. One more bullet, and it was a 1v1. Oh, and he would have had the bomb. The world at his fingertips if he had that one, Chad.
Well, he might be able to delay the plan at Dicebox right now if he throws out the molly. Yeah, that is a firework. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And saving the famous.
Were you guilty of ever video recording a fireworks display?
In Malta, it'd be hard to not.
Yeah,
you know how often the fireworks are going off.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know what I was doing, especially when phones... You know, back in the day, phone quality cameras were just...
No.
What was I doing?
And what is the deal with fireworks anyway?
What do you mean, what's the deal?
Well, you've seen one set of fireworks, you've seen them all.
All right, mate. That's like saying, you know, you've seen one... Wait, hang on. Like, that's like saying if I Google an image of the Taj Mahal, it's like going there.
What? No.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, what? So I've seen one firework. That means that every single firework, like the backyard rocket I bought for
No, but I mean a firework display.
Yeah, I'm talking a professional, beautiful...
Yeah, well...
Have you seen the drone stuff they're doing now? Don't even need all the gunpowder.
That's a bit cooler.
Yeah, you think that's cooler?
I think so.
Okay.
Robots.
I saw that...
Here's a robot. Bang!
Yeah, robotic headshots out of Fiku. Flames as well, making sure that nothing awkward was going away.
I don't know what Dupree did with... Why even threw the incendiary like that? Why throw it at all?
It kind of gave... it gave it all up.
Say, well, we knew where he was, and now he's thrown a bit of a wiffle ball.
A wiffle ball, for sure. And so we strap in for OG looking to replicate. And actually, it's a necessity. We do need to see them string together consecutive rounds now or never. Magic's got a geeky lineup for that HE. Look at that, deep towards the stairs on the descent. Doesn't find anything with it. They're walking through on the fade here. Flames brave. Playing off the flash. Going fast. Looking for the headshots. Major's hidden. Look at this. Perfect hiding. Okay, Flames is mad. Nice trade. Nico double. Needs a third. A massive one from the Dane.
Really nice round. And look at Neofrag. He's already the front of A. So no matter what Vitality do right now, they are screwed. They are pinched.
Oh man, I thought things were only going to get worse after I saw Flames struggling to open up the account, considering he was the first one in. But yeah, Nico was there just with the mop and bucket, cleaning up the rest of the mess.
And here comes the shark in the water. Neofrag will make sure they do not save anything here. The only way out is forward for Vitality. And ZywOo is starting to make his way down to join Spinx here. You can see he's tucked over towards the graffiti position. The round is all but secured here. There isn't a kit in the back pocket of either of these two, and well, here he comes, continuing to just be very diligent on the clears, Mr. Neofrag. Fico and Nico will need to start to get out of dodge, and ZywOo looks somewhat aware that this could be a possibility, and he was. A great shot from Neofrag. ZywOo gone, just Spinx now, and he will survive. Okay, well, this is a pretty decent T-haul already here.
Yeah, well, there is the additional caveat, of course, of Vitality's haul being influenced by the 4 they got off the rip. Pistol, not so lucky for OG.
The thing here is, I know that a whole bunch of Apex's kills have been against ecos, right? Someone still has to get them. I acknowledge that. I'm not taking anything away from him, but him being 5 kills ahead of ZywOo right now, ZywOo hasn't even activated yet. ZywOo's not even joined the party here. He hasn't even joined the conference call.
Yeah, he's on his way, don't you worry. Spinx, nice 1.5, but the rest handled by OG. Was trying to be threatening, and for a moment it was, but you can see now the rest should fall into place for another. OG, this will be 3.
And taking a look at the loss bonus, 2,400 into the next round, there won't be an AWP available for ZywOo. So this game is going to get awfully close as far as the scoreboard reflects before we do see a full Vitality buy come out to play. It's still very early to have cause for concern here, but OG are making a case that this game isn't done just yet. And Dexter as well is not crazy activated either. He only has 11 kills to his name. And I was looking at the stats, and for OG in terms of overpass games with Nico, there's not a whole lot on record. But in the few that they have, there we go, mopping it up. Dexter on the T side finds an awful lot of impact as well. Okay. So, wait and see once the big greens come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very different game state once we get there. But for now, I mean, OG are doing everything that's required of them. And so is Apex. That's not too shabby. Finds the rifle. And even a cheeky Molotov for his trouble. So he's...
profit. Pure profit right there.
Yeah. PP, as we call that.
And Apex has got the biggest.
Certainly. The Apex Predator.
His crosshair is my favorite thing about him. Let me see if I can turn it on and show you what it's all about.
How big are we talking?
You know Henry's crosshair,
yeah,
right?
He's got one of them.
Yeah, he's got
the old man. He's got the old man.
He's got a Henry crosshair. Yeah, well, they're both sources. So, oh, hold up a minute. He's shrunk his crosshair.
Oh my! Well, no wonder he's at the top of the scoreboard.
Oh, it all makes sense now.
Well, guys, okay, it's official. Okay, you can tell how good a player is by the size of his crosshair.
When did he change the size of his crosshair?
I mean, a lot of the best players do use dots these days.
That's true. They all got these little small
little squares.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, I'll take it back. Apex he's in the modern world. He's refreshed his game.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with your game. I'd like to apologize, Apex.
Good stuff. Okay.
Game on.
No AWP still.
No, man. Aegis has got himself a scope in the form of the AUG. Interesting to see if that becomes... Usually that's for the jail hold, so I don't think we're going to get into too much of that given the OG start. Instead, they're going to just be hesitantly starting their crawl through Fountain, heading for that toilet control. Banana there's so much uncertainty around this corner. You can see they're just going to go through the motions. Molly towards Guardian, hold and crawl.
Oh, interesting. You'd normally see a front bathroom smoke come into play when you're doing this type of map control, but they have so much room right now, and early as well.
It is ZywOo and Spinx, though, on this site.
Oh, take a look at Vitality and their economy of utility here, just holding onto these smokes. So they're going to try and block late. They will have to, well, get their feckles up momentarily because you can see this congregation of 4 Ts ready and raring to execute in towards this ace site.
But what they're hoping for is this boost to pay off and immediately the smokes will come out. But it depends on where this first contact's found.
Apex coming back now. That rotation will be heard.
That's it. That's his chance. He's let it go. Oh, he sticks around. Spinx does convert. Now they need to get out of here. Rebounding, reboosting, refragging! Double from Spinx! swings, and he's still not dead. Forced to reload, and that's another frag for Apex. Locked and loaded. Vitality pants the competition. Should be nothing here for Flames, and it's Apex to close, but look at the smile on his face. It's very cheeky to go for a reboost.
Audacious.
So you throw the smoke, you're assuming these two CTs are knife out, sprinting back, playing for the retake instead, back up and over, and he makes good on his promise. It was a bit sketchy on that first spray onto Neofrag, but could not have done more to redeem himself.
Yeah, well handled at the end of the day there, wasn't it? So nice round, and it will actually force the first timeout out of OG. Curious to say, but they will be taking these 30 seconds to have a chit-chat with Kakafu, the assistant coach. Make sure I get that one right, but yeah, just you don't see that. Yeah. You don't see that very often, and Apog makes the rotate in and grabs himself another kill.
Assistant to the coach has managed to get themselves a nice 30-second breather, but 12-9 the score, and as you'd already said, this is going to be an interesting one. Still no AWP in play for ZywOo. Dexter's going to be pulling one out, though.
Yeah, and that has the chance to be a difference maker here. So let's see if they allow him to be the opener, or if Fiku or Neofrag can continue to try and take the liberties of this space. Spinks to ZywOo, double nades deep. Down the gullet of Dexter, who copped an awful lot of damage. Flash over, Spinks to fight, blind, and the silence then fall with 2 quick kills. That is a great way to open up the round for Vitality.
Yeah, ZywOo, not only does he typically frag, he typically flashes. And that one, a good one. Double. Trouble, nice profit. Disadvantage for this OG 22, round 22. I'm just wondering as well if they can actually really screw the pooch here on Vitality. If they can flip the script on this one, there are 3 on B right now, but there's plenty of time for investigations to be made. You can see they're indecisive as to whether or not they can go up through connector. They have no information there at all. Dexter's just taking a little look from his for himself.
Yeah, part of me is already thinking like save would be the best option here. It's only 1900 as the loss bonus into the next. There's too much time to just go for the save, so they will have a look for something. But Dexter's low from those nades. The Org is going to grab one. Fiku kept back by the Flames. Sure, it's only a 3-on-2 situation, but how do you break into this?
Yeah, the flash was great. But maybe Fiku's got a bit of an element of surprise here. Yeah, Shadow sticking out like a sore thumb.
And this is where those problems start to really come into play, because you can take a look. Everyone can do the maths with me at home. If look at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see how much cash is available here. So for Fiku, add 1900. Flames the same. Dexter, well, if he saves, don't add anything. And if he goes down after time, that is worst-case scenario. And the blue dots on that radar are getting closer and closer. They've got about 13 or so plus seconds to make their way in for this. If they kill him after time, that's huge. That's the biggest thing they could get away with here.
Yeah, and that smoke will not be there for the rest of it. It seems like Apex isn't interested, nor is ZywOo.
Okay.
So, yeah, no worries.
They want to protect their economy here as well. I understand that. It just, you've left a beast with his preferred weapon, and Cloud9 with somewhat of a lead here. Oh,
okay, nice. Yeah, looks like Ancient's been a bit of a all-out affair.
This is actually a timeout from Vitality here, so Zonic has opted to call this one. We just have a conversation about how they need to get this one across the line for the final 3 rounds of play.
Damn, what is going on with Insani? I just saw that at the end. 3-16 his score.
Oh dear.
Because he blew up onto the scene in Kato, like having, essentially playing the same, if not better, as he had in all of the lead up to his big Tier 1 debut. But yeah, he seems to be really getting his ass handed to him by Cloud9. And Cloud9, a huge question mark for the analysts when that discussion was being had. How can you possibly, after feeling like your kind of soul's been shattered, show up the very next day on a different continent? Dexter, though, into Magisk, the boost. Established, erected, and successful. And that's one way to successfully facilitate the safe door.
Nifty pre-steps into this line
he
of sight.
Wouldn't dare. He wouldn't.
But you know what didn't happen? The A players didn't push forward and take all the space off of the quad boost.
True.
They've actually kind of stayed like statues right now. So there's a fair opportunity here for OG to get into this round if Dexter finds another.
They erected it so quickly, though. It's not like there was too much time to react, and he does. Wow, what? They can't. You still can't really see a world where this.
Well, I can now.
You can now?
Yeah, I can.
There's 2 weapons, maybe one that you can actually pick up.
One you can't, but regardless, Dexter's still alive, right? And his AWP is very scary. So if it's a shot taken and he doesn't die, even if it's without the kill, he'll earn that respect. So it's likely Dupree will communicate the dink. But look at where Apex has gotten off to. So they've completely hedged the bets that, well, I suppose they're hoping it'll be an A play here. And if it is just a B finish, they'll concede the round. And they knew they were up against a saved AWP as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but I don't know. You're only going to be frustrated after the fact that, oh yeah, of course they're going to do that. You know, like it's not something.
Well, there's only so many moves available.
Yeah, you could probably make a very short list.
Yeah, you could go down for connector for a pick if they were to over-aggress. You could just go T-stairs, but that tends to be mollied, so you'd need like a smoke and
Hold
a flash.
fountain for aggression, but why would you, as a CT, go there?
Yeah, you would need a little bit of util to help go against a lot of opening moves. The quad boost is one that they can't deny.
Yeah, that's fair. And you know the teammates are not going to be particularly useful with Glocks other than being a human.
I still can't work out why Dupree picked, especially considering that the other two players on the A side of the map were forward. They were in upper bathrooms and long. So I don't know what he was hoping to achieve. Like,
yeah, it's round defining. There's no doubt about it.
It's kind of like Torji when he over-peaked. It's not as bad. It's definitely not as bad. I don't see the whole game collapsing down because of this round. Did they find that? Oh, they found the gun. Okay, so they've picked up 2 M4s from this. 1 saved AWP. The power of the AWP in a beast like Dexter's hands. It's great work.
I mean, but that is the kind of round that makes up for not winning either pistol. You know,
yeah.
That's the kind of round that immediately makes this a potential like OT, if not 16-14. And there's another timeout.
They just took a timeout.
Yeah, but I think this one is just, you know, a little bit of a slap on the wrist.
This was a kick up the pants.
This is not done. This is not our win. And the vibes, they started so high. Like they were at a premium as Vitality took to the first half and had an incredible T-Haul. 9-6, I will reiterate and remind you, this is how quickly they established the boost. That is efficient.
148,
yeah,
wow.
That's fast.
That's
that is
really
incredibly quick. And MongolZ, you know, he already thinks his boots are about to hit the ground, but they do. Stone cold. I can't quite process that one. We get to see it again.
It shouldn't have been Dupree playing for Info. That's the problem.
That's the only issue.
Because you've seen reactions of the other teams. Once the quad boost is identified, they just constrict A. They just bottleneck them so they can't get out of those T-stairs. So, look, likely not to be the end of the world here. They've had to expend some of the cash. ZywOo with the AWP. So the buy does come together here.
Not this time.
No, and that's the thing. If you're going to fool them with the same trick twice, you got to make sure you're slick about it. I love this position from Apex. He plays this an awful lot to just spam. Yeah, you can see. It's a nice little position to chip away. And also what it does is it buys these two a chance to push. And you can see exactly where those bullets land.
Our observers are so good, aren't they?
Yeah, Russian MC. Flames? Flames is in B. So is Nico. They have a lot of space. Molly right now got to hold Magic's back. Dupree's dead already.
Vitality lose this, Chad. Okay, Spinks, MongolZ, keep it level, but still, this could shatter their economy. That gap will close, and Spinks needs to relocate. Flash for his teammate close. Apex reveals himself, and into Dexter's clutch as he goes. ZywOo, one back onto Fiku. Panicking a little. Uncertain as to where those CTs are coming from. A nice smoke to buy himself some time to reposition. He's got himself a little gap on that.
Not intentional, but he'll work with it.
Yeah, hold on. This gets weird. Both ways, upon the fade. Neofrag versus Spinks, and despite the low HP, he still bests him.
Saw both, I think.
Dexter can come up clutch here. Low HP on Spinks. He's opted for the AK. It's the perfect weapon for the job to try and isolate into 1v1. ZywOo takes the AWP, and back turned, it will be Spinks. And you can see the smile on Dupree's face, especially after seeing the way that went down. He did not want to see that gap close to, that could be 13-12.
I'm curious as well if that's a bit of a counter right there, because that spam coming on through and then just the walk dry out monster. You can see how quick Nico and Flames just kind of sprung in towards the side. This was the
Did they miss?
Second.
No crouch.
He slid off. He slid off the top right. The third player slid off, so he didn't get to stick that landing. Unfortunate there, but really well positioned from Spinks there. And a good round for Vitality to win. You can see how much that meant to them, and well, how much it meant to OG, who are now rocking 2 MAC-10s. Flames and Nico, maybe they'll try something similar here. Are they going to rock the same round? They're going to rock the same round.
Okay, well. SMGs. Dupree. Dead. Need a trade. Oh no, Double Dane's down, and already it's on Spinks. I need a multi-kill. He needs more than that. And he's on to Nico for a second. Could need a third. Oh, okay, Spinks is heating up. Someone needs to put him down. Dexter obliges, but still a 1v2 for ZywOo. He's looking fierce, looking focused. Gonna drop down as quick as he can. Silent.
Oh my god.
He's so good at this. Every map, nuke, overpass. They don't have a clue. Oh, barrel, and he can't hit the shot. Dexter nails it, saves them, and bails them out of trouble. That was compulsory for OG.
And so with a crucial round under their wing, they now have a little bit of a let up of the gas. They can perhaps certainly not relax, but take a deeper breath as they have bought themselves another round likely on the card.
I love this from Nico. It's like he's tethered himself to Flames because he knows the kid is sharp as hell and he's kind of setting the tempo for him and he's also offering himself up. That's the two of them in 2 consecutive rounds who are the entry pack, who have actually been able to find some very decent space. And we're talking about, well, slaps and screams. We're now shattering some dreams because Vitality have actually gone all in here. They're not taking a save. The lost bonus, it doesn't buy them that option.
Jesus.
This game is on right now.
Yeah, like Donkey Kong. And ZywOo, the gorilla, standing in the way. Well, that kind of screws your options for a while. Buying some time, and they've repositioned off of that. Neofrag doesn't want to take any too many risks. With that molly up on Divider as well, options are limited, but the setup has been reformatted. You've got 4 leaning on this side, and that's a lot of faith. If Apex goes down, it's a free round.
And it will probably be a save, right? So this stack has to pay off, or likely we see a save or look for exits.
I mean, you can see from the bomb as well, like OG have no intention to go blindly anywhere. They've spread themselves out, spread in their Zerg creep.
But that's a B holder. That's a B defender.
Down.
Okay, so as soon as you know that it's a B defender in upper bathrooms,
you're
going to have a look towards B.
Here they come. Couple of flashes and they're on their way. It's wide open. Ready for the taking. Apex, he's not even there. Not occupying the site at all. It's just a free, the path of least resistance taken. Fiku has the site and now he can have the spray. Good flash. Oh, and a good frag from Dupree. As Dexter's onto ZywOo in response. Another from Dexter on that AWP. He's asking someone else to plant. I can't fault him either. 25 seconds, but ready for the flank. Nico aware and deals with Spinks. That could have been a disrupting force. And now a 2 versus 3 with 15 seconds left. They do need to just accept defeat. Concede as a 12th in the bank for OG. Now, how many rounds does that make it total? This is their 6th T round. They have to match or best the 9-round haul of Vitality. But saving these rifles will at least enable them to have something of a voice to voice their concerns in the next.
It got close, right? But Dexter, this was huge. This was huge from him because this is a round. But actually, to be fair, this is where the guy does his best work. Yeah. When the heat is on, when they're coming at him, that's when he tends to absolutely dismantle his opponent. And this is a real close game now. Just 2 rounds the difference. But it's more about the financial situation that Vitality finds himself in here. That is the reason that there's a conversation to be had. These 2 save rifles will buy them a competitive round in the next. But then after that, it starts to get a little bit fruity and a little bit funky because they have to take a relatively lighter purchase here, right? They can't invest too much behind these saved guns because they need to buy into the next round. But even then, there's not going to be an AWP available, right? So the next gun round they have is not going to have all the bells and whistles.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So it's essentially, you know, it's not, even though you're at 14, you're not comfortable. You know, you're not sitting there brimming with confidence. See what they can get done with these 2 rifles. OG. As we've discussed, you know, they haven't had the best state of affairs, but that win in the previous round with just the pistols has really put Vitality into a tailspin.
Now, the interest for Vitality is over towards B right now. They were trying 2 different maneuvers. This little boost here you can see with Dupree, and they are also trying to run boost Magisk over in towards the monster position. But all the action is really over towards A, and the closest member of Vitality is ZywOo in connector right now with this Deagle. So OG have done a great job of calling around this. I think they've realized there wasn't going to be an AWP, meaning long. They can stretch their legs. You can now see the utility being deployed. A nice little set there from Nico. And ZywOo well in the open. He has been spotted, so that will be communicated. He's hightailing it straight into Dexter's line of sight. Oh, okay.
Kind of cool.
Well, they know where he is. He couldn't get too far. Flames can't really go address long, right? Because he has to worry about bathrooms in case ZywOo pivots back. So this is up to Dexter to try and read this play, and I don't think he will.
Exactly. Like you can see that little, he has just enough information if ZywOo does have a peek. Not anymore, he doesn't. And Dexter's going for this clear, which leads to a ZywOo opportunity.
Oh, you don't see that every day of the week,
you don't, but the brain on his reposition gave him that opportunity.
Yes.
You know, didn't quite convert it. A very rare miss from ZywOo's Deeg. A couple of sitters gone awry.
I'm just trying to do the maths on this, right? So even if Dupree and Apex
get one with USP, could it make a difference?
Even if Dupree saves this AK, right, you're only going to get 2,400 added on here, which is only going to get him up to, what are we talking here, 4,600. So he's 150 bucks short of an AWP. So there'll be no ZywOo AWP. There will be no ZywOo AWP here. And what this means is well, a full rifle round, which is going to still be lacking a little bit of utility. Like, these are suboptimal buys, and we are at the home stretch right now. The loss bonus isn't there for OG either, so it is great for them to have so much cash in the coffers for at least one more buy, even if they lose a subsequent round. And they're doing the quad boost again, Alex.
Oh, Magic's would be so mad if it happened again. It's actually Apex this time. He's gone safely.
Trey was really telling me...
I puckered. I'll be honest, I puckered. I've tried to play it off. Alrighty.
This is actually a good call from Vitality on the defense, because dupree's pushed out in towards water. He's got Apex baiting for him on the jump, and Spinks is also in connector with the door blown off. So it's the clear for dupree's hard if you're OG coming out, unless dupree oversteps the mark here. Magic's playing Barrel and ZywOo. Well, we already know that he was basically playing A on his own in a lot of the T side gun rounds. Now it'd be the same on the CT side, but look at this. Neofrag has actually done a great job on this lurk. A very good job on this lurk.
That's good util, though. It's going to buy time for this ZywOo hold to pay off. Oh, ZywOo's going to get played. No, he's not. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Gets the shot. 9 Neofrag hits it.
But what do you do now? Do you go back?
I think you wait. Just cut noise, and then as the rotate starts, Apex is left. The side, Magus now doesn't have the support, doesn't have the head, no help at all. And you walk on in to a wide open site. Molly, perfect, smokes in, util dumped, and there's nothing to be done. Vitality lose it all bar dupreeh. And with a tud of their tongue, they realize that this, what felt like a bit of a putting green after a 9-6 half. You think you're coming in just to walk it across the line, and instead, OG. And Dexter in particular, who seems to be heating on up, Flames with his aggressive maneuvers as well. And now OG starting to seize the lead. Vitality have got very limited resources on the majority.
I love the smile on Kakafu's face here. He's real hyped for the boys, but they have done a lot of hard work. And look, I said I didn't think that the Dexter saved AWP round with the kill on Demagic with the quad boost and then dupreeh over picking the mark was going to be the downfall. But what that did to Vitality's cash is put them in some really rough spots, because they bought back and they won in the next, but then they lost to Mac 10s. And then they had pistols, and oh dear, this one is sweaty business now. That is the final timeout called. They are in the hurt locker, Vitality.
I mean, their only way out is going to be some heroics either in this one. They have to save their schmeckles. It's going to be what? Deagle, CZ, a 5-7, a pistol of their preference up against every single bell and whistle known to the OG roster, even treating themselves to a Tech 9 at this stage in the game.
This would be the most gut-punching moment for OG if they lost a round like this and ended up losing 16-14, because they've had to work hard for this. And again, on the T side, we've seen some really good T sides today on Overpass. Came in with the whole conversation point about it being a very CT-sided map, and well, we've been proven wrong at every turn so far. That's what makes the stats more interesting, right? If it's traditionally one way, what's going on to cause the other is dupreeh. On short, makes a jump, almost takes his silencer off. Some might say he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect embodiment. Okay, Nico, a big headshot delivered. And Spink's hoping that they go underlooked or chance on that headshot. Fiku with a cover. This is perfect from OG.
Damn.
I mean, what a turnaround. We are seeing the full 30, no doubt about it, but...
And I can tell you, as a matter of fact, close your ears if you don't want a spoiler on that B-Stream game, but that is over. 3, 2, 1. Cloud9 took them down 16-8. So the winner of this will be taking on Cloud9 in the following match. And the winner of that will lock themselves in for the playoffs. Well, semi-final or quarter-final possible, but still you would be expecting this to be Vitality. They're on that ramp in towards Paris, and right now they're on the ramp on the way out of this, being wheeled out on a gurney, on a stretcher.
Not comfortable at all. ZywOo. They're coming for you, and he's got nothing to report. Kakafu going to be happy with that one. And one final round, whether it's regulation or overtime, remains to be seen.
Dude, this
Vitality,
is both pistols
they lost,
for Vitality.
Exactly.
Both pistols.
I mean, it depends which way you want to frame it. In my mind, you could say OG, with losing both pistols
precisely.
And still looking to close in regulation. And the credit definitely to be handed out equally to the individuals. I think Nico's been calling a T-side around this.
Dexter's had some impact.
Dexter's had a lot of impact. Flames as well. And of course, Neofrag and Fiku have had their moments, especially more so on that CT side. Speaking of his name, he is actually going to be going out on a little solo adventure, looking to find Spinks on that fountain.
Hearing this.
He should hear this, should have this. ZywOo and Spinks have brought together a first blood.
But the reaction now is really difficult. You can't just spring in towards B here because you expect 2, maybe 3. They do want to hit it. Flames needs to find the opening here, and they might get Apex.
Oh God, he's wiggling, he's jiggling. He's got to get his nades out of his pockets. They send Dexter in. I just give you dare. Dexter should and hasn't hit the shot. He's lucky to be alive here. A second chance.
Oh, wow.
That's going to leave their ears ringing. Fiku and Flames swallow shrapnel.
And look where Spinks is during all of this. That opening kill on Neofrag has allowed him to stay forward the entire time. There is really no way back unless they head up through Connector, and then they'll have to deal with ZywOo on the top of the A site. This is looking like overtime.
OT, OT. Unless Dexter's got more. I like this. He could have one. Could, doesn't. Magus holds a nerve. Dupree as well on the tunnel. And Vitality looking to at least survive. I think for them, definitely going to be a bit of a sigh of relief. Hold on. Yeah, Flanks has solved the mystery.
30 seconds.
Fiku doesn't have the health for this one. Locked on, sprayed down. Spinks hits it with a wall bang, so that's pretty. But we are off to overtime. All right. Hoorah.
Yeah, that's the recovery right there, right? We move into OT with 12.5k. So this is the thing. If you're OG, you're going to feel like you could have closed it, but you did a great job into drawing this all the way back to a competitive matchup here. There was a few slip-ups from Vitality, but OG had to force those. It's not like they were unforced errors. There were a couple of blunders, sure, but you still have to convert those frags. And OG, now that they found their way into OT, still had 3 timeouts up their sleeve. They're going to call their second right now. So Kakavir with the chance to set the record straight here and say, look, boys, look, this is what was working. This is where we can look for that damage. And that was a stylish way for Spinks to finish off regulation.
Whew, okay, well, everyone's going to be pulling up their socks and readying themselves for war.
Indeed, indeed. But this is where now the advantage goes back to Vitality. It's a bit of a reset in that regard.
I agree, right up until they immediately do the boost and Dexter gets another kill.
But the reason I say that is because it wasn't financially stable for Vitality in that late stretch, and now they get 12.5.
Yeah, and we actually get a ZywOo warp.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
There's no emissions in the buy, you're not working with SMGs, you're not lacking any U2, you've got plenty of defuse kits. That's where the change-up is.
I'm with you.
OG were in control of a lot of the financial decisions.
It turns out your economy kind of gets screwed when you lose to 4 Glocks and an AWP.
Yeah. Who would have thunk it? Okay, well, they've allowed the Danes to be the 2 to lock down B here. Spinks is forward with Apex towards long. ZywOo in the bathrooms. Neofrag having a look, and, well, last time he went solo, he didn't last very long.
Yeah, a little bit lighter on B this time. Apex has support long.
Yeah, and that's where the dramas could come in. Dupree and Magisk have been a little bit rough around the edges in some of these duels.
Yeah, and I don't know if I fancy their chances on the Dexter's clear. Now, for sure, he's just posting for now. Neofrag and Fiku were investigating that toilet side, or at least showing some presence. Spinks is actually quite active here early.
Oh.
I didn't see him.
Oh.
Didn't see him.
But look where Apex is currently glancing to. Yeah, he is.
Okay. Oh, okay. Should be fine. And is Neofrag caught unable to pull the trigger?
And they know it's the lurk, so they know where everyone else is.
Problem solved, or at least not the round, but certainly the information.
Well, they have no time to go back either. So at this point, they're boxed in.
You're forced in. You're forced in, and you're going to give it your best shot, the best shake of the stick. ZywOo's here, should have at least anyone that braves the pillar peak. Still lets the first one go. The bomb should go down. Nice work from Nico. Flank from Spinks. Flames already caught. This is big now. The flank should have everything covered. Only Fiku and Dexter not really got much they can say or do about this one.
Just defuse. He can smoke this. GG. No, not GG. GG for the round.
GR.
Yeah, good round. But Dexter here. He's going to go down. A missed shot. Apex will scoop him up, but there wasn't a lot of chances for Dexter in that situation. He wasn't in a power position with the AWP to get a lot done there, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, and actually that 2-man long setup ended up really profiting. It was round defining.
Yeah, and like Apex to be aware that that was a possibility was great as well. So really good stuff here. And yeah, the thing is, they have to make sure that Spinks can't go on these flanks anymore. I know he didn't have a huge amount of impact in the kill feed in that round, but he definitely did with the information. So if they don't do a 3-man A press, they might have a couple of dramas. I think they got stuck there on Dexter lining up some util. So a little bit lighter or later on their push towards A right now. Oh, Spinks again, connected this time.
Yeah, he's heating up. I think that close, he's starting to hit every shot he takes, and so is ZywOo. Re-clearing, ready for Dexter. NeoFrag in front of him. That no-scope was coming. He was cooking it up in the lab, just couldn't get it out in time. So one back, but a 2v4.
Yeah, split second longer there, and yeah, would have had that one in
It
the
felt
belly.
like there was some hang time on that. Like NeoFrag was just drawing a pretty picture before he hit that shot.
Went slow-mo.
There's a chance. An opportunity was presented to Flames, but Spinks should have the rest. And yeah, we talk about him. 27 now for Spinks. And you highlighted it. Those two individuals, when they are both on, it puts Vitality in a real comfortable spot. I'm talking velvet cushions. I'm talking, I don't know, calming music.
What's going
incense
on here?
burning.
We got a bit of a technical timeout here in OT. You don't love to see that.
I think he might have just slapped so hard he pulled his headphones out. That's the death from hit this one here. I think that bothered him.
Okay.
I think that bothered him.
Yeah, could have done, or should have done. That's that right. As I mentioned, you know, the whole momentum has shifted to this. Like OG as part of the comeback, that was great. I think they had to get it done in regulation.
Yeah, well, they did have a pretty close attempt.
This is interesting. I think OG are going to run a similar round, and NeoFrag is going to try and take Jules towards A with a Krieg. Because, well, that's what he's invested into here. Might feel like he's inadequate in taking some of those fights, especially with ZywOo patrolling. But ZywOo's actually going to start over towards B here.
That's an interesting deviation from the norm. Spinks throws his nade to no success, and 4 out the playground. They're not playing any games. Look at this, very quick, and taking all of that space. So, I mean, I'm sure this is something Spinks will be accounting for, like in his internal timer.
He is playing very site-centric here. So he won't hear any footsteps now. I think they cut. Oh, he's talking a lot, actually. He's talking a lot. Maybe he did catch a footstep.
Yeah, they're coming. ZywOo, Apex, the cavalry, Canter to his aid. Nade looks good. Back was turned. NeoFrag slipped the net. Huge impact on the Krieg. A double entry for NeoFrag. OG trying to post 1T round. MR3, it's going to make the difference. It can and very much could make the difference.
Probably should right now as well. Dupree, Magisk, and Apex all going to retake from CT spawn. Apex gets one on the fade of the smoke.
Something more, perhaps. The double Danes coming in as well. Util present. Those smokes can be utilized, be very useful on the way in. Apex trying to provide it. Fiku spotted out. They know where at least one of them are. Good spray, good frags. OG, they will take one. And that's probably par for the course. No complaints there. A 2-to-1 split in the first attacking attempt of OG.
Considering how good both of these T sides have been in this game, which have come through, you know, breaking them and winning some good rounds, I think the 2-1 scoreline probably, you're bang on par for the course considering how this game has unfolded so far. It feels like such a long time since we saw OG on that CT side. Right, they were doing 3-man A setups at the start of rounds. They would have NeoFrag, Dexter, and Flames together. But now it looks a little bit more traditional here.
A lot of early utility, but...
Well, it is different on the T side because Spinks and ZywOo were working water together when we were mainly noting ZywOo over towards playground. They did this a couple of times, but it wasn't the traditional approach.
Got some util out of them with the sound cue. Nice work, Spinks, a geek, as they all are. And all that nade just siphoning through. You can see, look at how quickly OG have started to run light on resources. And you look at the contrast on the other side of your screens. Vitality still got a pretty healthy coffer full of nades.
It does just look like it's going to be a bit of a B execute here. I'm aware that there's still a minute on the clock, but with just how they're posturing and leaning and where the bomb is, they're just allowing Dupree to play forward here. So Lurk Smoke lobbed out front side. You can see Dexter will exchange one of his own here, and that's to isolate the amount of angles he has to worry about temporarily. NeoFrag will start to clamp on down, but here comes the B pressure.
3 of them here, and Nico's already dispatched of 1. Flame's good for his duel as well, so clean start for OG's defense.
NeoFrag's basically won the round with his position. Yeah, that should be it. 30 seconds. Apex, how can you even go back to A?
He's having a go.
It's 25 seconds.
I guess he hopes Magus gets like 2 kills and sells the whole thing, but yeah, unfortunately not. NeoFrag does go down, but I imagine Dexter and Flames will be very set up for the time he arrives with 14 seconds left and an aid in his hands. It's locked on in, and Kakafu happy with that one.
Okay, well, it wasn't anything mega direct out of Vitality. Right? They didn't go anywhere really early and kind of force a fight. They did have the map control that they were hoping for, sure, but OG didn't wince And this was some good opening kills to defend this B bomb site. Nico with one, Flames playing off of that contact, great stuff. And as I mentioned, Neofrag, his position, him being that little slippery slug around the A side of the map is causing some real issues on CT and T sides for Vitality here today.
Dexter's going for an early aggressive maneuver, but thinks better of it after the tilt. It's Nico as well, giving it a good go.
Round the corner, blind spamming, and the damage, what?
Okay. Yeah.
Why not?
We'll leave it there. That's something. Spinks. I mean, he's just been BS'd. That's what we call that one in the business. That's the one way to find a nice opening. Vitality now limping with a man disadvantage.
I reckon Kakafu's going to go off his tree if they win this game.
I reckon so too. Neofrag, however, is still vulnerable. If he just jumps, if he dares go for any info, he actually times it all right, but ZywOo will slap him down and that advantage is gone.
But they saw the bomb, so good information here, right? It's going to allow OG to start to set themselves up in this 4-on-4.
That's a good smoke. ZywOo has actually nailed that. He sowed Seed of Doubt by throwing that on the way out. And he threw that so quickly. None of the fancy lineup on the dot on the floor. He's got that out, and that really screws the pooch on the comms. Look, Nico's rotating. Fiiku's alone. He's looked the wrong way. Still gets away. Gets Magisk. Not another. Oh! Fiiku 2 bomb down. OG 418. It should be set, but it certainly is now. ZywOo down on the quick switch. This game delivering.
Yeah, Fiiku just mopping the floor with them right there. That is huge stuff. And he got caught off completely. He gets 3 massive kills. And now Dupree, the last man standing, no time for this. They may as well hold on to the AK. They know where he is. He's given it up. He's really got nothing he can possibly do here. And remember, Vitality, they don't have any timeouts left. I think OG still have 2.
That's an astute observation. Yeah, we forgot about that.
And why give any? Why give any?
True.
You know, don't give them up. You don't have to. OG 1 round away from closing this now. And the frustrations of Vitality, you can see it on the faces.
That Neofrag double Krieg entry could be the reason they leave with the W here.
It wasn't that ridiculous as well, because it looked like that Spinks had known it was coming. But this was how the round opened. It was ridiculous to start with.
Yeah.
But it was crazy to finish. This Fiiku triple, like, he turns away, gets shot in the side, Magisk misses.
Madness.
And then just, look, he's just chilling. Like, Apex trying to trade desperately. And the third is beautiful.
Fiiku, mate. That could be it, lads. Neofrag, he's feeling it. He wants it, and he's going to take it. 1 and done. ZywOo good to keep it a 4-on-4. A nice trade back, but still things are going to heat up here at Monsters Tunnel. Fiiku, you don't have to go on this.
Yeah, but why the hell not?
Okay, Apex giving him a taste of their own medicine. Does convert, but he hit a dink onto that one. Now the ult from Dexter. 3-on-3. An interesting state of play. This is going to be fun to dig our teeth into. Whether it's the last round of play remains to be seen.
I think Flames' decision-making here is going to dictate an awful lot. He's just decided to stick and divide it right now. So there's a lot of gaps across the map. There's a lot of time left. But look at Dexter. He's the man who's taking the risk here. Nico's just taking down Spinks for free. That extra damage is done. And Apex is on your screen. He's on your screen. He's taking him down finally. They need to get the bomb. They're going to scoop it up.
But what now? Flames has got the decision to make. Does he just play to contain or does he play to support Nico? He's got 2 heading his way. Nico's actively fighting, contesting, and Apex bests him. Now it's all on to Flames, or we go again. The Israeli, solid form. And now he has to close. Man disadvantage in the clutch.
They smoke short as well. They're not planning just yet. He can't just run on in here. He still has to take his time, but will they consider this flank?
Molly on Apex. He's just going to do dry, and now a 1v1. Can ZywOo save him? Can ZywOo secure an opportunity for more? Oh! He cannot! Flames! The stone face as he does close! I thought it was curtains as they forced overtime. Vitality on the ropes, battered and bloody, but 12.5k. They get all the bells and whistles. Neofrag gets that 1T round, and it's OG to take the best of 1.
Every player on your screen right there found impact throughout that map. What a matchup that was. Took it all the way and even more, and shell-shocked our Vitality.
I got a testament for that, Chad. Top and bottom of the scoreboard. It's 4 frags separating them. Top from bottom. Make it 5. Neofrag 20, 25 for Dexter. Every single single player delivering for OG and having impact to get them through that. Vitality, they are going to be a little shell-shocked. Don't forget how that started, Chad.
No, don't forget how it almost finished. That saved AWP and just Glocks around it. That one is going to sting. That round, at the time, I didn't think it would be the end for Vitality, and sure it wasn't. They battled, they stuck through it, they took it to overtime, but it gave OG that hope, and Dexter, you can't count this X Factor out. This AWPer, he is exactly that. He brings the attitude every single time, and if you're looking for identity for OG, he is it.
Yeah, he is that guy. He absolutely is. And Vitality condemned to the lower bracket. That is going to be brutal. Not the way they wanted to start the first day of IEM Rio 2023.
Well, let's throw it over to Banks. Got an interview on the sideline.
I'm waiting for Flames to join me here as he's just had his fist bumps. I'm sure he'll be very excited about that one. Hello, mate. Wagwan. Not a bad game, mate, against Vitality, all the way into overtime. You saved it from going to double overtime. This was an impressive fight, though, because after the first half, it looked like it should have been potentially easy for Vitality. What was it like for you guys?
Well, I think we just never gave up. At the start of the game, it was a little sloppy. We didn't do what we talked about, that is going to work against them. And then we took one of the tactical passes, and Alex, the coach, was like, guys, we need to stick to it. And this guy, Nico, also said a lot of things to motivate the team and get us back into the game. And I think we just never gave up here, and it showed up.
And you were down 14-10, you bring it to 15-14. At that point, was that already where you used to getting the string of T rounds together that you could believe in it, even though it is a harder side on a map like Overpass?
Well, I think it was, well, obviously it was a little off. I think Abdul saved us with, with that full eco when he kills 2 with AWP. Yep. And then I think we just started feeling the game a little bit more. And then when it was 14-15, I don't exactly remember what we called in this round, but I think we felt the game. And then I remember coming into overtime, they won the first 2 rounds, and I was still I still felt like we're in the game. Everyone was talking, the comms were up, the energy was up. So I think that even if we lost this game, it was we did the correct things. So I think it was good from us.
Well, it's good to hear. It was certainly a good game as well. Good luck going forward, mate. Hopefully you keep it up.
Cheers, mate.
Hey future pros, Nerd out here back on Overpass where I saw Copenhagen Flames do an insane run boost that allows you to throw a Molotov across the map. They also pair this up with a smoke to take monster control. The molly will cut off the terrorist's initial push, then the smoke blooms on that molly to deny the T's vision and allow a CT push through monster. Big brain stuff here. For this setup you will need 2 future pros, a molly and a smoke. Future pro number 1. You will be throwing the stairs molly. To do so, get on top of your teammate's head, put your crosshair on this mark, then when ready, jump up to start the run boost, and you will jump throw right when you pass the garbage can. Future pro number 2. You will crouch into this corner, aim as shown, then wait for your teammate to start the run boost. After your teammate jumps off your head, you will move into this corner of the truck and jump throw your smoke, which will land on top of the molly, taking vision away from the T's. But be careful, there's a small gap on the fence. If executed correctly, the T's will have to make a choice on whether to push through the molly or to give up control. Pair this up with flashes for your teammates to push through monster. With this setup, you will put the T's at a disadvantage, losing half the map, and then being able to rotate more freely. Why do you think they're called the Copenhagen Flames?
There you have it, a knockdown, drag-out, slobber knocker of an affair, one in which Vitality do find themselves the lesser up against OG. OG pick it up in overtime, 19-17. The final scoreline, pretty good movie too, but that's aside the point. Gents, that didn't go the way you expected by any stretch, did it?
No, it did not. It actually is one of those like worst case scenarios for Vitality to start off this tournament, right? We're talking about really good RMR. They're coming in, they secure the legend spot. We said we want to see more from their T side, especially on overpass. That's where they struggled before, and we get that. You know, they won a lot of gun rounds in the first half. They win both pistols. They're up 11-6 on the CT side. You're thinking, all right, now's the time to close it out.
Now the problem is their CT side.
And now they can't. They don't close out the game, right? Yeah. Like it goes to overtime, and then they drop it in overtime, and it's just a gut punch, really, for Vitality.
Yeah, I think it would be devastating for OG if they actually lost this game, because in my eyes, like I think they played really, really well considering they lost both pistols in the game. They're down 4-0, but I think like just in general, the attitude from them on the server, being proactive on the CT side. I feel like every time that they played aggressive on that CT side, they basically won all the rounds. And when they decided to go for a passive setup or something, that's actually when Vitality managed to get a couple T rounds.
And I think some of that translates to outside of the server as well. You know, you see OG over here, it's not all the time you see them smiling and having a great time, but that is certainly what we got there. And we're talking about screams and hand claps, you know, like they're having a good time over there. We did talk about Rugga not being here, and Kakafu being there behind them instead. Is there something to take away from that?
Screams and claps, yeah. I don't know why that's the case, but in any case, I think Kakafu did a great job of getting the guys' energy, right, hyping it up, keeping them in the game. As you said, it's very difficult, especially on a map like Overpass. You lose both pistols, so still even get to overtime was a feat for them. Yeah. And then they did just enough to take it over the finish line.
Yeah, that they absolutely did. So we can take a look at our Air Force Aim High players of the match. Check this out. One of them is going to jump right off the page, and that's going to be Dexter. Now, ZywOo, he did hit some cool shots. We'll give it credit where credit's due, but they're not cool enough to win the game.
No, not really. I think, like, if you compare both of them in this particular map, I think Dexter had tremendous impact, especially on that T side. We saw them with the quadruple boost on the T side. We saw him getting entries. We saw him everywhere. I think, like, he had a relatively quiet on the CT side, but on the when they changed to T side, I think he was a lot more impactful than ZywOo. Yeah, the stats might speak for itself. ZywOo had a couple kills, but like, I don't feel like...
I know, man. Like, you look at the stats, I was the best player this year. Do you feel like he's the best player in the world? Because well, I don't. Like, yeah, and it's hard to feel that. Like, he's playing really well, but, you know, if Vitality is going to go and drop out in the quarters of Katowice, drop out in, what, semi-quarterfinal of EPL after such a strong start, like, sure, they got it done at the RMR, but you need to be... at least in those deeper runs in playoffs and like have strong games there or lift some trophies, and then I can be like, all right, like now you're really doing it in the big games. I think most of his great games come from the group stages.
Yeah, and I mean, it is kind of it'll leave a little bit of a Listerine flavor in your mouth and your palate, perhaps. A little bit of a Listerine face, like, I don't know, that's not my best one. What I can tell you is the Group B bracket should be popping. Yeah, maybe not. They should be popping up, and there they are nonetheless. Cloud9, OG, Cloud9 goes 16-8 over MIBR. That one started out, you're like, okay, well, MIBR might have a little in the tank here. Wrong. Not today.
I like how we're saying like Cloud9 is going to be dead on arrival, and now they're going to play OG for a spot in the playoffs.
They're just going to win the whole tournament now, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's generally how it goes.
Yeah,
now looking down at that lower bracket, Vitality, oh dear. We're going to jump back into that shortly, but for Group A, it starts to take shape as well. That's Heroic v Big at the top. Nip and Navi, that's going to be the first best of 3 over here on this stream. So a lot more Counter-Strike to come. And first, you know, for all things considered, I look at this lower bracket.
maybe it feels about right. Peacemaker.
Yeah, it feels about right. I think that the teams were supposed to win actually managed to win. I think we have a very interesting best of threes coming out today.
And maybe we need to go back to break.
Oh, there it is. That's what you want. All that. Okay, fine. Go to break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the Capybara Challenge. We've got Crims with us over here. Me and Blair are going to fire some statements at him. So I'm not the oldest player in the team, but sometimes I feel like one.
Could happen like we're going after an event, we're taking a beer, I'm most likely the guy first up in the room. So
You get done very quick.
yeah, I'm getting old.
I feel you, man. I'm not the only one of few players from the old era who managed to adapt to the new era that kept good ratings.
Okay, I would say.
I would say so. He's adapted pretty well.
All right, next one. There is no more famous bald and bearded guy in Sweden than me.
Okay, that is not true. We have Forrest, okay. But he's not actually like really bald because he doesn't shave his head like to the bottom, you know.
So does that count as being bald, or?
The day you accept the baldness, I would say like it doesn't matter if like 1 or 2 millimeters, then...
Shout out Moses.
Yeah.
Maybe even if it doesn't seem like that, I'm a very funny guy.
Yeah, behind the scenes, I'm a bit of a joker in the team, I would say.
He tries. I mean, he tries to be funny.
He's a bit crazy. He's more like a kid. Maybe not so funny, but more just like a kid. So
I saw Flusher once lift his mouse.
No comment.
That's a capybara.
Okay,
All right.
Skipping that one. That makes sense. You can't skip anymore, just so you know.
Wow, wow, still get the answer there. All right. I was waiting for it, man. All right. If it wasn't for me, Olaf would never shine in Fnatic as he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? I boosted him on overpass, he ran out banana and died on Inferno every time I had to stay in sight and I kill everybody, so...
Oh no, Smuya was one of my favorite players to play with.
I'm so happy he hasn't got the capybara for this one.
I don't think we got that.
Yeah, a bit louder?
No.
I'm a better clutcher than Zipex.
Yes.
Obviously. All right.
Everybody just chokes against him. They're getting afraid. I don't know what they're getting afraid of.
What do you tell your teammates when you go up against them in a clutch?
Nothing. It's not worth mentioning.
Swedes are the best CSGO players.
No.
Majority, I would say yes.
I was going to say, final CSGO major is going to be 4 UK players, the most ever. We're on the rise. That's all I can say.
It's all time, not 2020.
Yeah, but
2022. You know,
the UK is fighting strong now. So
all right, final one. Let's do this. The Fnatic era was more impressive than NIP's 87 win run.
Yes.
Why?
There wasn't like any good teams playing when they got the record, right?
He said it.
It was only very games. I worked as a plumber and played in LGB, so...
You did very well. You avoided the right question, I feel, Grims.
Yeah.
You can still give us an answer if you want to.
Yeah, we do want to know.
If he lifted his mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a couple of times.
There we go.
No, there we go.
It's finally been settled. It's finally been settled. Now we know.
Well, check it out, everybody. We're about ready to jump into another match. If you would believe it, FURIA come back with a vengeance. Perhaps even some unfinished business is one way you could look at what FURIA looked to accomplish here in Rio. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, and it is the year of 2023. And we've gotten Peacemaker out of here, so we could bring Blair in without his box. Blair, what's in your box?
You don't want to know, Trace. You really don't want to know. But yeah, this is a game which I'm looking forward to, actually, right? Look, you're looking at FURIA coming to this tournament. We spoke about this as well, in the green room and whatnot, as to how this is a tournament FURIA would be looking to win. They haven't really won any big tournament at all, and now you're back to Rio. That's where they fell rather in the semi-finals in a heartbreaking fashion in front of a very passionate crowd. Now they're back again, and just before the major, to get that win would be great for the Brazilians.
Yeah, we're talking about how it's the timing of the tournament, major is around the corner and whatnot. Yeah. But for a team like FURIA, we discussed it like that. This is right up there with the major. Lifting this trophy here in front of their home crowd, the first one ever for this organization and for the core of the team, right? Who've been together for a long time. I mean, that might be what kickstarts them and shoots them into the major as one of the dark horses.
And you look at the side of FURIA and just how demolished they were in losing in the same very arena in the major process itself. A big learning stone there, or a big stone to turn over. But when it comes to FURIA, this is a team people have been questioning a little bit about their play style, what works, what doesn't work. Anybody want to grab the balls on that one?
Yeah, I think for FURIA, it's just a matter of you have a guy like Cerrado, who's been a top 5 rifler in the last year or two. You have Yuri as the secondary star, and then you look towards the other guys and where is it, what's missing. I think their style has become a little bit more timid over the past 3 months, 4 months, like at the start of this year. But I think there's still some decision-making, some individual problems that they have within the team where it's too reliant on Art and his opening kills, and when it doesn't go right, it becomes a liability, and it becomes something where on the level that the teams are playing nowadays, you can't rely on winning a lot of these 4v5s.
And Blair, there is going to be a pop quiz after this. We're going to hear from Fasher, and I'm going to ask you about everything in detail that he says. So go ahead, Fasher. Go on with your bad self.
Fnatic will be going up against the best in Brazil in terms of FURIA for the opener here at Rio for these guys. But I want to go back a little bit because your start of the year had looked pretty rough. It had been not results that you guys would have wanted. Then we see at the RMR, things looked really good. What changed, if anything?
Well, we had a rough start of the year because we had a really long break because Crims had a hand injury, so we couldn't play at all. So we started really late as well, and then the level was just not there, and it was not good enough. And then after, before the RMR, we put in extra hours, and I think that paid off. We got to Legends, and I think we're pretty happy with that.
And does that change your expectations coming into Rio as a team?
Yeah, I think it kind of does. I think we feel confident at the moment. I think that's the most important thing, and we know what they're going to do probably on the map pick, so we're really prepared, and we're looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. He's got a big smile on his face as well. I will say though, last time we played FURIA, okay, they won 2-0 and they eliminated you, but it was also so close. There was a chance for you to take a map, potentially go all the way with it. Do you feel like they're quite a hard team to prepare for and get ready for?
Yeah, I think so, because they have Art, right? He just gets rounds out of his arm. It's so hard to play against. You cannot really prepare for those random rounds, but you need to be ready for them in game.
So there's going to be a lot of mid-round focus?
Yeah.
But you're confident still?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident, every one of us. We're really excited for this game actually, and I think we're kind of lucky that there's no crowd, because then it's going to be way harder. But we're feeling confident, like I said.
Definitely benefit with the no crowd. Fashion, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck. We'll see how they get on in their opening game for them.
Okay, Blair, you got your pen and paper out, right? So let's just go ahead and get down to the nitty and not do the gritty. What I'm talking about is what is it that they're thankful for, Blair, and why would it be a Brazilian audience not being present for this matchup?
Well, because that would be the sixth man, and we saw how that could be a problem at least last time when FURIA had to play against their opponents in this crowd. The map, I'm assuming it's going to be Ancient there. It's a map which I
You're assuming.
The math.
You're lying.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Ancient, boom.
Wow.
Smack.
Fire.
But it's a map that FURIA did pick against, if my memory serves me right, against Fnatic the last time they played, and it's a map that they're obviously going to be a little bit more comfortable on. The question for me here, I want to throw this one your way, Yanko, is the fact that when it comes to Fnatic, I just don't know what put my finger as to like who's the guy you're looking at. When you talk about FURIA, it's obviously Cacerado.
I know
Safe has been great.
I know where you can put your finger, but I think for me, for Fnatic, I was one of their, fans, and I was in their camp around the last time we were in Rio, but they were pretty disappointing at the start of this year. But now we heard from Fasher, I didn't hear this before, that they didn't practice as much because Crims was dealing with a hand injury and they started things off late. But for them, it's just about like individually and in terms of firepower, who's going to step up on a consistent basis. Like last time these two teams played, Nikodos stepped up, but MOUZ disappeared, and he was one of the more consistent players for them.
Well, that's what I'm also looking at. You're looking at the opposite side of the table, Nikodos versus Cacerado. Does that even make sense in our world?
No, but are they heroic? Is that like what Fnatic is? Do we need to look at them that way, where it's just everyone does it together, right?
Maybe, except for the fact that Heroic are team are going to be taking down a top 5 team.
But on a map like Ancient, I would point out Roy, because even in Copenhagen Flames, right, it was a map where he was doing a good job, and I just like Roy, man. Smiley face all around.
He's a nice guy.
He's got a good smile. I'll give him that. Absolutely. Can he lead Fnatic past FURIA in this opener? I'm asking you, Blay, right on the spot.
I don't think it's going to be good enough. I feel like you bring up Roy, I'm going to bring up Cacerado, right? That doesn't really matter what map it's going to be on, but Ancient especially, it's a map he's going to be very comfortable on. Once upon a time, a few months ago, I'd be like, yeah, Nikodos versus Safe, especially. I would give the edge to Nikodos, but Safe has been coming into his zone off late. He's looked very, very solid. So yeah, FURIA should be taking this, but that being said, I still think it's going to be kind of close.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that, Bleh. Yanko, I know where your hat lies in this one, so let's just go ahead and jump into Ancient with Chad Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Much love to you and much love to Fnatic and FURIA, because this could be a banger. Returning to Ancient, Chad, we apparently did this in EPL.
We were just checking. Yeah, this was the playoff round 1 matchup where FURIA did topple Fnatic in a 2-0 fashion, and this was Fnatic's pick in that best-of-3 series. Anubis was the follow-up. So let's sink our teeth into this one here, as well, the odds do favour the Brazilian side, and Yuri's made his way out mid alongside of Drop and Cacerado here. Safe and Art in towards A main, and well, full mid control and a flash at the ready.
Yeah, 2 P250s with no armor. It's really unique from the boys. Yuri jumps across, Fezzy needs a tap, doesn't find it, has to tag on to Drop, forced away. Into CT Sports, Safe, that P250 does connect nicely. Art good onto the Glock as well. This is perfect. This is exactly what they were waiting for, and now the rest should fall into place. It's going to be flawless. Just one more headshot required. Nikodos to go down, 3 to overwhelm him. Go on, they will take a perfect team ace. Flawless pistol from FURIA. There is no better way to start off proceedings for the Brazilians.
That was really nice, and when you see a top mid smoke come out on the T side on a pistol, the CTs don't often linger around in the red room. It's like, why would I? Yeah. But I love the fact that they then go and smoke off Donut and then pop flash through it, because you can see how difficult that makes the rotations. You got Fasher and Crims on A site, who probably should have got a kill between the two of them right there, because it was a 2-on-2.
Sure.
Everybody else was dealing with the rotations of either red, or you had Cacerado dealing with the push out of the cave position. Fnatic, they got off to a slow start last time these two teams met as well. So let's see if they can turn things around with the force by now, and a fight towards Yuri, who's going to grab Crims easy as you like.
I think he had a chance at the second there, but Mezzi's charged through and just body bagged both. Be clear, he says, with a 5.7 and now a rifle in his hands.
Yeah, nice little scoop up there. Well, Cacerado, it's going to be his turn. Difficult
Bang.
clear.
Oh, well played. Nice alpha angle from Roy. Not going to be cleared by Cacerado, and Fasher on that MP9. Full long range, actually hits the burst. Takes Safe out of it. And that high-flying pistol now finds just one member of FURIA for the conversion.
Mezzi's watching this.
And he will convert on that repeat. Gets a bullet between the eyes, and it's Mezzi. Mr. Merriman with a triple kill to seize control round 2.
It was an interesting conversation that Yanko was starting there. It was like, do we just start looking at Fnatic like Heroic? Because it's like the star of Heroic, it's meant to be Stound, but everybody can perform, right? And like at the moment, it's Shushu team seems to be having more pop-off moments than most. And I would say that there's a lot of firepower on Fnatic to do exactly that. Roy from the Copenhagen Flames days, he was the standout performer. Mezzi, we know what he can do as the in-game leader. Nikodos, when he is having a good game, can be instrumental on the AWP. And then, of course, you've got the King of Kings, Crims, who I love that little capybara challenge with him. It was great to get a little bit of personality. I mean, he's a lovely guy.
I mean, he's full of personality. It's just not something he's often willing to share with everyone.
No, he likes to keep it to himself.
Yeah, and that's his prerogative.
It's great when we do get to have a chat with him. And, well, we now get to see FURIA on a force buy of their own.
Go and walkabouts, and Roy actually just re-smoking Donut, does not want them to consider that as an option. Red Room held. In fact, it's actually been bolstered. You've got Fasher and Nikados both going to be positioned to deal with this potential. And you can see why FURIA are going to like this kind of fight. It just seems to fit their players. And that's a successful spray from Nikados. I say with bated breath, he only gets one.
Yeah, that's not enough, is it?
It had to be way more. I thought there was going to be a couple of heads in that spray, but only the damage. Minimal. Nice surprise from Roy. 2 bleeding out. Need the finish. Crim should find it. USP pushing careful now. The bomb's gone down.
Good plan.
Mezzi should have this. It's just a matter of Yuri slipping down that ramp. He's either going to be caught by Crim.
Oh!
Okay. Oh, he's going to catch Mezzi off.
Round on.
A big headshot. And now it gets awkward. There's a lot of exchanges. Crims can get straight on that bomb. There's nothing Arc can do. And that frag alone has solved the rather intense third round. It doesn't seem like either team's letting off the gas here. But there's Fnatic with 2 in a row.
Roy just question, hey, is like, can you guys just die?
Yeah, everyone's
just
made a
someone
stone.
die. Yeah, he's just shooting, popping shots, not getting anything really done, poor Roy. But they do scoop up the round, so good stuff from Fnatic here early. A saved M4 from Art can be deployed in a multitude of different ways, but this is what I was talking about. You poor Roy here hoping that something connects, but that was the kill that secured the round. Yuri made it interesting, but the defuse coming on through, nobody home. And Art will drop the M4 to Yuri. He'll buy an AK of his own, so classic FURIA style here. Let's see how much action they can find. Safe still in spawn right now, so he's going to have flashes at the ready. The donut smoke has landed, and Safe's flashes, oh, well, they weren't needed, but for safety, for good measure, to make sure nobody standing and fighting, they will opt to throw one forward. A redeploy the smoke again towards Donut, 100%. You will not get in towards Donut.
And you do not see that typically in a Fnatic setup. This is something they've brought to this particular head-to-head. And Roy's actually tagged another one. So this red room hold, look at Nikados' angle. He's deep, essentially where he spawned. Mezzi will have a look, but they're already across, so confirmation of presence, a smoke. Now it's up to Nikados and Crims. He's just going to stand, and bang, a great spray, double from the Dane. He will go down eventually, but it should be Crims to pick up the pieces, stop that bomb. Oh dear. A is open for business. Bomb's going in. Safe taking some risks and getting that bomb down. Suddenly this round is on. Very much on. Drop's got the late flank, admittedly just a Glock, but positionally, he could have Mezzi dead to right, so he's literally checking. The UK representative is about to get knifed in the spine. Double Glock to the side of the head. Bomb is ticking. Fasher and Roy, they are going to be so salty. Smoke on the bomb. Look at the angle. It's perfect. Fasher caught unawares, hides behind the box, playing time, playing the angles. Wow. What a round for FURIA. Triple out of safe.
What's that, 3-on-5 after that double kill from Nikados?
Right, you thought he'd done enough.
Yeah, that's really rough.
I think Crims is going to be kicking himself as well, because it's not like it was a particularly messy handling from him. It's just safe hit a cracker. Off the jiggle. Damn, FURIA. Okay, well, that's really going to break the banks of Fnatic. We'll see it here from Safe. Look, jiggle and wiggle. Lovely.
I'm just trying to keep track of this. Seeing Roy and Donut in a couple of consecutive rounds. Usually see him over in the cave position, so I'm just doing a bit of reconnaissance right now, taking a look at that matchup against Bait at the RMRs, and yeah, Roy was playing a whole lot more Donut, so some more variance in their CT side right now.
Well, now FURIA have smoked off Donut. Roy's like, what am I supposed to do with my smoke?
Well, the force by wars continue here, don't they? And this molly going to be perfectly placed. Mezzi has 2 choices, stand and fight or respect and dip on back, and they will respect it for the most part. The flame's not spreading all the way in towards the doorway, so he has stood around for a couple of pot shots. And speaking of pot shots, Fash has been chipped on down to 20 points of health here. Smoked off for now. So exchanging utility. And a nice shot there from Safe. Patience, it's a virtue.
Tis just kind of starting to squeeze Fnatic on this B site. Absolutely no rush from FURIA. They're already outside the bomb site and taking every fight.
Roy's he's constantly just been like lingering in mid, looking for anybody that's kind of found a loose thread. And he's getting caught off guard, looking for those little hidey holes. But again, up through the red room, pressuring this rotation point, and they can split B here. There's still an opportunity now, if they were quick about it, to rotate the bomb all the way back towards A. More util, and more death should be coming in quickly. Flash not bad. Mezzi was blind for a moment there, but on the peak, he will get a fight, and there's the flank now. Problems removed, and a third round now for the Brazilians. And I love this, right? We had obviously FURIA and Fnatic, mind you, make it to the playoffs of the major in this very arena. This is where they both probably have some very good memories. More so for FURIA than I imagine for Fnatic here. But it must be nice to be back in here where probably, I don't want to speak for them, but some of the greatest memories that they've experienced in their short life so far.
In their career, for sure, bro. I mean, it's just, it's I'm sure, an unforgettable experience. And hearing the comms during the intensity of their comms while playing here, you know, I'm kind of putting myself into an imagination that's kind of how it sounds right now. You know, you've got a lot at stake. You get the opportunity to once again play within 6 months to be playing again in your hometown.
Yeah, for them, I don't want to say more than anybody. I would say a couple spotted there for Arndt. That'll be good information. A high flash and a fight available.
He still goes back for more.
Of course he does.
Yeah, all right, working out lovely. It's K-Seratu who wants a couple as well, and Yuri's going to grab himself a triple.
Clean.
Not a triple.
Well, yeah, but MPL's playing a bit later.
Yeah, okay, we'll look forward to that.
Yeah, he'll be flopping a couple of those out, don't you worry. As we will see a timeout called. Kita, the coach of Fnatic, signaling this one as an opportunity to have a conversation here, and we can even take a look about the finances and see what type of buy we should be expecting. NickAdz has more than enough money to buy an AWP, so I do believe we'll see that one come on through as Gary, the coach of FURIA, also with this 30-second opportunity to try and set the record straight. So when I say a full buy, as far as the rifles are concerned, sure, but there will be key pieces of utility lacking for Fnatic, which limits the amount of opening moves they have available here. Roy and Crim's yet to buy, and they will start to filter that through. So Roy without a Molotov, what is Crim's going to be missing here? Because so far, no defuse kits to be purchased, and yeah, there's only 2 Molotovs available on the CT side. Sure, plenty of smokes. 3 of those, well, plenty, what am I talking about? There's only bloody 3 smokes in play, so this will be a rough CT defensive round here.
Through, Fasher, down, trade, unavailable, Messi shut down, trying to leap out of the smoke, and it's an absolute freebie for Drop.
You had to go aggressive there with some type of a move, but both you coming through a grey screen, it looked easy. Drop was the worst performer last time these guys played Ancient, so don't let this kid start to get freebies like that.
That's going to be feeling very good for him. I mean, in terms of double D-side, I'm not going to call it, dare I call it an entry, but
opener.
An opener.
Yeah.
It's exactly what the doctor ordered for FURIA, and that's off the back of a Fnatic timeout. Like, after all of that...
Well, that's the thing. In that conversation, it's, hey...
Ooh. That was spicy.
It's, hey, we're lacking key pieces of utility. We need to take some map control. What are we going to do? Apparently that.
Yeah, and look what it's led to. Whoa, Drop gets a third, and it was on to NickAdz, no less, and AWP. Well, down and out.
Yeah, and maybe gets a 4th here. You're in the right place here, Drop. Just hang around, bud.
It's coming. And Roy might have his, what, 5th Red Room death?
It's just been for him. Like, you bang on with them wanting to smoke off Donut and isolate that position from them. But, yeah, Roy just, you know, for the longest time, a cave player. I've barely even seen him there this half so far. So things are definitely looking a little bit different, a bit more funky in the Fnatic camp. And there's the shot. So will Zelite drop, but they know exactly where he is now, and Art's still over towards A. So as we turn our attention to this M4, it's only a matter of time until somebody finds him. I don't expect Safe to be the one overstepping the mark here. He has that AWP in hand. He's just locking down that line of sight. And as the bomb ticks on down, we will call this one done and dusted. 5-2. A great start for FURIA here. Now, if you missed the memo, they will be taking on... Well, I don't want to speak too soon, but they will be taking on FaZe, as far as I'm concerned. If FaZe lose from their current scoreline, you guys can go and investigate yourself. I don't know which world we're living in anymore. So it'll probably be FURIA versus FaZe in that next round in the best of 3s within this upper bracket of Group B. If things continue this way for FURIA, mind you.
Yeah,
but it's a tough matchup for either FURIA or Fnatic against FaZe. It's another group of Fs. Just like the Pro League group again.
It's all part of the script. Paying our respects. And a fight in mid immediate. Look at this one. Fully flashed is Roy, an opening death, and the trades are on their way. The meat cleaver doesn't quite convert. There's one from Crims, but caught on the way down. And NickAdz, with that M4, gets a little bit of damage onto the second drop. Yeah, finished off nicely. As he pays the ultimate price for it, though, and it should be a nice open runway. They're going to be getting safe to take that space. Molly would be perfect, and the bomb plant too.
Yeah, well, as Hampus always said, just go B, and Safe's done exactly that here. So they knew where NickOdds was, they got the bomb down, the util's great. As long as Safe doesn't miss this shot, there was no dramas. So beautiful, beautiful stuff here, and they're happy with that one. Okay, well, Fnatic, show us why we're here. Show us why we're on Ancient. Let's give us something to talk about. Fasher and Roy. Well, actually, nobody really doing fantastically well in the fragging department just yet. This is classic. And yeah, against pistols, knowing that you could be a little bit more disrespectful in a mid-fight like that, it did get costly, giving up 3 rifles. Oh, Roy, where's your gun, mate? There we go. He's gone back to spawn and picked that one up. So a little bit late for Roy out of spawn.
It's all right. It's going to be smoked and then forced to just nade and stare at it for 15. Anyway, there's a lot of presence early here on lane side, is there?
They can just execute towards B right now.
Full exec ahead of us.
Yeah, why the hell not?
Okay, well, Fasher and Mezzi this time. Let's try and defend their honor. Let's see what their reaction is. Mezzi fights in the flames, and the extinguisher's there. He's still alive and kicking. Fasher's delivered another. K-Serata may not clear his corners, and another headshot from Mezzi. Will die on the reload. Trade available. Fasher delivers, and that is both of them passing this test here on the B-bomb site.
I don't know, Safe is here. Some spam through means, yeah, they have a good idea, and it's confirmed right now, just scoping around that site. Pillar shouldn't be long for the world. The missed shot, Fasher will convert. And great job on that B defense. You have to be happy with that one between the two of them. Everybody scooped on up.
It was all happening so quick. I want to know if that smoke was like smoke on the molly that saved Mezzi after that first frag. Was that like a T smoke? Where's that coming from? Or did he underhand it before he pushed?
Might have been from Fasher there.
Could have been. But it just seems so perfect. Like it was everything. It was everything. Look at this crossfire. Perfect. All the way through.
Okay, well, timeout called in the first from FURIA here. Not happy with the 6 they've got so far, and they have plenty more opportunities right now with where the cash is at, so they can buy again, and if they lose this round, there should be yet another purchase with the lost bonus 1900 into the next. Fnatic have all their bells and whistles now as well. Full util for everybody bar Fasher. I'm sure someone could drop him a flash if they really wanted. Defuse kits are plenty, armor in play.
It was FURIA's cave smoke. No, it wasn't.
That was Fasher, right? He just threw it, yeah.
Yeah, I was staring at the big orange line. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Questions answered. Round 1, 3, 2, 6. This is another big one. 2 AWPs in play. We get to see who can find that first blood. Mezzi responsible for the cave position.
What's interesting right now is NickOdds being so far forward in A main and nobody's in A main. So the AWP will sit here, which you would love to have it roaming down a little bit more. But if it is a B execute, which is looking likely here, it will be on Mezzi and Fasher once more.
Here it comes, the rain of utility. Fasher completely denied. There's nowhere he can stand. He's just hiding at the back of the site. Spamming smokes and spamming walls straight to the head of Yuri.
They have to go B. There's no util left.
He's dropped his smoke, but ahead of it is Art. So much room for stretching his legs, and Mezzi another frag. A double from the Brit, and more from Fasher. Holds it down the whole site. Again, fails for FURIA. There is not a single drop of Fnatic blood on that bomb site. And that's 2 for 2. And these exchanges, these full commit, these execs into B, they just end up flat as a pancake. FURIA, nothing to report.
But considering the setup that Fnatic are running, it's not a terrible call. It might just be a little bit early, like just ever so slightly. But the fact that they're playing like a 1-2-2, right? And the setup there, because you've got Mezzi in cave, you've got Fasher, he was actually playing the backtracks of B. And then you've got Roy over towards the A side of the map / mid with Crims as that combo, and then NickOdds was isolated completely. This was the spam frag. That's a freebie. There's nothing you can do about that. And the second there from Mezzi is great, just understanding how much of the site was given up, thrust forward into this, and a really good round from the in-game leader there. It will just be safe saving this AWP, and Fnatic going to be putting 2 consecutive rounds together to get themselves up to 4 now. And as I said, there's still enough money for another FURIA buy. Like going fast B in this situation, it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel like, but they got stalled out so long by that one Molotov that was dropped deep. It congregated them to that tall box, and well, that's how they gave up that opening pick.
Yeah, and I also like Fasher's smoke just from the back of the square. Smoking ramp, anyone ahead of it, just isolated from any potential trades, and yeah, it worked out wonderfully. So the 2 for 2 for Fnatic in that sense, and the gap now closing.
So this is it. Do FURIA now go and try and test over towards A here? And do Fnatic run with the same setup? Nikodos close with the AWP, Crims and Roy mid. Yeah, it looks to be the same setup yet again. Heart's coming through this.
He is. Crims, Roy, need help, need vision. Roy bails his body out of trouble, but there's CEST for more. Roy again fixes his name in the feed. That's a high impact round from the day. Now Mezzi, clean as he finds Drop, trying to invade his premises.
And they still have no idea about the Nikodos AWP close A main.
Still, yeah. I mean, we know it hasn't been reported once.
So how long do you keep running it for? Well, apparently you're going to pivot him towards Brokey. Roy's going to push A main. Fasher and Mezzi, who have been fantastic on B, are just going to continue to chill. And Safe and Yuri, well, they're left with nothing. Look at the massive void. Look at your radar. There's nobody even inquisitive towards middle right now. You can have it.
Is it a safe assumption that players of Furia's caliber are going to kind of put 2 and 2 together as to what weapon? You know, we haven't seen Nikodos. We haven't gone A. You know, he's not been. We haven't. Every time we've gone mid, there's no. You know, like, is it not?
In a way, yes. But in like, if you consider the last couple of rounds, where would you have even found the AWP anyway?
Yeah, fair.
Right?
They've been doing XX blind.
Exactly.
Like, yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
Well, Fash has spotted this. The AWP has jumped across on the re-clear. Safe gonna have to. Well, be exactly that. He might need Yuri to be the point man, and Roy again just
yeah, he's coming,
lingering in middle, like a bad smell.
Well, Fash has got a great timing here. Just his internal timer. We've got 2 backs returned, a nice clean kill, and there you have it.
Good
the Dutchman closes the round clean. It's another pair of frags for the two of them. They seem to be getting multi-kills every single round. At least one member of Fnatic stepping up and going above and beyond. But that's, what, 3 in a row now for this defense. And with minimal casualties. Over the course of the last 3 rounds, Fnatic have lost 2 bodies. That's just 2 rebuys. This CT side is going to start having a lot of cash in the coffers. High end, we're looking at about 7,500 on Nikodos. Pasha's going to be satisfied to be delivering.
I feel like this shift of Roy's position is definitely to do with the meta shifting on this map as well. It's not that Cave isn't important. It is definitely important. But Mezzi can do just as good a job, and Roy, I think, with how versatile he can be, he's a great little addition towards this mid defense.
They're doing an A exec now, and Nikodos is on B.
Yeah, well, Fashion looks like he's like a flex pick. It's like we're playing Overwatch right now, and he can play any position, any role, do whatever he needs to. Well, let's see if he can clean him up, because it'll be 3 rifles responding to this on A.
He's got Crims. He's going to be calling for help, I'm sure. Fasher's going to have to hold fast. Plays anti. Crims ahead of the smoke, forcing Fasher out. Needs to extinguish!
Oh,
needs
sticky
to
nade!
extinguish! Oh dear, he's a dead man! Still gets 1. A little bit of redemption there if Crims could have done anything with that M4. Instead, it's Yuri, puts 2 on the floor. Roy, a big frag on Yuri, gets lost in the smoke, needs to survive as this 3-on-3 is now established, and they still don't have territory in A.
And Nikodos still hasn't seen anything. The poor guy in cave with the AWP. So that, boys, there's nobody here.
I can assure you.
Unless Drop walks on in, and I don't think Drop wants to take too many liberties here, considering Safe and CEST are looking for a fight right now over towards the temple position. Roy with a jump across should have been spotted, and yet again. So brave boy is Roy.
Didn't want to get trapped there. Didn't want to get into an awkward state of play.
And they've seen enough. Apparently pulling the plug on this. 25 seconds left on the clock. They can go through mid, jump up. And Nikodos, if you hang around, you might actually get some traction here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be responsible for Cave, right? He's actually worried about Red Room. He's going to give him B.
Oh, dear. Smoked off now.
Yeah, well, that's it's a pretty shitty feeling.
Where's he going?
I don't know.
Did he not hear the smoke?
Guys?
Okay. Well, they gambled. They took a risk together as a team. Now the retake is on. 2 smokes of their own for this.
They got 2 smokes as well. 2 of those. 1 for Cave, 1 for the bomb. Really would limit their option. Now, safe in this cubby. It's a very powerful angle. CEST holding that.
We're over halfway gone,
flank.
Alex.
Yeah, it feels like it's falling apart here, especially with a shot like that. Hit, missed on the second, but Nikodos doesn't get it either. Still no time. No time for this whatsoever. Nikodos letting it go, losing the AWP. CEST for the close, and FURIA will break their silence, break Fnatic's streak, that run of 3, and an odd turn of events.
Yeah, I think you'd be thanking your lucky stars there if you're FURIA. You get denied going over towards A. You've seen enough. You get that pivot back on through. Drop didn't know it was clear. He had no idea it was clear. And it wasn't clear until the final moments. Nikodos gets drawn back over, gravitates towards the A side of the map. They're in for free. This is how it started. Fasher with the sticky smoke. Thinks he's thrown that one. Still manages to get a kill, which was great work from him off the back of the Roy flash. Crims goes down without a whole lot of action here. And then it's Roy who gets Yuri actually trying to take that temple space. But yeah, this was just way too late from Fnatic. And a bit of a mistake made as far as, well, the retake is concerned. The gamble, fine. The retake, it just was a bit ugly, wasn't it?
Yeah. Chalk that one up as an unforced error. I mean, when you've got 10 seconds and yet 3 of you are running Cave B, you need...
Yeah, right. It was desperate
that's the
from
product.
FURIA.
Yeah, exactly. What's this, though? It's Roy in the middle. Oh, my God. He's trying to bend his back and avoid the spray, but he does go down, sprayed by Serato. Art already converting onto Crims, and so Fnatic in a bit of a tailspin. Fasha tried his luck at a little bit of an investigation of ramp, but finds nothing. And FURIA now essentially just a straight line, straight down mid, and spotted on the jump.
Oh!
Good return fire. Nikados and Fasha, a double lineup. Serato and Art massacred by the Dutchman. And that makes the round a whole lot different. It was feeling like a one-way traffic.
Try and piece this. Oof. Okay, there you go. That's some impact from that AWP and Nikados. And now it's just safe in a clutch here. Just try and piece this Fnatic CT setup together. Players are in different spots almost every round, so you've only got a couple of pillars that are consistent in their positioning. Let's say if this would be some clutch. The AWP up for FURIA. Waltzes on in. It would be a hard clear on Fasha, but has plenty of time to be diligent about this. And as he rounds the corner, his barrel betrays him. Fasha will remove him. And a great round for Fasha with a triple kill. Good stuff as Fnatic needed that.
Yeah, I mean, that double from Fasha completely changed the state of play. So just as we saw, you know, one of the oopsies from Fnatic, I think FURIA kind of get one back. Chalk it up as a 1-1 in that regard. And yeah, the barrel, you're absolutely right. Didn't have the time to didn't do the full clear.
So Art wants to try and keep things as dangerous as possible here. Go another one of these hero rifles.
What once?
Yeah, and
look, 2.
I'm not gonna. Oh, he's been double naded early. Yeah. So slowed down, chunked down, and his play was to take a heads-up fight in cave. So that's removed already. Let's hope that he has a second maneuver up. Oh, he does. He does have a second maneuver up his sleeve. It's called Walk Through the Smoke. It's a classic. It's an oldie. It's a goodie. It's a Stewie 2K maneuver from back in the 2014s. Actually, that's a bit early. We'll give him 2016 for old Stewie.
Sounds about right. 2014, he was probably just rocking the ESC8. And there's a clean one. Art down. That rifle not retrievable yet. It could be now. Frags in, and it's going to be Nikados deciding whether or not he's brave enough to stop the retrieval. Yeah, smoke implies he's not. Could go rather wrong here. Yeah, Crims is feeling the same. He's actually rotated all the way over. Well, left Fasha on A.
Yeah, I think when Roy is just like walking around middle without any issues, you know, maybe we will give our mate Nikados a bit of a hand.
Yeah, and this is such a powerful angle as well. Like, you can pre-aim, you can pre-fire. Drop nails it onto Crims. Still, worse for wear is Yuri. Drop no armor on this. Nor Serato. So it's still up for debate whether or not they can actually build out with this, despite those 2 frags. And Fnatic losing one of these can be forgiven. Losing 2 in one half of a best of 1.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's this opportunity. Lovely from Fasha. He has just been stalwart, consistent, and safe to lock down that site. That was another triple for him, up to 14 at the top of the scoreboard as well.
Okay, well, for the final rounds here of the first half, Art will have to operate with something a little bit lighter here. We'll be getting into a MAC-10. The rest should have AKs and util behind it. But this is a good opportunity for Fnatic after, well, losing the pistol round, winning the Force, and then kind of having a couple of back-and-forth boo-boos there with the Force by Wars early to really make their stamp on this first half of play. 8-7, great stuff, considering some of the rounds of Counter-Strike we've seen here. Is Art going to full send mid here? Doesn't look like it's got any pace to it.
Oh, they're sending A main. Crims is already in A main.
Big biff
the
here.
bomb's coming. Oh my God, Crims. Quiet first half from him, but he's got support of Nikados. Like, this is a setup. It's going to spring to action shortly. And they're safe. Caught out. Nice angle from Crims. Serato has the bomb, and he's got one behind him, one in front. Here's the shot. Hunting Nikados, and now that's surely the round. The last one of the half. Nikados does not provide the trade. A missed shot over the shoulder. And pressure mounting now. Who is the one trapped with who?
Cat and mouse right now. Does Yuri even know? I think he does. He slipped the net here. Nikodos, will he consider the pivot? He will. Great shot. It's just dropped, left in a 1-on-4, and he is dead. Roy takes him down, and that's Fnatic winning the half. 8-7 in their favor. We take a break, and we come back to conclude this best of one.
Good evening, folks. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. The Counter-Strike continues here as we've got Fnatic and FURIA locking horns and rather inseparable at the half. 8 to Fnatic, 7 to FURIA. It was a weird first half. It felt a little peculiar, a little unusual. We find ourselves here in the second opening game for Fnatic and FURIA. Our first taste of what they're going to be bringing here to Rio. And it's time for the Fnatic pistol. 2 smokes in hand. Crims has got intentions for his, and 4 going straight towards the A side of the map. Serato and Art going to be here to receive them. They're hoping for a quick kill on Serato. Lock it down and take donut control. Here we go. Serato already with 2. Make it 3 if you consider Art's contributions. That was lovely work on the USP, finishing what his teammates started. And already Fnatic's intentions, doesn't matter what you wanted to do, you can't anymore. The bomb's even been lost on the boost, so This gets awkward. Nikodos trying to bail them out with that P250. Might need to set up the boost. Drop should have them.
There's no rush to get the bomb back, right? You know that you've lost it, sure. You may as well look and see if you can find somebody over-peaking the mark first. So they are locked in, as mentioned by Yuri. But Crim's unlikely to clear this. Gets a second chance and gets the goose. Yuri's down to 2. They can finish him off together here. Cavalry's been called. They need to finish him off now, and they will. There's a real chance for this.
Not with their health, I suppose. Still, though, Crimson Nikodos, 2 clicks to the right part of the body. Could be enough. Here comes Drop. He doesn't want to lose his life, doesn't want to set Art up to fail. They haven't even gone for the bomb, and Nikodos did not clear the corner. Yeah, clean from Drop. Ends out nicely. And that will be FURIA immediately finding that equalizer.
Yeah, well, I was just doing a little bit of reconnaissance during the break there, Alex, because there's a lot of conversation in Twitch chat about this being a C2 or a T-sided map. Well, during the RMRs, I combined Group A and Group B of the European side of things, and Ancient was actually the second most played map. It was played 21 times. So we have a very good sample size of recent Counter-Strike with some of the best teams in the world. And the split is CT side 51.8%, T side 48.2%. For me, that's an 8-7 half, and that's exactly what we got at the first half of this, so a very close affair.
And one of the leading differentiators with something that's that close is pistols.
Precisely.
And let's talk about second round force buys, because not going to be seeing one this time.
They're in.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, they are, definitely. Quesarado caught pulling the pin, so now they've surged and splurged their bodies into the site. Chipping away, a couple of Glocks hit the head, and that helmet's kept Quesarado alive for a moment longer. Roy for the finish. Ooh, you hate to see. Quesarado bodyguarded nicely. They will find 1 frag for their troubles, but that is about it. And a lot of those MP9 frags as well, going to be extrally sweetening the deal.
It's just funny having Roy like just zerg all the way through Temple into CT spawn and be flanking the A defender because everybody was rotating in through Donut to help out over towards A.
Covered. Problem solved. Let's see then. So we get the AKs immediately out, and I like the Fnatic gave us a nice quickie. You know, just get that Glock out of the way.
Sometimes you need it.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes it's not about taking your sweet, sweet time. This is going to get very friction, very fast. You've got 2 CTs leaping out. Crim's disrespecting, spotted out, somehow alive. No support immediately. Art though, look at him. He's just in plain sight. They seem to have a good idea that he is a forward position. Nikodos could be caught out on these smoke sprays. The layers to this.
Committed.
The fades are coming. Back his turn. He just needs 1 to value his life, but no, Art gets nothing done with that one. And the rest of them are working with these bonus SMGs. So feels like that's going to really hinder the potency of this one.
Oh, it's a very forward position. That's a deeper angle than you traditionally see from right there in the red room. A double up. He's drawn this one back, and Roy, he needs something. He needs it now.
Big.
The head of Drop is gone.
Huge.
A second on the plate, and they're in.
That's something, but they still don't have that bomb. It's not, again, like, it feels like a conversation we just had, but they're not in a rush for this. They have access to the site, sure, but they don't have the explosive device.
And actually, Safe and Quesarado have given this up. They've assumed that the bomb has been found, a chance to rejig the weapons, and Quesarado makes his way up. Okay, he will. See you later.
Mama.
Crims removes him, and that should be the round now. Safe is so low. What's he meant to do? The double brought it back. It made it exciting. And then Roy said, nah, enough of that, as they'll quickly make their way in towards Donut, the plant towards A momentarily. And, well, Safe, he's hearing this, but what is he meant to do?
Nothing, I think, is the only answer.
Whose M4 is that? Stylish individual.
Oh, damn. He's flexing the
Drops.
boxes.
Drops got that one. That's the 2015. Now, look, I didn't like it as much as the 2014 edition.
Right, okay.
But, you know, it wasn't too bad. Look at him. Why didn't I go, wow, I made it to a major, and it was my team. And then why didn't I buy like 400 of these? I would be so rich right now.
Yeah.
What did I do, man?
You know you get those storage containers, Chad? What was that?
I don't know. Is this venue haunted?
Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, imagine
but you know those storage units?
You just like 2014 Vauxhall. God damn it!
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, we could all say that. Why didn't I buy as many 2014 Katowice capsules as I could have?
Yeah, where are all our Titan hollows? What were we thinking?
Exactly. I sold my souvenir cobblestone cases. I had like 2 or 3 drops.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I sold them a bit prematurely.
Sag, I think, is the official terminology that our people use for that one.
Yes, I believe so. If you look in the thesaurus, Sag.
Fnatic have taken a timeout off that round win. And that's their 3rd timeout.
Yeah, well, it's clear that it's Keita that's requested that one. You know, you don't see the players look for a back-to-back.
No, and I wonder if he's saying, hey, look, there's a chance for this type of weapon because of the frags that we've seen. But it is actually an eco.
But with util.
Economical. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of HEs. Let's see how much damage they can do.
Okay. So they do the smoke and then nade through it, I suppose, trying to catch anyone trying their luck. Nikodos is going to catch some flak from that. Oh, caught out, and problem solved. Lovely work, Fnatic. Looking to reach double digits first, but rather close affair, all things considered.
Okay, well, that's the dubby Didge.
Do we get a Zeus in this one? It's not looking very Zeusy, I'll be honest. With the two early frags in mid, they can probably find the path of least resistance eventually.
Well, one of them's in Bali, and the other one's coaching Fluxo now, so...
Zeus, yeah. In Bali. Living it up.
Yeah, I think he is. So, FaZe did win that game.
Which means...
And I'm not even saying spoiler. If you guys thought that 9-0 were going to win that, you can keep huffing that copium. But that means the winner of this will play FaZe. So, yeah, a fun matchup available for either of these teams in the best of threes. And then the winner of that game will lock themselves in for the arena.
Roger.
So we do have best of threes coming later today. Harry and Hugo will be on the mic after this one to bring two best of threes your way. We also have the B stream. That's been brought to you by a bunch of lovely individuals over there as well. And I think there'll be a change-up as well. Trace, Stundog, Saranthus will be leaving, and Freya will be coming into the hosting hot seat.
Finally.
Here it is. Come on, Art.
It's just not going to happen.
Come on, Art.
It's just not going to happen. It's not. It's just not. It is a little stubby gun, you know. You can get real close to the angle. Not sticking it out. Uh-oh. There was more orgasm in there, though.
There
normal.
was.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I wanted the arena reverb for that one, so I had a bit more pitch to it. A little bit more pitch.
Oh, yeah, that was great. Oh, man, we need a top 5 compilation of the Chatty B. I think that's top 3.
You think so?
I reckon, man. I mean, the more heart and soul you put into it, the more jam in the donut, as it were.
If you're gonna do it, you gotta come in.
I mean, no half measures here. I'm in full support. Arts, do you think does he get away with this one? He doesn't have to move. He does now.
My side of the bomb.
Yeah, he's dead.
Bye. That's quite the tumble as well. Nice little fall there from Arnie. He's been practicing the stunts.
The ancient radius memes continue.
I, for one, am all for it.
I bet you are.
Get out of the sight.
You want people saving the opposite spawn. That's
no, I want there to be a reason for the CTs to linger around exactly like Art did to do damage to the Ts so that they lose some rifles.
Oh, nice one from Roy. Yeah, no, actually, I mean,
there's multiple ways to skin a cat.
That's what I've heard.
Art with a deagle. It's not my job to tell you guys what's going on with that anymore. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're just gonna talk about the facts. And Art has a deagle. The rest of his team have rifles, and this is a pivot round right now in this game. If Fnatic win this, they're really gonna be sailing, closing this best of 1 down.
Ooh, jeez, drop. Art posturing. Nikodos tagged through that spray. Drop. Oh, he's nervous. He's got no bullets. He's swapping to his USP. One in the chamber and hoping Art could cover him on the way back. A bait and switch, but not quite as successful. Yuri has saved him. Aggression out of the cave. No trade from Crims. It's good from Drop onto Fasha.
In fact, Drop gets anything done there, considering how dicey that looked for a moment. Great stuff. Crims smoked off, couldn't trade onto Yuri. His molly missed as well, and Mezzi needs to find some space here. Now, he has an awful lot of room. He could try and trickle across and get in towards Temple. That gap is still currently open. You can see Queserado's position in Donut has to worry about middle as well as A. So this will be on a bit of a timing here if he can make the pass, and he has. Okay. So with 45 seconds left on the clock, if he can flank around here and take down... Actually, Yuri's ready for this.
100%. I think Queserado just had that conversation like it's possible there's a slip because the noise has disappeared. Now, Queserato from that donut position. And Yuri, yeah, he's actually won the round.
Should just be a save here for Crims and Nikodos, and that's if they can. 20 seconds left now. Nikodos can stay over towards spawn. That's fine. Crims might just have to stay over here towards the cave position. And that right there is going to be FURIA drawing things level once more. Now, I'm just taking a view of the savannah right here, Alex.
Yeah.
And what can I see? I can see MongolZ up that end. I can see Imperial. So they'll be getting ready for their best of 3 between the two of them. And that's about all I can see from here. So I'm sorry to report I don't
Well,
have
hang on, I've got better eyes than you, so I'll have a look.
What can you see?
I can see a man in a pink t-shirt watching intently. Who is he watching? Is that Imperial?
Yeah. And then MongolZ up that end.
You already talked
Yeah, there's no other teams on this. Can you see through walls?
Not without lifting my mouse.
Okay, because I can't see through walls either.
Yeah.
And you did say you had better eyes than me, so I thought I would check.
Thought maybe I could.
All right, well, back into the buys. Back into the biff, back into the brawl is, well, a bit more direct here from Fnatic towards B as a possibility. 4 of them over this side of the map was Crims babysitting towards mid. NiKoDoz with a self-flash. And no peek off the back of it. Didn't want to take the angle as damage done through the boards. Fasher chipped on down. Smoke to deny and congregating them exactly where they want them. FURIA have Fnatic pinned for now, and well, they've seen enough and they've taken enough damage to now give up this space.
So yeah, mid is currently not occupied at all.
Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Ooh, that's like 100 to 0.
Yes, indeed.
100 to 0 from Roy, getting the time and getting the position for that spray perfectly. But it all falls quiet. I mean, Art and Yuri, they could go looking for answers, but they're also quaking in their boots. There could be 5 around the corner. And therefore, it really puts Safe on an island. If anything, CEST's actually cheated all the way over to B, so poor Safe.
Is that a donut smoke as well? His vision's denied. He will have to play ahead of this. CEST needs to trot on back over now.
Oh, it's still a deadly angle. They've got a flash to consider it. Now they know the orb's in donut. The site is theirs. CEST looking to prove me otherwise, prove me wrong. Catches Fasher, but that
well played.
Bomb does not go down. He's actually managed to disrupt it. They'll go for a second bite. The cherry. Oh, CEST on a.
He's a monster.
He is. It's an iconic mix, a potent blend. CEST and this bomb site. He does everything right. And now NiKoDoz about to get crab walk cleared. Safe into the scope, and NiKoDoz obliges. Still CEST. That bomb is still not down. It's all him. Art's just there for moral support and a good catch onto NiKoDoz. Mezzi needs to plant. He's got 10 seconds to do so. What's he supposed to do? Fakes it out, hoping for the double kill. CEST smart. He waits. He waits. And they win the round. That's a horrible way to go down. Mezzi will just look to save. Oh, God, that is a nasty state of play for Fnatic. Like, I'd like to watch that whole round again, just to enjoy it.
I love that from CEST, right? The fact that he could have committed for more frags.
But when did he get there? I remember looking at the map as they're doing the take, and he was like,
so
CT.
Once the donut smoke landed, he went and he played in this smoke here, right?
Yeah.
He pivoted out, got that 1 kill, drops the molly, understands there's only very few positions Crims can be planning, spams him out, and stays alive. He could have committed for more there, but just the understanding and the awareness from CEST right there is immaculate.
How early did they get access to A? Like, they were in, Safe flashed off, they had the access to the site, and it was down to 17, still no bomb plant.
And this is the thing, right? If you can't get donut control, then I feel like you need temple control.
100%.
You need one of the two here, unless you're going to have a late lurk through mid to flank into
You can't have
donut.
the CTs having 3, all having a mother's meeting. Like, so how are we going to do this?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we know how easy it is to retake this A site. So now it's just Fnatic with 1 AK that's been saved from Mezzi and a couple of light upgrades, 2 Deagles. That's for NiKoDoz and Roy here. They need to try and find something just to humble FURIA a bit. Don't allow them to have a clean round. That is one thing you need to avoid as we get into the danger zone of this map.
Danger zone. I like this boost. I don't think Safe's going to be ready for this. Oh, well, he's actually fallen off at the perfect time. He's safe. Jumps across. Mezzi reveals himself and not going to be sticking around for a fight with an orb in that angle. But I think they'll also be aware of the well, they were anyway. He saved an AK-47, Alex. Come on. Keep up. But 50 seconds on that clock as they do trundle around with these Deagles. For those that could afford it. I'm just going to test this Yuri drop combo. See what these two can do.
But you can see they're so aware of what's available. It's a retake setup on the site. You can give them access here. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have.
Wow, what the hell?
Maybe you shouldn't have.
What the hell is going on? NiKoDoz has gotten away with murder. That would have been a dream frag to convert. Maybe Crims with the Glock. Maybe someone can put the final bullet into one of them. Oh, God, it's going to have to be Mezzi. A 1v3. Quickly turn 2. CEST just holding, but they have to come to him. They have kits. They'll use every second available to them. Mezzi just hiding in the site on the pillar. Hedges his bets, expecting short. Both coming this way. Mezzi, will he be safe from the spread? Time. Everything! Mezzi closes! What a round for Fnatic!
That is crushing right there. That shot, that entry on the way into the site right there must have been an absolute bloody screamer.
NiKoDoz, I need to see it from his perspective because that $700 pistol just took Safe straight out of the round. He had an AWP, Chad. $7,000 to 700, and bang!
Jesus!
What?
Because Safe was just rotating back in. I was just praising the passive stance, and then bang, lights out. Good night.
And this finish from MOUZ, it's just beautifully executed.
But it's not just about that round, it's about this round where the pistols come into play and the frags keep on coming. Fnatic slapping FURIA down a notch right now. They'll be taking back this lead.
Okay, that is exactly what the Fnatic system needed.
In that situation as well, with that retake, you can. I'm being hindsight Harry right now, but you just want to send drop in to give the info on where that fight is so that K-Soroto can then identify it.
Sure.
But they lined up. They didn't know where he was. They thought he had slipped in towards Cave, and that one stings an awful lot for FURIA.
Ooh, mama.
We were talking about not giving him a clean one, doing some damage. That's more than damage.
Yeah, well, you know, it always feels like a little victory when you have a round like that and then immediately you force the timeout out of Gary. Getting back into the eardrums of his squad. What do you make of the fact that Nikodos always plays at a slight diagonal?
It's curious. He's got some... There's that shot again. That's a bit of Bondic cosplay.
Let me see it again. Look at this slow-mo. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Jeez.
Oh, and just before
Through
his teammate would have blocked it.
Well,
yeah, it's like wow. Gorgeous.
That's crazy.
Gorgeous.
That is crazy. It's funny you can counter. Well, not funny. It's Counter-Strike. That's the difference. That's what makes rounds.
Yeah.
There's definitely nobody's laughing. I tell you who definitely isn't laughing. Look at this buy. I don't even know if I can call it a buy. It's a purchase.
Yeah, they went to Poundland and then went to the bargain bin in Poundland.
Yeah, this is budget.
Just to stop this 13th round from Fnatic, but they put all of their pennies into this Woolworths assortment. And Yuri still managed to provide an entry. That was Crims coming and knocking towards Cave. Art caught some flak damage. Roy can't go down here. He can't go down, and drop gets him a forward position. The smoke lulls him into that false sense of security. Was not ready for friction, was not ready for contact. 2 to the good end. FURIA just, oh, they heard that. Should have that. Okay, one from MOUZ. Trade is great. Safe can win the round right here if he takes down MOUZ. Just like that, the double. And FURIA, yeah, no worries. They can operate with just the one rifle, never mind an assortment of all Counter-Strike has to offer.
Well, let's see how far Fash can get here. He has plenty of time available for this. And right now, he's not detected at all. Now, bomb in Donut, does he want to try and go through top mid and then pivot in through? It's a problem. He wants more info. One kill, it would give up his position. So this is the issue he has. There's nobody else here. Okay, great for the finances, sure. Position given up, they know exactly where he is. The bomb is still down towards Donut. He's pinned in. There's pressure available from multiple fronts, and the time that he had plenty of is now gone.
Yeah, he's kind of limited his options with that one. I mean, what was he supposed to do?
If he flanked A and he's not to know, he could have had 2.
Sure.
But that's...
And maybe still on the cards here. No plant for sure, 10 seconds. He just does not have that on his plate. And there's Yuri. So all sorted, good hold, good setup. And FURIA have responded.
Yeah, right. And it's dropping Yuri.
Off the timeout, by the way. Like, Gary was just sitting there shouting, barking orders at the boys. And they come in, close it out. Very clean. Yuri with the opening as well. We'll get to see how all this would transpire.
Yeah, of course.
Just the bait and switch.
Baits him into it.
Brang.
And Drop again as well. There was an opportunity there where Drop could have pushed into Roy when he heard the reload, but chose not to. And look at Gary, look at this. He's got something to say here as Fnatic will expend their 4th and final timeout. But Gary had an awful lot as that Mo is looking powerful here today. But what a back and forth game, and so many rounds where the teams have worse buys and they've won the rounds. Like that buy right there, we're coming into it going, what is this, some kind of a joke?
Yeah, I mean, especially because it felt like it was a product of that crazy Fnatic conversion,
yes,
the Nikodos Dig, and then, yeah, I mean, I guess it almost dampens the impact significantly. Right tied up, Shibari style, kinky, 12-12.
You could see that there was a chance for FURIA to want to push through that top mid smoke. Safe had that flash at the ready. That was well highlighted there. But they will concede, and they've conceded an awful lot of ground here. Art, do you really want to do this, my friend?
He does, Chad, and he really wants this. Crims. spotted and eliminated, traded, and that was the duel. That was the chance. A would have been wide open for Safe's rotation, but instead, Keserato's fine.
It's not on A right now, it's on Roy. This is all on Roy here. That's a missed smoke. There's a gap and a window that has now been shut in his face. Yuri, ready for the lurk, has more than done enough now to secure this round. Nikodos and Fasha in a 2-on-4 situation with, again, plenty of time, but no space. Yuri continues the push and has actually given one over here.
Yeah, still grounds and a bit of a conversation to be had, sure. I see the smoke on Nikodos. That could perhaps facilitate access to the site. You don't have to take any unnecessary duels. Smokes up, flash in, Fash to clear.
A plant would be pretty nice here.
Yeah, you can molly, that's great. Can, of course, peek off of that. Drop's not going to be taking too many chances. Fasha will get through, and that plant will be secure. Oh, interesting. Safe from the long
Very
side.
brave
Very
plant.
brave. Gets away with it. And that's the duel. Fasha continues to step up for Fnatic. A huge round on the 2-on-2. Orp, rifle, a perfect little game of wingman here. High stakes at IEM Rio. Molly will force him wide, and Safe was not prepared. Fasha has set it up on a silver platter.
Has to cross the line of sight right now to get towards that bomb. The flash is good.
Oh, Nikodos concedes onto the bomb now.
He's just going to stick it.
He's going to hold it. Nikodos has to check it, has to
And he
check
can't
it, has
spam
to
it.
check it. Can't spam it, can't spam it. Keserато, balls of steel as he steals away around in the 1v1.
Oh, Nikodos gets an offering to hold on to that AWP. The plant was good. It wasn't a round that they should have been winning considering it was a 4-on-2 situation. And now there's big issues. They don't have that timeout to call. Remember, they've expended all of them. It would need to be the good graces of Gary and the FURIA side to give them the 30-second chit-chat. And I cannot believe the regress into Donut from R. The fact he gets one is miraculous. And then that trade from Keserado was bang on. That kill from Fasha was almost enough. Drop does nothing.
That one flash he had one flash, and it was enough to force the AWP off the line. You were like, he has to walk across the line. No, he doesn't. Not with that flashbang on his belt. Art dead. That's a good frag. That was M4v Galil. And now looking for the response was Yuri. Does the extinguish. It draws all the attention, including Nikodos. But Safe is there on that AWP response. Hiding in plain sight. That's the bomb. Oh, Mezzi's screwed. Mezzi is screwed. Molly out. Bomb lost. Fasher and Crims to try and recover. Fasher up on 8.
They have both bomb sites, but no bomb.
It's a recurring theme at the moment.
Okay, well, how do you solve this puzzle here? Keserado on the timing. It's Fasha. Going to get the better of him right now. Safe. Chasing ghosts here. Fasha has to get away or push, and, well, with the jump spot. What did Fasha see there? Not enough, because Crims isn't moving just yet, and now they know exactly where he is. Crims to dip on down to get that bomb. Is there time for this?
No, there's not. Safe. Too good. 4 kills in the round. He hasn't had a moment like that, but right here at the tail end of the game, where it really matters, the danger zone, as you put it, Chad, he delivers a quad kill and the close in the 1v2.
And these rounds are just so close. Back-to-back one-on-one conversions here for FURIA. Could that be the difference? As that grace of the timeout has been given now, because they're feeling the heat just as much. Gary looking like he has an awful lot to say here to try and close things down. The finances are a problem on both sides of the server.
Yeah, I mean, this game, this map, I mean, it's just a best of one, but it feels like it's had so many twists and turns and adventure. And you can see Gary's very, very happy with that one. Safe stepping up. And you can see the intent and the intensity in Furia's faces. They want to start strong, dude. You get this best of one, you're on that fast track straight to the crowd and straight to the opportunity to be in those playoffs. These games, these opening games, they pay a heavy leniency into how you're going to be placing.
These buys, you take the AWP out of the equation for Safe here, Alex, and give him an M4. That looks like the second round of the game.
Yeah.
So, look at this. Art's found a bit of gusto now, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Bestow. That is a perfect way in which to find 15. You don't really have any sweat on your brow. You might even find the boost if you sprayed the smoke.
It's over time. Not over 9. 9 are in Group A. We're in Group B right now, but it's overtime or bust for Fnatic here.
Drop faking the runaway. Like, they're just doing every single trick in the book, and confirms his presence behind the smoke as well with his little tap on the FAMAS. He's playing this very well. Just to ensure survival. And I mean, it's going to be integral for Fnatic now to go on a bit of a run of their own. Now, in the T half of FURIA, we did see runs of even 5 at a maximum.
Early though, right?
Early, yeah. To do so late.
I think the key is, and reflecting on what I just said about the buy, at least they've kept Furia's cash in a very prickly position. Sure. They don't feel stable, right? They're not going out and looking to buy a new car or anything like that. So, nice shot from NickEdos, the Deagle, that did bring them into that crazy round a little bit earlier on, but...
Woo! Sorry.
No.
Wow.
Maybe another. Why the hell not?
He's been sharpening that one for years, I think. This Deagle on NickEdos is at an all-time high right now.
All right, well.
Involuntary squeals, usually a good sign of a good Deag.
Had a good time.
Yeah, that's for sure. 3 more rounds required.
Yeah, I can't rule anything in or out in this game. It has been a fun affair.
Yeah.
Lots of Fs in this one.
It's an okie dokie for sure. Let's shake it all about. Mezzi, straight out, in, onto Art. Big frag trade should be there. CEST does not release W in pursuit of the same. Roy, playing with fire, out and about on his own, trying to act big and tough, puff up his chest. The smoke's out, the spray shy. Yuri tucks back into the side.
A bit of a meeting at the B doors right now as Roy braves the smoke, will push on through. They can execute towards B right now with what limited utility they have left. A handful of smokes, a couple of mollies, and a HE, so no flashes to make this possible. As Drop has been mounted up on the box, and Roy to take this fight needs to make sure there is the trade potential. He has Fasher for this, and Molly to segregate. Both in cave, 1 and done. Can the fight come through? It's Yuri. Good for 2.
Trapped by the flames. NickEdos can actually profit onto that. Nice find from him. He's got any more in the tank. It's Crims and Nico. What's the plan? What's the go? You got that utility. He's going to get it out. Smoke down. CEST already staring at 1. A second arrives
long.
long.
Smoke will be fading shortly.
Yeah, but that's what the fight they're waiting for. They'll be able to walk on in. Molly behind it to nullify his options. Crims actually burrows into this smoke.
Shadow.
CEST, whoa! Immediately adjust to the info. Can NickEdos do anything to stave off defeat? Or will FURIA start strong? It looks like NickEdos is actually flexing on the haters. Another kill. And 1 more to extend play. He's not considering cave just yet. Starting to slink away, use that time, that bomb ticking. It's not the perfect weapon for the job for safe. He'll start to assume it's ramp. He's going to go for the duel, surely. Ult, scope heard. And the frag comes through! NickEdos extends play with a sigh of relief as the Fnatic get 2 more chances to take this to overtime.
And this is huge because the money's not there for FURIA. They've already been walking around on eggshells throughout. The loss bonus, bottom of the goddamn barrel. And this is Fnatic's chance to draw things back up to 14. Just 1 round to be in the difference. And the timeout called. The timeout called right now from FURIA. This was Mezzi giving Art a taste of his own medicine right there, but it came down to NickEdos in the clutch. He's been good on this T side to manufacture rounds or openings to get them across the line, but this time we'll close it down. And look at this buy. Look at the purchase. They're actually going to shove all in here from FURIA. I thought there was no way they'd go for a buy like this. There was enough money for CEST to get out a rifle. He's got the M4, and that's the man you want to have it in his hands. But everyone else just with pistols.
Well, if you're not expecting that, are Fnatic expecting that? Are you going to go into something expecting, you know, your anti-eco strategy?
You're expecting that they're in this difficult conversation right now. Because of the loss bonus being bottom of the barrel, you know that they only got 1,400 into this round. So you know that it's quite light on. But how much money have they had? Well, their buys have looked pretty rough, so not an awful lot. So they think 2 choices. 1, they force buy right now, or 1, they take a bit of an eco, and the next round still sucks. So you know you're up against very light purchases regardless, and they're going for an uppercut, a fast A.
It's unoccupied. Safe is the only man there, and he's got nothing more than a P250. Fashion looking to take space. Clear objective for the Dutchman. Frags compulsory. There's about to be a whole party, a death match on this A-bomb site, and already it's Roy in the feed. 3 in total from Fnatic, locking it down. Nothing to be said or done about this, and it's very limp. It's flaccid. What are FURIA supposed to celebrate about this? You just said all the chips in the center of the table, and it's not looking great on the river.
They can't lose. They can't lose this M4 on CEST here, but I think they will. He's backpedaled into Crims, who's going to get a free upgrade into an M4. They needed to carry that through. That's not possible for them to have an M4 in the next round of play. It's going to be what you just saw again.
Yeah.
Exactly what you just saw. Maybe MP9s instead of a couple of CZs, but it's going to be the same type of a buy here.
Okay, same buy.
Maybe same call.
That's what I was about to ask.
Why not?
It worked. It looked so like, unless they're stacking 4 off the rip, that's going to work again. With a buy like that, Roy, Fasher, forward positions, Util was great. Fnatic, they executed it to perfection. If they could do it one more time, all of this is reset. MR3, 12.5. 1 round away for Fnatic.
If they just go into a bit, well, it's not a default because they're lacking a few players towards B right now, but I was going to say if they spread out and slowed the pace down, Safe Scout could find a couple of tags, but he's out of position right now. But look at this rotation.
They're coming.
This is a heavy rotation. Art's here, Yuri getting pulled. There's nothing over towards B. It's suspicious.
Yeah, it's very suspicious. You'd have heard a flash. You'd have heard something. It's very telegraphed. Nikodos, he's not going to be the first.
Why are they blocking him?
Oh, yeah. That's
Don't you want them to come?
Counterintuitive, for sure.
Well, it's bought time for them to come back, but it might have also sent Fnatic packing.
Yeah, I think you can see Mezzi's already... Oh, dear! That was the bomb! Roy punching air right now. Oh, God. Not more. Surely Nikodos the one that has to go and get it.
But the bomb's in the plain sight. If somebody just pivots around the corner, they might see it. They might see it on the floor.
Oh, the jump. They know. The bomb's still there. Serato just hesitant to take any unnecessary fights. Trying to work through middle. Mezzi to try and join him on the bomb retrieval. Gets it away.
But where do you go now?
40 seconds. I don't know. Kill here. Serato spotted out. Mezzi evades the initial frag. Still Furia with an advantage here. This is going south for Fnatic.
2 coming through Donut. Safe's watching this with the scout. Flashed off the line.
It's only a scout. Won't find lethality. Tags him up but trade it. Fasher building into this. Needs more. Mezzi delivers onto Serato. Oh! Nearly the double. Still Fasher and Nikodos up against Drop. Low on the 5-7, one-on-one. Can the rookie step up? Yes, he can. Nikodos holding the nerve, holding the line, and he hits the shot. It's overtime. Oh, God, what a round of Counter-Strike. My stomach hurts.
Take a breath on that one for both of these right here. Oh, look. There's so much to unpack.
Go on.
I could start with the end. I could start with the beginning. We could start with the in-betweens, but we are back into action. 15-15 overtime underway right here, right now.
Oh, man. That Yuri spray, I thought that might have been enough to destabilize. You'll see it come through here. He actually gets like 1.5, then Fasher gets 2. Ooh.
I'll let the desk breakdown drop jiggle peeking against an AWP in a one-on-one. But right now we're in B.
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much going on. Okay, Flash is good. That might be a fight on long. Yuri's burning down as well. Does find safe haven. Fasher with a little gap on that, but Mezzi down on the walk through. Fasher no trade. 4 versus 3. Serato going to be having a lot of bodies in front of him.
Almost lined up.
2, yeah, and it's going to be Roy onto Yuri, so this one's still up for debate.
Serato got that kill from the grave like 3 seconds after the molly was already on the ground.
Okay, Art should have Roy, and they'll have the round. Let's all just relax.
I still can't believe Drop picked. I don't think like, against an AWP in a one-on-one, and he has to plan, there's 15 seconds left, and I'm jiggle peeking a corner.
Yeah.
And I'm against an AWP.
Yes. No, I'm...
Tell me why.
I'm with you. I am entirely with you,
Somebody
Jack.
tell me why.
But also for Nikodos, why are you waiting for that? Because he shouldn't be giving it to you.
Showing too much leg.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Serato gets this molly kill on Crims after... How long was he dead for? Wait, who cares? Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go again. Let's go again. Give us some more.
Okay, more of that. A whole lot more of that coming, as this is another thick and fast start.
Miss molly. That's for sure. You
Good
the
golly.
trees burning down the forest right now. The mid control taken up and over. The molly towards the lane position from Cave will hold them at bay for now, but this isn't so action-packed. Ramp will be smoked off. Util being worked through. There's a lot of pressure as Fnatic clearly wanted to come in with some pace here.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely off the rip, the game plan, but that's safe again, starting to be the first name in the feed. Always good to see that CT AWPer profiting on his early adventure.
This is no word of a lie, Alex. We've got a bit of a peanut gallery here because the staff on site want to see how this one unfolds, and there's only a few places they can take a look. They've joined us for the tail end of this one right here.
They found out Furia were in OT. Let's go. We've got 3 of them, and they're all very happy to play this retake side of the B side.
Out the way so
make sure they get a good view.
A little bit easier.
Vamos.
I think that might be Imperial.
Yeah, I think something's going on over there.
Well, this one's really settled down, hasn't it?
Oh, it's quite nice, though, isn't it? I can kind of remember who I am, what my name is.
Take a breather. It's good to see for FURIA as well to actually have guns in their hands, not just MP9s of FAMASs. They've all got rifles now, and Looking good to convert round number 17 here as Fnatic will be knocking on this B door. 30 seconds left. Mezzi's
There you
low.
go.
Dead.
That's a free frag. Safe. That's his second as well in this round as they're looking for a flawless CT start. Bomb to be planted.
Can't deny.
You certainly can't, but Fashion might die on this. Yeah, not expecting. The smoke was up. I mean, it's false sense of security. The boost is perfect, well established by FURIA. And now Fnatic, I mean, 5v2. Doesn't really matter. You got the bomb down. This one is going to be brutal. That smoke's going to land. Look at that from Art. He's definitely been studying his Pythagoras theorem.
Feels like he did it the hard way, but still gets the result.
The stylish way. Bomb's taking its time, though. I mean, if someone was to, like, I don't know, hit a crazy wallbang on the diffuser like that, bloody hell, that wasn't far off, but there it goes. And so does Nikodos as he gets away with his AWP as something to celebrate. It's the final round coming up. Everyone's got funds. Maybe no fun for Fnatic, at least not on this T side.
No, considering they had to claw this back and take it to overtime, right? They were the ones who had to fight tooth and nail just to get this privilege.
They got 3 T rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And we find ourselves here, MR3, and it might be 0.
I feel for FURIA in this second half of play, their CT side, not the overtime, because the entire time, remember those one-on-ones, those back-to-back rounds, their finances were broke the entire time, so they were fighting. It's difficult when you're out of cash.
Look at him go. Okay, a miss from Safe, but still alive and kicking, and Art's already taken down Mezzi. You can hear the reload. Crim's looking for vengeance.
Oh, he's going to melt. He's going to melt.
Such a good molly. He should be dead to the spray. Art versus Crims. Really intense for these two. Another double for FURIA to start off proceedings. A double this time from Art. Oh, Nikodos, I mean, he's...
Crimson Smoke is helping Art right now. It let him get away.
Otherwise, that was a very, very dead game leader. Roy's got that lineup dead to rights. Yuri lucky for getting away with that one. 70 damage inflicted through the boards, and it's at 5 versus 3. Still mollies, smoke, a couple of flashbangs. It's going to be best if they regroup, and you can see that the current intentions. Cautious for any FURIA re-aggressions, but it's not in their interest at this point. You've got a 2-man advantage.
I feel like they should be able to putt this one in here.
You'd think so. And it would give them 3 opportunities to close and secure, maintaining that upper bracket spot.
Well, they've cleared out Pillar. I can guarantee you that with the nade molly combo, nobody home. And Drop takes a fight. That's going to confirm that there is a lot of presence coming their way.
See who can actually give Fnatic anything to work with. Roy's been spotted. Art will tuck into the cubby. A power position in a scenario like this. He's just going to look for one. One should be enough to seal the deal, but Fash has caught him. Flashes and no response, I say, as Drop does catch him on the way in. And so, a flawless defense from FURIA. Just one more frag to confirm it. 18 in the bank. 3 opportunities to get themselves into the upper bracket.
And this is where FURIA's style of Counter-Strike is actually perfect for OT. Because they're going to throw the kookiest, craziest thing that you're not going to be able... Well, it's FURIA, so you're going to expect something crazy. But I really like their approach when you get into deep water like this. Because you only need 1 round, you get 3 chances, and the crazier you go, the more opportunities you might open for yourself. You might also get shut down and locked out, but
you've got 3
only
stabs.
one of them's got to stick.
Right, exactly.
Whoa, you almost broke the place.
Yeah, no, you were just a bit dramatic.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's okay.
I dropped my pen too.
All good, because Counter-Strike is already coming in thick and fast. They're in the A site, Chad. You wanted to summon? How's this? Crims spots him. That's the bomb into Donut. Pushes the smoke again, and now Yuri delivers the opening. Fnatic, oh dear. A horrible way for it to go down. Already the bomb down. A man advantage, and Art, he's up to no good. He's been allowed off the leash. He can do what he wants, and he wants to win right here, right now. And Mezzi down. This is brutal. Fnatic, after all of that hard work, getting it to overtime, surviving the onslaught. And FURIA just run into A and say, lol, JK. It's ours the whole time. Nikodos dead, and FURIA safe. That's going to feel good. A lot of hard work there. A magnificent mustache from the coaching staff and Fnatic. I don't know how they're going to feel about that one. In review, there's definitely some oopsies and some daisies.
For both teams,
yeah.
Right? Consider some of these low buy round scenarios that we saw from both teams pulling out their ass here, but that one is going to feel good. Sure, they did it the hard way, but again, FURIA pipped Fnatic at the post. Another close affair between the two, but action-packed Counter-Strike. That was fun.
All right, my friends, about time you learn how to behave in Brazil. First word, I want to make sure you guys learn how to say. It's a slang for vamos. It's called bora.
Bora. Bora.
Bora. That's
Bora.
how we say vamos here. Yeah, let's
All
go
right.
somewhere.
Bora.
Bora.
Bora. Bora.
Nice.
Yeah.
Second thing, you need to know the chant that we're going to be doing on the stadiums. Pa 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 pa. Try it with me.
Pa 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 pa.
Almost. Yeah, you're gonna get there.
Yeah. Okay.
Another question I have for you: who is the best Alper in the world?
Simple's pretty good. Yeah, Markov back in the day. Markov.
Here, only 2 answers allowed: either Fallen or Bad Fallen.
Oh.
Some will say it's the same person. It depends on the mood. Another one for you: who is the best IGL ever?
Glaive, Kerrigan,
Sean Garris.
Only one of those guys changed the way they see Counter-Strike, and that's the guy right here. Fallen.
So was it Bad Fallen or just Fallen?
On this scenario, just Fallen. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
All right.
And third but not last, which major was the best one in your opinion?
Columbus was cool.
Cologne 2015 was pretty cool.
Cologne 2015 was pretty good.
The real major. That was the best major.
Yeah, that makes sense, man.
Okay, so I think you guys are slow learners. You have been here quite some time already. So this is for you, instructions on how to behave in Brazil. Please, try it.
Okay, o senhor podia fazer o favor de chamar...
They'll never understand.
I thought I did okay there.
It's not bad.
So Ancient comes out, right? It's a pretty wild experience. It's a wild ride, a thriller, you might could say. And we're definitely not in Manila. But obviously what we did get is the end result of FURIA winning that one over Fnatic 19-15. So some things to take away, to unpack there for the side of FURIA. That's probably a nice breath of fresh air, Yanko.
Yes, indeed, Trace. Great start for FURIA. Art as well individually had a great game. Seems like in Rio, he just comes into a different level. And yeah, Fnatic, they had their opportunities, and I feel like they missed a couple, especially in overtime. I mean, there were a couple of clutches towards the tail end of regulation, but in overtime as well, they get a clean entry onto B in the first gun round, a B rush, and then they just walk into death. Like, I think that really mentally was it for Fnatic after that round, and FURIA just rolled over
I feel like FURIA kind of made it hard for themselves, right? You look at a couple of moments there. Round number 30 comes to mind, that decision by Drop where Chad was losing his mind with Jiggle taking the AWP with like 12 seconds remaining. So they made a few questionable decisions individually, even economically speaking. You look at OT and the way they won pretty convincingly where they had all the guns on the CT side, right?
Yeah.
They made it so clean. And you go back to round number, I think 14 or 15, where they could just ecoed one round, had a full-fledged buy, but it's just like kind of like SMGs and half-buys and FAMAS or FAMI. It was weird.
So, I mean, there's the what if, though. You could always ask that question, well, what if they would have just saved for last?
Yeah,
right?
but here's the thing with FURIA. I can't blame them for that because that's their style, and they're really good at it.
Yeah.
When was the last time you remember FURIA being down 5-0, 6-0? It very rarely happens. Like, they're good with those, even if they USP eco in the second round and buy in the third. Like, they have some good moves for those rounds. They thrive in the chaos, right, where a lot of other teams will feel uncomfortable. So we saw it this time as well. They win the pistol, lose the second round, but very quickly, you know, they get control of the economy back and they get rolling and start winning a lot of consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and surely they've got some stuff to say on their own end, which is awesome because we do have James Banks catching up with FURIA right now.
Well, a very different ancient this time around between FURIA and Fnatic, but that was one hell of a fight, one hell of a brawl. You had it the whole way towards the end, and then it just started to get chaotic. What is it feeling like for you?
It was crazy at some moments of the game, but I think we managed to keep our heads up. Even on the hard rounds, I have like MP9s, and it was just crazy all around, and you threw some rounds, but it was a good game by both teams, I would say.
And the choice at the end, right, where you forced up twice in a row and you kind of got in that bad money situation, which meant it got to overtime, it wasn't a chance to close it out. Do you kind of ever regret decisions like that, or do you just kind of have to feel your intuition? How do you think about it?
I think even if we had a full equal, we had like a shit buy. So instead of one shit buy, like two shit buys, it's kind of better. But I don't know, like it's hard to say.
And you yourself, this was an individually great performance, but it was like you and Messi, not just battling on mind, battling in the serve. Did it feel like that you were making plays?
I haven't really noticed what's happening in the game. I was just trying to play as good as I can, but it was a very tough game.
And just obviously being Rio and how special it is for you guys to be in Brazil again, is there an extra feeling around this event? Is there an extra feeling of getting this first win in here?
Yeah, definitely. We are really eager to go to the playoffs and win this tournament, so every win means a lot to us.
I'm sure it does. Well, congratulations, mate. Well done on the win to start things off with. We're going to take a look, though, at our Aim Force Aim High and see who could be there. Maybe one of the IGLs.
Yes, just to correct that one up a little bit, it is the Air Force Aim High. There's a bit of a head-to-head here, a little bit of argy-bargy. I look at Mezzi as someone who helped to carry the torch as far as they could for Fnatic, in this regard at least.
Yeah, they did. But the thing with Fnatic is I don't think the individuals per se were really, anyone really struggling, so to speak, is some of the decisions, as you pointed out, Yanko, right? That one round where they had so much control towards Donor, where they beat the nades, for example, just slowing things down. So as individuals, sure, Mezzi, he has been looking pretty good, even the RMR as well, so continuing that form, that's good to see. But I don't think there's any individual who kind of really failed to deliver on the side of Fnatic. It's more of that, some of the decision-making coming down to some of these crunch rounds.
Yeah, it was a close game. Some of the clutches too could have gone either way, but in the end, yeah, for Fnatic, another tight game that you really can't find a way to close out.
Yeah, and closing it out is something that we can do for the best of ones, because I mean it was fun while it lasted, I guess, right? Like.
Yeah, it was.
You love a best of one? Yeah.
I like best of ones. I like
best
best
of
ones.
You had one best of one, right? So
yeah, there we go. Not best of threes now.
I do hand over the keys to this car. I hand them right over to Freya because I'm done for the day, and we do continue
must be nice.
with the Intel Extreme Master. Oh, it's going to be something. And by that, I mean...
Just get out of here, Trace.
Yeah, okay, fine. We're going to go to a break. Say it, Yanko.
Got the break.
There it is. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Sasha, how you doing?
Good.
Enjoying the Rio time so far?
Yeah. Doing SSD soon.
Oh, SSD setup. Favorite part of media day?
Favorite part?
Yeah.
Oh, it's play.
Just to play, just wait for play.
When I'm playing.
That's
I mean when we do media, and there is some media where I'm playing. The best part. Yeah.
Well, you want to play some 1v1s against someone, some warm up?
Yeah. We played 2-on-2 today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me and
Who'd you play?
Me and Beat against Electronic and Perfect. That was some fun mode game.
What was the fun mode? Who won?
We won actually. Me and Beat won, and just every round you play with different setup.
Okay.
Sometimes with reverse mouse.
Oh no.
Sometimes you're too fast or too slow. Yeah.
something difficult to get used to. But last time around in Rio, right, things didn't go so well for you guys. You had the crowd against you, which you're not normally used to. Do you feel like you guys are in a better position, more prepared this time?
Yeah, I feel like we're favorites on this tournament this time.
Why do you feel like you're favorites?
I don't know. Other teams, but
Really?
I don't know. Let's see.
Who would you say then is the biggest competition here? Is it someone like Heroic? Can FaZe still be good even if we look at other results?
I think Heroic and Vitality.
Yeah.
I don't remember when we last time played against Vitality, and I feel it's going to be an interesting game.
And obviously things are looking so much better for you guys when it comes to the RMR. You guys seem to be happier as the team as well. How important is that, like, outside of the game environment?
It's very important because when everyone on same mood, everyone feels really confident. It's much easier to win games or do some comeback.
And I've been seeing you hitting the gym a little bit. So is this a new plan? Gym, healthy eating? I've seen the little posts on Instagram and stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying. Just depends on when it's gonna be game, you know.
So do you gym if there is gonna be a game or not?
Yeah, I gym before game usually. Yeah, but sometimes when we have early game, it's better to go after.
You still prefer the later games, right?
Not really. I like when it's like 2 or 3 p.m.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. So what's your wake-up time that you'll enjoy the most, Sasha?
9 a.m. Yeah, so I have time to go shower and breakfast and ready for the day.
And the thing I always see the most important before game, it is the coffee.
Yes, all the time. Yeah, every day.
Every day. And it's always a big one, bro. You have a massive one. How much caffeine's in there?
Oh, I don't know, but now I drink less coffee.
Are you drinking less coffee?
Yeah, better for my heart.
I'm trying to be better for my heart. I remember you telling Bit that to be less close to the screen.
Yeah.
He has got closer again. And he's playing better. So how do you do this?
I mean, I'm gonna change his eyes. Just let him play like he's playing.
Okay, so if the eyes go bad, we just fix it afterwards.
Yes, I will pay for surgery.
The opening round of matchups concluded. Now it is time to step into best of 3 territory. On the line, a spot at the playoffs of IEM Rio 2023. The teams in question, none other than Ninjas in Pyjamas and NAVI. Both best of ones going as swimmingly, I think we would say, Blair, for the teams earlier on. Although NIP looking a lot more dominant versus Imperial.
Yeah, NIP looking pretty solid, but then you brought up the name, right? It's Imperial, the team who weren't even supposed to be here initially, so I'm not going to read too much into it. But that being said, NIP, the games they've played in the past couple of weeks, RMR included, they have looked very, very good indeed, surprising me pleasantly. And Navi, of course, we saw the interview from Simple with Banks where he said, like, I feel like we're the favorites right now for this tournament, and that's a Navi I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, we were surprised even going back at Pro League and hearing the statements from Navi camp talking about how on their side of the bracket they only consider Heroic as an opponent. They had some tough games prior to that, right? So that tells you that already at that point they're feeling confident, like they've been figuring some things out, and at the RMR they've just been lights out. Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the RMR, particularly just the individual players form that we really saw shining bright. One name that we have to throw into the mix, Janko, is NPL. This kid finally shown up to the server on a consistent basis. Yeah, a lot of spotlight was on him. Navi keen to put him in every single interview, it feels like, as well, instead of just letting him focus on the game. But you look at this, Navi in their group, they were a 3-0 team, did it without dropping a map, so just 4 maps played. And look at the stats. I mean, all 5 players were in the top 20. That's kind of ridiculous. And MPL leading the way. This is across the group, he was the best player of Group A with 1.34 rating, and you just love to see that if you're a Navi fan.
I mean, the fact that he was able to do it as well against FaZe in that first best of 3 they played, right, the qualifying game for me, that was what really stood out. If he was doing it against like some of the lesser teams, like Into the Breach of Imperial, whoever they faced off, I'd be like, you know, just look at the opposition. The fact that it was able to deliver like that, I think bodes very well for Navi going forward. But that being said, even though it was against FaZe, even though it was a best of 3, it was still one game. I want to see more from him in this event.
And I think that's exactly the point, right? Coming into IEM Rio, of course, a lot of teams have their eyes on the major going forward. But I think for us, looking at MPL to keep continuing rather that consistent form, that's something we need to see more from him, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't have to be the best player for the team.
You want Simple, right?
Just doesn't have to be a liability, and Simple also, he seemed to have gotten out of the little slump that he was for a couple of events too. And I think the reason for that is that Navi seems to have gotten more on the same page, right? Like MPL is now more used to how they want to play, different scenarios, different situations. So the flow of the game is going better, right? Like they're making better decisions. And obviously, there's less frustration because of that, which is leading to better results.
I mean, just look at the way, you know, Simple's demeanor in Katowice when they failed, and how it was looking very toxic. We're wondering, where is this Navi going to be going towards? And to skip a couple of months, as you said, and now it looks, he's like, yeah, we're the favorites right now. So a huge quantum shift, so to speak, in the Navi philosophy right now.
And
yeah,
actually, Blade was
paradigm
paradigm shift. That's the one, letting the rock roll down the hill. Simple is not letting him do that. Blade was pretty candid in an interview about kind of the struggles that Navi have been experiencing as of late. We saw, you know, as you mentioned, the frustrations coming out of Simple. Electronic as well has been seen to be getting, you know, a bit tense at times. But Blade said he feels like, you know, they've moved on from that, and actually said that he feels like Electronic is in a better position than Boomage as an in-game leader at the moment.
Well, I don't think that's too big of a surprise, because I think we've always looked at Electronic as a player who's incredibly smart. He has great game sense, right? And those guys usually tend to do well as in-game leaders if they can do it, like if they're willing to sacrifice and do it. So I don't think there's any doubt with anyone that Electronic is a better player than Boomage. So obviously once he learns like some of the ins and outs of being an in-game leader, he can do a much better job. There you could hear that he does a great job of leading based off of instinct and just mid-round capitalizing on situations, and it's a little bit lacking in structure, but that's where you have Blade, that's why you have like a guy, it's great to have a guy like Simple, who's obviously going to contribute a lot in terms of calling too.
And also one thing they mentioned in the interview was Blade mentioning how unlike the more structured approach that Boomage brought to the team, like you said, it's a little bit more free-flowing. That means you need to have a little bit more faith, a little bit more faith in the information, in the plays that some of the younger players are making in the server, right? And you can see clearly the way someone like NPL is striving, it seems to be working out for them.
The numbers we just saw on our screen as well, I just want to reiterate, that was from the series earlier versus the MongolZ, which actually was quite interesting. I feel like it was a tale of two halves, because the first half did get quite close versus them, and then Navi taking over in that second.
Yeah, like the T-side was just a complete storm overall, right? But the thing with MongolZ is, listen, I don't want to harp on it too much, but again, I think they're a team who's going to be really struggling. I think they're struggling right now against Imperial as well on that elimination game. So
too cute.
Yeah, they're really missing score, Yanko. I miss him as well.
Yeah, it's so weird like what's happened with that team, because they finally find some good results in Katowice, right, a little bit in Pro League, and then all these changes start happening, and you're like, well, have to start all
back to square zero again.
Yeah,
not square one, square zero.
Square zero.
There we go.
Let's shift the conversation to speak a bit about NIP as well, because I feel like question marks just around how some of the players are kind of integrating, get more comfortable into the team, because we're around that mark now where we're looking at Headtrick to be showing up with bigger numbers on a more consistent form on a regular basis, and also with Config as well, kind of sliding and fitting into that roster. How do you feel like they've been showing up recently, Blair?
I feel like, I mean, if you look at the results in RMR, it's looked fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Like, and they're a team, even though sure it came down to some elimination games, they still had to kind of battle it out, but they kind of woke up, they were in this upward trajectory. And the individuals, look, if you look at the names in that team, it kind of baffles your mind how it's not clicking. You have Rez, you have Hetrick, who's a really up-and-coming player, you have Broland, you have Config as well, but they somehow seemingly simultaneously struggle to perform in the server, but now they're starting to click. Question is this sustainable? I don't know. I'm not still having full faith in this.
Yeah, they still have a lot to prove. I think it's also been a roster change after roster change after roster change for them. And Alexi also as an in-game leader, I think he's just craving some stability too after the stint in G2, then coming in NIP, having to deal with more changes. It was the funniest thing where he gave an interview at Spring Group saying, I just hope we don't make any changes and 2 days later they have to bring in
He just manifested that.
instead of Hampus, right? So that can be extremely draining for an in-game leader to constantly have to deal with player changes, because you have to like introduce everything to the new player again, or you have to move things around, switch roles, right? And it's very difficult to do that at times. So hopefully, like now we're seeing some of that groundwork being laid out, and now NIP can build on it.
Well, a paradigm shift not only with the teams on our screens, but with our commentators as well. Harry, Hugo, what's going on up there?
Oh, hot damn, we got some good games coming down the pipeline, and it feels good to be back here in Rio as well. Hugo, how's your day been? How you been finding the games?
It's been fun, Harry. As you said, we're back in the Janus Arena. It's pretty cool so far. We've had some upsets starting the day already. OG taking down Vitality, and obviously now we go into some BO3s where things are really going to get spicy.
Yeah, you know, NAVI, NIP, winner of this one, guaranteed spot in the playoffs, chance to go straight through to the semis as well if they can win the next BO3. So a fair bit on the line in the match that we've got coming down the pipeline right now.
Absolutely. I'm already hearing screams, so the vibes are good here in Rio. And, you know, I love casting with you, Harry, but maybe we should bring in a third man. Maybe we should get Yanko back on this one. I hear they might have 3 mics.
Ooh, 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 I like the sound of that. All right, then. Well, then we'll see if he joins us in just a moment, won't we?
Well, 3 microphones. I wonder what treasures we have in store. No spoilers with this one, but maybe we should spoil what maps we have.
I think Harry already made a tweet about who's going to be joining him, so there's no spoilers. So we're kicking Yanko out of here. He's out of the desk. Freya, I'm taking over. We're taking over, rather. That's great.
Yeah, hell yeah. We're the drivers of the ship now. I am the captain. Captain DeVito, though, what are you expecting?
We're co-captains. Anubis, Vertigo, the bands. I'm expecting Mirage coming out from NIP. I'm expecting an Ancient from the side of NAVI. That's a map that they've been heading towards every single time they have the opportunity to pick that. There we go. I guess an Inferno Decider would make sense, right?
I like that. Oh, no. Psych.
No?
NIP says no.
Interesting. Nuke. Okay, here's the thing with Nuke. If it does go to Nuke, which I really doubt it's going to happen here, Freya, if you look at NIP's win rate on Nuke, it looks very good. It's 80% in the past 3 months. But the thing is for Navi, it's kind of grim, 33%, but you look at who they've lost the past 6 or 7 times. It's been G2 and FaZe, the 2 best teams on, I mean, G2 especially the best team on Nuke in the past 3 or 4 months. So you really can't read too much into the numbers. So even if it's going to be Inferno or whether it was going to be Nuke, Navi would be the favorite team. I'm looking at this. I can see NIP take Mirage, perhaps, Freya, but I'm going the way of
I mean,
Navi
interesting enough, we're warming up on Nuke because apparently they want to jump into that one straight away. I don't know. I'm presuming we're going with Mirage as the first one. And I want to go back to what you said earlier, Blair. If we go to 3, it sounds like you don't think that's going to happen?
I don't think it's... yeah, look, here's the thing with Mirage, right? I know NIP have been looking pretty solid on that overall, but Navi have just looked so dominant. And even in the earlier game they had, it's kind of like a warm-up game against the Mongols. Like you said, Yanko pointed out as well that first half was kind of like a little bit closer. Yes. But on the T side, they just completely steamrolled Mongols. Now, yes, it is Mongols, who now have a new player coming in and all of that, but they look very, very comfortable indeed. And if I'm Navi, right, this is, again, an NIP who have a lot of question marks around them. If I'm Navi, you're coming in here as favorites. Your team is looking to head into the major and lift the final CSGO trophy. You want to make this a 2-0. I think it's going to be a good mental boost, and especially if players like, you know, Nipple, for example, who continues his current form he had in RMR. It's a great opportunity for Navi to do this because NIP, they're not really a weak team either, right? They're still a team who can be dangerous.
Definitely.
So if they can 2-0 them, that's a statement for Navi.
Yeah, you definitely want a statement win if you're not, as Vince said, coming into this one. Interesting enough, I was reading an interview with TGL on HLTV, and he was talking about, you know, the fact that time and time and time again, they would play up against Navi in 2022. This is actually going to be the first time we've seen the fresh face squads going up against each other in 2023 because back at Spring Groups, yeah, NIP were experiencing a lot of different roster changes happening quite suddenly.
Well, quite a few, right? But this guy you see on your screen right there, Config, he, for me, is the X Factor. He's been an X Factor for a while for whichever team has been on. But the thing is, I think it's taken quite a long time for him to kind of get back to even a shadow of his former self in his NIP team, because I expected him to at least, you know, do a little bit of damage. The Berserker mode seems like a very, very faint memory at this point in time. But if he wakes up here, Freya, things could at least get a little spicy. I don't see a win, but at least some spice.
Well, we're definitely going to be getting some spice delivered indeed. Mirage, the pick of NIP coming into things, and I believe we've had somebody teleport over to the casting booth.
Yeah, we have had someone teleport over. We've got Yanko on the mics with us, and a great matchup ahead. NIP taking on NAVI, and we're right into this one. It's a little bit of Mirage to open up.
Yeah, Simple looking confident in the lobby as well, so ready to see him come into this matchup against NIP, who have risen through the ranks as of late. A good RMR, and now some higher expectations, perhaps on a team that has had struggles, and a lot of those struggles have been on those T sides, Yanko, but I was pretty impressed at what Alexi cooked up on the RMR at least. We'll see if he can show the same face today.
Yeah, over here in middle, NIP already moving in, and NAVI ready to respond. Simple, going to be that first point of contact. They will trade him out. Headtrick gets the better of him. Electronic mopping up Rez in through the window. And right now, NAVI locking out middle. Nip tried to kind of stake their claim to this real estate early, and they've been sent packing. So now grinding this one to a bit of a halt. They're going to let Headtrick try and work his way out through Palace, but he's on the receiving end of Electronic. And so this pistol round looking good for NAVI.
Oh, did he see him? Doesn't seem like it. Broden's got a good timing, and they definitely caught a whiff of what's on short. They changed their mind, going to hunt down this kill while they've got an idea, but 30 seconds, and NAVI have too strong on B as well. That info's about to come through. Perfecto with a jiggle, holding out and trying to take this first kill. He's got it. Alexi with a trade, pinched between two sites, and in a 1v3 with 20 seconds, it's looking done for the captain of NIP. NAVI with a pistol round, and it's Electronic with 3 frags.
Yeah, beautiful round from the captain of NAVI. Lovely little 3K for him. I'm very excited to get to see if MPL's form is going to keep up from what we got to see back at the RMRs. That was kind of the highlight for me of that entire group, was getting to see NAVI looking so damn good, man. It felt really nice, and as mentioned, MPL was a huge part of it. He was the top-rated player. So, you're in a team with Simple, and you've been able to steal the limelight. It's impressive.
There was a buddy system there for sure. There were certain positions, certain maps where it felt like Simple was doing a lot to set
they were
up
like
MPL.
tethered together a lot.
Yeah, long on Inferno. I think Inferno was the most fun watching NAVI. We had a couple of games out from them there, that into the breach one, into double overtime that NAVI just won. But they were tethered, and Simple was doing a lot to set up MPL, and vice versa on the long side as well. Some bait and switches, some flash plays on long. So yeah, I'm excited to the future of this team and see if MPL can do it again, right? Because sure, one good event, that NAVI sweep through 3-0, but even though Simple may be confident about their chances here in Rio, there are definitely some scary teams on the horizon. Are NIP one of them? Right now they're trying to make that case, but in a full eco, it's going to be NAVI clean sweeping this with ease, presumably. Simple's playing USP, just sniping them out of middle. 2 kills, of course, and it won't be any issue as Simple farms up 3 on the anti-eco, going full flusher from back in the day.
Yeah, now we're gonna have to buy for NIP, and I don't know if you're feeling this, Hugo, but I think that win that they had over Astralis back at the RMRs, I think that might have awoken something within this team. Config's even spoke about it a bit since coming here. I think it's just one where for him personally, hopefully it's been like a bit of a nudge in the right direction. This feeling that ever since departing the Astralis squad and moving over, it's not the be all and end all, and that better days still lie ahead because he's showing some great form, and in particular in that Astralis matchup, it kind of went full goblin mode or whatever
for sure.
The youth is saying.
The kids are saying that. I mean, what was the quote from Config? It was like, it had to happen. He had to do it to him.
And then he went goblin mode in the interview.
He goblined the hell out of Astralis, no doubt. So yeah, NIP are in a very interesting spot. I think this is a big proving BO3 matchup though, up against a NAVI who are no sleepers, who didn't just get off a flight. We flew in late last night and we had some of Cloud9, Big, and FaZe, obviously all coming very late. But NIP, NAVI, a little more time to get on the time zone. NIP have full mid control. They've got 1 smoke left. Pressuring B is Rez, looking for that pick, and MPL does jump around. Got early rotating to B for NAVI, but you can see that bomb is getting picked back up and sent round the other way. Packing towards the A site. Roland's lurking Palace. No surprises here for NIP. It's quite heavy towards mid. The bomb's joining them. NAVI are set up perfectly for this.
Yeah, Config could catch Perfecto. That's wild that he just swings it wide out into middle. And Config will collect that trade at least, so that's something to find the 4-on-4. Flashing a Palace peak as well for Brolin to try and get involved over on the A site.
No.
Config threads the needle though, makes it all the way down short, but Electronic has re-aggroed through the connector. This is like a tug of war over in mid. And there's no calling it yet. That bomb getting away over on Cat has now been retrieved. Configs ran with it into the B site. This one going to be a 2v3 post plant for NIP. Brolin a little ways out. They saw him over towards Palace earlier on, so they're trying to sniff out this lone player. Bit with a swing fight over in mid will get the better of Brolin, and that leaves it all on Config now.
Let's see if he's good for it,
He
Harry.
needs the ace clutch in the 1v3. This guy's been a flat-out marauder. He's been something else in some of these games for the NIP squad. He's on for a third now. Config, can he slam the hammer down? They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. The spray lands a tag, but it will be around for NAVI as Bit just holds Z on the bomb and wins the damn round.
Yeah, that was close, though. That was definitely close for Config. Important smoke for the cross for NIP, and even simple hunting down that final kill. Man, Config looked good in that moment, though. He was hitting some crisp shots, no doubt. And as you said, in the 3-on-3, couldn't call it. That was all over the place. The late climb up Cat for NIP, even though Navi knew it was coming the whole way, and MPL gets punished for trying to rotate a little too soon, when Navi had 4 on A as well. So a bit of a jump of the gun for young NPL. 3-0 for Navi in full control on the CT side, and NIP are back to basics. Config, confident as ever, buying up into this. And he's going to look to just dry contact out ramp right now. They've set up nothing for him. Brolin's in Palace making noise as well. Trying to get to that early spot, but it's up to Bit.
Oh, that flash does wreck him. Hedrick sets up Alexi B for the opener. And an early 5v4 like this, you're running with the Tech 9s, you've got all this space. Really, really good spot for the NIP squad on this partial investment round. Alexi full sending it into the connector. It's an idea. It was one of the options available, but it doesn't pan out for him. There is still this backstab on the cards, though, all the way through B. Rez arrives with the Deagle. His teammates in the site just remaining hidden. Config offers up a swing and will give that fight away. Brolin with a scavenge gun, putting up a double. Keeps them in this, but they're on the bomb. They're sticking it. Hedrick might have knocked him off, but now he's got to get past MPL, boxed into a corner, out of ammo for MPL. This is so awkward. And Hedrick just playing with his food.
Oh, that's a frustrating round for Navi to lose that to the hero gun, and to think Config puts up nothing as well in that post plant. It's all Brolin with a spray, and Hedrick just ducking and just dodging shots there for MPL. Don't know how MPL doesn't get a tag on him there. Doesn't want to swing wide with the pistol. And so NIP get out with all the goodies with the round. Smoke spam this time even comes up for them.
Dude, I mean, this is such a sick fight, because obviously, you know, these guys have the tenure together back in Navi Junior as well. They were former teammates at one point in time, were Hedrick and MPL.
And Hedrick's cool because, you know, he had a great RMR similar to MPL, right? These young Ukrainian stars. Hedrick obviously had a fantastic series against Big in that 2-2 match to avoid the LCQ, and it was the LCQ where Big fell, as you would expect with FaZe and Cloud9 waiting. So, yeah, Hedrick with a great series to actually save NIP from that disaster. And it was on Mirage as well, where he did most of the work. This round, though, Na'Vi didn't even full send. They put a couple of pistols in, simple board up, and Bit's already got a gun. He's put it to use.
Hi, guys.
Oh, hey, Yanko.
Oh, hey, Yanko. Sorry, I forgot you were here. We were just doing it.
You're doing such a good job. I didn't want to interrupt you at all. You know?
Slowest teleportation I've ever seen. You're here.
Ooh, that's the bomb getting away from NIP over at ramp. The alarm bells are going off after winning that low econ round in the one prior. They were brimming with confidence, knowing it was just the pistols to go up against here, but they might have flown too close to the sun. Perfecto does go 1-for-1 over towards jungle. They even spot the man over at short. Alexi goes for that fight and brings it down to the 1v1. MPL is the man to beat, but he's got the cross. On with the dig, and Alexi is the man with all the glory. 4 in the round. NIP will recover versus the Pistols.
Fantastic work for Alexi B. Yanko, what have you made of NIP, right? Obviously, we were just talking about them coming off of the RMR, some really good T-sides, Hedrick playing well. What are your take on NIP coming into this game?
It seems like they're starting to stabilize. You know, after the addition of Config, they had a lot of games to play, probably some trial and error in how to play, how to distribute the roles, and now it seems like they're getting there in terms of being on the same page and actually starting to show us some results.
We love that. Also, Get Right was requesting some classic old-school Yanko play-by-play. I'm going to squeeze that out of you at some point in the series.
It's just the group stages, you know.
Yeah, we'll give it some time. You only do, obviously, the playoffs.
Actually, yeah, we don't want to waste the gold.
Major finals only for Yanko.
That was a big round from Alexi, but they're still, you know, not clear in terms of the economy. Now their lost bonus is gone, so this is a super important round. I'm not sure if they can count on Simple having an op. He's decided to play it a little bit more passive from Cat.
Yeah, MPL dropped that over. It was Simple to force buy in the previous round. Ooh, clean shot. Alexi on the opener.
Yeah, he's looking warmed up here. His old mate Alexi. And Configs put another one in a casket. Simple's AWP dealt with without even firing off a shot. NIP set up in a 5v3 like this. You can't let opportunities like this slip on past you, but they might not have a choice. MPL and Bit have suddenly reclaimed this man advantage. Now Config has gone all the way through B while this has been happening. And so right now NIP have that open. They have this B play still as an option. They just can't afford to lose Config. In a forward position like this, it's not being considered. This could actually be a double kill on a platter. Config getting out of there. Just trying to buy this time for the bomb to rotate in. Bit full sends, and Config returns to sender. It's left on MPL in the 1v3. NIP dig themselves out of this hole. It started off 5v3, gets a bit awkward with those 2 kills being found over towards A, but Config left the back door open.
Yeah, that one got lost in the post office for a bit there. I can't really blame him for going for a hyper-aggressive move. He knows it's the only way that Navi are going to be able to hold on to that round after Config takes a very powerful position in the pre-plant. To think that he didn't even swing as well. He waits for Perfecto to walk into his screen and hits that flick shot. Very good round from Config. Going to need a player like this if NIP were to ever upset Navi in a matchup for the playoffs. At bare minimum, second place. And of course, that's, you know, last matchup for semis as well.
I mean, just regardless of making the playoffs, it's a huge scalp to take for NIP. You know, beating a team like NAVI, especially NAVI, who seems to be in good form at the moment, that's exactly the type of event that could give NIP even more confidence. We heard it from Config in the interview, right? Like he feels with some of the wins at the RMR, they're starting to believe in the project a little bit more. You know, it's a proof of concept. That's extremely important. One good win, one good run at the tournament can completely change the complexity of a team.
Yeah, you know, we talked a bit about it in the opener, just this, I think it was really that Astralis matchup, the one that kind of brought everyone on side, right? And you understand why for Config with all the history there. He wanted to show that he had what it takes, and man, like he put up a great series, and I feel like he's even found like a much better ground in terms of being consistent since that point. So yeah, I think we've seen a bit of a refreshed look from NIP.
They desperately want this AK, look at this. And he's going to see them grab it as well. He'll see it disappear, so Headtrick can call that over. NIP might just want to avoid this AK on the B-bomb site. Electronic plays below the car. He's going to get boosted or either put Perfecto up. Over in the corner. Did that get spotted? It seemed like it might have. Headtrick with info. Pixel Gap doesn't take the shot, but he knows that AK is not far away. Surprise is still committing B with a bomb here as well, but Config's lurk could change everything. Timing is key. He's going to get dinked on the quick swing, and Simple will finish the job. That forces NIP's hand. They might have to go with how they started. The bomb has to bail back from under and commit into the AK.
Yeah, they were starting to rotate away from B, and like you say, now their hands are kind of tied on this one. Config has offered up a couple of life-saving, you know, like lurks in some of these rounds on the T side, but this time he's the source of a bit of a problem. It's this 4v4 into the B site they go. They know this AK was retrieved and picked up here earlier, so they've got to try and find it. They've got to deal with it.
No.
Electronic rings out with a double kill. They learn about the AK now. They know it's in at the bench. Is that going to make dealing with it any easier? Electronic goes on a tear. This is left to Headtrick now. Onto the AK, swaps off the AWP and goes looking, but Simple will not give up the site for free. Na'Vi come into that round with just an AK and a collection of pistols around it. And they find themselves a fourth. They keep this lead held under the Na'Vi banner.
And we talked about it on the desk. Electronic had a great first map, and it was also Mirage against the Mongols. They won 9 rounds on T in the second half, Na'Vi, to close that game out. So that's really scary. If you're playing Navi and Electronic is leading the way while he's in-game leading as well, you don't want to see that. He was always one of my like favorite players to watch over the years, right? Because he's so smart, he's so intelligent. You know, a little bit like maybe your Olaf Meister, right? It's just that also Electronic, as years went by, his mechanics were also better. When Navi is like on point as a team, you know, he was up there, top 5, top 10 with Simple every single time. And that's a tough round to lose for NIP. Right now they have to go on an eco, Hero AK on Alexi. He's been feeling it, so let's see if he can make something happen here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of entry power for NIP in this game. We've obviously talked about Astralis and that win over them. I think that's the one thing that, one of the things that we really say is lacking in Astralis. NIP don't seem to have that problem yet, even with a passive AWP player. Alexi looks for that quick B approach. If he gets it, they're going to flood out with pistols, but the Molotov will slow it down. NIP are going to regroup, look somewhere else. Got no flash for this. It's going to make Alexi's job very difficult in a round where he has to do everything. But as we've already seen from some of the Na'Vi ecos, put a gun in your teammate's hands, and suddenly it's a very different round.
Run boost for Config. Gets him out into middle. He's able to say, all right, it looks kind of safe, actually, guys. They're not trying to wreck us here. And so NIP will take that. It's all about, you know, thriving in the little victories. They get out in middle. This is a nice foothold to have. But over towards short, there's quite a mass of Na'Vi players building, and that is where NIP try to go. They run into that first man, but there's more where that came from. Perfecto here in the ladder room will hold the line. And even then, he's got a bit extra support from back in the B site. Simple nails that shot to Brolin. And this one's all left onto Alexi. It was him armed with the Hero AK. Drops down silently, but Simple holds this line, looking for him, and he's not going to let that man play through the murder hole, cook up anything in the 1v3. Let him cook. Yeah. Simple says no, turns the burner right off.
We're even at that point where, you know, silent drops are expected. They know Alexi's ladder. Simple knows, in theory, he has to hear Alexi get into that window position.
I was watching Alexi warm up in like before the game, and he was just kind of doing the different like bits of movement in window just on repeat over and over again.
Alexi has great movement. That's one thing that's always been apparent. I think the Finns, they love a move. So yeah, Simple very much on top of that one. Not going to fall for the tricks. Config employs his to go quick behind the boxes, and I mean, there's so many smokes down in mid anyway. Na'Vi don't really know what's up. They're going to give it up. They've been fine conceding this control, despite some dry swings from Perfecto in the window.
This is a pretty weird situation for NIP. They spent 3 smokes on mid, and they're not even behind boxes.
Run it back.
Well, the Danes like a move as well, Hugo.
They do. They love a move. Shaking it on the dance floor.
Yeah, man. They all love a move, man. That's what you'll say about them. That's what the record will show about this NIP roster.
Sure,
Config, floating around at the bottom of connector. Oh, the timing on this. He flicks back down to find the Electronic, and he's even ready for a reswing off of the short. MPL, oh my God, he's done well for himself there, right? There was like kind of 3 players set up to deal with Config over in middle. He gets out with, you know, only 1 kill to his name, going 1-for-1, but he's softened up both Perfecto and MPL in this round. Now the rest of NIP grouping for the A hit. They trade this kill on Bit over at Palace, and Simple has just missed that timing at ramp. But that will quickly get remedied. He flicks back up. Head trick takes one of the dome. This AWP back in spawn is a big problem for NIP.
No way.
They're lacking the util to make his life miserable here. They try to rush in and stop the bomb plant, but that confidence, that's going to betray Na'Vi here. They lose 2, and this is left to MPL in the clutch. He was the man at short that Config softened up earlier, and Alexi will do right by him by finishing off the round.
Sick round for Rez as well. He finally gets on the board, 10 rounds deep, but it's 2 hyper-important kills. The flick coming up con to Perfecto, and then he stops Simple from making the play to drop the bomb mid-plant. That's a very Simple-esque play, right? High-risk play, but if he hits it, that's Navi's round on a plate. Rez denies both parts of that push.
And that round is an example of why Cloud9 plays the way they do in clutches, or VP does, right? Like, because when you do go for a sort of a riskier play and someone does pop off like Rez and he's at the right place at the right time, then he can really destroy you. And you already have an advantage. Do you really need that risk?
Dude, another detail is like those were Rez's first 2 kills in this game so far, like almost 10 rounds deep. But it looked good, and those are the kind of moments that feel nice, right? You get away with that after a slow start, but you know that you've just kind of saved a round that you had no business winning on the back of your just individual moment, and you know that can bring someone back into the fold because he had a bit of a slow start here, did Rez.
This is Nip's chance now after closing that clutch out round to really run away with the T side. Perhaps they're going to get a seemingly easy anti-eco here with a 5-on-4 supplied by the AWP on ramp, and then Navi's next buy, well, it will feature the AWP, is going to be by eco territory. Straight up cat. Nip go for a B split. There's no resistance here. It's only a USP. MPL will get cleared eventually, and even if he doesn't, holding your shot for more than a kill is impossible here. Rez does take that frag. Config lurking again to great results, and Simple maybe given an AK to save, but Headtrick doesn't want to allow it. What?
Headtrick don't have a choice. Simple's just run in and grab that. Didn't have the angle onto it. They really want to try and stop this gun being saved, but Simple going through the motions. Smart with how he plays it. He knows that like that's just such a good fight for the guy holding it. So denies this first man that comes and knocking. And looks like NIP don't really want to push the boat out anymore. They want to build up their own money here. You can't really justify throwing anything else into this save. And so Simple is going to get out with the gun intact. They were buying next round anyway. But having an AK, always a little better.
Yeah, maybe he can pay back MPL for the AWP drop earlier on and buy his own.
Yeah, it also shows you how crucial that previous round was and the double kill from Rez, right? Instead of it being 6-3 and NIP probably having to half buy, the score is now 5-5 because Navi had 2 eco. So a massive momentum swing. NIP starting to stabilize a little bit as we get towards the tail end of this first half. So here is where you think like maybe now it's a good time for them to change the pace. Although they don't really have the economy for it, so it's going to be another default with a lean towards A, maybe a faster A split from NIP.
Ooh, timing of that flash not perfect for Perfecto.
Miss smoke doesn't help though.
Yeah, right in the under. 2 there. It's not gone well for Nip. Wasted. Electronic, he doesn't know they're right below him right now. Conflict's coming in on the fade, and he has been crisp all game, hitting another headshot. Simple back at the A site, and he's still got Bit, whose position is known about. The lurk smoke goes out ramp, but Rez on his own is only selling a fake right now. Are Navi going to buy it? MPL's aggressive B rotations again with his knife out, leave him in the hot water, but he might have a backstab to make up for it. He doesn't know about Alexi though. Running up, and Alexi catches him on low health. That opens up a B plant if he goes now.
He even grabbed that smoke on his way. Gonna have that as they move into the site. No one here for Na'Vi. And so Alexi just taking the space that one kill has given them, even getting this plant down. Perfecto with the spam still knocks him out of the round. Rez got to do this alone, but this was the guy who saved the last round, much like this one for NIP. He's opened it up with the first kill. Simple and Bit still to beat. Holds on to the market, hoping they give him another fight here, and they will, but Bit closes it cleanly. Rez put a stop to in that clutch attempt. 1 kill on his way through the 1v3, and Bit strikes him down. Na'Vi, they refuse to concede this lead.
Yeah, a lot more of a patient retake there for Na'Vi. More of what you want from them. They knew they couldn't jump out window and try and chase that planter until the smoke bought them a bit of room, and then they just wait for Rez to get uncomfortable in that clutch. Goes very aggressive.
The plant was crucial. They probably decide against full buying if they don't get that extra $800. And now they can still try to put pressure on Navi's economy. Still win the half. It's possible for NIP.
And they landed the window smoke, so it's 1 step in the right direction at the start of the round. Still
and 2 steps back.
Yeah, you know.
They finally don't run boost config up mid as well. He goes out dry. Look at what they've done. They did the Astralis smoke with a Molotov.
Rolling back the years.
Yeah. Saw that a bit of the RMR as well. And Navi just replenish it. Sure, big gap.
Yeah, not.
That's why you throw the molly right behind it.
Well, it has to have a gap on one or the other side. Yeah, exactly. That's why you had the molly.
It used to be a bit smaller. They widened it. They got rid of the trash there. That smoke will do nothing if Nip want it to. They can go right through. They're already in the choke. Alexi again He shows deep B, but he pulls back. And sure, Nip don't like what they see on the site, but they don't have much else. Only regaining position in T-spawn is Brolin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little awkward because, you know, you lost Config to open up the round. Normally, he's the guy, like in these moments, who's been putting in a bit of work on the other side of the map, kind of keeping the back door open. But not in this round. He was the first to fall on that attempt to get out middle.
They look a bit lost here. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, 2 flashes, 3 rather, but it's not a lot at 40 seconds.
It's good enough utility to end the round, but I feel like Bit here should just shoulder peek with a smoke, you know, and he just smokes it on timing. That's, I think he could have waited a little bit more, but those are the details. So now it's becoming more difficult for NIP. It's becoming a little bit more obvious. They're going back. They're going to save.
I think they're saving, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's awkward. I was wondering about pulling back out of B. It felt like that was their best chance of getting a pick.
And that's the problem. We see that more and more from some of these CT-sided teams across all maps, right? Like, just saving nades until some pressure is applied. It can be minimal pressure, but if there's no pressure, right, just keep saving your smoke. And in the end, he won the round by having that smoke and blocking them, and NIP just doesn't decide to go for it. Yeah. That's one of the things where we had the biggest improvement from individual players and teams, like not just throwing utility for the sake of it. Like every piece of utility is used for a reason.
Especially HE grenades as well, like using them clutches or post plants are so powerful, and I think that conversation has even been opened up around like CS2 because people talk about, oh man, are these nades going to be OP on smokes? It's like, think about how, that's only going to make that more of a factor, holding onto your util for the right time, not just lobbing a nade for damage, but instead using it for a post plant, using it for a clutch, using it for a smoke.
And that looks, to be honest, like a pretty poor call to save from NIP, because you look at it now, like sure, you saved 4 AKs, but you have 2 smokes, 2 flash. Like Config will have to buy some utility. He can buy 1 more smoke. Like it's very limited. So now for Navi, it's sort of, you're just saying, hey, let's play early against some execute, like a B pop. Let's make sure we don't lose to that. We have a good setup for that. And then if they decide to use their smokes early for a default, well then we can just make moves in the mid round or just play crossfires, and they don't have much to play with.
Think about how much util Nip have needed just to take mid control in the first place. So yeah, they are lacking here, and as quite early B pop is the best way in.
And the deep molly slows them down, right?
Yeah.
In B apps, that buys time for the boost, buys time for MPL to reposition himself. And now Perfecto is there too. Look at the read from Navi. Even the A players are in jungle.
A middle finger is that resmoke. And again, this is like a repeat of the last round. Nip pulling back, expecting this B hit for Na'Vi has put Nip in tandem right now. They don't know what they're doing.
But it's so hard. Like, they wanted to do the B pop. They have no presence A, so they have no idea where Na'Vi can be. They could be in apps, in ramp. They could be shoulder peeking. They could do whatever. Now they use another window smoke to try to deny some information for Na'Vi. But you're left with 2 flashes, a Molotov, not even that anymore, and an HE. Like, how are you going to go? And there's an AWP in play.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of players from mid here on the A split, so they boost up window, and MPL in the ladder room might peek into it. Rez needs his kill. He saw something. MPL not quite as knowledgeable. 35 seconds near about. Nip start to set up on A, and that's the kill that could have given them a way in. Instead, they start to fall like flies.
Yeah, this is the bomb on Hetrick over in middle as well. This can't afford to get lost trying to come up the connector, but with 20 seconds, he has to be a little lazy in these checks, right? Because he's focusing on the speed of getting there. And with his teammates out through ramp, but now the bomb let loose down in con. This was never going to be a round winner for NIP. Na'Vi, they had great composure across the round, reading into that early B lean and then starting to dismantle it at the perfect timing. Dude, for NIP, there was another little detail as well. Like, the only other guy who had money coming into that round was Alexi. He could have dropped some nades over and, bought up some, and he did buy a nade, but I mean, like, an actual HE grenade is, like, the one extra bit of util he bought with him into that round. I don't even think it got thrown out by the end of the round either. I feel like that's maybe the kind of worst nade that you could have purchased up when your team is strapped for util.
This was a really nice T-side for Nip where they were running quicker A-splits and Config was finding a lot of value on lurks, and now it's turned into a bit of a slow and, lackluster T-side, and Na'Vi primed to get a 10-round CT half. So Nip needed change in that last round of the half, right? It's not going to come through now with just Eagles. Config's got some space, sure, but they won't really mind, and they're even retaking a position Nip think they've cleared.
You can see the consequences of that save. So you save in a 4v5, and then the next round you don't really have utility because everyone's zeroed out. So it's a tough buy round to win. You lose that, now you have to eco. You've given basically 3 rounds to Navi off of that call. Similar to how Navi, when they went through the smoke on the 3v2.
That's an ace. But if Electronic just went down in the background versus the Pistols, dude, he's having a great day.
Yeah.
It's honestly really cool to see Electronic playing this well, because I think for you know, in the early stages of Navi, once they lost Boomich, that was like the big worry for a lot of people, right? It was like, oh, this guy's just such a phenomenal player, and there was like a bit of a dip in his individual performance when he took over the role, because it's a lot of responsibility that you're undertaking for the first time. And, you know, I think for a lot of people, you were looking down the line and thinking, you know, other players need to rise to the occasion. But, man, if Electronic can keep up this sort of form while leading, you're in for a very, very good time if you're a NAVI fan.
Important kill for MPL there. Config, you know, he was trying to enter the state of flow. Fast out mid with the kill, and he jumps into that short angle, but MPL nails the headshot. AK comes in clutch for Na'Vi, taking a 4-on-3, and they just give up middle. Peel all the way back. Bit spent his entire half under the balcony. He remains with this smoke for a potential Molotov, and Nip just draw together in a little group of death, try and send it up connector. If Bit takes ramp away, that's such a powerful position right now, and Simple, while he's checking spawn, leaving an open chasm into the A site, Perfecto's timing might not be bad. Or sorry, MPL's timing might not be bad either. That smoke is going to give away everything. Headtrick opts not to use it, and Nip take the space. This is good, but Simple remains.
Done all this, yeah, you've gone around the world and you still end up running into Simple's AWP. You're trying so hard to avoid this capture, and you think you've found the golden timing into window, but it's being held. The bomb now dropped by Bit. This one is really looking to get away from NIP towards the end of the half. Headtrick, 1v4, and looking the wrong way is cut down. It's a 10-5 half for Na'Vi as they are lights out. The first half that goes from being hotly contested, split right down the middle at one point in time at 5-5, and then NAVI go on this huge 5-round streak. They end up closing out this first half dominantly, moving into their T side. A couple of saves, too many, end up hamstringing NIP heading into this second half, where they now got to dig deep on their CT side to try and turn this one around.
A little bit messy, a little bit scrappy, but Navi definitely the better team so far, one step ahead of NIP.
5 steps ahead, maybe. And maybe even 6, unless Rez has something to say. Oh dear, he got team dinked from behind as well. Simple picks him off with a P250, and Na'Vi look to pressure B. They don't have to commit here. They've still got a man in the window to worry about. Electronic with great real estate will give Na'Vi room to wait. This is an ugly fight. Brolin's not having a great game, is he? And Electronic is given a second chance at life. 2 players coming through, though. Headtrick will defend, and Simple holds on to the apartments. That's a very aggressive B push from Config. It's going to leave them in the mud, in the mist, not knowing what's going on. Simple trying to send it out B, but he doesn't know that Alexi's also here.
Yeah, but dude, look what he's done on the minimap, even pulling everyone around. The bomb is coming around to try and join him. So Simple will actually have to exert some pressure over the site here. His teammates dropping in. Alexi still alive at the back. How's a teammate now with him? Oh, they will win that first fight. Simple dead, knocked to the floor. And Alexi still dancing around before he's put to rest. Perfecto and MPL left in the hot seat. Second man arrives up through the short side. Perfecto trying to break down these fights into 1v1s, and he wins that first one. Now just Brolin a beat. And we've already seen some whiff shots from Brolin. He really needs this, and it's not easy. Perfecto is the man to do it. 3 in the round from him, 2 for Simple. They put Navi on their backs and they pull them over the line to win this pistol round.
Yeah, king of the clutch is Perfecto. Nothing new for this guy, but Brolin having a poor game doesn't matter, but you've really got to win those, right? You've really got to win those. He has 2 massive opportunities to end the round before it begins in fighting Electronic cleanly and then taking down Perfecto, but he isolates those fights so well behind the site, and Navi are just going to flex their muscles with more B aggression.
And that was a bit overzealous from Config. I mean, in the 4v3 to push B apps, Simple was waiting for him, easy kill, and now with the B rush, no one from NIP was there. They're just going to mop up NPL, trying to make some bank.
Ka-ching. Yeah, double. Yeah,
that was
awesome,
Harry? Man, I really like that.
Sound effect.
Yeah, like we have like a Foley artist in the room with us.
I didn't know Hugo was a Shania Twain fan.
Harry's laughing, Echo, but I don't think he gets that one.
I don't know.
Just want to
but
make that very
but anyway,
clear.
I do know who Shania Twain. I'm going to double check here.
You better do. Otherwise, Trace is going to denounce you, whatever the word is.
Yeah. Let me...
She's Canadian? I thought she was American.
12-5, boys. And Na'Vi still triple back 10. So you run it back?
Maybe. Let's see. They are leaning towards the B-bomb side.
No head armor for anyone apart from Headtrick as well. So like these Mac 10s still carry a good bit of heft in this round.
And this is a must-win for NIP. If Navi goes up 13-5, 14-5 potentially, you're not going to come back from that. They need some early momentum here. They need to have a buffer to leave some room for mistakes, to try and slowly start coming back into this game.
And I think one of the things that's wild is, when you look at who's been involved in... hang on a moment. Electronic boosted up and over. Yeah,
really
knocks
cool
Rez
boost
out of the round. Great way to find that opening. Forces this engagement to take place down in the connector that NIP just weren't really looking for. Alexi, they've jumped right over him. And he's trying to wrestle for this B-site control, but he's overran. Config comes up through short in the meantime. Drops that bomb. It's a stalemate in the fight, but the nade going to tip the scales, maybe. Config
one bullet
eludes it. And now the USP to attempt to close this, but MPL not in a giving mood. It's left onto Brolin in the clutch. Now through Market, he knows where this guy is. He knows he's got one man trapped in at least. And they think they've cleared this. Right now, Brolin's got the drop. There it is, bit dead. And MPL left to do it with no health. Brolin comes up clutch, puts a round on the board for NIP. And, I think that's going to be important for him in the long run. That's one that, you were left to your own devices in. You've been having a bit of a rough go at it, but finally given a chance to shine in a 1v2. And you were just saying how important that round is for NIP. They will hold on to it in spite of having it open with the 5v4 for NAVI.
That was very nicely played by Brolin. Man, I want Brolin back.
Yeah.
I want the good Brolin back. I think if you're NIP, you put your eggs in the Brolin basket. And maybe long-term a little bit into Hedrick if he can justify it, right? Like, you look at Config and Raz, like, sure, they can have their moments, they're skilled aimers and whatnot, but they've had their opportunities. Like Brolin, considering how young he is still, but experienced, very good. Like, you want to make him happy. If you're NIP, make Brolin happy, put him in a position to succeed, like build rounds for him. I think he is the best rifler on that team. Probably, no, he's the best player on that team, for my money. And to see him struggle and have bad stats and whatever the reason for that is, like, maybe he is comfortable just not playing well. Like, that's not beyond the realm of imagination.
Yeah. I mean, dude, back at the RMRs, Brolin had a couple of sick games. That Astralis one really stands out to me because he on Nuke he went like 8-0 in opening duels or something like that. Like, he was just a phenomenal opening move that NIP could seemingly rely on across a lot of the games played there. And like I say, in particular, that Astralis matchup in total he finished it like 12-6 in opening fights, which is phenomenal. Like, if you're getting that sort of output out of him, it makes this NIP squad a whole different beast, because then you've got Config as this cool kind of mid-round component, right, to try and create space for you there on some of these lurks that he likes to attempt. So, yeah, I think Brolin is a very key piece of the puzzle, and, he is someone who's been a lot shakier on like the consistency looking, right? So if you can have him, being this very, very capable opening piece, this reliable opening move, man, I think it makes NIP just so much deadlier.
NIP is so close to mid. Every single player surrounding it. Rez is going to get double from the connector and slink back through the smoke. Dropping into B. Alexi B, same position, better result. Gets away with a kill and no trade, no option for Na'Vi, leaving Simple in a 1v4. They're going to flash in middle and finish the job. Nicely done by NIP, who put pressure on mid and come out with every single kill. 3 for Rez as well. Rez and Brolin both, I think, 4 kills coming into this second half. They needed to activate, and we've now had 2 crucial rounds from either of them. So maybe NIP can get back into this.
And Navi understood the importance of that round. They took a timeout. They knew they could still break the economy, but, lost track of Connector a little bit. Rez with a great play, gets a double kill. And you could see how there was even a smoke from short for Connector. So NAP really putting a lot of emphasis of re-smoking Connector, trying to disrupt the timings of Navi's default, make things a little bit awkward for them.
Facto knew it was coming. He saw Alexi make that van jump. Meanwhile, mid-control taken. Config unrelenting with the aggression, but Na'Vi are here. They will spot it. Dink through the corner. He's got to be careful now, but he has plenty of support. You would love Hedrick and Con right now, giving a bit of an assistance. He's going to move through for at least information. Draw Na'Vi's crosshairs away from Brolin and Config. We're here to be the stars of the show. More so in this round than normally. Na'Vi just dry walk out. Oh, Simple. You would have bet your house on it, but Brolin with a quick shot. Great grenade to follow. Config can take some attention, and one by one, Na'Vi gets sliced into tiny little pieces. 8 rounds for NIP, and now, comeback is on. Na'Vi need this one.
They need this one, and their buy is going to be not optimal, right? There has to be a couple of Galils in there. They bought some pistols here. Perfecto with 3,900, Simple with 3,800. Some swapping around, of course. MPL, thank you for your service. Here's a Galil. Let's see what the call is from Navi. Do they stick to default, or do they change it up because of the lack of weaponry and utility?
It's
a B rush.
Smoke B, yeah, it's the same one to the second round. They just run it through.
That smoke sails through both Molotovs, and everyone just burns alive as a result. That That is rough.
They threw 2 smokes in B-abs and still couldn't extinguish it.
Dude, I mean, when I saw, when I saw Perfectos just kind of like bounce on the spot between the 2 mollies and then bounce over the top of the other, it's like, oh dear. Oh dearie me. You could tell that that was going to be a bit of a cook time in the apartments. And so hoping to mop this round up now are NIP. They had a chance to keep it really clean. Brolin pushed all the way through ramp. There's also Config aggressing up through the apartments. This will give Simple a couple of fights. It's just whether or not he's ready for them. I think the last thing you're expecting in a 3v1 like this is Config to be so deep behind enemy lines. Oh my God, what? Why would he do that? He turns around and checks it. 1 bullet and Config is out of the round. Simple. Now 2 kills into the 1v4. And he becomes an entirely different beast right now. NIP do not want to feel like they threw this one away.
They're going for it.
They want to try and face him in middle. Simple taps out another, and he survives at 1 HP. Brolin, the last man standing. The last man to try and succeed, and he will hold the line and pick up where everyone else on his team failed, finally besting Simple. But what a clutch attempt. Everything from how he poised himself, from how he thought about the movements that were taking place in that round, to the actual execution of it. The fact that he was just one-tapping fools with the AK.
Simple has looked a lot better in the last few months, Yanko, wouldn't you agree? Like it seems like we have a resurgence of Simple. Maybe a fire lit under him. Maybe it is CS2. Maybe it's Navi's current form with MPL improving. I don't know. Something looks different for Simple, and he's playing like it.
Yeah, I think without a doubt. And also it's easier for him to play well when the team is starting to figure it out too, you know? Like he can rely on his teammates a little bit more. And things are going according to plan.
Right now, it's a little eco rush for Na'Vi. Take the wheels off, flex your muscles again. Simple with a D continues how he left off. But looking for the win this time around. MPL hunts down a man with the orb. Again, the young Ukrainians clash, and it's MPL dropping that gun. Simple needs to do so much more, though. Bit's grabbed himself a rifle. This is where you want Bit, back at the bomb site. Smoke's beginning to fade, and Simple, can he thin that herd? Nip coming in all together. They await that smoke. It finally goes down, and now Nip come in.
You would have loved some CT presence here. Navi are holding for it, but
they know
eventually now they learn, right? Everyone's coming from this side of the map. Bit's done a lot with the AK, really softening up Alexi, and now he's just got to finish the job. Alexi B, not quite dead on the swing. Bit gives him a couple of chances here, only to take it all the way right at closing time. 3 kills in the round from Bit on that gun, and Navi up onto 13, they win it out with a low buy.
That was 4 in a row for Nip, pulling a bit of comeback, shutting down clutches, Shaw close, and pulling out some of their own. And now Na'Vi just flipped the script with a force buy.
Dude, something I've really loved about watching MPL, like both back at the RMRs, but even here, is I think one of the problems for him, obviously you're coming into like a team of legends of the game, and he knows he's like the guy under the microscope, kind of getting the most scrutiny, and it felt like that would reflect in his playstyle at times. Like he would just get a little bit nervous, try to play things like super safe. And I feel like since the RMRs, he's had like renewed confidence in his ability. Like even how he played this round, he just held W and ran straight in a jungle, looking to try and take space, looking to try and really be in the face of NIP. And he only got out with a 1-for-1, but he removed that AWP from play, stopped Headtrick from getting involved on the players crossing. It just feels like his kind of mindset for how he's approaching it isn't that of someone who is very cognizant of like, I'm under the microscope, so I don't want to make mistakes. It's like he approaches rounds with just full faith in his ability nowadays, which has been great to see.
It's quite a passive start for Simple, but he's holding the perfect angle. He doesn't react in time.
Dude, I just want to see him play Deagle or AK like that.
He's hamstringing himself. He's making it easier, making it fairer. That smoke is not it, Chief. It lands way too short off of jungle. Navi have got to be careful because they won't know until they're swinging. There's a molly behind the bench, but there's Nip trying to make it complicated. Another Molotov. I still think there should be a gap between this smoke and fire, at least for a fight. You can see Nip are trying to exploit it. It starts to fade. Resmoke comes in over Con, Bit wide and over the top. Simple covering that swing. They were just waiting for the pick, and now it's presented. Na'Vi unleash. They find 4 more kills and leave just Config in the clutch. Damage duty. And MPL hit a close. Good shot, but no more, surely. Simple v Config, you know he's coming for it.
That's a pretty clean round from Navi. NIP, now there's no more room for mistakes, right? Like in a game where they lose both pistols, they had that sort of a weird save into bad buy round, into having to eco, you know, losing now to pistols as well. Like, there's no more room for mistakes. They have to play perfect CS almost from this point on to be able to probably only just take it to overtime, because Navi's playing good too. You know, there's things, there's forced errors and there's unforced errors, and NIP has been making a few too many unforced ones.
That was actually nice for Brolin. Didn't catch it. He blocked the smoke that bounced off of stairs into the jungle. You sometimes see teams have been like mollying Tetris or mollying stairs to try and make the smokes bloom early, just physically blocked by Brolin. Head trick in the window, going to boost up his teammate into ladder and quickly, but look at how fast NAVI have taken bottom mid. It's a bit right below. Simple scopes up and he sees him, but no shot. And luckily dodging death is Config. Meanwhile, Bit's taken hella space.
Ooh, Brolin, lucky to still be alive, and he knows it. And Rez, how are you the guy who dies there, man? Bit just decides to go and take an entirely different fight, and then he goes back and finishes the one he started earlier. Brolin now dead, and Headtrick alone. He's going to get hounded down, just chased by Na'Vi. They wanted this to be a kind of relentless win, one where they just kept their feet on the pedal throughout, man. They are running at NIP. They are actively seeking out gunfights. You know, that's like the wildest thing about how they're approaching this. It's not even, you know, like they're doing some sort of crazy like tactical mastermind about it. Dude, they're actively like seeking as many fights as they can in these rounds. I think that is just showing where their heads are at in this game. Like, they're committing to the A play, even though they've got B. They just want to try and knock everything out that NIP have in the arsenal.
That's something that also we heard from, I think, Nico or Hooksy in an interview. They were saying about, like, they realized that when you're playing default, like on T-side, you need to put pressure everywhere at the same time, pretty much, right? So it's hard to read. You know, if you're just putting pressure on B and with multiple players, well, they're sort of getting the picture of what they're trying to do. And Navi, just, you could see that they're playing the picture of what they're trying to do. And Navi, just, you could see that they're playing with a lot more confidence. I mean, Bit going for that move. The play is actually, the team play is actually on B with two guys. But you see Bit going in, like, who's going to expect them to swing B at the same time? And that's the goal. That's the thought process behind it. That's something that Electronic, I feel like, is much better at than Boomich as an in-game leader, to just use his instinct, call on the fly, take advantage of momentum, really.
Well, Navi have got that in spades. 3 rounds in a row. Close ramp setup is quite nice, and Nip might catch some unsuspecting Navi players, but they reroute Palace with the bomb, avoiding the danger. So this almost looks like a fake to Nip, who see all this util but see nothing behind it, and Navi come late through Palace while they make noise in middle. This could catch Nip completely off guard. How patient will Navi be up in this Palace right now? Making a lot of noise out under is Electronic. Alexi's curious. He wants that information. The cover is there from Bit. Na'Vi have yet to go. And if Nip full send a flank to T-Spawn, they're going to be left lacking everything. Info and position. MPL comes out and finds Rez, and now they have the room. Alexi keeps them in this round and in this map, but it's Brolin, the big picture player, coming in on the flank.
Yeah, he's the guy who could make or break this for NIP, right? They're not going to be ready for the second player that pushed up down through ramp with Rez earlier on. And so Brolin does have the drop on Na'Vi. Config's won out another fight, and Brolin's really trying to milk this for all he can. Dropping down, finds Simple, and also comes across the Perfecto call back in spawn. MPL 1v3 tucked in at the sandwich, will get overran. And so it's Brolin coming through with a big old flank to help take that one over the line.
Yeah, I like that move for Brolin to not just jump the gun and take the kill. He gets into a better position. He knows he has a little more cover. If he takes that shot on balcony, he's going to get traded from somewhere. But getting underneath, in theory, gives him more room. He drops in, finds Simple, and yeah, as said, NIP are ready for that close position.
That was still a good round from Navi. They just got outmaneuvered a little bit. The sole purpose of those nades is they know that it's a weak buy for NIP, that they'll feel the pressure, so they want to draw out the counter utility, and then you know, just hit them with a two-wave sort of a split. It worked out good. Just in the end, Brolin in a great position, made a really good play.
They pop early again. It's electronic late lurking. We'll see how that plays in, because Navi are already in the bomb site. Perfecto with quick rooting into it. Rez is hiding behind the smoke. You wouldn't expect two there, but Simple does trade quickly. Over the top as the molly lands, and Perfecto takes that easy kill. 4-on-2 right now. Navi have got this map. Can Nip save us?
With electronic lurking in lower, it's a very tall order. Alexi dead, and Hedrick, as he moves in, is bested by Simple. Na'Vi finish off this map 16-10, stealing away NIP's map pick and going 1-0 up in the series, looking fantastic throughout.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please.
Na'Vi, large and in charge, and unfortunately for NIP, they are left high and dry. What makes it an even more bitter pill to swallow, that was indeed their own map pick coming into this best of 3 series. And Blair, when you got Electronic coming as hot out of the gates as he started this map, when you got Simple also joining him, you're not in for a good time if you're the Ninjas.
Oh, absolutely not. And I think this really ties in well to what Blade said in the interview, where it's like, Electronic, look, if he's feeling comfortable being IGL, he can concentrate more on his fragging prowess. We saw that coming out from him. What's scary, though, if you're facing off against Na'Vi right now, Simple seems to be, he's having fun in the server. He seems to be happy in the server, and that is a terrifying prospect, Yank.
Yeah, I think it also stems from the fact that they're just playing better. You know, NPL is more, there's less mistakes. He's more used to just playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike, playing with his teammates, playing against some of these other teams, right? And that leads to just playing better as a unit, leads to a happier Simple who's also going to play better. I mean, we saw in that same interview from Blade, he's talking about, you know, in Katowice there was a lot of frustration from Electronic too. Simple maybe a little bit more vocal publicly about it, and then Pro League a different story. Like everyone is more happy, things are starting to flow well. And I think you look at the way Navi has been playing now at the RMR, it's a completely different team compared to Katowice.
And then when we look even outside of the server as well with the camera shots, Simple smiling, Electronic laughing. This is good signs if you're a Navi fan.
It's a good sign if you're Navi as well, right? And this is what we wanted to see as well from the side of these guys. The thing is, coming into Mirage, I kind of expect a little bit more of a fight coming out from NIP, right? It's a map that I kind of predicted they would be picking Mirage. Yeah. It's a map where they could potentially take a win. But this was Navi just styling on them. Not just... There were moments where it's like, you don't go for those plays. You saw it as well, Yanko, the 3v2 when the bomb planted A, bombs that Simple goes for the peek. You're like, you shouldn't be doing that. But when Navi are playing the way they are, the individuals are popping off the way they were, you really can't blame them. And that's a sort of Navi which, if you're NIP, I know they're up and, you know, they're rising up right now, but it's not going to be working out with a Navi playing this way.
I think there were too many unforced errors from NIP, right? And in a game where you lose both pistols, where one of those errors is in the second pistol, where it's, you know, why do you really need to push config in a 4v3 BFs? I understand, like, they showed a lot of presence and now you want to get behind them. You think everyone's going to leave, but they don't. And, you know, in the first half on the T side, they seemed a little bit lost in some of those mid-round situations. You know, like they open up with a default. Maybe they don't get everything they were hoping for in terms of map control. And then there was that awkward save, 4v5, yeah, right, that really messes up their economy, makes it super weird to play after that, and that just gave Navi, you know, 5 rounds basically to close out the half.
Yeah, and another error that I guess Navi kind of took full advantage of. We saw NIP start to get some momentum coming into that second half. I believe it was 4 CT rounds in a row, and then Bit says, hell nah, I'm gonna clutch this one out. Let's recap that one.
Yeah, this is round number 22. You could just like take a look at how the round plays out. It's basically just a vulgar display of power coming out from Navi, right? It's just Simple running out from ramp. One Deegs the player, that is Broland. The AK-47 gets picked up by Bit, and this is a 2v3, but the way Simple sacrifices himself and the way Bit's able to isolate the kills, the third kill he gets here, the way he just outplays him completely, avoids the fight, waits for it. Now Alexi B's in a very uncomfortable position, and it's going to be an easy kill there for Bit. And it's just basically the way, it's not just like Simple popping off, right? It's when he's looking good, when Electronic's looking good, it inspires the youngsters to really step up as well.
And now he played great on T side. I love how they have this mix of more default style of play, like not as much utility, so the players have room to work with and sort of take some fights if they feel like they have a favorable fight, but also some, I don't want to say fully set plays, but you know that round where they're throwing nades from ramp to bait out the counter utility, and then they're letting the players play underpass and play middle. You know, that's a little bit something in between a full set play and just a slow default, and it's a great mix, makes it difficult to read Navi, and also makes it easier for their players to get into favorable situations.
And I just went another round as well, against a full buy where they had a couple of Mactons going for the fast B play. It didn't quite work out, but I like it, the fact that they're willing to take this more risky plays and making NIP basically feel very uncomfortable on the CT side.
Yeah, let's spin the Electronic and Simple track one more time in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head, because yeah, just shining bright on their opponent's map pick, no less. And I feel like coming into the grounds of Ancient, that is going to be Navi's pick, and for good reason, Blair. We're looking at the stats, and they're not lying for Navi.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen these two, like the veterans in his team, kind of, you know, sharing the load, so to speak, on the team. And if they're going to be performing this way, especially with Ancient, it's a map they've been picking time and time again in the best of threes. They look very good on it as well. I said, you know, NIP at least needed Mirage, but this seems like it's over, Yank.
These are the Shiro and Exile of my generation, baby. You know, and they don't choke.
They don't choke.
They don't choke.
They
get it done.
They win.
They get it done.
are NIP going to be choking? I guess I can't choke if it's your opponent's map pick, but I feel like the stats when you look at them,
I mean, if
they're
they
not
lose 2-1, it's a massive choke.
I feel like if I'm NIP now and going back, I'm saying, guys, like, I think they're overthinking a little bit. They're giving NAVI a little bit too much respect. You know, they would have played a lot more loose against, I mean, we saw them play differently against Imperial in the opening game. So I would say for Ancient, guys, don't overthink. You have a feel, you want to make a play, do it, ask for a flash or give help to your teammates, right? And let's just dumb it down a little bit and just go for it, right? We may be right, we may be wrong, but better to do that. Like, there's nothing worse than hesitation and indecision and for you to lose rounds and to save in 4v5s and whatnot. So I'm hoping we see a more decisive NIP on the second map.
Blair, you sounded very confident that this is going to be a 2-0 for NAVI. Why is that? If you're going to put it down to one reason on this ground of Ancient, who's going to show
I just feel like Ancient is a map where NAVI are looking one of the best teams right now. Even when they were struggling a little bit, they were like looking very solid on this map. And for NIP, listen, Mirage is a one map where they've showed some signs of promise recently. And again, the individuals, right, like the way NAVI are playing right now, it was just a beating on Mirage. I felt like, even though it looked a little close here and there at times, and there was never a point in time where NAVI seemed they were uncomfortable, right, and their opponent's map. So for me, it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, NAVI looking dominant to begin off this first map of this best of 3 series. And their map pick of Ancient does await on the horizon. A spot at the playoffs of IEM Rio 2023 does await and tantalizingly close for the side of NAVI.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Perfecto. Bit, how you guys doing?
Good, with the media, you know.
Media? Yeah. Your favorite time?
Okay,
you got to be something good and motivational for MPL, so he's like, yes, I want to do this, you know?
Yes, one more time, let's go. I want more media.
Now you guys, right, you are in a great spot right now. You must be feeling pretty good. I see smiles more on your faces. No, not this guy all the time. You were trying to get you to smile yesterday.
Try to be serious.
Try to be serious?
Yes.
What's a serious face look like? Oh, damn. Okay. Go. MPO, you come in a superstar performance right now, so you feel like the new star?
No.
You're so like reserved with your answers. Come on, where's the? I did so good. The team must have been hyping you up.
No.
I don't like that you're learning from Perfecto on this, you know. Come on, you're supposed to give me something more. Wait, tell me this. What was free the nipple? Give me the word.
Sosok.
And that's what they call you in game?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And does that give you a little bit of a laugh, a bit of fun?
I don't know. No.
You just take it normal. Free the nipple is being used in game. Electronic was the one who taught me about this. This is what I enjoy of it. Who is your most favorite teammate to spend time with? Because remember there was that rumor about, they don't eat with you, you spend time on your own, but that seemed like a bit of a lie.
Who's my
favorite teammate to spend time
Perfecto.
with? Perfecto.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, we have maybe the same vibe.
Okay, same vibe. Don't end up like him though and just be no emotion, not give anything. And you talk English, which is better. He does talk English, but he likes to avoid all my interviews. I think you can give him some lessons, yeah?
Yeah, I'll try.
You should give him some lessons, all right. Thank you very much, man.
playoffs at IEM Rio on the line. And we've got NAVI taking on NIP going into map 2 of Ancient. NAVI, it's their pick. They're already up 1 in the series, and they are on a 6-map winning streak on Ancient alone, starting on the T side. And I just think back to Pro League, man. They were destroying FaZe, a keen picker of Ancient on this map. Even in that semi-final match, going 13-2 up on their T half. NiP are in for a rough time.
Yeah, NiP fans are quaking in their boots at the realization that Ancient is right around the corner and there's no stopping it. NAVI coming into this in great form. Really like what we got to see from them on Mirage, and that's a very comfortable map for NIP. I've got some real worries here heading into this one for the NiP boys. NAVI definitely favorites in the series now. This pistol round off to a rip-roaring start. They've got a lot of bodies out in middle. 3 strong here. They've spotted the donut play. They know about one of these guys. Are they ready for the door? Beretta's up close. A stray bullet gonna catch Bit in the background. And Electronic and Perfecto fall shortly after. It's all Berettas across the field right now for NIP. Great start to this pistol. And that trade, getting away from MPL, the chance to try and play back into the 2v5. Gets away from him, and now things get real awkward.
Config pushing in pistols. Yanko, not a fan yet, but this is quite nice. It's a goofy pistol round with 4 kills or 3 off the dual Berettas, and Head Trick will fire back to find MPL. Simple. I'll give him my due consideration, but 1v5, NiP flanking right behind. Don't know if there's a world, a way, or even a will. Simple. Oh, the knife was coming. You could feel it, but Head Trick wants to end that round, and NiP take it flawless.
That's important for NIP, and we talked about it a little bit on the desk. I felt NIP was a little bit rigid, you know, that there was a little bit of overthinking, respecting Navi, just a tiny amount too much. You know, just play a little bit more loose. Don't overthink everything. You know, if you have a read, if a player has a play that he wants to make, let him do so. Obviously, that doesn't mean I'm feeling it in a 4v2. I'm going to push this. Don't do that. But just a little less hesitation from them.
Oh, no hesitation for NAVI. They get turned into mincemeat.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a lineup for Head Trick. Love that for him. Just like knocking down dominoes. Once the first one's gone, it gets nice and easy. And so NIP 2-0 up. They stick the landing on the conversion. All the makings of a nice start to the CT side right now. I'm kind of curious, right? Because I feel like at the RMRs, something interesting that happened obviously was a lot of the non-partner teams, a lot of the T2 teams that people were looking at, obviously upsetting things early on. And I think for a lot of the favorites coming into that event, there was this idea that like, oh, maybe we played with too much respect, like, you know, giving away too much room. A few of the folks I spoke to there had sentiments like that. I almost wonder if we're going to see slightly looser rounds where folks try and make plays as a result of the RMRs. This is a wild fight over in middle, isn't it?
I mean, this is the perfect event to play a little looser, right? Because, you know, it's just come off the back of both these teams having qualified to the major. That's obviously a big goal moving forward as the next event in the calendar. And so before that, this is a fantastic time to warm up, to test some maps as well for some teams, and you know, also not show everything they've got in their pocket, right? Unless they really need to pull it out. FaZe back in those last chance RMR games, they were pulling out some crazy nades.
I think they pulled out everything they had.
Yeah, they really did.
You know, like
they were not saving strats.
You're not saving anything when it comes to the major. So here it's not like you had time to add new things, but I think the problem stems. Well, we'll get into that during an eco round, but you see Alexi again. This is the information play. He has not only a smoke, but also an incendiary to throw behind it, and that's what allows NIP to lean more heavily towards mid.
Don't get pre-fired on your peek in, though. Timing is everything. It might be out of your hand, but right now that he hears the util, that drop is perfectly timed. He doesn't wait for it. Molly behind, as you said, and the bomb runs through. It couldn't have gone better for Alexi Beast.
Yeah, lovely B-hold, man. He was the solo anchor here. Buys time with the smoke and molly drop. Everyone else can start to move around, and the fact that the bomb gets away from NAVI means that this round is written off. It is over, and so NIP find a third. They win out this first rifle round.
And that brings a smile to your face, doesn't it, Yanko? Even the molly drop as well.
This is Counter-Strike porn for me, really, to be honest. It's just he completely nailed it. He plays it perfectly right. It It's there for the team. You can see what it means for the team. And then he just wins the round with those two pieces of util, like with the incendiary behind. Navi understands they need to commit, right? That's the only way they can win the round. And they also understand once they don't get that first kill, the best call is to save.
Especially that bomb drop as well. I mean, I wonder if that's not the bomb, if that round plays any differently, if Navi recommit late.
But I will tell, to go back to your point in the Tier 2, Tier 3 teams, is NIP better than Into the Breach? Yes.
More proven, yeah.
But NIP only plays Tier 1 teams and doesn't get as many wins. So they're not playing with as much confidence as they should. So I think we'll see more and more teams play some of these online Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments just to like run through them and win it, not because of prestige or money or anything, but just to sort of feel better and feel good and see the difference between, there's a massive difference between playing Navi or FURIA or Fnatic and playing your Viperio or OneWin or, Into the Breach, for example, and these teams, Gamer Legion, right? So you need to know how to play against these teams and you need to be comfortable playing that way.
We've had great evidence of that. I think Nine, who are also at this event, are a fantastic example. A team that have put in so much work online in these last few months. Yeah, they've come through and they've just they've got the reps in, right? So they bring that to a Tier 1 event and they don't play scared. They play exactly how they've been playing with full confidence, full faith. Right now, Na'Vi are getting cut apart again. Rez with 2. He's going to have to back up here. That bomb is loose. Na'Vi are going wide for the trade. They'll find it. One more man in Donut. Config with a crucial kill to stop this round from getting out of control. And now it's all up to Simple. Can he grab back this round? No. Brolin will swing and Nip will win. Right now, flowing like butter. Melted on the CT side.
And you know what usually would happen to NIP right about now? Like everything's going great. They're winning. Like they're not even losing that many players. It's only Rez who died 3 times. No one else even died on the team, right? When we see a timeout from Blade, he understands the importance of this round. It's like, now is the time where NIP would lose to like a half buy.
Yeah.
Or to a hero AK or something like that.
Mirage.
We see it with some of these teams where I don't want to say they get complacent, but their focus drops just a little bit, right? Because of the advantage, and then you lose a round that you're not supposed to. It turns the game on its head immediately.
I remember that quote from Huxi in the G2 versus Aurora game. G2 was 6-0 down on CT Nuke.
Yeah.
They win a round. Huxi turns around and goes, guys, they think they've won already. And that's G2 suddenly a fire lit beneath them. They win out the half. They pull a massive comeback. And obviously that works especially when you are the best team in the world facing an underdog that maybe is going to get cocky at 6-0. And I don't think Nip are in that same position.
You're talking about the Carrigan confetti.
Yes, there we go. Remind us why we're here. Evidence of the past. So can Nip keep their head in the game, or will they crumble after an early lead? Na'Vi attempt to make that so. They take that mid-control late. Lots of smokes used on either side to get this space. So Lexi's spamming through the cave wall as well. Got to be careful on those reloads. He doesn't have a supported player with him. Na'Vi don't know that. Orp is all the way back in Donut as well.
I mean, Yanko, you kind of said this is like the point where the Nip worry is that they end up losing to a low econ round. This very much fits the bill, right? It's a lot of firepower concentrated on a few players. All the util is on Bits back.
It's strange that Navi full bot here. I mean, you can see that there's a couple of AKs, so you can see why they do it, but also there's UMP and 2 Galils, and NIP isn't really in reset territory, so perhaps they had a call that they believe will work. Perhaps they were anticipating some aggression from NIP after the timeout and were just waiting to stifle that, get an early advantage, but you can see NIP with that mid-round call to clear middle. They're getting a lot of good information here. Hattrick has all nades still, but not really in a position to use them.
Oh, the timing of this, and that's awkward. AK would have won it. Rez will live to fight another day, and Na'Vi are crawling out B.
Config also made it past before Rez even had to take that fight, so he's fast flanking the cave. This should be a done round on position alone for NIP. No way to clutch this out if you're Perfecto. That is a flawless retake to find a 5th. And man, that was very, very well done in the mid round. As you say, that aggression up through mid, clears out all the control. And even if the site fights hadn't have been so clean, you still had Config right there in cave, ready to backstab.
And that's where the problem comes in with this buy, that it's low and the lack of utility. Like, absolutely, Electronic understands after the call from MPL what NIP is doing and that they can take B, right? And that they have B, but they don't have any smokes or Molotovs to, you know, get rid of some of these angles. Like, they still have to just peek them and fight them, which isn't really beneficial. Would have liked to have had just the smoke, you plant the bomb, then you have the post plant, the 4v5. You can make something happen with a little bit of luck, some good timings on the peaks, some team play.
These KDs are still kind of crazy for NIP. They've got 3 players, 5-0-0, and
Navi
3-0-0.
Navi has 3 kills in 5 rounds.
Yeah. It's not
1
even
on
close.
Simple and 2 on Perfecto.
Dear oh dear.
When do we start sounding the alarm bells? You know, when do we start kind of freaking out?
Not yet.
About the, because you know,
I'm already freaking out.
Okay,
I've been freaking
You're
out
already
since
there?
game 1. Yeah.
All right. Navi, can they course correct, or is this going to be NIP really running away with the CT side? There's a lot going on in middle bit. Trying to find this gap, can't adjust in time to get the trade to config, and that molly is going to burn out Simple. So they trade evenly over in mid. That jump's been heard. Brolin knows there's another man in these mid smokes.
1G police here, that's not a 1G. Yes, he ran into the molly, but just to clear up middle completely.
Worth it.
Yeah, keep it a 3-on-3. The best spot Na'Vi have had all game. There's more aggression. He walks backwards into middle, and MPL is still there. Patience pays off. Orb down B, big kill for Headtrick, and that bomb was just getting there as well. It's now got to run back around the world. MPL upgrades his gun. 2-on-2 now. They can recommit to B. Headtrick's having to check his flank timing as well, because mid has been an open chasm. This is going to give Na'Vi potentially the plant. They should announce this. But actually, I say that. Yeah, contact up ramp, look for the trade.
There's too much randomness here, right? Like, and what's the most important thing in my mind in this situation is just be decisive.
Yeah.
Like, make a call. Headtrick can be there or cannot be there. You know, you don't know that unless you play them a lot of times and you know how he likes to think, that he always likes to reposition.
It's done exactly that. He's got a big flank, and yeah, Na'Vi take long. They molly cave. They guarantee this bomb plant. It's not for the long position, really, but it should be fine either way. We've got this flank from the AWPer, trading off onto a rifle now. Nip split up. And Alexi in a very difficult position to find value from with that smoke down.
This is a hard retake.
Gonna try and creep around the smoke over at long, and they get the spot on Perfecto here. They know about him. That molly gonna force him into swinging Alexi, but he nails the shot. And that's gonna signal the save for NIP, just getting out. Headtrick can go back and retrieve that AWP on his journey. And so he will look to cycle it out of the round. Na'Vi with their first in round number 6. They finally break this 5-round streak that NIP were on. And they do it nicely, right? That was always going to be a pretty tricky retake. You were worlds apart. A lot of it hinged on either Headtrick forcing a fight, which he did with the molly, but then Alexi had to be there to get that kill. And the moment he doesn't, you know, the world kind of crumbles down around NIP. But it's just one round, one step in the right direction for Na'Vi, and this is a marathon, not a sprint, so it's still a long road before they recover this first half.
Yeah, well, NIP's slippery fingers drop the ball here. Or can they build back in immediately with a reset? That's one way to start. Electronic getting spammed. Probably gets another mag out for good measure, and we still have this orb starting position that Na'Vi have not seen all game. They find out the hard way. Headtrick finding a 5-on-3. The jump is danger. But Na'Vi make it out okay. Brolin can't spam anymore with 8 bullets. So he gets a safe position for the reload. I like this double setup. He's going to go on his head. They're both going to crouch here together. Or rather, his teammate goes back to watch the ramp. But this is fine. It's still an off angle that should field Brolin another 1-for-1. Oh, there's a team flash over B. Almost gets him dead. Brolin's going to hop out of there. Simple can't trade. 2-on-5. Na'Vi getting wrecked right now.
NIP have even supplemented the B site with a third man moving over. They've got a fast rotate on Headtrick, and they've got the bomb drop, the double doors. The doors are closed on this round, man. It might be Simple left up in it, but 1v5, and he's boxed in. He's surrounded, dead at the first swing. Config reacts immediately. And so NIP quick to get back on the horse as it bucks them off in that last round. They're maintaining this lead. They're not letting NAVI grind away back into it. And it's how decisive a lot of these rounds have been. That's the scary part. And there wasn't really a moment here where it felt like NAVI had a chance.
NiP are making plays though. They're super proactive, right? They're taking mid a lot with double players, or they're leaving Hedrick to solo it with the AWP. They're pushing down ramp in mid rounds. They've been climbing up ledge. NiP are not sitting back and waiting for NAVI. And on a map that's gotten more and more T-sided because of these spawn changes and the amount of more room that Ts can get, it's great to see how much mid control NiP have had when they want it. NAVI's only way in has been late taking mid with flashes. So again, they take it from the ledge. Electronic, yet to frag, goes all the way up and over from B. But NAVI, well, they want that B site. They need to get the util out first. MOUZ gone. And Hedrick too far away to throw any of his. NAVI could run and execute right now, and it's up to gunfights alone. Electronic needs to get something from this position. He's the only AK in the round.
On this smoke fade, he wants to try and swing it now. Is he ready for the second man in this bait and switch?
Oh,
Brolin, ugly on the swing, and Electronic going to serve up 2 kills over in the cave. That's now guns to be retrieved as well. NAVI won't move around and grab them just yet. They're lobbing all this util up the ramp side. So only one of these guns retrieved. Electronic in with a third. This AK is really delivering for NAVI, and they get that trade onto Rez in the site, who tries to make a bit of a play through the long smoke with a flash from Hedrick. Electronic, he's taken these first 7 rounds personally, man. He really wants to go hunting and remove this AWP from play. Hedrick is aware. Oh, but that doesn't make dealing with him any easier. And so it's a big round from the captain. 4 kills on a hero gun, and he offers up a second round for NAVI.
Yeah, it couldn't be more valuable. Hasn't done a thing all game and just wins it single-handedly, hunts the AWP, and then drops it to Simple. So the best round you could imagine for Electronic.
Great round from him. I want to see what... I think this is a good round for NIP to do something aggressive with the op towards A main, because Hedrick has been in Donut a couple of times. Like, a good adjustment from NAVI would be to do just an A execute, because A is weak outside of Donut, but they just keep... They go for the mid fight again.
And they keep winning it. Oh! That tag, that leg. Simple styling, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, the way, you know, NIP is approaching the CT side, that's sort of the FURIA A hit that they have, the execute would be really powerful. And Navi is now going for it as a mid-round adjustment.
They finished the job.
Yeah, Simple learns about his tag as the nade finds config, but NIP have already got bodies. Oh, here, Electronic, another multi-kill round from the man at the helm of NAVI, trying to bring them back into this one. Into the 3v3 as now they move up. They don't have a way to cut out the donut player, and that's a bit of a problem here. They're searching for these fights over towards spawn, but NiP have pushed up and are now playing close, tucked in. Perfecto seems aware of this as a possibility. But this is going to be awkward for NAVI to even get the ball rolling. It kind of hinges on NiP giving them a kill, and Hedrick has done that with a swing out from spawn. There's the reaction from Brolin as he tries to trade, and he feeds NAVI. Another kill, one that they desperately needed. Suddenly that route to the bomb plant has been opened up. Rez back in Donut. He was like the problem piece that they've been paranoid about this whole damn time. This is exposed. Bomb has been planted. And so Rez, in with a chance, lands a bit of damage on a Simple, has him boxed in behind the site, but isn't going to get given a gunfight here to actually propel him into the clutch attempt. He goes hunting back, looking for a red flank. And Perfecto was there.
NAVI almost screw the pooch because they missed their donut smoke, right? That's what causes them to stop in the 3-on-3. And it seemed like NiP had the perfect setup. Brolin's holding Hedrick's flank. He's AWPing the line to big box. But because NAVI is standing still due to their missed smoke, Hedrick starts to doubt it. He goes back, carrying the temple flank. And sure, he was open, but no, he's carrying CT. Like, I don't know why they decided to move. Brolin had that full cover. His angle was perfect.
And what's that? It's overthinking.
Yeah,
it's
the doubt.
The doubt.
I get checking like temple there, because NAVI could have walked through and were flanking Hedrick, and Brolin can't actually cover that angle. But checking red, man, Brolin's crouched on the wide angle. Hedrick literally can't die. So that seems like a massive overthink for NIP.
You know what vibe I'm getting from Electronic? You know, like when you play, for example, when I play Face It sometimes with Nico, and you know, like he's playing to have a little bit of fun or whatnot. You know, maybe we start losing, and then he gets pissed, and he's like, I don't want to lose to some scrubs. You know, I don't want to lose to whoever really. And then he starts playing a little bit more seriously, and then just starts owning people. I think that was what just happened with Electronic. I think he got sick of just losing and kind of playing a little bit slow. He's like, hey, I got this. I'm taking matters into my own hands.
Yeah, it's the classic calm of, okay, we win now. Like,
0-7 to 7-7 for Electronic.
We tried having fun. Let's just win.
Fun is cancelled, but winning's back on the menu, boys.
What's more fun than winning? That's what I say.
No, I do. That's a pretty sound, you know, that is kind of what it feels like's happened here.
I know what Harry would say.
Nothing.
One-digging people.
Yeah.
Well, that's a prerequisite to winning.
What, landing a nice dig? Yeah, dude. Mate,
Yeah.
I do. No. Sorry, I'm like, this whole casting thing, it's new to me, man. You know, I do like the assessment there, man. Electronic, he's just kind of, gone try hard over the last few rounds, we'll say.
What a nerd.
Yeah, keeps multi-killing as well, keeps being that guy to offer up and create the space for Na'Vi. And it just brings them back on side, right? Kind of gives them more to fight for in this game, as now they are pulling away back into it.
And I mean, you were absolutely right. NIP was winning and winning convincingly. Yeah. But look how quickly the game can turn around, right? Like, it's not even, yes, the rounds for Navi have been somewhat decisive, somewhat convincing, but still it's just, after you win 2, 3, 4 rounds in Navi's case so far, you know, it's going to be a different NIP that you're playing. The money situation isn't as great, their buys aren't as great, like you're the one who has the advantage, and all of a sudden their selection of plays shrinks, you know, that they can call.
And this is where or is this, Janko, when you start doubting yourself, you start losing a little bit of faith? What's happened? We had this game, it's closing up now.
Well, I'm hoping this is where DGL is telling them, listen, let's just, either you call something for them, or you just say, hey, just trust yourselves, don't doubt, you know, let's keep it simple. Whatever it is, if we start default and want to make a play in the mid-round, just do it, right? Just call something, let's do it, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least we're doing things properly.
Man, I hope we can get a shot of Hedrick's hand grip later, man. I've never seen a grip like that, how he was just holding his mouse. That was madness. But he can work it with that AWP. So let's see what he's got in another crucial round for NiP to stop this game from spiraling out of control. Was once 5-0, was once 6-1. But Na'Vi now with a bit of a statement. Simple looks for the B pick. Hedrick from Donut finds Bit. He's been winning those fights without a doubt on this CT side. Perfecto's up in the B site though. Smokes are down. It's given Na'Vi a lot of room.
Yeah, Perfecto just tucked in. Hiding at the back of the site. Simple delivers another kill to Na'Vi. There's a few fights here that are just on timers that are going to happen eventually, because both Config and Perfecto are tucked in different hidey holes. Config trying to make a move and push in. Will thread the needle for one. Doesn't learn about Perfecto, who's still hanging out.
No way.
Still just waiting. He could get this trade. He could, but he's going to do it on his own time. Oh, buddy.
Calculated.
It's a weird way for this one to go. Rez responds, and Hedrick there. Trick the Gripper as he finds that double.
What are you waiting for, Perfecto? Like, if you're not going to peek there to trade, like, what's the big next level play? And he only had, what, 7 to 8 bullets in the M4? Yeah. That was strange, to say the least. And yeah, somehow NIP bounces back in that round.
Oh, even a little techie for NiP as well.
But you could see, like, from Navi, you know, they're basically going for a contact play with the op. And the utility starts coming over slowly to just bait a peek from someone, you know. And then as they're not having any contact, well, then just they add some more utility and take the side. So it's a very good kind of on-the-fly, step-by-step, seeing how it goes, what happens. And I don't know if Navi is also a little bit surprised that Hedrick could just keep going donut most of the rounds, right? Like time and time again. Maybe they're expecting him to go somewhere else. Like that's the worst possible fight for Bit.
They're taking different angles to try and get him. Like, Bit got tucked deep in that cubby, but yeah, the Na'Vi have yet to win that fight. out middle.
I felt like it was like a prerequisite if you were looking at AWP on Navi Jr. to be prepared to AWP donut on this map, like, because that was m0NESY's whole bread and butter as well, and that's something that you even see carried over into G2.
Here it is. Here's that grip.
So he's got, hang on,
dude, that's crazy.
That's like the ring finger and the little
two on the
pinky
side.
on the side.
Yeah, dude, my hand hurts.
How does that feel? Yanko's testing it out right now. How's that feeling?
That's strange, man. Like for me, but I'm a boomer, so.
Nah, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
It's a bit of a claw grip.
Yeah, it's like 2-finger claw. It's like a what dinosaur is that? Is that a velociraptor? The 2 fingers.
Pterodactyl.
Definitely not. They have a few claws.
That is one of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, they have claws.
What's the one with the long neck?
Stegosaurus.
Stegosaurus?
Yeah. An impromptu, like, kind of dinosaur test. I like that.
Yeah.
What's the one with all the spikes, Hugo?
Stegosaurus?
No, Triceratops, man.
Oh.
Right, let's go. Here we are, NIP. Something about dinosaurs to bring it all back together. And here we are. Oh, no way! Spams the smoke.
Oh.
Luckily enough, Brolin's there to get the trade.
Just another fossil now.
Yeah. Good one. 50 million years later, though, Navi will get out middle.
And the dinosaurs are gone. Navi! They're going to run back through spawn and group up over towards the B site, looking for the B site hit.
That's what you often find at the B site.
All right, man. We're meant to be on the same team, but here we are.
Yeah.
NIP. They've got Hedrick looking down the ramp with this AWP. He's looking for an aggro peek, and a few times we've seen him attempt this. He's actually gotten away with it more often than not. You don't want it to emerge as a problem right now. With only one fight coming in from this direction, it's a good line to have the AWP on. Brolin back at cave, waits with Util. The shadow gives Hedrick a bit of an advantage in that engagement. Simple dead. They learn about the AWP. They're going to try and pressure him, but Hedrick up close, needed some combat AWPing out of the man there. They line up for Brolin, but he only takes one out of the round with him. It's going to come down to a 2v2 retake of this B site.
Big entries. We've had this retake before, though. Very similar setup, except both coming from CT. We'll see if Rez actually even joins on this one. They're mollied out. He's going to flash configing. Double long right now, and they just take a random swing. The timing is perfect. Na'Vi, bury Nip down in the dirt, and in a few million years, they'll be turned into oil. That's all I've got. 5 rounds, though. Na'Vi
Well, it was
built
way
in.
better than my joke.
No, I think yours is pretty good.
Mine was like the illusion of a joke, but it wasn't one. So I think, you guys are both stuck the
I think we all tried this round. I think that's what is important. As for Na'Vi as well, who, are still waking up more and more every round. 7-5, trying to win the half, and they're poised to do so. Nipper on an eco now. I love this with Perfecto. He hears the bullets go out, he hears the spam, he knows that mag is low, and he just goes, screw it, I'm jumping through. The risk you take with that play is it's a bait, and there's 2 players there, and they're waiting for that move.
Wow, NIP is actually forcing into this one.
Round the AWP. Hedrick's been solid, but he's not really going for openers. Oh, how does he win that?
Well, nice to see Config returning to form the mid-push, and now Alexi's 5-7. His shot from the AWP, and Perfecto struggling to hold on. It's going to fall onto MPL in the clutch. 1v2 now rolled out ahead of him. Flash to Hedrick gets him to fire off a shot, but Rez can calm that no one's come through the double doors, and he might have even heard some footsteps on the run back through spawn, so already starting the lean back in a donut.
MPL was hoping he's close mid. He ran towards A and then walked back, but Rez hasn't heard this much. And at this point, yeah, even info you may or may not have, you're throwing it all away and you're committing to your angles. This AWP is still on B. MPL, I like the routing. He's pulled Rez all the way off the B site, and now he's got room to take cave. Hedrick back in CT. Has the low call been made? And if it has, that could leave Nip in trouble, because MPL is not a shot from death. The AWP comes back out. No, it doesn't. MPL has his chance again against a former teammate on the B bomb site, but the USP tags him. Bomb plant will be allowed. He fakes it.
Now you're thinking, like, surely he's low.
Yeah, surely
he
one more
must be
shot.
low. One more bullet. And so he's still playing with the USP. MPL's got a chance at the plant here. There is the backstab from Rez. The MP9, good spot for it with the backstab, and he's going to nail the timing. MPL caught crossing, and so that 1v2 attempt is denied. Config, the real hero of the round, pushing up through mid, dealing with 3 Na'Vi players as he went on his merry way, and allowing that crunch to happen on the lane, just blindsides Na'Vi.
A return to form for NiP, an aggressive round. They were doing this early, right? They were making all the moves. They were taking mid-control. They were mid-round, walking down ramp. They don't look scared. And, hey, you come in with a very dangerous force buy that will give Na'Vi the half if you lose it. But instead, they just take everything there. And they close out the 2-on-1 with relative ease. 8-5, and Na'Vi buy back.
Config had a triple kill in that round, but the first one was the most important one. If Bit gets a kill on him there, the crunch doesn't work the same way, and now he's probably able to trade much better, win that round, and yeah, probably just win the half off of that. But still the pressure is on, 2 rounds left. I think whoever wins this one wins the last one too, looking at the economy. And Navi again sees that NIP isn't really switching things up all that much, and an A hit through main could work wonders.
Donut smoke, will it land?
Yeah, they've got to nail it this time, right? Because NIP is set up with 2 back in Donut. And that was what hamstrung Na'Vi in the previous A play, but this time the smoke falls perfectly. They do lock out that Donut AWP. Electronic is just holding W and collecting kills. Deals with Alexi in the head-to-head. Rez full blind in the smoke. They've got him boxed in, and they will deal with him eventually. Great spot for Na'Vi to be in here. Taking Red away so decisively to open up the round is really hamstrung NIP and going for this retake. And so they should just look to save these guns with their money on the line. You know, you said you thought whoever wins this one wins this round on the back of the money. Looks to take 2 at the end of the half. So NIP are going to try and give themselves the best possible chance in round 15 by holding on to the 2 M4s and this AWP.
Gotta get that save though. Even fighting for exits here is honestly not worth it. Brolin's gonna get the smoke down. They're gonna go through that though. Na'Vi have less to lose than NIP do, and every kill is worth its weight in gold here. So it's not a perfect save, but it's one that NIP will have to work with. Hey, they win the half at the end of the day on the CT side against Na'Vi on one of their, I would say, more home maps. One that they pick a lot and have great T-sides on. And a map that's getting more T-sided. So I think NIP are really in this.
Yeah, the one thing that scares me though, right, is like the NIP T-sides are the ones that can sometimes struggle the most. And I think Na'Vi have shown to be proficient on either side of the coin here. So, you know, I think for NIP, you're kind of left with this feeling of it could have been so much more, right? Like this half could have been so much more with how it started.
Yeah, when you say they won the half, it sounds good, but then you say they were also up 6-1.
Yeah.
And it might end 8-7, and all of a sudden they won the half, but they're on the back foot in terms of the momentum, and this is Navi's pick. Sure, it's a little bit of a T-sided map lately, but, you know, if you're Navi, you can pull off a strong CT side without a doubt.
I think Bit's giving us that classic run smoke out of spawn. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Imperial and MongolZ on map 3. That run smoke, he lined it up off spawn. Let's see how it lands. Dude, I don't even know how you're calculating that. Where are you throwing that?
Dude, I've watched the videos that break it down as well, and it still doesn't make it any clearer, I swear. Right, here we are. Rez opens up the round with 1. Brolin's 5-7 is chomping at the bit for someone to come through this smoke. Simple's made it out in middle in the meantime, tucked in behind the boxes. They don't have this info, but not in a position yet where they need to retake mid. They want to try and check for any Na'Vi players here. Now, the mid re-aggression is something NIP have done a couple of times, and Simple knows he's in a powerful spot right now. Can just play off Bit's contact, caught with Util. Unfortunate timing on the molly pull, but this is where Simple is meant to reclaim these. Uh-oh! That's the bomb away from Na'Vi, and a very ugly way for this round to fall apart. Perfecto left up in it alone, but getting pushed. NIP clamped down upon him for 9 at the end of this first half.
position as well. Fallen not going for the deepest of deep angles, but no one's got any control of mid or connector or shorts here for Imperial. It's a very unusual setup from them, and they are really relying on Fallen, but how could you not with how he's been playing? But again, the short position has been compromised. 37 seconds left on the clock, and with the places MongolZ have picked and not seen anything, where will they choose to go? Fallen will surely be heard hopping out. Oh, that's awkward for Bartek. Fallen on short now. He scopes, so they know he's there, but this is a bait. But Fallen has to start wondering what's happening as well. He has no cover from connector. Down he goes between a rock and a hard place as Bartek can try to cut off the rotation, but there is somebody immediately below him, and he shows too much arse. Brazilian butt lift will be punishing 3-on-3 now as Imperial consider going for the retake. That smoke may make life harder, that frag certainly so, and that is the end of the round for Imperial.
Man, when the Mongols win these rounds, they look like they're just tactically outplaying Imperial. Strategically, I'd say, just all across the map. That's a really cool idea from the Mongols in this round. Selling that fake towards A so late. Fallen even ends up leaving B apartments. It was always going to be awkward there for Imperial because they had very little utility left. So Fallen couldn't really like drop a smoke and play safe on B. He basically had to, you know, just rely on his AWP. And, well, he didn't even get to fire it. He got flanked. This was the kill from Azteca, easy as they come. And then once he got that AWP, perfect weapon to cut off that rotation. What a call from the Mongols.
That timing was perfect as well. They obviously heard his scope in on short, and Azteca waited for his teammates to throw the Molotov in apartments to take Fallen's attention back in that direction to peek out as well. Great use of information there. Now the players top mid should, if they were fast enough, have heard that smoke be Molotov in the window. They should know it's not safe out there. Look at that spray. Really nice work. You could argue he deserved more. You can see Boxer's like, well, I guess I'll play from here then with my 17 HP. And Imperial have favored aggressive.
Ninjas in playoffs? That's the question being posed here on map 2 of Ancient, as Na'Vi, while they sit up in the series, NiP win out the CT side and they look good while doing it. 9 rounds to the 6 of Na'Vi, but this is a home map for the Na'Vi squad for a reason. We'll see if they can pull things back as we head into their defensive side of Ancient. Double Julies coming out for Na'Vi. NiP made them work on their pistol round. How will Na'Vi fare?
Double dualies. Become real meta, man. Everyone loves the dual Beretta, so let's see who does it better to open up this second half. Perfecto taking a jiggle to look down the ramp side, getting teed up with a flashbang. They maybe want to come through with a bit of aggression here, and Simple is the man at the forefront of it. While this is happening, though, Cave's been taken. And so even though there's this prospect of the ramp fight, Cave is the real object of NIP's desires. They're looking to move in on the back of that flash, skirting out of danger. The long player will survive. Perfecto lives to fight another day, and he even takes Config out of the round. Man advantage for Na'Vi, but that bomb plant will come through. NIP gonna win this in the 3v4 post plant.
There's no kit right now, but that smoke is big. They need to isolate Brolin ASAP. He's trying to force a kill, swing out. Electronic to 1v1 taken. They're all coming in from the long side. Brolin will get overwhelmed. Through the smoke goes Head Trick. It's desperate for NiP, but they have nothing else to do. Na'Vi will pick it up on the pistol and try and close this gap.
And now we'll see what the call is from NIP. Do they force and try to take control of the economy immediately, or do they just take the one eco, make sure everyone has an AK, have full nades? It's a big decision to make.
Yeah, one thing that was nice to watch on NiP's T side of Mirage, even though it ended with 5 rounds, was it felt like we had a lot of players who could attempt openers. Alexi was making moves, Config in Connector was being very active, and even Brolin to a degree was up in the front. So I hope we see more of that here in this T side for NiP. Config 5-1 on openers, obviously a lot of mid-taking on CT side, did very well for him. But let's see who's going to be the guy cracking heads in this T side. Brolin's got the AK, but it's Bit with a big gun.
Dude, he's like gyrating with excitement here. Look at this. Look at how the shotguns move. Oh, wait. I only see that on my screen. Never mind.
I see that.
Yeah.
He's
All
shaking around.
Giving a little shimmy, waiting to see if someone gives him a fight here. And the XM loves these fights. This is the place for it. Oh, he smoked off main. He's trapped you in.
Oh.
Rez gets out.
How?
Okay, you're lucky to still be alive, Rez. Won't get this foothold in main, but where they do get control is over in mid and Donut. So still have a bit of a staging platform to try and get into the A site.
Ooh, I don't know about this. I mean, it's one of the options, but taking a range fight to the site might leave you lacking. Simple's able to pivot between both positions and config in his lurk role. Right up red. Not going to go yet. Roland needs his entry. Simple offers it up, but then he takes it away. AK now getting traded over one by one. They will look to use this gun. There's config getting activated. Great timing for it. Now they need to do right by his entry. Hedrick will get his vengeance onto Simple, and config goes strong for one more. Ooh. His shotgun's going to get avoided though. Nip don't like the noise.
Navi know what's up though. They're already rotating over, and with everyone so low on NIP, they're not even in the site yet, and Navi have already arrived. This one can quickly get away from you. You're in the final few seconds, the dying lights of this round, and the bomb crossing that should decide it. Bit doesn't need to take a fight, doesn't need to take this fight, and he doesn't want to. I like that he just lets that one skirt away.
That's sad, because if he fired, he definitely would have killed him there. And that would have been the AK gone. But yeah, he's making the right call.
You really you don't want the XM to do like 8 damage at that range, and he turns around and one-taps you in a round that he can't win. So he just plays it as safe as possible.
I agree. But I don't like that call. I mean, I understand Bit is alive. He was on A with the shotgun. You know he's there. But also you know that Electronic was towards B. So in that situation, I'm always go with the devil you know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know he's there. Just trade him, because you're going into the unknown. Like, a player could be anywhere, and you could see even both of them were in time towards B. So that's just a poor mid-round call, I feel, from NIP. You know, just trade the kill and play the post plan. Sure, Bit could kill everyone, but that's difficult for him to do.
Oh dear, config. They know. They know. And they wait for him to swing out as well in the Molotov. Boost. On the boost. Hedrick has an angle to long. Did they see something?
I think they might have, because MPL immediately tugged. Oh, Hedrick still going to catch Electronic, who went in swinging to go and deal with that boost up. MPL helps hold the line, and Perfecto controls the spray on the A4 for a double. This force back from NIP. Looking to fall on deaf ears. Alexi, clean Deeg to open up. Any more from this man?
El Capitan with the Capiplan.
Good flashbang. There's that late swing out from long. The buddy system employed by Perfecto and MPL in the B site hold. And that ties this game up. NIP coming through with the investment, though. This is the round that we've really got to pay attention to. Going to be that eye test of how this T side fares in the rifle-on-rifle rounds.
Yeah, big round from Perfecto as well with 4 kills. And Simple's even getting that AWP. The shotgun still remains. They tried to cycle it out, but Bit didn't get there in time to grab a gun. So
rifle on rifle, that's my favorite type of action, Harry. You can see an early mid-fight.
Lexi leads the charge. What a way to find the openers. Straight out with the flashes, ready to meet Navi in the middle. And Perfecto now looking for these trades, playing around the red smoke, but mid is a scary place to find yourself when you don't have the info. One man already gets past in the donut. Perfecto might never have anything offered up. Simple's AWP gonna have to do the heavy lifting.
Abort mission.
Defense to the A site. You've seen that AWP, and that's gonna put the fear in you a little bit here.
Yeah, they already lean back over to B. MPL has cave, but right now the ramp is an unknown quantity. The Perfecto will have to take up. They're even gambling with Simple. Navi are making the perfect read in this round, and MPL wins his 1v1. He hangs around for more. Brolin gives him a go, and will take him out. 3 on 2. That's going to tempt you in, but look who lies in wait. Will Alexi be able to call this bomb backwards? Will they get that info? Oh, Hedrick doubting it. Alexi starting to make a move, and that bomb needs to leave. Simple realizes But it's too late. Nip have the site. I also really like that mid take for Nip in this round. You see Na'Vi get pretty desperate and try and play 2 players behind the instant smokes on Donut and Red, and they like flash out. But Alexi's running up, staring into the wall. Perfect, essentially anti-flash on an entry. And so Na'Vi pop through. They get a bit of a team blind in there, and Alexi, full vision, just sprays down both. So a really nice round from him. And he even takes a space to win the round. So 10-9. Nip do it with the guns.
Important round for them to win. We'll see Navi probably going to force with the AK and the AWP still in play.
They must have heard that flash coming.
I mean, that was just a great spray transfer for him as well, pretty quickly. Not enough time for trying to even react. And we saw him have a couple of good entries on Mirage too, you know, on the T side. So feels comfortable in that role with a good spawn. Why not take advantage of it?
It's really hard for CTs to win that mid fight, right? Like you've got Dunk, Util very efficiently.
Well, dude, that's like one of the things that's so wild though, is that like throughout this game, it feels like NIP have just been the masters of middle. Like even in the first half when you had like Config, he would just kind of beeline for that like spot at the back of mid, playing around the double smokes that were out, you know, employed a mixture of by NIP and the Na'Vi smoking Molotovs. So, you know, they had a lot of ideas for how to go about getting this mid control. I think it's given them a huge leg up in this game. Even this round, going back to it, they don't like what they see with ledge shots coming in, so they decide to just taper off for the mid control for now. A lot of this might just be a waiting game for NIP. They're feeling like they're going to get fed here, and Na'Vi will oblige them. Oh, hang on, Brolin. They're both injured. They're both low. Brolin's the man to win that out. In the meantime, Electronic has gone to town on this mid play. Alexi and Config, two of the players who like to make these opening moves for NIP, lost to the wayside.
Can't believe he doesn't fire.
Of Electronic. Now they take ledge back, and they've got this control staring down the lane for the B play. A lot of info thanks to this ground that Na'Vi have taken.
But they don't know if Nip are already in or not. Look at Perfecto's angle. He's like re-clearing CT. They're scared that Nip might actually be in the bomb site already, but they are nowhere near. Brolin holding the wrong side of the doorway as Electronic takes a very powerful position. The Shadow gives him everything he needs to work with, and now he's ready. Perfecto needs to take some space. Electronic holds his shot, looking for what could be an ace in this round. Oh, Simplifies a little too high. Electronic will make it work. 4 kills deep, and the captain will stand up with an ace here, it seems like. Simple steals it away. Of course, I had to curse, but Na'Vi are just happy to win the round. Electronic dropped his gun. He saved nothing.
That's not good.
It's not ideal, Yanko. It's not ideal.
It's not ideal. I feel like Simple had to take the last one to feel better about that missed shot. But yeah, hugely important kills from Electronic. I mean, away from all the action, he just got 2 entries on mid at the start of all of that. Interesting to see NIP, you know, no timeout really. So either they're pretty set on what they want to do. They want to keep the pressure on Na'Vi, like try to get that reset. That will give them a lot of momentum.
It's a very close game right now.
Navi's getting good reads though, you know, like they see here, ooh, that's a big fight for Brolin to win. Like they had 2 guys towards A, and that's where the attack is coming. But that one kill, see how it moves the defenders. It moves Simple with the AWP. So this is actually looking great for NIP.
They were set up for A anyway, and now they're going to confirm it with that double push. They know they have a lot of room right now. And Na'Vi making a gamble, who've at least made it a 4-on-4, can attempt this round. They blocked the donut smoke by accident.
Their own smoke.
That's super awkward. It's not open. It's not a position to worry about, but it is open. Flash the spawn up in front is Bit, saves his AWP's life.
Oh no, this gets really awkward now.
Look at this
the
spot.
AWP on the cross.
What?
They don't know. Rez! That one's free!
What?
And they do have to worry about this non-smoked donut, but they're winning all these other fights on the wrap round. Electronic moving in. Won't be offered anything here. Tap on the bomb, trying to bait a peek. 1 man back in main, 1 in the temple. Electronic trying to get things done on his own. Simple here to lend a helping hand.
Big.
Smoke, but Simple's the man with the kit. Simple still going hunting with this AWP. Gonna hopefully get on the bomb. It's Electronic to stick it. They trade that out. Simple's now finally on the defuse. Alexi running out of ammo and he's run down. Electronic with a big round, the hat trick. 3 in this one, 4 in the last. That's 7 kills from Electronic across the last 2 rounds to make this happen. Sitting top of the board for Na'Vi.
Dude, there was almost no room for error in that retake, and Simple's missing like 3 shots on the AWP, and he's still going to be able to get that stick on 20 health.
Dude, and for Config, it's like a weird feel-bad round because he caught Nip smoke, blocking the donut smoke, then runs in a spawn, ends up offering that first kill on the retake.
And that's after Na'Vi got dragged off of A because of Brolin finding an entry onto MPL. Simple's laughing through that one. He has no idea how they win that round.
I mean, you need to win that round if you're NIP. You can't afford to lose that. I think DJL is aware of it. That's why the timeout comes in immediately. And the more I watch NIP, the more I feel like they have some, I don't want to say serious, but they have some communication issues, right? Like we've seen a couple of these 3v3s where, remember the one from the first half where Patrick is turning and watching the flank on mid, towards CT a little bit too early. Like, it seems that they're not really aware properly of what's open and what the timings are for different areas of the map.
Ooh, cheeky Config. Very cheeky. I like the move, and Electronic could not see it coming.
Dude, that's such a scalp to find as well. Like, the fact that it's, Electronic's just been huge across the last few rounds. He is, like, the driving force behind Na'Vi right now. Simple. Couple of misses at the end of the last round. He's had his laugh, though. What? Okay, that one looked dead on. Looked like it was going to be 3 for Simple. Instead, it's just the double, but that's enough to put the fear in Nip.
Yeah.
Sends them away from the A site.
What's scarier, the bark or the bite of the AWP? It terrifies Nip. Shotgun snipers, they want nothing to do with it.
I think the bullet.
Yeah, maybe.
Is the most scary part about it.
Takes 2. Perfecto tangoing, top mid, perfect spray. No matter which M4 you give him, he makes it work. As Bit closes the round in middle, Na'Vi are streaking right now.
Yeah, we're starting to hit that point in the game where it is, like the rug's being pulled out from underneath Nip. Na'Vi starting to chain these rounds together. Couple of flash in the power rounds in there for NIP, but that's leaving the money in a bit of a weird way in the kind of long term of this game. They've got a partial investment now versus a Na'Vi that are picking up steam on the CT side. And it's Nip the ones bearing the pressure heading into this map, right? They're the ones 0-1 down in the series. Fast out middle again. This has been a nice way for them to get involved, but the nade finds one, and Bit,
Bit's FOV in this game is non-existent, man. He's like walking past players and not even realizing. Rez in Temple, now that. Electronic, he can jump on this box right now. It's easily done over the top of the one-way, and he's going to get an easy kill as well. Rez hits a deke, but these nades, they are brutal right now. Bludgeoning Nip as Simple is there to close. Na'Vi find 13 to 10. Dude, Bit needs to play 16 by 9 at this point.
One of the things that's nice though, right, is that like Simple had that round with Electronic where like he missed a couple of sitters, and I think like usually they would be the rounds where like we would cut back to the Na'Vi player cams and he might look like a little frustrated, right? And then you kind of have like a Simple that's really trying to force fights and make plays as he tries to build back in. But I don't know, man, the vibes seem immaculate. He's like laughing, he's got full faith in Electronic in those moments. And now he's on a bit of a path to recovery over these last few rounds because it has been a bit of a rough go at it for Simple here. But now, like with him finding form and Electronic and Perfecto having held down the fort throughout the entirety of this game up until this point, I think it just adds so much to Na'Vi to be worried about. Simple's getting mobile with the AWP even, moving away from these A site holds this time over towards the B side of the map, and that is where Nip are looking to set up.
Oh, he goes through
with the backstab, and even though Config trades it out, there is a third man. There's a third set of hands here. Simple on the ramp side with the AWP.
Surprised by that one.
That one is a bit of a head scratcher. They didn't have Cave the whole time.
No, I mean, Config got that kill from really close to Cave, so could have expected him to be there, but Simple caught by surprise, thinks they're rotating away, and that's left Bit in a clutch. He's got a kit, but Don't know if he wants to even give it a go. I like the opener for Na'Vi. I thought it looked perfect, right? Having Simple set his team up with the smoke on the door, flash. Hedrick plays a really nice anti-angle in that tiny cubby halfway up lane. And then MPL is he's a fly in the ointment. He's the one going late through the second smoke. Backstabs too, sure gets traded. But then, in my mind, that's Simple set up, right? He's in the 1v2 on the B-bomb site. They're running him down, but he just knifes out, runs away. So either maybe other info is being given, or he just reads the rotate wrong. Config gets a kill. He presses that W key. Simple finds out the hard way. 13-11. Nip may have saved their bacon with that one.
Also, you could see how the first kill from Hedrick onto Perfect, it was a split second before the smoke bloomed, right? So he couldn't really cause much commotion or get a kill even. So we'll see now. The problem for NIP was couldn't win consecutive rounds on the T side, and they can't let this one slip. They're already behind, like even though T side and whatnot, but Navi is playing really good. They're going to buy here, I think, without a doubt. Simple has enough for an AWP. But if they do end up losing, they have to equal. So this round would count for 2 for NIP if they could end up winning it. Blade understands that, giving a little bit of a brief to his team. We'll see what the answer is. Like, Simple this round, he opened towards B with the support nades. Before that, he found the success a couple of times on A. So we'll see where his instinct sends him now. Back to A.
Mid-take for Bit, attempted. So bouncing flashes in case Nips spill out, and they will. Great flash for Rez. Config's going to get, again, that mid-entry, and he's been a nuisance both halves in this map.
Yeah, it's kind of wild for Bit. He's having a kind of rough go at this this map. But I feel like he keeps getting caught off guard by this pace in mid, and like the first few times it's forgivable. Bit and MPL both having kind of weird matches here, or a weird map rather. They feed NIP these openers, and one by one the peaks come in. This is like really loose from Na'Vi. There wasn't really a lot of support behind a lot of these pushes, and Nip will take those sorts of fights every chance they can. Leaves Simple in the 1v5. He's still over here, kind of teasing us with the idea that he wants to attempt this round, but there's no way he should.
I don't think this is what Blade had in mind.
No, this was not.
During that timeout, I don't think this is how he envisioned this round going, being in a 1v5, 20 seconds in. But now he needs to figure out how they are going to approach mid, right? Like either they need to throw more resources in it, or just give it at the beginning, right? And maneuver in the mid round. Try to take some other real estate perhaps early on.
Oh,
it's not looking good for Imperial.
They're going home, Yanko.
Well, they're just sticking around, I guess.
Damn, dude. The last second replacement, of course, for VP.
I had faith in them. I feel like there's just been too many unfortunate losses in important moments where the project probably is going to, I think they're going to be making some changes, and then having to come to this tournament last minute is just kind of... There's not much left in the tank.
It was back at Rio here for the major where Fallen even said after their elimination, yeah, this is my last year of pro player and I'm sticking around. I'm doing right by the people I promised I would, but at the same time, it didn't seem like there was longevity on the project, or at least not for him as an individual. So, picks the bottom of the boost out from underneath him. Simple had to move. He was blind. And Perfecto dies attempting to be his hero. And so, yeah, already Simple's one chance to find an opening kill has pushed him back. He's going to try and take a more aggressive angle so he can get more shots off in the round.
So this round still something can happen for Navi with the op on Simple, but NIP doing a good job of just being passive, waiting for the aggression.
That was a lovely flick hit by Hedrick. It takes one of the dome, but like once you've learned about this, once you figure out the orbs here, NIP can look to slow this down a little.
He's out
even look to change their mind, right? They figure out where that AWP is, but now they hear the rotates back to A. I wonder if they might just recommit to B, yeah. MPL's found a gap, found a gun, found an AK, and given a chance to NAVI, even lives to tell the tale. Config's come all the way up through the red room. There's no way you know about this, that he's right hot on your heels, so Nipple's going to back up into him.
Oh, no.
Ooh, this is so wild. He's holding for it. Config is right there, but swings out with the kill, and that is B opened up. The red carpet rolled out by Config.
That's unreal that Config wins that fight, because yeah, sure, Nipple's not ready for him close. He's holding deep red, but at the same time, Config, he could call for a flash. It's coming up ramp. Hedrick has one, and he heard MPL in that corner. He just swings out and eviscerates him. Config's having a fantastic series right now.
I want to see what the call is for NIP, like what Alexi decides to do in the next round, right? Because what's been going on, so what's the story of this half? NIP has been winning the mid fight. Early, late, whatever, like they've been doing a great job of taking mid control. So you need to expect NAVI is going to do something about it, right? So what is your call to anticipate that and to be one step ahead? Is it an A rush or a faster A play if you think they're going to fight for mid? Or is it something where you're just using a little bit of utility on mid to bait out a lot more from NAVI and just put yourself in a better situation in the mid/late round?
I think we have seen so much more of a vocal Simple as well in this series. I've seen him on the camera all the time, constantly talking. And, you know, sometimes you see him in these really close games when Navi are losing silly rounds that he can go quiet. And, you know, you wonder where his head's at, but he seems a lot more involved in the cooling there. Navi, they go for this mid-fight, Yanko. They have numbers. The flashes are still a big problem. It's Rez alone, though. He's not trying to force a kill. And as that smoke comes in, Electronic spams him on the bloom. Navi win mid, and they reset quickly as Nip group outside B.
MPL, good spot to try go 1-for-1 with the FAMAS. There's that first. Nice. Brolin trades, but he even lands another dink in the killing blow. So Brolin now low. Head trick up through ramp. 2 players right there, and he's seeing a bit of shoulder. So he knows that something waits for him in the site. Well, angle held on the pixel gap in a cave, but they've dodged his contact for the most part, and Simple is the man to swing out with his AWP and get involved. Here's the reply for Na'Vi. Head trick, 1v4, out onto the AK, picks up some util, turns around for the fast flank, and is going to catch Electronic, but at what cost? He's now low on health, and the nade rains in over the top from Simple to knock Head trick out and put a stop to that clutch. Na'Vi, whenever NIP were willing to try and tie things up, even back on Mirage, they would always find that round to just keep the lead under their belts, and they're doing it here again on Ancient. Putting a stop to that streak that NIP embarked upon, finally cooking up some answers, and it took Electronic, the kind of safety man, to get involved in middle for that to happen.
Yeah, sure, there were more numbers mid, but it's not like much really changed on that mid swing for Na'Vi. The only difference was Nip didn't take it. They had Rez holding passive and he loses his fight. This is more like what we've seen. Config going for the late flash play out, and there it is again. It's worked every single time they trade it immediately. Na'Vi don't let this round spill out of control off that opening kill. But that's, I mean, nothing's changed there for Config. He's again set up by Rez 10 seconds late and pops out mid for the entry kill. Beating Electronic, the top performer on Na'Vi right now. They're just happy it's still even. Double cave setup. Simple on the AWP here. Not seen this angle taken. Is that molly deep enough? It might not be. Simple refaces inside of the flames, and he gets put very low. In fact, finished by the nade. His won't land. It's just been nade trade right now. The flank is good, but Alexi just looks away, and he jumps the gun. Everyone is nervous right now. What's going on? They're out A. Bomb come back, but it's going up the ramp. So much room.
Right, with Rez so deep, basically he just can't die. That's the one thing that can't happen. And the dink, but not the death out of bit. That keeps the A play open. They are going to start to move players around our Na'Vi, looking for this kill. NIP, the bomb is still a ways out, and Rez, with that jump, could have given a kill over. As mentioned, he just can't afford to go down. Na'Vi know he's alone, and that this bomb isn't with him yet, so they're going to try and play ahead. of that package moving in. Flash to set up Perfecto, but it's just the one kill. MPL here. Here's that plant coming in. Knows right now a 1v1 is open. Takes the head off Alexi and follows up. Besting head trick in the head-to-head. These two ex-Navi junior players clash, and it's MPL coming up with the round. Big one for him. Big round for MPL. He's struggled on this map so far. He was sat there alongside Bit, bottom of the board for Na'Vi, but when it really mattered, he offers up 3 swing kills to find 15. Match and series point now with Na'Vi.
And these are exactly the type of rounds where NIP feels just slightly disconnected, right? That the communication isn't flowing properly, like they're not on the same page here. When you see that smoke from the CTs, you need to know he's going to come through. So the name of the game at that point is just, hey, we need to kill them. Like, they're going to come, we need to keep kind of forget about planting the bomb, right? As long as there's still time in the round, it felt like they had time, and you know, they're losing all these rounds where they're just have a good advantage, they're supposed to close it out.
I don't know how he wins that, considering he stepped in that molly for 1 tick, and that info is paramount for Nib.
Also, you need to, Hedrick should plant with the op, because if he's covering and he misses one shot, like both of you are dead. This way, Alexi, he can maneuver a bit better with the AK while the Opera is planting.
He had the bomb, he traded it back to Alexi in the spawn when they were running a rotate. Great grenade for Na'Vi early. Look at the space they've taken on A as well, but Hedrick wins a crucial opening kill. Battered by the util, but responds well to MPL.
Dude, it's kind of sick how across this series, Hedrick has been willing to throw himself into these very early fights, right? Trying to make plays with the AWP.
4-0 in opening duels in this map alone. Not the most common. I think there's been questions on AWPers under Alexi B in the past, right? Even if you just look at like m0NESY and G2 when he was there, and then the uptick m0NESY had after in-game leaders changed. Questions of keeping his AWPers too passive on T sides. We've seen recent form from Hedrick look great. That's a nice wait for Config. He gets delivered a kill.
Config just keeps collecting free kills over in mid. Now, there is this main push from Bit, who is one of the other struggling voices within Na'Vi. Swings and smites them down with 3 from bottom of the board. He's hit a home run here for Na'Vi. The bomb now away from them. And Bit has masterminded this round, looking to take it over the line. Hedrick might be all the way through the B site, but that's no use to Nip without this bomb. Config is trying to retrieve it, but it's not going to happen. And Perfecto holding for the wraparound. Na'Vi take it 16-13, 2-0. Playoffs guaranteed for Na'Vi now. And with one more BO3 still to play, it's whether or not they're going to semis or quarters, and they're happy with a playoff berth locked in.
Impressive stuff from Na'Vi to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023. Great stuff from beginning to end, not dropping a single map on day 1 here of the group stage. And as Harry perfectly alluded to, potentially the chance to go one step deeper and even secure a spot in the semi-finals, which if we're going to see that Na'Vi replicating the performance, I'm pretty sure they're going to be doing that.
Yeah, that looked great from Na'Vi. Considering the fact NIP, they looked pretty solid in Ancient, I won't lie. I think they put up a pretty good fight, especially in that first half. I think Config was very instrumental in taking a lot of his fights initially towards mid, right? And it was coming out, especially when it comes to these early fights that NIP were coming out on top of, they were able to accrue a lot of rounds. The second half, though, that got a little rough. Not quite able to string any rounds together. But in the end, yeah, Na'Vi getting the job done and everyone chipping in, right? We had Electronic being incredible and Simple stepped up on the CT side. We had moments from Nipple as well that clutched the 1v2. So things working out for Navi, and even winning a game which was a little bit closer than the ones they had earlier.
Well, speak of the devil, he may appear. We've got Simple up on the desk for us. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
I want to get a vibe check from the camp of Navi, because smiles all round, some laughs, some giggles going on, Simple. Can you give us a vibe check?
He's looking at his numbers right now.
Yeah, you want to see his stats?
No. I just watching what's the result with Imperial.
Imperial MongolZ, yes. 'Cause that's, let's see.
I think it's still going on.
What's up?
I think it's still going on.
Yeah. How was that game? How was that game?
One.
It was a bit tough on Ancient at the beginning. I felt like we had some panic at the beginning, and we couldn't properly take mid control, and it was hard.
Yeah, like Config coming in every single time and somehow getting this 1 or 2 kills, right? I want to talk more about the overall, like, you spoke to James earlier as well with Banks, and, talking about how the vibe, as FURIA said, the vibe's looking good in the team, right? Very quickly, if you can just, like, give us this journey you've had from, like, I remember the Katowice, not exactly great, and now you look at you guys, right? You guys seem to be just having fun in this server. You're smiling a lot. Everyone's looking good. How's it been the past couple of months, man?
It's been great. I feel like we stopped doing stupid mistakes. I feel like our new player, as he said by himself, he feel more what Blade and Electronic wants from him. And overall, when we are practicing, we overall, like, I don't know, we feel that we are stronger, and it gives you confidence. And after, as you said, we have smiles because we understand that we can go through.
Yeah, I feel like Electronic's form during this series was really great as well, and it kind of echoes what Blade was saying in another interview that we were reading, that he feels like he's really stepped up in terms of his comfortability from in-game leading. Would you reflect that same sentiment?
Yeah, of course. We just need to step up on our individual level, because I feel like everything is working right now in terms of strategies and preparing for other opponents, and I feel like we have a really strong map pool. I mean, our worst maps is Mirage and Nuke. Back in the days, it was our best maps, and now we have another map that we practice for such a long time. So I feel like all of us feel that we have a really good team now.
Coming into this event, right, obviously you have the RMR, then you have this event, and then of course you have the major coming in, and different teams have different, I guess, expectations for this particular event. But like for you guys, like coming into this, obviously winning this would be amazing. But like, where does it stand for you? Because obviously I'm assuming for you guys would be winning the major, right, the final CS:GO major and all of that. So are you using this as kind of a way to ramp up into that, or just gonna, just play your game and see what happens over here?
Yeah, we still try, and as you said, yes, the most important is to win major, of course. And after this tournament, we'll have a couple days off, and after we have a boot camp. And I feel we're trying to find just a bit more mistakes, and we're still trying to get better map pool. So yeah, I mean, what was the question?
Doesn't matter. You answered it.
Do you view yourselves as the favorite at this particular tournament? Because I feel like obviously FaZe, they won EPL, but then, RMR wasn't looking too hot for them. So you feel like you're the favorite?
Yeah, I did interview, and there was topics that I called teams weak,
Yeah.
But it's not what I meant. I mean, I just feel like Heroic and Vitality in really good shape right now. I feel like Cloud9 and FaZe exhausted, because FaZe, it was a hard road to qualify for major, and yeah, I just want to face good opponents again, because I don't remember last time when we played Vitality, and it's quite always interesting games.
Yeah. Okay, so Vitality's on your list. You want to play FaZe as well? Heroic.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just wants to play everyone, just take everyone down,
You
cream
just
the
want to
clown.
show you that you're the favorites in the best way possible by beating the other top teams. Obviously, you were interested in the MongolZ game versus Imperial. 15-10 now. Is that a surprise to you to see them potentially now booting out the Brazilians?
Yeah, I wanted them to play much better.
Sad.
But Fallen, he told me he forgot his jersey. Maybe because of that.
Are you superstitious in Counter-Strike? Are you superstitious in Counter-Strike? Do you have a favorite,
Do you have a lucky sock that you wear?
Yeah,
a
lucky sock.
jersey?
Some people have lucky underwear as well.
Yeah, I've heard some strange things.
I had before when we were winning.
Now.
Something, doesn't matter. But when we lost, I'm when we start losing, even once, if you lose, you just there's no more luck in this. So I'm trying to not believe in this, because every time you just, how to say that? Just think that you don't need to worry or care about.
Yeah, no, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
you put something into the existence, but you did have something then. You did have something that was lucky for
Maybe.
you? Maybe?
Maybe.
You're gonna say
He's not going to say that out loud. But yeah, I agree with that. They take control of your own fate.
Right.
And that's what
Just
you guys are doing.
frag harder.
Tell me a bit, since I have you here, tell me a little bit about Electronic right now, right? We've already heard about how he's feeling late set, you know, he's better than Boomich ever was at that point in time. Looking at this series and also looking at the RMR, he seems to be playing closer to the level we saw him once upon a time. It's also like just that load, that stress of having the IGL. It seems to be so much lesser on him. So is that a reason, a factor why he's just fragging like mad right now?
No, I feel like, I don't know, but he always like on scrims, on practice, maybe on some tournaments when he just became IGL, he always did good numbers all the time like before.
Okay.
Like, never was like, if he's IGL, he drop 10 kills. He always, like, doing a lot of individual training, and he want to put these numbers. Because people know that if it's Electronic, he should do this. So, yeah.
Okay.
Simple, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to let you go because I know your teammates have already packed up their gear. So thank you. I will see you, we'll be seeing you later, and we'll be seeing you in the Group A Grand Final. Best of luck, man.
See you.
Always a pleasure to get him to join us. 15-11, that is the current scoreline, state of affairs on the B-Stream side of things, which is obviously a surprise, as Simple was saying. Is it a surprise to you, though, Blair, the connoisseur of Asian Counter-Strike? Was this written in the stars?
The connoisseur of Asian Counter-Strike, more like long-suffering fan of Asian Counter-Strike. Listen, I didn't expect MongolZ to do much over here. I know they qualified for the major in the Asian RMR and all of that, but you lose a best player in the form of Score. You have a new guy coming in, and I didn't really expect them to pull off some of the wins, you know, like knocking out FURIA and Katowice or Cloud9. I didn't expect them to play at that level, but I kind of still had a feeling that they have enough of a structure, they have enough of heavy hitters where they can take down some of the more lower tier opposition. And for Imperial, look, I want to see Fallen play in the playoffs and all of that, but at the end of the day, they were called in last minute, they weren't really ready for this, and I just feel like, it just shows for itself, you know, MongolZ leading right now, and it's still 15-13. It's not over yet.
No,
it's not over yet.
It's over, you know. And I kind of, you know, the Brazilian killers, I'd forgotten about that trend in Katowice. Just another notch, maybe added to their belt. I don't know.
Have they taken that Imperial before? No, they haven't.
No, they haven't. It was 9Z, it was FURIA. No, sorry, Pain, FURIA, then Cloud9, and then
Double Nation in the previous major as well. Yes, a lot of Brazilian teams. If they take that Imperial, it's going to be like the who's who of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Well, that is going to be wrapping up very shortly. But before we do that, let's get a little bit more insight, courtesy of Banks. What's going on that B-Stream?
The tears could fall early here in Brazil if Imperial cannot claw this one back. They started off so good against the Mongols, 16-3 on Overpass, absolutely dominant. But the Mongols, they've been tried and tested and so good on Inferno over and over again. Right now, it's on Mirage. And when I was just looking, it was 14-10 in favor of the Mongols. Imperial trying to climb their way back, but it almost seems impossible. It's going to take a miracle, but let's hope they can stop them tears from falling today.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yo, you guys busy or? Oh, what the? Hey, what's going on? What's this all about?
We're playing Ninja.
Yeah, let's take a look.
We're playing Ninja.
Nice stuff. Oh. Hvad er det Ninja eller det der lort? Nej. Må jeg også gå på venstre? Ja.
Just like slaps in America. Makes sense.
You haven't played it? I just got introduced to it, actually.
We play ours a little bit different in the States, at least.
This one?
No. Here, hold this. It'd be like you put your hands on top of mine.
Okay.
So then, like, I can either go over.
And how do I dodge it?
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, I can.
So like, I can just throw you little curveballs, you know.
Okay. But you ever done this one?
I think that one's like this.
No, it's like this, and then
Yeah.
it's actually the same. It's like, and then all of a sudden I just,
Oh, and then I have to move.
and you can do whatever.
Ah.
But this one is gonna hurt like a motherfucker when you.
Yeah. You're doing a great job, man.
Yeah, I'm just making sure
Go
you
ahead,
get the sound.
interview him. Go ahead and interview him. Tell him.
What's up, Casper? Are you ready for this tournament? You came out of a good RMR.
Yeah, I'm very excited. You need to put the mic a little bit closer to my mouth so that they can hear me at home. I'm super excited. We had a good RMR and we like Rio. We had a good time last time, so super excited.
Yeah, I heard you already. You couldn't even step out of the plane before someone had a picture with you.
That might be true. The Brazilian fans are very passionate and we're happy to have them. We really hope to play in the, I'm not entirely sure how to say, Chenez Arena or something, yeah. Like last time, so yeah.
Yeah, you have some questions? You have something you want to say?
Let me try this. Okay. Let's pretend I'm walking in and I'm doing one with this. Yo, everybody, we are here at the media day with the Heroic. Tessus, do you mind for just a second?
Yeah, what's up?
So you arrived yesterday in Rio on top of a great RMR. What is your expectations for this tournament?
I expect us to go all the way. I expect us to win. And I expect us to complete our goals that we're going to
That's a cool story. You went to the gym earlier this morning. How did that go?
Went great. Happy that I got to do it with our strict schedule.
And the waves, you also battled a little bit with them on the beach?
Yeah, I did. I saw you had some trouble in the big waves. Got pulled out a few times. But yeah, obviously I'm strong enough to keep my ground and not fall over. So
that is definitely true, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
The big game for the big clan, but the Great Danes lay in wait on the other side of the server. Playoffs guaranteed at IEM Rio 2023 for one of these two squads. I don't think it would be a surprise to say that Heroic are in this very position, but Blair, on the other side of things, I don't think any of us were really expecting Big to show up with such huge guns in that best of one.
Yeah, like they had that matchup against MOUZ earlier on, and yesterday we were just sitting down and like, all right, who's Heroic potentially going to be facing off? And we were like, hey, this Heroic MOUZ matchup could be spicy. And then Big just throwing a spanner in the works. The overpass map, the best to one, MOUZ kind of gambling a little bit with that, didn't quite pan out their way. I think Big really showed up as well. Because the big question mark for me here is, no pun intended, was for them coming into this event, right? They were one of the teams that were playing the Last Chance qualifier alongside Cloud9 and FaZe. They didn't make it, obviously. How despondent are you going to be feeling? And for me, I was like, you have no right to be feeling despondent right now. You are a team is looking to make a statement here. You have another opportunity in a pretty big, an NS tier event right now. So come up and show up, rather. And it showed up here today against MOUZ. So against Heroic, despite the fact that the Danes should still be the favorites, Big, you have nothing to lose. We might see something spicy here.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that for the Heroic side, I think it should be a fairly comfortable matchup against Big. I think Big hasn't been able to beat them with the score, if I'm not mistaken, at all. Very tight series all over the place. Like they managed to win a map or so, but no cigar,
Yeah.
Heroic always managed to close it out.
I think that's a fair statement. I believe it's been over a year and a half since the big organization have even been able to take down the Danes of Heroic, and that's with a completely different roster as well. But fair enough for Big, showing up, and I believe it was Crimbo we heard from earlier. Some really eloquent, mature words going, yeah, it sucks that we're not going to the major. It really, really sucks. But we've got to give our all coming into this event. This is everything that we're working towards. And that's the attitude we need to see coming out of the jump.
Yeah, you just have to walk the path that's right in front of you right now, right?
Yeah.
And I have to, shout out to Crimbo for having that, the maturity and understanding. And yes, your major dreams have been crushed, but it's not the end of the road. We've had this happen to multiple teams in the past as well. But the thing here for Heroic is, right, like I kind of feel bad for Big, because Heroic are the one tier 1 team right now in modern day Counter-Strike who just seemingly never lose to a team who's rated below, outside the top 10, right?
Yeah.
You look at your FaZe, they can lose to, a best of 1 to some random team out there, or even a G2 or anyone out there, and Heroic no. They win convincingly, they win in a very, very clean fashion. Sure, they might struggle against like of a G2 or maybe a FaZe when it comes to like playoff games, but against a team like Big, it's going to require a miracle. And he said 1.5 years for FURIA. I think that's still going to stand at the end of this game.
Yeah, they never played below their level. I think it's fair to say for Heroic. But circling back onto the Big clan and just kind of reiterating what happened in that game versus MOUZ earlier on. Obviously, it was a best of 1, but the fact that tabseN showed up so strong, Peacemaker, that's really impressive to see coming out of the in-game leader.
Yes, for sure. I think that we always have high expectations on tabseN, right? Purely based on what he was able to do throughout like all these years playing for Big Clan. But then I think all these roster changes, all it has been happening over Big Camp and a new AWPer, and then obviously they have to adapt, they have to try to change some of their style, because obviously they're here to win trophies, right? Like we've seen they're capable of doing that back in the days in Cologne with a great team, but then obviously you have to change things up. And I think for tabseN, it definitely took a toll on his performance lately. So it is great for him to, first game here, to be able to pull these numbers.
And let's go into the specifics of this graphic as well. How insane it is, the division that we have in terms of round number 1 to 9, and then the later stages of that game as well. How much he showed up when he knew that they just needed to get this one over the line convincingly.
And the fact that it was convincing primarily because of the captain himself stepping up. It just goes so much to show how I haven't seen his tabseN in such a long time, right? Like once upon a time, you look at that big lineup and all the multitude of changes they used to have, but tabseN was one guy where like, why is he still here in this team? Why can't he just move on? Why can't any other team pick him up? But he stuck around. He took the reins of the IGL, along with all the trials and tribulations that his organization have had in the past couple of years. And yes, his personal form has tapered off, but to see that he still has it, for me, that's great. That's fantastic that he still has a personal ability to kind of solo carry a game if he has to.
Yeah, let's be honest, right? Like Big Clan needs that, right? Even though he's the IGL, I know that Gobby definitely helps him a lot in terms of a game plan for the games. Oh, someone is really noisy.
I mean, it's heroic, as always.
Yeah.
It's Danish screams.
Yeah.
We love to hear that. I mean, they're getting hyped to enter the server, and I mean, for good reason. Speaking of hyped, let's talk about him a little bit on the side of Big. I feel like tabseN having to step up to the mantle because CEST is no longer inside the squad. So takeaways from what we've seen of hyped so far, Blair.
Yeah, what I like about hyped is like we're watching that game against MOUZ as well, right? So obviously Crimbo, he's kind of becoming the star of this team, right? He's being very calm and composed. What I like from hyped is, as he's called, he does bring a lot of hype to the server. It's like fun, he's kind of like rallying the troops around him. It's like, come on guys, we can freaking do this, for a team that is, the rest of them are kind of a little bit more tempered, like the likes of like Keto, for example, or tabseN for that, even tabseN nowadays. So the fact that this young kid is coming in with that op and showing that, hey, I have big shoes to fill in the form of ceriZN's massive boots, but I am trying my best, and he's delivering.
Yeah, apparently ceriZN had big feet. Who knew? Speaking of big things, we got to talk a little bit more about Heroic and the fact that I don't want to say they've had the tale of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because they did lift the trophy back in Copenhagen at the fall finals. But in this very arena, they have swallowed that bitter pill of coming second place when it was a major, no less.
Yeah, for me, that moment when Heroic lost that grand finals to Outsiders was the moment where, it's a sad lesson to learn, but that's when I think Heroic started to believe that, like, listen, we're a team who can finally win championships. We're a team who can finally win tournaments, and immediately they did that when they played the Blast Fall Finals, which is very, you can see how emotional it was for the team, right? And then World Finals, sure, they didn't have, I think it was Starvin wasn't playing for that tournament, so it didn't really count. But apart from that, they've been getting finals, making very deep runs. So for them coming in here to Rio just before the major, it could be them exercising their demons. If I were to pick one team to potentially just pull off the win this tournament, it's going to be the Danes. Yeah, it's going to be the Danes, and I think that they are heavy favorites, right? We see some of the results they have lately. You can't underestimate them at all. I think as a team, like, they have been together for a long time. I think they have a great system. I think, honestly speaking, like, all the players are,
if I'm not mistaken, they're all above like 1.10 rating or something like that. That shows how consistent they are as players, as individuals. Like we see Cadian stepping up as an AWPer when needed. We see Shoes in the few series ago, like I don't remember against who it was, we had like 30 kills or something as an anchor, like as a player that doesn't necessarily has the good roles to do that. So that's the scary part about Heroic. Like when you have those individuals stepping up like that, what can you do?
Well, speaking of one particular individual, let's get Stan on the mic to give us a few words, courtesy of James Banks.
Heroic are now moving into their best of threes, and they started off strong and not getting upset by 9. I got Stan with me here. I just wanted to see, before you came into this event, how you guys are feeling, because you've been on a bit of a streak. You guys are consistent as hell. So what do you feel like the form's like right now?
I mean, we feel like the form is good, right? Yeah, I mean, we're confident.
And what is it about Heroic right now that means you guys just don't really get upset? You look back to that last time, it was EG, right, spring groups, but then you bounce back and beat them anyway. It's a bit of an off day. But in general, you don't get upset by the lower teams. Why is that?
I've said it before. I think it's just like the way we approach games. We always have the same approach to whether it's NAVI or FaZe we're playing, or it's 500, right? So I think we just have a really strong mental game when playing these sort of matches.
Now coming up against Big, going into this best of 3, this is a Big that didn't make it to the major. They're giving it their all, right? This is kind of where they can show all their cards. Is that making more of a threat to you?
I think like there's two ways to look at it. Like they could go in, oh now like we don't have the major, we need to do really good here, but you could also like be really tilted, right? Not making it a major. So I mean, we have played against Big a couple of times. Usually we come on top, but it's always close matches against them.
Always close match against them, but you got it this time?
Yeah, I hope so.
Let's see if we got it done. Thank you very much, Stan. We'll throw it back to the desk with Freya.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, never underestimating the opponent. Key to Stan's success alongside the squad of Heroic. Vertigo, nuke, overpass if we do so need. Blair, any surprises there?
Not really.
I'm kind of surprised with the Vertigo pick from Big, because if I'm not mistaken, I was actually checking the last time that Big played that map against Heroic, I think they actually lost 16-3 or something like that.
Which was a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing with Big, right? I'm looking at the maps they've played recently, and they have been grinding it out. That's an incredible amount of maps played by them.
Yeah.
So sure, and the win percentages aren't that great, but that being said, they have been putting in the reps, and it's all about it clicking on the day, and if it clicks for them, you know.
I think the real painful thing for Big is they got hella burned by Dust2 being removed from the pool, right? And it's kind of like finding their new home ground. Would you look at Vertigo to, you know, maybe be one for the books in that way, Peacemaker?
Yes, I think so. I mean, they have shown during the RMR and that they can definitely play the map on a high level. Like they have good strategies, they have a good approach to the map. I think coming up against Heroic, it's not necessarily a very strong map for Heroic, a map that they often pick and play that often. So I think they do have a great chance on that map, but then it really comes down to nuke and overpass, which in my eyes, like, you don't want to be playing nuke against a Danish team.
Nah.
And
Especially
then,
Heroic.
Especially Heroic. And then when it comes down to overpass, I would say, like, yes, they beat MOUZ convincingly today, but they're going up against probably one of the best teams in the world on overpass right now. So it's challenging, but I like the fact that they build confidence on overpass today, and they're not scared of letting it through and try to play against Heroic.
Yeah, like if it does go to map number 3, I have to agree with you. You know, the MOUZ, again, overpass, not exactly a map they're very well known for either. So even if it goes there, I still think Heroic should be taking the win. But you know what, for Big, again, you really have nothing to lose. You're going up against one of the favorites of this tournament. Just go full on. You know?
Gents, let's get some specific preds. Sounds like Heroic are taking it. Are we going to 3 maps though?
I doubt it. 2-0 Heroic.
2-0 Heroic as well. Close one on Vertigo, but yeah.
Well, it's going to be Vertigo, the pick of Big, coming up first. I'm wondering if our casters agree with the deck sentiment, though. Is it going to be the Danes dominating today?
Oh, it certainly could be, Freya. You know, this is Heroic, who have really risen to be titans as of late versus the big boys on the other side. And, you know, touching upon the last times these teams played Vertigo head-to-head would have been back at Pro League in Season 17. Vertigo was the map played there. 14 rounds to Big, to the 10 of Heroic, but Heroic then go on a 6-round streak to close it out. That hasn't shaken Big's confidence. If anything, it's given them more resolve, right? They feel like if even one of those rounds had gone down differently back then they would have broken through and they would have had this map in the bag.
Yeah,
so
the past game that Peacemaker talked about was that 16-3 for Heroic. So that's like a tangible increase already just across a couple of BO3s, a couple of months for Big. but it's still such a hard matchup here, Harry. Heroic in the Janus Arena. Last time we saw them in that grand final, and no VP on the horizon. Got that bug molly for Big. It is allowed, don't worry. Heroic are gonna smoke it as Big take a lot of mid control, push all the way through. Shush won't see much through the gap in that smoke, and Faven takes Matrix control. He's all the way up in the maze. Gonna backstab as Big try and split this B bomb site, and there's not much in the way of defense here. By not much, I mean nothing.
Yeah, Yappy's completely left this side of the map and has even been spotted on his push. That's only going to roll out the red carpet for Big. They're like, man, like, if the B guy is all the way pushed up, then we're fine to go and take his territory. And so Heroic in a really weird spot now. Yappy with that kill onto Hyped at least brings us back into an even odds bout here as they group up. Looking to move in over Construction and CT. Doesn't go too well for Shush or Cadian. And Crimbo and Keto go on a tear to make this one happen.
Man, even Big's opening matchup against MOUZ was such a statement to defeat MOUZ in the fashion they did on a BO1 sure, but dominantly. And Big just got off a flight. We were, we saw them at the airport when we got in late last night, about 8 or 9 p.m. So, it was a late arrival for Big off the back of, I think they would be less tilted than that of Cloud9, who made it all the way to that final matchup. And I don't know how much expectation Big would have had to beat both Cloud9 and FaZe. But still, not qualifying for the major was not what these players in this team wanted. And still they look good. They showed a good face.
Yeah, and I think that can even be looked at as to why they're maybe even more threatening than normal coming into this event, right? Because if you've missed that big goal of getting it to the major, now you're really trying to do good and show your best face at the remaining events you've got in Global Offensive. Tabson and Hyped with kills apiece in this round. Keto now joins the fray. And Heroic have to start to concede. Now Big start to get tricky with it and go back on a bit of a search. Over towards this B site. Shush pushed all the way up through middle. Won't hit this timing if he drops down the ladder. And so he's going to be high and dry, lost to the hands of time in the spawn.
Yeah, Heroic are left with nothing really from this play. Cadian can try and commit B, and sure, 2 players could die.
2 players attack. Oh, and he's opened up another one guy with health with a headshot. Cadian makes this round interesting.
Does Tabson live with 1 if Cadian tags him? I feel like 72 is like a normal amount of damage for the scout. I think he might live very low. It's going to have to be on Shush with his flank.
Oh, damage done. Tabson ain't living no more if that scout finds him. They're both whittled down. Shush has one man boxed in, and he's going to tap him out. Keto dead. Tabson can't deliver. It's Shush's 5-7 to save the day, and this 4-spy has results immediately for Heroic.
Already see Tessa shouting, and I think that Heroic, I love to hear their input on why they think they don't get upset, and they say the same thing we do, which is that they come into every game like it is that major final, bringing high energy, knowing how important every round is, and not the idea of starting cold and starting very calm. It's hard to get the energy back when you're losing, but if you start at that high level, you can keep it up. And so Heroic, Cadian never lets the boys relax.
Yeah, he's someone, he's like a leader who demands a lot from you, right? Yeah. He demands a lot from his team. He could just kind of ask that you can try and match the energy that he's bringing, the output that he's bringing, and I don't think he's afraid to, kind of shine the spotlight on problem areas and kind of force players to take accountability, right? In the same way that he'll gas you up for winning a round and he'll really let you know that you've done well, he'll also let you know when you need to step it up.
Oh yeah, he's without doubt a captain who critiques his players as well in post-map interviews. He's throwing people under the bus, and I kind of love him for that. Demanding a lot of your roster, as you say. And I think that's why we see Heroic and the Brotherhood go so strong and so far. Flash for Ramps down, finds him blind, but he can't convert the kill. There's a lot of players here into the molly. Tessa's mauling right now. Won't get the ace. His merry men coming to steal the glory, but 3 kills off the SMG is money made, and a happy Heroic with a 5 alive round. Big coming in with a buy. And of course, Big Short not qualifying for the major will leave the conversation as, I guess, a failure at the RMR. But we saw some really good games out of Big, and we saw some good face out of certain players.
Dude, even just some great rounds. Like there was the 1v5 from Crimbo, which was just phenomenal taking place in that Cloud9 matchup.
And, I think there are also comparisons to be made between teams like Big and Heroic in the sense of, like, that you may have, like, your traditional star in a lot of teams, but I feel like both these rosters have a depth, like, the floor is very high. Like, the depth of players who can carry a game is very open. And we've had, obviously, in history, you think great games from tabseN, but I think Keto's return to form has been marvelous, and I think Hyped as well has started to look better and better every game Big have had him in. So there is definitely a depth of players who can perform. Fast out mid here for Big. Shush is going to find the first. Down swings out. Look, they do the dirty with a bomb dropped. Heroic, they have everything. Just Keto lurking into B, trying to find a kill, but he cannot. And Shush, I say there's maybe... we talk about heroes, talk about stars. This guy has been the guy on the tip of your tongue in recent times, especially at that RMR for Heroic. And Cadian keeps it loud and proud now at 3-1. Shush is just a monster. I don't know what he's saying, but I love it.
He makes me want to learn Danish, which is, a testament in its own right, I think.
Yeah.
Don't need to know Danish to understand that one, though, do you?
Yeah. Got a translation. Dude, just immediately the high energy at 3-1. I love it. Not many other teams do it, and people get mad. People get mad, but it only brings me joy. Imagine you're hearing that from the other side of the booth. Tesses again. It's just so easy on the ramp control. The nades were set and ready.
I think, seeing as we're in Rio, seeing as we're in the place where they faced off against Outsiders / VP in that final, it's like a good time to maybe look to talk about it, right? It's, I think in a way there's some similarities there in terms of, like, for the Outsiders, they kind of try to maintain this very level-headed approach, whereas it's like Heroic, they try to maintain consistency in the emotions as well, but theirs is more of that of like a very high energy team, right? You're not allowed to relax. It's down. This is a ballsy way to open. Love that for him. Leaping off the crane and flashed into ramp. Big were never ready for it.
That's how they want.
Oh, tabseN with the reply. Cadian smoke spammed out of the round. And even looking for more. The man at the helm of Big trying to force the doors open. Helped out by Crimbo. And so finally winning these ramp fights. Big now poised in the 4v2 to find some success here.
It looks crazy, but I admire that Heroic went for that play, going for a very aggressive ramp push. Is how they won their second round, and also just shows where their heads are at. And also, it's a little more calculated than just throwing yourself into a fight, at least set up by your teammate. It was allowed, but it's definitely put them down in the dumps. 2-on-4, a good kill for Yabi. Big cannot escape from the clutches of tabseN with his third kill. And this is such a patient default all elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, you just hope they don't overcook this.
Just group.
Right?
Little
just group up and move as 3. That's the golden ticket.
Even now it's patient. Like tabseN only just starts to leave A because he held for another 10 seconds, making sure that Shush doesn't get aggressive. Don't want to get caught in transition. So, that smoke goes off the map. Not ideal. Is that a way in for Shush, though?
Yeah, that is going to leave sightlines open that shouldn't be open. Shush caught by the mid flank. Faven gets the better of him. And yeah, you're going to be doing time for that one. They've just lobbed smokes at the cop cars down on the ground. Big with their second round locked in. And the miss smoke never comes to matter. All starts with this as well. Like, no accounting for that if you're Cadian. But a very aggressive look at Heroic to open up this game. They threw bodies at the problem down towards ramp and almost fed the beast that lurked there. This time it's a little more reserved.
For a solo B player, Keto's been pretty active in crossing and trying to take this fight finally. Shush will stop him in his tracks. The flash peek through the smoke for tabseN, but Tessus is ready as the gap one fades. Gets his mag back in, looks for more. Crimbo with his back turned. Hyper invested in that trade. And Tessus freed up to go for more. 5-on-2. Why not take a couple more kills? Oh, Hype will get that refrag, but Yabi's jumping up and over and in with a 5th for Heroic. Looking very good right now on this CT side. Very active, and Big's money broken now. Heroic, this is probably one of my favorite maps to watch their CT side on. We know they like to roam, they like to play gambles, give up bomb sites. And this is a map that they, not only you can do that very well, but Heroic do that very well as a roster. And you never really know, you know, you might get a lurk into B and think it's open, and then suddenly 2 Heroic players come running around the corner together. Cadian waiting for this B peek.
I mean, one of the mobile men right here, right with his AWP. They do lose Shush, but wow, Nade just reins in for the trade.
Keto might want to give his AK over.
Well, no one wants to, but he might have to, right?
Or just go for the kill, and then if you die, it's right there to grab. But even Heroic re-smoke. Holding on to ramp as late as they can. Crimbo can risk it, but the rest of his team are going back with the bomb into Yabi.
Now he did just probe down the ramp a bit moments ago. He saw it was clear, so no cause for alarm for Heroic to go and reinforce this side of the map. He's just lobbing in Util now, and Big start to take this ground as a result. When you hear that molly come in, you know that likelihood is no one's up close, so they feel a little bit safe to move out and take this space. Shooting on the boost. They now know the AK is here, and so that might influence the Heroic decision a little bit. They're pulling bodies around over towards B. Util exchanged on either side, but Keto still bullied down low with this AK. And this is where the fact that someone else didn't have it might come to matter. Running out of time now. They don't even know about Yabi in at the back of the site. And just an onslaught of flashbangs. Big. Oh, it's all hinging on Faben with this mid flank on the Deagle. Convincing double to open up, and now he's armed. Up for the task, maybe. He's looking for this man, but slinked in behind the double box is Yabi, and he goes that whole round with no one having really seen him. Whether that's because of the flashes, blinding everyone as they come up ramp, or because of him manipulating angles, starts the round out behind quad, finishes it dancing around the double stack.
Yeah, and while we look at teams like NIP and we wonder about communication issues, especially with international rosters, you know, fair enough. Heroic, we know this is a team that not only trust in each other, but have great comms. I love that Yabi plays that as late as he physically can, and even re-peeks off of a second flashbang, doesn't jump the gun there, lets Down take that cross contact, and then get away with absolute murder. 3 in the round. Back to ramp control. tabseN hits the molly on short.
And they heard that. That's info for Heroic to play around with. Landing some damage on the smoke spam. tabseN's trying to force a play. Keto up the ramp side. And he's even seen the man at Sandbags. Keto taking charge in this round. Is finally put in the dirt. But Yabi can't hold the line. Cadian goes in, but won't survive. And this all now falls onto the shoulders of Shush. But this man's been a giant as of late for Heroic. Creeping up into the site, looking for this kill. They've given him the first. Faven playing around this smoke. There might be a gap for him to look to find over default. Instead, he goes all the way through, trading places with Shush. And this is a freebie. Collects that kill and finds Big a much-needed third round. With how that all starts, you thought that Keto had done enough. It ends up being super competitive, but they get it over the line.
Heroic are just throwing themselves into fights right now. Yabi definitely gets caught in the open and overcommits to that spray, but Cadian runs through and trades with the AWP full blind. Every member of Heroic willing to take risks at the early point in the game, limit testing Big on their ramp control. Nice entries from Keto, for sure.
Dude, I don't know. I'm really getting the vibe that, like, because of, you know, at the RMRs, the kind of confidence that a lot of the teams that folks, you know, weren't expecting much from came into it with, and the, I would say, rather up-tempo style that was employed for the most part across that has has made these teams here in Rio really start to consider, like, man, we can just get a little wild with it. You know, we can just try and force some fights to happen favorably.
Yeah, there's been some loose games already, and they're definitely more entertaining. Going to get a lot of brawls in a map like this on a Vertigo. Straight through the molly again for Keto. Considering he's not really getting set up for this in most of these rounds. It's very aggressive play. But the value, of course, is getting that B stairs control, forcing Heroic to actually play the bomb site. They still want to fight for it. Remollying and refacing are Heroic in many of these rounds. Uh-oh. If they boost, they are
This is
dead.
exactly what Yabi's waiting for.
Although double dink, how does he fare? They're not looking here though. If you're big, you're not. This is not the place you're immediately checking. And so he hits two heads.
Keto never even really got up on the boost. That wasn't a fair fight at all. Yabi,
boom,
with a lovely angle to deal with it. And here's the onslaught of flashes. A bit ugly from Yabi in the spray. Only gets out of that one with a dink.
Hey, double headshots hard, man. If you can only see the head, a little easier. Tesses doesn't oversend it. But still, this is kind of what Big want, this fight, because you know you can trade this kill. You should be trading this kill. And so it's much preferable to have played jump spotting or playing that AWP at a range. Tesses now realizing, okay, it's very quiet. They're coming. The run boost along. They don't clear it first, but there is that guaranteed trade. Big had to have it. They have no smoke here, though, Harry. This is a big problem. 20 seconds, and the short smoke gives Stown cover to play. That's a perfect move from him. It's forced Big's hand in a 3-on-3. They are saving, and they wish they weren't, because they've just killed a man on the flank with his knife out. Even Shush wasn't expecting the save there. Why would he? 3-on-3. Big had full ramp. But they did not like what they saw, or maybe what they didn't see. Great smoke from Stown. I think that really is the pinch on Big. Yeah, he was still crouched.
Yeah. Never even got to look over. I didn't need to relive that moment, man. You know, the opener was lovely though for Yabi.
Really surprised they saved that, but you know it makes sense. Like we can see that they've got almost no
he gets
chance
a little rub on the back after that one. You go, look, man, you got the opener. It's fine.
Yeah, you know, 2 for 1 almost, 1.5 for 1. Okay, he's got the all back on A. They usually smoke gap. They haven't. They've missed their hamper smoke. It's gone through the hole. Happens, but it's not a worry yet. Heroic, I think, realised they've replenished a top smoke. It's just a trade of one-ways right now. Who's got the better one-way? Or is it a two-way at this point? Everyone's getting involved. There's that short util to try and keep Cadian off, but he's coming back for more.
Plucks one out of the round, goes toe-to-toe. The German AWP knocks him out of the round, and now Tabson is the man to retrieve that AWP. Cadian still holding. The flash will wreck him. They're closing the distance, but he will get backstabbed. His teammate dead now as well. One man still in play over on the short side that they don't know about. Tesses is here and could rob this round away. Only good for the one to Keto. He's left feeling with that idea that this could have been a little bit more out of that delayed short peak, because now he's played his hand. The one thing he had going his way was the element of surprise. Now moving on up and held by Tabson's AWP, who swings it wide, going back in for a ramp fight. Tabson putting on a show with the AWP. And there's Crimbo with the closer. Big respond, and they do so on a low econ round. Just those save guns brought forward, couple of Tech 9s in play. Tabson rolls back the years with an AWP appearance.
Yeah, I love the chase with the AWP there, because the reason Big are still holding flank, they've seen 2 out of 3. They know there's someone probably behind, and they know that Heroic are waiting for that flank. So it's Tabson who actually goes ahead of where Heroic want to take contact here and forces that kill. He's very wide. Same on the flank as well. So catches Heroic setting up and wins a crucial low econ round, putting Heroic in the same position now. Deagles and armor, some 5.7s. Yabi does get control of ladder. Dropping in, Hype's holding it. How long does he hold? Oh, it's perfect for Yabi. His team still need to buy some time on B.
This is kind of wild, though. Yabi really has found like a nice gap here because they were just holding this moments ago, and you're really believing like there's no way he hit this perfect timing. Hyped tries to clear it, but it's Yabi's Deagle that delivers the 5v4.
Old Yabster.
Everyone's getting a turn with the AWP apart from Hyped.
Faven's turn. Off the Mac 10. What util have we got? A couple of smokes. Molotov for Cadian.
Oh, and Heroic are just re-aggroing into the top of ramp.
That's nice.
Big already moving up, but here's Tesses and Stown fighting for it. 3 quick kills come down the pipeline for Big, changing the nature of this round. From a 3v5 to a 3v2 in a matter of seconds. There wasn't even time for Heroic to realize that this round was getting out of hand. The Mac 10 not the gun for the job. Tabson deals with that with ease, and Shush, he even lands the dink. Just decides eventually to walk through the fire and flame. But gives away the kill to the AWP, and Big are closing the distance on this one. They're starting to make up for these first few rounds that fell by the wayside.
Off an eco win, Big are now going to find essentially 3 rounds and a freebie included. Because look at this, just flat USPs, Cadian buys. It's kind of crazy. It's on 2K.
Whoever's had the AWP hype has just been cursed in the start of the round.
Let's see. They're going to drop in. Keto hears it coming. A more passive. Just that's Big knowing the economy, right? When they're on gun rounds, he's taking more space. When they're on eco, waiting for the aggression. Heroic make a lot of noise, and then they leave. Big have already taken top ramp. Heroic are going to run all together. An amalgamation on this A site. Smokes will come through, but Heroic may as well dive through them even before they bloom. Players out on the short side. Shush getting spotted. Rainbow nabs that head. Fake it for sure, right? Oh, he goes for the stick. Cadian wallbangs. Is that why he bought the Deagle? Spamming him through the boxes. Faven goes wide instead. Gotta be careful. Uncrouching off the plant. Head is open. He's stuck on default. There's worse places to be with a Mac 10. Faven needs something from this position. Heroic trying to make it costly. It looks good right now for Big. Ooh, Cadian.
Loving him with the Deagle right now.
Surely no more, right?
AWP shot whistles on by. Smoke now fades. Cadian's got a sight line, but there's the swing in from the top of ramp. And a team ace for Big to find the 6th round versus the Pistols, denying the extra damage attempted at the end from Heroic as well. And we've got that reinvestment for Heroic, but I think quite crucially, it's not going to feature this AWP for Cadian. And so that might give Hyped a bit more free reign here.
Heroic all.
Yeah, like, what could you even do there, right? Spammed out.
Heroic all on A1S's except Shush over on that B-bomb site.
Oh no.
Hyped actually got a mid pick. It was Cadian trying to cross ladder off spawn.
Yeah, didn't have his AWP right, so wanted to have a different way of being involved in how this round pans out early. And I guess you can say he has. Not the result Cadian was hoping for.
He tried.
Much needed return to the game for Hyped, who has been on the receiving end of some unfortunate moments throughout the opening of this map.
Now, round starts for Cadian is probably a little bit of a read or attempt, and a little bit based on the previous rounds, because Heroic have managed to get a lot of flanks off in this game and get ladder control, but doing it off spawn, you are kind of gambling that the AWP is not there. And rolls the dice wrong. Testis gets that spot, reflash. I like these setups for Heroic, but there's so many players. Oh, there was a chance for Testis to leave after 1, but he wanted a little bit more, and maybe Stown can provide. Run down as Faven's flash to the top, and Yabi is at least in the right place. But that's all he's got.
Still, he could end this right now. They don't know about him over at short. Hyped is right here, lining up util, and Yabi's ahead of it, looking for this. Hyped will hold on and delivers.
Those are not claps, Gob. That's not how that works. You got to touch the hands together. Getting some stressful rounds out of Big, but 4 in a row on this T side. 5 out of the last 6, and now breaking the money again. They've really taken control of this map. It is their pick in the series, sure, but it's one that's been pretty ugly for Big. 3 losses in a row. Sure to...
What a return to form that this has been, right? Like over the kind of first half of the first quarter of the game, Heroic were looking pristine. It felt like they couldn't set a foot wrong. They won a couple of rounds even where Big had all the advantages, and you were really feeling good about their odds in this. And now over the course of the last couple, Big chaining together 4 in a row, a flash in the pan, 1 round in there for Heroic to level the playing field. But yeah, man, this has started off nicely. There's the stack nades onto Tetris over at B. Keto continues the pace, just holding W to run in an entry at this B site. Ooh, Rimbo fires off a little too soon, and so will get mopped up.
This is scary.
Keto's still up close, trying to turn the tide. He's been the driving force in this round, but he's getting boxed in. And Tesses has found him. This is all left on Hyped in the 1v2.
He said he's not had a chance to dance with the AWP. Well, this is it. Heroic reset. Cadian sets up for a flank. There isn't a kit right now. Might be one down on the site, but Hyped is not thinking about that plant. And every second that he waits for a kill to come to him, Heroic close that net tighter. They know they've got him trapped right now. Hyped gets that bomb. If he makes an aggressive move, he can flank back towards A. Or check for Cadian on his behind. But Hype with the smoke with an AK now. The AWP will never play in. He gets the plant attempt, sticking out a little bit. And Cadian will catch him moving through to close the half for Heroic. There's some shaky moments in there, but Heroic managed to win it out. Big, however, competitive on their map pick with 70 rounds.
evenly matched first half. Heroic 8-7 at the end of it as they begin their T-side on Big's map Pig. They started the day off high energy, right? Really convincing stuff to open this up from Heroic, but towards the tail end of that, Big started to piece it together, started coming through with a couple of clutch rounds, and have recovered this first half nicely, keeping the pressure on the Danes. Last time these teams matched up, it was a full 30-round affair with Heroic just taking that over the line from 10-14 down. They had to go on a huge streak to make it happen. Big, they saw that as their shot, as their confidence pick in the series. So now they really need to stick this landing in the second half, especially with Nuke waiting in the wings.
I love the delayed A, but Big do not hesitate. They keep 2 players still here, Hyped with a very powerful position that never gets cleared. But he is kind of trapped right now. They need to bail him out. Smoke is too late. Tesses runs through, Hyped still wins it, and now he can escape with a flash as well. Hyped, very impressive pistol here. And it's put Heroic right through the ringer. Not sure how they win this one. The util gives them options on this B-bomb site. They can molly a position, get the left-right smokes in. Yabi on a late lurk, but Yabi's position here is simply going to rely on the success that Heroic find on this B hit. They've got left-right smokes.
If everything goes right for Heroic, Yabi can play into this round in a very big way. But if they don't get up, they don't get this attention off of mid, off of Yabi, he ends up trying to commit to the push, but is caught by the players in rotation. And so having him make contact first, tells Big Heroic down the river that 2v5 boxed in, and everyone from Big here to play. They just swarm, they group, and they run down the last men standing from Heroic.
I like that close smoke for Big, because even though it feels counterintuitive, like you're letting the Glocks get closer, it does the same thing for Big, right? They can swing out from gens. They can actually counteract the fact that Heroic have thrown in an execute, so that default player isn't alone. Two green smokes do nothing because Big are playing in front of them, so they just get the numbers in the site. That's a really nice round out of Big. Started strong by Hyped. Yabi's waiting to break the windows at the right time. Not sure what he's trying to cover or whether he's just setting up for util here. Shush can't throw that molly anymore because he's smoked out. Look at the room for Big. tabseN could again flash a player through here. Heroic will do the same. They take control. That mid-molly gives Yabi room.
Honestly, that was I like that move from Heroic to just flash in and immediately respond to the ramp take util that's come out, just to know that this is clear. It's no longer a case of like having to wait, you know, the 20 or so seconds for that smoke to fade and then commit to like slowly clearing ramp. They get the info immediately, they deny that map control, and now it's not something they have to worry about later. It's also let Shush set back up for this molly. So this is really nice, because, you know, you imagine if you ended up having to wait ages to go and get this real estate before you could begin this round, that puts you on a timer that you don't want to be on if you're Heroic. They now get all this real estate in mid. The flashbang for tabseN propels him in with one. Favin also deals with Shush. In the meantime, Hype turns his attention back to the elevator. He's got support from Crimbo in CT. Big, they do well to handle that. Heroic with a lot of real estate in middle, but it's clamped down upon by the Big squad.
Yeah, it's nice to see the way Big react to that molly, because typically what that molly means is you're going over con to B or you're going to take some CT control. They don't do that. They use the molly to actually take elevator late, but Big play range. They don't try and, you know, trap Heroic in middle, and they give them elevator and just let the kills come to them. So playing to contain our Big. tabseN misbought a PP Bison, but he won't play it. Even into an anti-eco. Honorable man. That flash is not good. That's a team flash, and it gets Hyped killed completely. But it doesn't seem to matter, does it, when tabseN swoops in with all the glory. You know, am I blaming the flash, or am I blaming Hyped for peeking wide? I don't know which one's at fault, but the combo wasn't great. Big lose a couple of guns, but we go into now the first rifle round of the half. And the pressure's on Heroic. I think Heroic want a clean sweep here. They want a 2-0 and straight to the arena as well. Did they do it again? They did it again. Okay. How do you...
movement, man.
How do you do that twice? 2 rounds in a row. Okay. Ooh.
Dropping a buy zone in the buy zone.
That's nice.
The man opener found by Hyped Orb. Now, if he had 64 bullets in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, imagine how different this would have been.
Bison International Gaming. Just, yeah, wasting a few funds. But doesn't matter if you get that win bonus. 5 on 4. Another exec on B. Left, right. Good night. Can Heroic hit the punch?
The util's good to displace these defenders, and it's
Psych.
hopefully going to draw players over. That's what Heroic are telling themselves here as they now try to recommit into the A play. This is where Hype's kind of angle down the ramp is lovely, because even killing someone like that gets you the info that this is going to be the A play, that this was a fake on the B side of the map. Tabson's overran and overwhelmed after one. Cadian trying to wrestle with the AK, needed a bit of help, and Stan will oblige him. In with a double, one man still to beat.
No.
Keto brings this to the 1v1, and it's the wounded Cadian left in it for Heroic. Keto trying to get ahead of him, rotating over. Cadian is sneaking. Oh, doesn't have the time for this.
Keto should take the Bison. It's way more effective right here.
Well, 1 bullet's all that's required for him to deal with Cadian. But Keto, it's the fact that Cadian's been so slow and quiet that he's kind of calling his bluff here and thinking that this is going to be the A play, the recommit, backing away. That's not the case. So Cadian slowing down and entering these mind games with Keto has served him well, but he's still low on health. He needs the immediate kill if he wants to win this round. He's taking the aggro stance, staying in the bomb site. Now he hears Keto dropping in. Cadian's got the info that Keto going to land that one shot needed to win the round. Breathes a sigh of relief, and he even
say it.
Had a little intimate moment there with Cadian.
Gave him a little crouch, you know, gave him a little body spam at the end. That's I love that for Cadian, just the mind game like you mentioned, right? He can run the rotate and beat Keto there, but by the time he gets off the plant, Keto will be there to contain. So Cadian goes quiet. It puts a bit of self-doubt in Keto. That's all Cadian needed to get the money. And sure, the plant's big because it allows a rebuy for Heroic. Yes, he wants the round, but the plant is the bare minimum that you should get in that 1v1. And yeah, it's a bit awkward. Cadian, I love how he stayed on the bomb, but he goes swinging, and he will miss. Big. 4 rounds straight on the CT side. Giving us a game. So shocking to see. I guess it's not that shocking, but you know, we were worried about these losing RMR teams and the form they'd bring into this event. Especially after more for Cloud9, right, who were so close.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like we said coming into this, I think for Big, it's like gives them a different stance heading into the remaining tournaments of the year, right? Because it's like everything that you have left now kind of is your major, right? Like that's your chance to leave the impression on the exit global offensive. So, you know, I think they're going to be a bit refocused coming into tournaments like this one.
Yeah, just didn't get a lot of turnaround time. Rook had those few days after their group. Another B hit here. Will they commit with it though? Heroic have thrown these XX before and it's not meant much. Again, Big use that close smoke. Keto's able to play freely on double. It's a
I think they're going to double pump this, right? So trying to give the illusion that this is once again this fake B hit. Now they lob in all the real utility. They look to move up behind, but Big, they've still got a lot of resources on this side of the map. They're going to lose Keto in an awkward way, flushed out by the Molotovs on Tetris. Crimbo drops that smoke again, trying to play behind it. Heroic look to move through, and they will deal with him. All 3 players that were leaning over towards B for Big have been felled, and Heroic sat in the 5v3. Looking good for this round. It's one that Big can't even attempt.
I love that double exec because it gets so much util out of Big firstly, and then Heroic get to rethrow it. And the second time they throw it, there's way more util. Wow, little run boost. They have Molly quad that spreads, Molly quad and Molly default that spreads to double as well. So they cover so many positions, as well as a double nade before the mollies land. Hype's fighting for his life right now, but a missed shot will spell disaster.
Even this hunt's kind of wild. Like, you know, a lot of teams here, when you have like a 5 alive round like that, would have just elected to focus inward and be like, yeah, we can build up our own money a bit. But not Heroic. They go hunting. They know that by removing those guns, they deny the buy here. So they're really looking to like maximize the damage the other way. You know, now you at least have this idea in your head that even if Big squeak a buyout, even if they force, which, you know, they have elected to do, that was one of the decisions available, you know, you're hoping that the clean rounds can be found now and that you've kind of teed yourself up to start streaking rounds together. I like that hunt, and I think it speaks to where Heroic's heads are at in this game. Even though Big have opened up this second half in a really good way, Heroic don't look phased, and they're still trying to maximize the damage they can do here. Tabson up on the boost, looking down ramp, is bested. Tesses ready for that angle, ready for the boost, catches him.
Full control of the A ramp here for Heroic means they may as well just group and go for this exec. They've got Yabi in mid, he just doesn't know the Faven's on top. It's a hard angle to clear with Faven playing this passive. Heroic in no hurry yet again. Call off the hit and wait for a recommit from Big. This is so patient for Heroic right now. They're going to let Cadian search. And sure, not a kill, but set themselves up for later. Resmoke for Big, buying more time. Yabi, if he wants, he can go for it.
Does he clear this?
No, but he flicks and he wins.
Okay, I like those odds. Oh, he flicks.
Yeah.
But it's Faven with the kill. Tesses and Cadian are making up for it, though. And Keto, he needs to have eyes on either side of his head here as he's split up through ramp and the short side.
Like a bird.
Like a bird.
Wait, no, that's wrong.
Or like a deer would have been another one.
Yeah. Maybe a shark.
Sure. I think it's more of like a prey thing to have side eyes.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm really giving that too much thought. Heroic up to 10 though, and a punishing round. Even though they lose their lurker, it looks so easy when they just wait patiently on A and throw in an exec. See, I agree. It is a prey thing.
Yeah,
but
now
sharks,
I'm wondering
why
are sharks built this way?
Well, you know, there's a lot of ocean. They got to see everything. They got to see everywhere.
True. Plus, you know, they've got like senses to the nines, man.
Yeah, sharks are like magic or something, right?
They can like hear a drop of water from a meter away.
God,
or
they must be
like
deaf,
that.
man.
Yeah.
There's loads of water in the ocean.
I meant blood, but said the wrong thing. Didn't
No,
know.
I don't think they can hear the blood. They can smell it though.
Right, here we are, Big. They've got a hero gun. Faven. Here's blood in the water. And here he is swimming. Boosted over in mid.
There's blood somewhere. It's about to be on the ramp. Little flash. Oh, it's beautiful. Hello? Tesses communicating comes through. He's not ready for two. Cadian is. Covers from the bottom. And Heroic on top in a 5v3 where Shush will suddenly creep his way in.
And Heroic are great at this. They're just going to slow down now and they say, Shush, mate, go. Just go.
Get it.
Go get the info. Let us know. Is it the A stack? And then he goes, yeah, it's the A stack. And so now they all go over towards B. They join up with him and they've won the round. Heroic are a team where it's like very, very hard to squeak out these man disadvantage moments, especially on a map like Vertigo that lends itself towards these quick rotates well. They just piece together where the gamble is, right? And so now they find themselves up on 11. Also, you know, with the winner of this going on to face NAVI for that spot in the semi-finals, I think you've got to show a good face across this matchup. Because NAVI are a team.
NAVI are a team.
Well, there was more to the sentence. Hang on a second, man.
I know, I'm trolling.
No, but NAVI are a team, and actually, that maybe is a talking point in and of itself. More of a team than ever, right?
Yes.
Really feels like they've all gotten onto the same page as of late.
Even just having that Simple interview after the previous game, vibes seem really good. MPL's playing great. Simple's looking reinvigorated, light beneath him again, and playing better, looking very vocal. Electronic putting on fantastic games.
just looking happier,
Overall,
like in general,
yeah.
right? And like even the way that he's kind of talking in like interviews, and he's being very forthcoming and honest about the kind of routine changes that he's undertaken, how like he's leaning into exercise and whatnot more, like
always good.
Just all stuff that I think is going to be big for the mental.
Yes. You know, this is definitely not talked about enough, but an extremely difficult lifestyle as a pro player, not just because of the work you're putting in. Keep in mind you're playing all the time, but then you've got to go home in your quote-unquote time off when you're not at a tournament. How much prac you're doing, how much prep you're doing, but then add on the travel. That is a huge aspect. The pressure, the fans and wanting you to do well, the haters talking down on you. There's a lot of pressure to play at this level. And it's hard to keep up. Cadian getting jumped on. He's still here. He goes back for more. They flashed him. But yeah, I think that's something that needs to be talked about. I think mental health for players is not easy to keep up. So finding some form of consistency in whatever it is only going to help you play better inside of the server, and that's what we're here for. 4-on-3. Heroic again grouping for an A hit.
Dude, and this was looking like Big wanted to try and come in with a bit of a force buy upset. I say partial buy. They actually could have fully bought up here, but they want to have all the bells and whistles. Still, they've had ideas about how to try and approach this one early. Keto caught over at B, and now the A kills trying to come down the pipeline. tabseN makes it interesting with this double off the P250. Favn with the swing brings it down to the 1v1, and Stown rushes him down off the plant. I do like that. He goes from planting to swinging in the blink of an eye. Very decisive in how that one comes across.
And that pre-fire that he's doing, it looks silly, but he's trying to spray someone getting off the plant. When you get off the plant, your model stands back up unless you're holding that crouch key, and boom, suddenly you stand up into the spray. But yeah, Stown fakes it and swings for the trade. Very well played. tabseN tried his best, man. Stown will not let it go down. And Heroic have pulled a bit of a comeback here on this T side already. 4 rounds straight. And taking the lead right back. Cadian doesn't fire off of that smoke. Oh, look at this. What a crazy round for Yavi to do this. The one round no one's here. He's been
fairly respectful as well with how he's taken mid in the last few. Now this gets a little awkward for him. He converts that kill. This is where you breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Like, thank God I didn't bungle that one. And so that's now opened up the B play. Shush holding W and moving in. Keen to take off where Favn left off in this one.
Maybe.
And now with all this space over towards B locked in for Heroic, there isn't really a world where Big want to attempt this. They're just going to save. Hold on to these guns. Try run it back in the next. This was a buy round that they took a partial investment in the last round to make sure it had all these bells and whistles, but the AWP never has a chance to get involved. It's largely avoided, and the one gap that exists is found by Heroic and used against Big.
They're still just full sending these hunts, Harry. Sure, this time they have more money to actually justify it, but Heroic really trying to punish the round enders. Oh, Crimbo. Wow, he gets away with 2 there, but tabseN still falls out, and Big barely make it through with guns. They keep a couple of rifles.
The thing that really sucks there is the difference between saving 3 or 2 guns is massive. If you had 3 saved out of the round, you can buy here and have rifles on everyone. A couple of players like holding the bulk of the util, sure, but you would have had that full investment. Now that's not at all a certainty. And actually, the decision of force here is one that would have some serious repercussions for Big. I imagine we just see them kind of partially invest a bit of cash. You can see the Gobby's now weighing in. Trying to cook up a solution to this one, but Big are a team that really like to have everything in these rifle rounds. They don't want to like come through with like 5 rifles, for example. They're a team that love prioritizing having that AWP in your AWPer's hand as much as you can. And so they're looking at the future here with this partial buy around the saved guns. I think you would have seen a full investment if tabseN got out with his rifle, if Heroic didn't remove it at the end of that last round.
But I like this buy, given that is what happened for Big, just saving for later. They can definitely make these nades interesting. Heroic have been going a lot more contact in the last few rounds, be it Yabi in mid or Shush in B, and it is the latter right now. He made it further than Stan, but he's not ready for the reswing with a no flash. Crimbo gets away with a kill. This wallbang is possible. Tessus
has util. That smoke is not going to save you.
Oh,
Crimbo, dead man to the util. Gun retrieved, second man still in at Tetris, and a fight happening over here in mid. Faven's going to swing and win, dropping the bomb. Getting that away from Heroic is a big deal.
That was quite a commitment. 3 players, bomb up top B, and the others nowhere to be seen. How is Yabi going to save them here? He really has to on his own. Cadian still getting into position, and the orb is not what you want here. Faven tucked in that tight corner, waiting for a teammate's contact. And there is the info. Yabi doesn't clear it. Faven with a freebie, pulls the deke out, and closes that low buy round for Big with the save guns. It's more the pistols than anything. Crimbo, massive double up from Tetris, a position that Heroic have even been double nading in rounds gone by, but a contact B, well, they pay the price.
This gets really interesting now, though, right? Because if you're Big, you could kind of feel that this was maybe getting away from you with 5 in a row for Heroic, for them to now find themselves up in the lead. They were feeling infallible. They were really believing in them just steamrolling over this game with the Danes, and now it's called into question a bit more. This is where the idea that, you know, last time this matchup went down, it was so close, and Big were the ones in the lead. They might try and channel that energy against Heroic.
They don't know.
They don't know about Crimbo, and this guy is great when left to his own devices. He thrives in this environment, and so he milks this for the double. The backstab lands. Concealed by the smokes, Crimbo makes it work.
He can get out here.
Bells are going off for Heroic.
Wow.
He gets out, his teammate drops into the danger.
Still a very powerful position for tabseN when they have the bomb and they're helping him hold on to it. Hype with the angle, Cadian going around the world, and Yabi needs to live, but he looks at the Molotov. Crosshair put off. Sure, he's trying to check if it's spreading, right?
He was trying to check to see what the spread's like on it, but that's funny, you know. Part moth in that moment. Just had to get one last hit of the light, man, and ends up betraying him. Flew too close to the sun on that one there, and it's a deadly laser, Hugo.
I've heard that, actually. Yeah.
Cadian will just save this AWP, and so Big have tied this game up. This question was kind of poised to them, right? Last time it was them getting comebacked on this map. It was them with Heroic playing catch-up and then losing out in a full 30-round game, but they want to be the ones to do it to the Danes this time.
I'm liking how proactive Big are being, though. They've got the answers towards B, definitely. The drop-in is dangerous, but they supplement it with Molotovs, and they force a kill on Yabi. If they don't do that, Cadian's able to pick the back line, and then Yabi can activate, and Heroic can definitely win that 2-on-3 with the position of Cadian on the flank on an orb, bearing down on Big. So, very nice reactions from Big. We can't see Heroic go back to contact B and, you know, not even contact, just like dry walking up. That's back-to-back rounds. They've sent 3 players into B with the bomb committed. And that's the problem. It's the bomb there. Sure, 3 should be enough, but it hasn't been either of these rounds. Big have been stacking it, and Heroic lose that package with no position. Cadian AWPing A, not getting given picks. He's having trouble right now, 10 and 14. Not really seen him come in with any individual impact on this T side. And so that streak of 5 rounds in a row for Heroic is now lost to the wind. Big are picking up steam. So what's the buy look like, Heroic? Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, okay,
this is dangerous.
This is a wild investment to take. This was a last-second buy-in as well.
True.
They talk about it in the timeout. They execute it now. They come up to this round with 4 guns in play. The Eagle for Yabi, limited in terms of the util. So they really want to try and force some sort of opening fight and then just look to win it with a bit of pace behind them.
Okay, they got dunked as well.
Don't have the util to go for some of these double pump rounds that we've been seeing out of the Heroic gang. Instead, This has just got to be grouped, and this one probably has to be pretty explosive and fast.
Look at the bomb again. It's way up further than anyone else in the team. Sure, the goal is A here. Heroic have nothing else. 5 players on the ramp, but man, these are scary rounds. Tesses does need a little bit of support. They're holding the angles. There is a molly on Cadian, but expecting him to be nearer the back of the pack. tabseN gets out anyway. And Big look to concede. You'll notice the only util Big have left in this round, other than that smoke, 3 mollies, 2 HEs. They can play plant denial, and maybe they've got the realization like, Heroic are playing very slow right now. They might go for a late plant, and if that happens, Big have the nades for it. Crimbo set up to not flash his teammate back in, but nade him back in. And so 30 seconds, this could be very good for Big, just re-pressuring late in the round.
All the util's gone out now for Big though, right? They don't have any of that left for when Heroic suddenly try to explode onto the scene, up through ramp. 20 seconds on this round, and Hyde scoped up. Gonna just start to go through the motions early on the orb, but the flash nails him. He won't be able to adjust in time. tabseN will. Him and Crimbo drop that bomb away from Heroic, and right now Big are looking for that one man to try and make a play that wins the damn round, but it's gonna look to get away from them. Bomb now planted. Things get a bit weird here. Backstab on the cards for Keto. Already further up the ramp than maybe they're prepared for. Deals with that first man, and a missed shot from Cadian's AWP seals the deal on this round.
I don't know who that was uglier for. It looked ugly for Crimbo. It's crazy play. You know, if he just gets a stray bullet on the planter, it's sick. But why does Yabby go over default there? He climbs on the top boxes in the post plant. It's so high risk for so little reward. Heroic can pull back and play 3v2 post plant. He goes hunting. And that just gives Big the free kill from the boost box. The best position to deal with that from. So yeah, just some ugly rounds here out of Heroic in the last few. Not rounds you expect to see them lose. And missed shot for Cadian. Damn. They risked it all on that force buy, and now Cadian's forced it up himself. They're half buy, and he's on AK.
This was the scoreline the last time these teams met on this map that Big were able to get to, and this is where they stayed. 14 was all they got, but does that change now? Low buy from Heroic, trying to run down the opener, and Testes will get it.
Not this round, Harry.
tabseN, dead man, now leading from beyond the grave. Hyped takes up the position of his fallen IGL.
They missed the smoke. They missed the smoke.
Let's play ahead of this. Has a serious gap to look through. There's more Tech-9s up the ramp side that will run him down. Heroic get the kills, and Crimbo dealt with as well. Looking good, 4-14. Heroic, they just hold W. They come sprinting in. Keto moving around. Looks like he wants to attempt this, but never destined to win it.
How do they win that? I just don't get it. They should never win that round. Not in a million years. Like that entry onto Fav and up ramp with a Tech-9, sure, that's sick, but even past that point, a missed smoke, Big player in front of the util with the orb, and yeah, they arm their opponents without a doubt, but those Tech-9s hit hard for Heroic. Every head connect.
No, and this is where for Big, you know, like it's going to be coursing through their minds. Like it can't happen again.
Oh, it's happening.
It can't happen again, but they are all in on this round. tabseN's got his trusty P250. He's actually sick with this, so.
Yeah. But is that where you want your top fragger on the P2? Sure,
I mean, he's literally in charge.
Yeah.
So, you know, he could look to change that. Of course. But he's got full faith in the rest of the gang.
You've got to at this point. Heroic cycling the nades, they've talked about that. They think it's pretty OP, but hey, they do it anyway. Why wouldn't you? Squeeze every morsel of utility out of a round.
Hype wants to be involved early, man. He's like taking some aggressive lines with the AWP. He's got tabseN just jumping around trying to bait out shots for him. And
as
he
well.
might see something here. Just collects that freebie. The early 5v4 could have gotten out. That was an option, but he goes back in. And double dipping is a decision he's going to come to regret. Tesses has been keen on the entries out through ramp, and he's got Stown backing him up every step of the way. This one, it feels like history is destined to repeat itself for Big. Heroic up in the lead now and on to 50. 15 on Big's map pick of Vertigo.
Big have played some stubborn rounds of Counter-Strike on this A site, right? Like the recommits through some of these smokes right there as well, getting a 5-on-4, going back for more. I don't know when Big are going to be satisfied when their bloodlust is over, because Heroic are happy to take these open fights with no smokes right now. Even the previous round is similar to that. And Heroic, they know it. They shouldn't win this game. They should not win this game. But right now, everything is pointing to that.
He's going like full.
Say it.
Full goblin mode.
Full goblin mode. Nades on sandbags. They can leave. Nades don't do too much. And Big burning util as Heroic hold on to as much as they can. The reflashes to ramp. Big have 3 SMGs and 2 pistols, and Heroic go, come on, give us a push. Crimbo will.
Crimbo will oblige them.
Getting out, unlikely.
Probably doesn't live to tell the tale, right? But still, you'll take a 1-for-1 on the aggro ramp push.
Done a lot of damage.
Deals with the AK. Yeah, softens them up a bit, collects the info that Heroic are grouped over towards ramp.
Big have played a great map of Counter-Strike, but I fear that it's all kind of unraveled in the last 3 or 4 rounds. And Heroic have just been relentless in this game. The rebuys, some of the risks with lurkers, and the hunts in post plants, whether or not they have the money to sustain losses. Heroic have been hounding this win, and now in round 30, they walk out mid as a pack. There is not one eye on this position. This is ready for Heroic to win.
Mavens Deagle got to deliver. There's one from it, but he can't find anything else. Shush with the trade, and now can just smoke off elevator.
It's all on Keto.
Keto alone down towards ramp. They should know that they haven't cleared this, so they're going to keep their wits about them, and Cadian will flush him out of his hidey hole. Tabson and Hype to try and do it. Tabson's P250, gearing up for a retake. Hype moving in behind him. But Heroic have got 2 players pushed up past the generator, ready to trade this. Shush holds the line, and that second man ready to spring to action on the fade of this smoke.
Oh.
Hyped is a dead man, and Heroic do it again. Closing this out at 16-14. They snatch away Big's map pick with Nuke waiting in the wings. Heroic won that 2-0.
Hey Future Pros! I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head, stand when they jump and then just chill out. Future Pro number 2, you will get to have all the fun. Follow Future Pro 1 and get onto their head using the close railing. Jump again to allow your stool to stand. Now aim towards this gap and line yourself up so this railing lines up with the edge of the direct close wall. Position your scope so you're aiming just below the painted blue section. Then fire your AWP when the timer is just about to change from 148 to 147. Here you can see the exact moment when CSN made his shot. And that's it. With a bit of luck and a willing teammate, I'm sure you can hit this shot at least 1 in every 100 rounds. Good luck.
Man, there is close, and then there's just what went down on that said map of Vertigo. Almost going in the way of Big, but the tail end of that map really does tell the story of exactly how Heroic swung it back in their favor. Unfortunately for the Germans, a bit of taste left in their mouth, and they almost had it. That is a crushing way for it to go down, Peacemaker.
Yeah, very crushing, and I mean, we said on the dash that it would be close. I just didn't expect it to be this close as it was towards the end of the game, right? And yeah, devastating loss to Big in this one, especially the way it was, like especially on that force bite that they lost on around 28. Oof,
I think
that's gonna stink on their camp.
It really sucks as well, because if you go back to the second half especially, I think it was a great game over. A lot of mind games coming in. We saw that one round where Heroic just like went like 4 rounds in a row, breaking the money for Big. Big was struggling a bit, and then it had like a early 3-man stack towards the B bomb side from Big, and the reply with Yabi with early mid flank. There was so many cool moments there from both the teams, and then this one moment where you're like, what, 14-13. They have just Tech 9s, and Big, they're just non-committal. Either fight ramp or play for a full retake, and so just playing towards the
bombs,
smokes.
utility.
Yeah, and then of course you're gonna allow those plays like Tessus and Shush running into your face with Tech 9s, and you lose around like that, and then it sucks really if you're a Big fan.
Well, Big aren't the only ones, unfortunately, experiencing a little bit of heartbreak here in Rio. Over on the B stream side of things, unfortunately, Imperial have been eliminated by the hands of MongolZ. But let's get a few departing words from Fallen before he exits.
Always the professional and always a legend of the Counter-Strike scene. Fallen is joining me because we do have to say goodbye to you after day one, but you were the team that came in last minute, it's hard to prepare. But I just want to touch on the MongolZ. Going up against a team like this, obviously very powerful, very raw aim, but I just was impressed they bounced back after how you destroyed them on Overpass. What did you think about them?
Yeah, hello everyone. I think they played a superb Inferno. Our Inferno has been hitting a miss lately, and they were able to capitalize on that, so that made the series 1-1. And on Mirage, I think it was 16-14, and the result says it could have gone either way. It was a great game. Very sad about us going out early, but we knew that the competition was pretty tough. I have good reasoning that I know the condition of my team at the moment. I know that we're not fighting for titles. We don't come for events like that, like completely sure we're going to reach the finals. You know, we just have to accept our reality and work to get where we want to get. And we're doing that. We're working hard, like full try hard the whole year, trying to do the best we can. But unfortunately, exactly for this tournament, we just had a small break. We were thinking about having 1 or 2 weeks like to finally be able to relax, and then the invite kicked in, and you just cannot miss a tournament like that. It's just such a great opportunity, and we're happy to be here. Like the fans, for sure, is going to miss out or play on the stage, but we're going to be here regardless. They're going to be here for pictures, signatures, to feel the energy from the crowd. And you know, this event's very important for Brazilian people and important for us too, and we want to retribute the love they have for us.
And that's what's crazy, right? Some people may look at it and go, oh, with not much notice, I'd say no. But you love it so much, you still want to come for it. So no regrets?
No regrets, 100%. We want to give back to the community that has always had our back since my whole career. Like every achievement I had, every failure, they have been with me. So for the success, for the moments of success and the moments of failure, they have always been with me. So the least I can do is contribute back whenever I can.
And we've got to build you an ultimate team for the show match, Fallen, to make sure you win that again.
Brother, I'm gonna hit it. Yeah. I see what they're doing. Let's go for the show match. It's gonna be nice.
There we go. That'll be the way to do it. Fallen, as always, do you have anything you want to say within Portuguese out there?
Galera, obrigado pela torcida. Eu espero que quem esteja vindo para o torneio aqui no Rio possa curtir os outros times brasileiros também. MBR e a FURIA estão jogando. Espero que alguns deles consigam passar para o estádio. E mesmo que, se porventura algum deles não vier, acho que vai ser um grande evento. É muito importante a IEM Rio acontecer aqui. É a segunda vez que eles voltam, tão pouco tempo. Eu espero que vocês venham, curtam o evento, a gente vai estar por aqui, faço questão de estar presente nos dias, fazer assinaturas, ver vocês, sentir energia, e a gente vai tentar devolver um pouquinho do carinho que vocês sempre por nós. A gente sai bastante triste com a derrota, mas a vida é assim mesmo, as coisas vão aparecendo, a gente tem que superar e seguir em frente. Tamo junto, eu vejo vocês aqui.
I never know what he says, but it always sounds so good. Obrigado. Goodbye.
Yeah, certainly a tough situation for the entirety of that Imperial squad to be finding themselves in here. But moving back on over to the A stream and the matchup we see at hand, we're just going to wrap up the conversation about Big and what we saw on that map of Vertigo, because it is extra painful when you're seeing the in-game leader once again stepping up and fragging pretty big. Tabson was looking good for the duration of that map.
In fact, I felt Hyped had a little bit of a quiet game, but everyone is stepping up. Keto had some incredible moments as well. But yeah, Tabson, once again, the captain leading by example. That's something you love to see. That's always going to be a good sign for Big. Now he's done it like back-to-back in 2 maps. So if that's you know, kind of an omen of things to come down the line for this big lineup, with Tabson being one of the star players while still IGLing, that's a good thing if you're a Big fan.
Yeah, I think that being completely fair towards Big, I think that they did deserve to win the map in my eyes. Like they're especially on the T side, I think that they had a very good understanding of like how to punish the aggressions from Heroic.
Yeah.
I think they won the pistol, ended up losing the force buy, which kind of broke their momentum, and then they still managed to get 7 rounds on the board. And then towards the end, there was also a great adaptation from them around 13-11, where they're losing the game. They're like Heroic came back, and then they took a timeout. And I wish we could ask Gobby after the game, well, what was that about? Because like they switched the momentum completely. Like they said, enough is enough. Let's play aggressive. Let's play with confidence. They brought it back, and then unfortunately they ended up losing the way we already spoke about and with that force buy. But they're nothing to be ashamed of. They did a good map.
Yeah, Nuke, I feel like, though, probably going to be a different tale in terms of how close an affair we are expecting on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that Big have played, right? Obviously, they've been trying to flex the 7-map pool. They've been grinding out a lot as well. But then again, Heroic, we've spoken about how the CD side especially, right? It's so annoying to go up. Even just watching the demos, just watching the VODs, I'm like, I would hate to be going up against them on the CT side. What Big did do a very good job of in Vertigo, as they pointed out, was some of the anti-ecos, for example. They were stifling that CD side aggression from the side of Heroic. If they're able to even replicate like 50% of that on Nuke, maybe things might get a little interesting, but getting the win though, FURIA, it's going to be hard.
Well, yeah, the Danes already sealing away their opponent's map pick and now looking hot to trot coming onto their grounds of Nuke. It's time for potentially Heroic to take this in 2 and secure their space in the playoffs.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Is he good as IGL and AWPer? I mean, this team is so talented, but something not working.
Problem is, he is probably even worse with rifle than AWP. And who is there in the Danish scene as an AWPer? RN right now.
I mean, for me, Stavn is probably the top AWPer in Denmark right now. When he picks it up, he does way better than KDN with it.
But then you gotta find yourself a rifler as good as Stavn in Denmark, and that is impossible.
Not really, not really. A solid rifler will do if Stavn is good as he usually is when he plays the AWP.
What's not working is the Dust 2 pick. Even a bad Heroic should never be getting 2-0'd by an academy team. Maybe KDN had a stroke when picking the map FFS.
I don't understand the Dust 2 pick either.
I think maybe he took too much white powder up his nose.
Maybe he misclicked no worries. It's round robin, so they have 4 more matches to recover.
Sure, they have time, but I don't see where they find the confidence in their Dust 2 in the first place. Maybe it comes from lack of confidence on other maps.
Being exposed right now, he had 1 saving grace, IGLing, because he is ass at AWPing, but he's not looking good at all.
I think he just forgot to plug in something.
Beautiful calls like go 5B against Eco without clearing any map. Goat IGL.
Maybe getting good at throwing flashbang is key.
Damn, I can't hold myself from loving comedian name that he got, and he deserves it just by picking Dust 2.
Bring King Devi on the AWP. Leave comedian to Apple and calling. Yeah, this should make Heroic get out 3G for sure.
Welcome to HLTV.
We have the matchup for tomorrow.
Right back in we go. And Big now faced with Nuke, Heroic's map pick to try and recover this BO3. After Vertigo gets away from them in the full 30 rounds, this is a test of the resilience of this Big squad. Heroic, comforting one for them. Good results on this as of late. The only loss that they have most recently was to the G2 squad here, but that's kind of feels somewhat par for the course.
We'll forgive them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing some loose games, some loose rounds already in this tournament. It's definitely been some wheels off the cart, so to say. And those
some
odds,
pretty wild Counter-Strike so far.
I'm here for it. You know, I'm having fun. And Heroic certainly look like they are too. I love this pistol. We see this sometimes dropping down B with lots, but they don't necessarily have to commit. They will quickly. They actually go straight for the plant on the B bomb side, but it's lobby control for Yabi that nets 1 kill. I thought they were going to use that hell control to get back up the vent, but it's lucky they don't. Cadian gets cleared. Big know what they're up against, that's for sure, but they are up on against the clock with no kit, regrouping on ramp.
Down and Shush on this crossfire. Have got to get away with absolute murder, and it's not started off well. They're overran immediately. Oh, clean pistol from Big. Love that. Keto even giving a little song. Yeah, it sounded like.
Yeah, you know, not shooting the windows there early. Sure, you don't want to give away your post-plant position, but man, the first person who fires a shot through the window, it just sucks all the damage out of your gun, out of your bullet, especially with a Glock, man. You're never going to hit, you know, the one tap. So on a pistol round, maybe we'd like those windows broken. But you also hope that your opponent is the first person shooting through it, and you can quickly trade. Big with a pistol, and Heroic don't wait long, do they? Force up, double Mac 10. Screams a faster approach. Gonna line up util.
Yeah, bro, all this util's flying through. Yeah, they want to try and get down the vent. 1, 2, 3. They all make it down. Oh! Tries to give chase, but ends up getting shot in the face. And now out of the round, lower plant locked in for the Danes. Good spot to be in.
Yeah. I mean, Big might not even go for this. Look at them already running away.
Yeah.
Heroic still have 2 lurkers. Players starting outside and on the roof looking for kills. And they can go anywhere they want right now. Crimbo's tucked in close. And Heroic know every corner could have danger around it. So they are being very careful on this hunt. 2 M4s trying to save right now for Big. Those are the big ticket items, if you pardon the pun.
Scout v Mac 10.
Yeah.
And neither wins.
Accept it. Keep 5 alive. That's a 6-second round for Heroic. Keto with a calculation.
This was the moment Shush did well to figure out that he was being chased there. Followed down the vent. Yeah, he's asking what HP he got hyped to with the Mac 10's battle versus the Scout.
Really not that much.
That's a Heroic on the board immediately. Cheeky way to get it as well. But got out of the round with those saved guns. So this 4-spy back to try and spark these 4-spy wars. There's a little more bite to it than usual. Hyped. Oh, gets caught out. They're already across to red, and he learns that the hard way. Oh, Tabson! They line up for him! And he annihilates this push in a secret. One man with one of these M4s does it all for Big. Can't. Oh. It's all good. It's fine. Cadian.
Is it?
Crimbo could have pushed this, could have looked to deal with him, but instead gives him a bit of respect, and that's going to give Cadian a chance in the 1v2. Keto pushed into the lobby, but Cadian's coming all the way back around. Now, if he goes back of the door, it's a very safe angle, and that's what he's doing, just playing right back in here. He still isn't considering the full wrap through, but it's a deep clear for Cadian. If he goes... Oh, with the deagle, he's going to give it a look in, and that one's free. Keto looking into the wall, man. And that's nice and easy for Cadian. Now the plant up through this. Crimbo smokes it off. Cadian's off the bomb, goes hunting for the kill, but Crimbo will best him. And there's something to be said for Crimbo's consistency in clutch moments for Big. He answers the call in that round there, puts a stop to Cadian and starts off these 4-spy wars as Big immediately reply, going tit for tat with Heroic.
I wonder if Cadian meant to hit that molly on the outside as well, if it was meant to go down the vent, you know. It's either way, if there's no smoke, you're screwed, right? But that goes perfectly for Crimbo, and Cadian would rather he smokes the molly in the vent, because climbing up the ladder is very difficult if you're being held. So that molly probably falls a little bit shorter than what he wanted. And the smoke gives him a one-way that favors Big. They come back in with a buy though, Heroic. Oh, Cadian just catches hyped round main. And sure, now that's good info for Big. They know there's multiple players outside with a boost coming up behind red. Heroic will drop B, but Tabson's already here. In a position I know to be Xantares. Tabson learned from the Turkish player. As he waits, the door opens, he takes one, they're right below him. Tabson, another multi-kill, don't get them all. He will be traded though. Crimbo drops that bomb on the ground. 2-on-2, don't know how Heroic is still in this round right now. Cadian's put 2 kills to his name. Crimbo's set up above him. Fathom moving in as well. They might both be together. No need, only one player spotted. And so Yabi, if he finds his trade, the job has only just begun.
Hunting ghosts up on the rafters, though. It's over. Yeah, they've got the high ground, man. There's no winning this one.
Oh, he's ready.
Oh, yeah, there's the door swing, and Favon will nail it.
Crosshair placement was immaculate. Imagine if you just spam the door, he kills him there. It's low health, but yeah, both players in the site. Nice double up from Tabson as well, in a very dangerous position. You kind of want them to be coming through single there. But they don't look right above. Big in control, 3-1.
Heroic have forced
a rebuy with no plant, Harry. No AKs.
Okay, this is ballsy. They're trying to keep the pressure on, but only 2 surviving in the last round for Big. Heroic, they've done it again.
Hey,
They've got down the vent, and now they're running to go plant on B. Crimbo, this time been dispatched here early, but with the smoke in his face, there's no stopping that bomb from getting into the site for Heroic.
They're right below him.
Also right here, ready to deal with him. Crimbo out on an island. There's one, there's two. Why not make it the whole damn thing? He's mopped up the entire lower play single-handedly. Yabi sneaks down the vent, but this time Faven gets his revenge from the last time. And Tessez alone. Out from ramp, but not a way to win this round.
You're going to get your loss bonus, so save your armor, right? You know, it doesn't matter. Heroic going to plant. He knows he can't win. So I hope they don't buy again. A little halfy with some pistol armor would be fine. And Heroic know they can get bomb plants right now, but that's a absolute massacre from Crimbo on the B site. He started very strong in this game.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like Heroic are really just limit testing.
Yeah, see, you know they have got down
they've
without
actually put money in.
Yeah, of course they have. I mean, Tess has got out with 3,300, so dropping the AK, not the end of the world. Pretending he didn't get his loss bonus, essentially, giving Stown a reason and a way to fight for this round. Heroic have 5 smokes, so something's been called, because that is almost everything they have. Going to be this AK lurking yard. So can they make some room on this A site? There's a nade primed for the door.
This is a lot of smokes for the A play.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Wall of smokes A site, never done before.
There's a, there's a first time for everything, Harry. You've got the Alexi flash. This is good for Hut. Pop them in A. Turning, Keto will turn back. Stown's dead outside. That AK is lost. And so maybe the round as well. Heroic getting sliced. It's a late lurk in the yard. Cadian can save or he can send. The latter works for one. But come on, you can't win this round, right?
Yeah, not with Hyped having pushed all the way through, surely. Cadian's so low on health. One shot from the MP9 will do it. And so that's going to knock him out of the chance in that 1v3. Looked like Cadian was going to go back to spawn to save anyway. And so Big up 5-1. There's been some interesting purchase decisions from Heroic here to open up, and they're kind of bearing the full brunt of that now.
They've kind of made their own bed. They've got to sleep in it. They know what they're doing. Some audacious buys, and it's not like they're really getting them close either. Still bomb plants, but like flawless rounds for Big.
What were the smokes for? Everyone died with them. Didn't really seem like there was a coherent thought in what they were going to do with that round.
It did seem oddly specific to have 5 Tech-9 armor, 5 smoke on a T-side of nuke, and to not be running walls outside.
Yeah, well, because that's the immediate thought when you see that many. It's like, oh, they're going to do
all
wall
lobbied.
smokes.
I don't know.
All right, then, here we are. Tess says the man who dropped over that AK, he's relegated down to a Tech-9. Everyone else has rifles. They're lacking the ore.
Yeah, what I can tell you is they're probably trying to fake A multiple times, maybe to give Stown room, but he died so early in the round that at that point it doesn't really matter what the smokes are for. You're buying no time. You're wasting your own. And Stown's not getting any space, so let's see about the... Yeah, last time they replaced a smoke in the middle when they realized they had a gap. Will they realize again, though? Do they even have that as an option? That's a hell smoke for Yabi. They just walk past. Crimbo could have fought this. It's Tabson who gets popped in secret, and the one guy who didn't have a gun is armed. This is lockers, so do they come back up from secret? Cadian smoking main, but they are still very heavy down B. Crimbo sees this util. Are they gonna? This is sort of like Vertigo when they had these 3-man B plays. Oh, that's nice for Yabi. That opens up options now. Heroic really don't have to commit, but they're gonna do so anyway.
Different routing, same result. This smoke out to let them plant down on B. And Hyped is going to struggle to get involved. I think Big might just save again. Like on position alone, the 3v5, none of this is sparking joy for Big. And so they will just save these guns out of the round.
Yeah,
this triple save is nice, right? Because you touched upon it earlier with the first few rounds being nice and clean for Big. They've got a nice bank account and saving the guns. Like, this was actually one of the 3v5s you even could have justified going for on the back of still having enough money, but they really want to try and keep the longevity behind this CT side. Yeah, I think especially with some of the tones of Vertigo, this idea that like Big would be streaking rounds together, but then a couple of like those key moments go the way of Heroic, start to hamstring the money towards the end of the game, and we all remember how that panned out. So just trying to avoid that as long as you can here.
Well, I actually like that idea for Heroic, because I think this might be the early stages of conditioning with some of the walls, not the gap in the wall outside, but they throw that wall smoke, they get down secret. Then what do? They throw smokes in main and lockers like they're going to come back up, but they don't come back up. What that does do for Big is it means they don't panic rotate B. Big could have gambled and gone, all right, screw it, they're probably B, let's all group ramp and go quick, but they don't do it because they think Heroic are coming back up secret. So I wonder if we see that round later, but Heroic actually do return up secret and go for another A-pop. So let's see if that means anything, or if it's just one fake out round. Great molly puts Yabby low. Heroic looking for that upper hit though, Harry. They've got Shush setting up some flashes. Meanwhile, some smokes outside. Tesses can drop really quick main with these smokes, and they're going to hit the A site.
Oh, Tesses dropping in. Now that should have been heard by Hype with that AWP back outside, but he's still going to strike for one. And there's Yabby securing the other opener. And hell, man, if the last few rounds are anything to go by, Big are looking to save here. They don't have the manpower to launch this retake into play. And so they will just try to get out.
They clear this every day.
Even if they don't, there's just bodies to come around and, you know, get the trade. They don't clear it immediately. They send Yabby out, but Shush secures the kill. Favin will get dodged at least.
He could. He could right now, Harry. He could go up the vent and stick the bomb. There is no one close. There's no one even almost close. But he doesn't know that. And Nuke's a map where, because the bomb radius is the smallest on Nuke versus any map, it's so easy to stay in the bomb site. And, you know, despite that, we do see ninjas on A happen, but only because people get overconfident and try and save in lobby. But you can save in the bomb site, literally, and be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Keto demonstrated that already, right?
Yes, true.
Heroic starting to close the gap up, though, right? That's the headline right now. And they could do that if they win this round. Big actually get thrown into a weird spot monetarily. They've dropped the Legend Smoke in, and they run it through the hut. They've got a man trapped behind the vent. You're foaming at the mouth over the prospect of that kill. That one's nice and free.
Oh, where am I getting shot from? Where are they? They're in the walls. They're in the smokes.
Spamming away. Trying to find something. Chance would be a fine thing here. Nades rain down on the Crimbo. And I think the save's just been decided on that utility. This firing line of Heroic all looking up into the heavens, just begging someone to come through. Big were actually down to give that round a go as well in the man disadvantage retake. But then all that util rains out onto Crimbo. And he gets bullied down to 28 HP. And it's like, yep, well, cool, we tried. We can say we tried. Shush is even going hunting into the spawn, looking to actually punish and take out some of these guns as well.
Heroic have won 4 rounds. Big have saved 11 players in those 4 rounds. That's 3 players on 3 of the rounds and 2 players on 1 of the round, if you can still follow me. Well, let's see if that's guaranteed, because it's certainly not. Call it 10 players over 4 rounds, but still, yeah. I mean, it's Nuke. Heroic are running some pretty punishing.
Dude, that's actually like, that's kind of rough. Hype can still buy an AWP.
Yeah, I mean,
but
that's
a big ticket item to lose on a swing that I don't really feel like, you know, Hype needed to take that, right? He would have just been safe around the corner. And so rewarding Heroic for the hunt, dropping the AWP out of the round and forcing a hefty reinvestment for him. 6 grand dropped in this round that he would have just held on to. And so Heroic are at this position where they can really take control of the game. It might have been, you know, these early rounds, the first 6 being successful for the big squad outside of that like force buy win in there for Heroic. That immediate path to recovery now running the risk of getting shut down as their money would be broken finally. Heroic would have gotten through these saves and the residual cash that Big had kept up.
And yeah, some of these early rounds were really ugly for Heroic, but they've shown a variety of ideas in this T side already. This one, they're getting pulled apart, one limb after another. Oh, and they're losing every fight as well. That's not even really a fight. Stan gets punched before his fists are up. That's just an ambush from Big. The AWP into lobby, double ramp kill, and they chase outside as well. Cadian will survive, but it might be the 40-second save. And not one that Big will allow. They are trapping him in. If you're hunting us, we're hunting you. And Cadian will die. That's the only guarantee I can give you right now. Oh dear. Hello?
There we go.
It's hyped, you got it. Either way, 6 rounds to Big. Nice response. A far drier round for Heroic, though. One where they let the reins off a little bit. Go for a ramp pop with a flash. Walk dry outside. It's not the end of the world to lose that round, but we now need Heroic to return to form before they're put back to pistols. Ooh, in the vent. Yeah, be careful. He looks like he's going late with a flash. Yeah, he hears that pop as well. Keto's at the back of the site and defends his teammate. This is desperate. Oh, Keto! They are just assassinating Heroic in this round. Those are some ludicrous headshots.
Yeah, that was a really nice sequence out of Keto, wasn't it? And he's even still forcing the issue on the hot push. Fully commits to it. Full send for Keto there. So he didn't just save his teammate's life. He then went on to take everything away from Heroic. And this scoreline going to start to grow again. Heroic are coming up with a bye here. They've put money into this next round. Yeah, let's get this on replay. This little sequence at Heart was a thing of beauty. That transfer onto Tessa's looks so clean. Makes it look like deceptively easy as to how you can contain a hot push. Cadian does have his AWP in hands. He's taking it up on top of the silo, looking outside.
All right.
He's given an opener.
Back to a wall of smokes. Back to something very standard. I like this change, but so do Big. Look how much they're gambling on outside. They have 3 players who can quickly respond to this. Even though Hyped will get smoked off, can fire pot shots. If they go before the smoke, that's a problem. They will not. Something you see more often than you'd like. Molly lineup. They can still cross late. Oh, the double molly. Oh, this is a problem for Heroic. And Big kind of know
now they're
that
flashing too to slow it all down.
They know that, like, sure, you have to be prepared for everything, but in the back of Big's mind, they know that Heroic aren't down B. So they're not going to really panic, rotate lower. They could drop a ramp player. They have the manpower to do so, but this is a really good round from Big right now. And Heroic, they are forced into an A split, almost certainly. Do they want a clear secret with 40 seconds still left? This is. I don't know what Heroic do here. They have to come through main. This is cooked. And Big is stacked up. Side by side. Back side with 2. Heaven for Tabson. Income Heroic.
Down with the entry, but these kills have got to come through swiftly or else Heroic are going to lose this to time and they can't even justify it anymore. 10 seconds. Shush coming through the smoke at door. Oh, it's awkward. And Hyped gets the better of him. Cadian gets out with the AWP, but it's Big up onto 8.
They knew it was coming, right? They started 2 outside and a main player. They knew exactly what Heroic were going to go back to, the thing that was working earlier on, that was getting them a lot of control. And now Heroic are calling timeouts. They can feel the burn. They pulled, you know, This was 5-0 and Heroic threw a couple of rounds away. They went for some kind of crazy buys. Then they started to pick up shape, and now Big have got responses.
I think this was the matchup from back at Pro League where Big would like wait on the box, the boxes outside at red, and then like wait and see what was happening there. It was the one where like Cadian at the end of it goes like, "You've done that already." Like once they like pieced it together, so it felt like trying to use that against the big boys now as they waited behind red, seeing if that response was going to come through again. Where you get like the late commit towards outside, but they're never given those gunfights, and it gets really awkward once Big deny the takedown secret. That was like a really nice combination of utility. It was 2 Molotovs, a flash, and it just stripped any threat out of the outside smokes.
Yeah, that's not a call Heroic wanted to make. That was just an adaptation, just a reaction, if anything. This is how desperate Heroic have been in this game. Cadian just bought the orb into this eco round, and it's not even a pretty eco where you've got 4 Tech 9 armor with a couple of nades. This is getting scary right now. Oh wait, no, he saved it.
Yeah, he saved the orb. Don't worry, man. You're all good. You're all good. It's fine.
He saved it, Harry.
You saved the orb, Hugo.
Well, that's good, because I would say if he bought it here, this is mad. So a little more assured. Jumping and flying outside. Man, don't do it like they did it on Vertigo.
The Heroic Techs, they are a thing of beauty, and now there's even another AWP in play. Shush puts it to work and makes it sing. Tabson on the receiving end of it. Double AWP in the 3v3. It's down low on health. Going for that gun back at the spawn is fed to Faven over in main. Cadian seeking his fortune down towards lower, while Shush is still committed towards the heavens. Cadian dies here, the round dies with him, and there's the round dead with him. Shush 1v3.
Save. Damn. I think Heroic have realized they've kind of wasted their opportunity here. A lot of really solid A-holds for Big in this CT side.
Yeah, I mean, I think there kind of was bound to be a bit of a discrepancy in this game. Like, that's far. If we're going to say something about Heroic, it's been pretty loosey-goosey. They've kind of...
Oh, yeah.
They've been down to leave it to the individuals. They've been fairly light in terms of the kind of layers to their game right now. And I think that makes sense with both these teams having very different futures on the horizon, right? Heroic don't want to show everything cool they've got, so just kind of limit test and see what you can do in the game. It is a little more stripped back and down to individuals. And as we said, like for Big, every event they go to now is kind of like their major. Their last few chances to leave an impression. So they've got a lot more to fight for. In that sense.
Yeah, and they've already done the kind of shocking and taking down MOUZ in a dominant fashion to open the day, Heroic beat 9, sure, good win, but not crazy. Kind of been an upset team recently, but Heroic a team that don't get upset. I think Big are looking for a huge opening day here at IEM Rio. If they manage to take down both Heroic and MOUZ, Tabson with a smoke spam. Heroic can't catch a break, man. They're going to make it down what cost? 4v5, 2 in B, 2 stuck lobby. And so Big have the real estate and the numbers to rotate Hyped's eyes to that lower site. This is a very hard round now for Heroic. Cadian's relying on his teammates getting something done here. They will start strong.
Yeah, that Molly going to force the reposition at a height. Now, there's still that option to kind of come back up the vent and try to dedicate to the A play if Yabi gets away with the kill, but instead he's cleared. Faven finds him. Cadian up on top of the silo. Doesn't know about this player hidden in garage. But oh, God, now he knows. He's going to try and whittle him down through the wall, and Crimbo, there's no escaping that. Faven's pushed into the lobby and is coming in on a backstab. Bomb's going down and lower in the meantime, and they're left chasing the ghost of Cadian over towards outside. Yeah, I honestly, if you're Cadian and that one shot hits you, you're like, guys, they're really late to the retake. They are like really late to coming down lower. I think if anything, that info is going to help Heroic, knowing they had a bit more time to get situated and set up here.
50-50.
Says Pick an angle and stick with it. Wins that first fight. Swivels around looking for more, but it's down to mop them up and close.
I mean, these are the positions Heroic have wanted to be in all half. Get them in a post plant, and they are lethal, man. They've been trying so hard, in the early rounds, doing these vent drops, these constant rebuys, these smoke walls. They just want to get in B, plant their feet, pick their spots, and put big on the clock. But getting here has been the hard part. Once they're in, it's heroic rounds, and they can still get 6.5. That's fine. But Big have gone for the double AWP, trying to lay down the pain at the end of their CT side. tabseN even getting aggressive even now. Big are bringing out new things to keep heroic guessing. Crimbo looking for toes. Stown has no idea. tabseN slips in perfectly, even kills that lurk, and now heroic are pretty screwed. They run into an AWP, and while they try and attempt to trade on ramp, there are 2 AWPs here.
Kito's been fantastic in some of these rounds over towards A at locking down the hub. This time he goes aggressive and catches Shush, setting up to try the A play. Now Hyped gets the spot. There's another man in the hut, and so Heroic starting to get figured out. Trying to remain mobile, going to go back over towards ramp. Hope they can find a way in. Nade to kick up smoke and obscure Crimbo's vision. Missed that first shot with the AWP, and now they've got him boxed in, but he dances around. No scope required. Crimbo lights them up, and Big find 10 rounds on the half. Big light up the server, 10-5 at the end of the first half. This one was back and forth to begin, with force buy wars ensuing from the get-go. But Big never let their fingers off the trigger. They go on a bit of a tear. Only a handful of rounds found since that upset in the second round from Heroic. Pretty loose style employed from the Danes, and Big trying every step of the way to thwart them. They want to make this a 3-map series after all.
Saves in 3v3s go a long way for Big. It sets them up for success by the end of their CT side. They're going to go running out ramp in this pistol though. Cadian and Tesses side by side in a crossfire, but Keto kills them both. He has had a phenomenal map as Keto. It's forced panic rotates to B for Heroic. Rightly so. Big trying to get a vibe check. They see down. They still have spent Yuta on this position. They're going to molly him as well, putting Stown under the hammer. Keto hits another. That should not be his kill against Yabi, putting us in a 1v3. Shush had a great RMR, but this is a different kettle of fish. And he is dead immediately. Big pistol round from Berlin International Gaming, and they are poised right now to steal a map away from Heroic. A very heroic map indeed in Nuke. This would take us to Overpass as well. Not what I expected coming into this one, especially not with Heroic clinching out Vertigo, but man, they had to work for it, didn't they? Right now, even more so.
Heroic are forced up, and I mean, they were able to find success with their force buy in that first half. So let's see if they can do it again. Already they've triple dropped down towards B. A is fully open in this round, and Cadian gonna ring out with the first kill.
And they're playing double ramp with triple B. Like, you're just leaving A open. That might not matter. Cadian's hitting tags, but how do you rotate here? Vent's closed. Keto kills those flanks again. Still.
Cadian scout round. Cadian scout round. We're all thinking it. 2 already. Smoke out in towards the sights, down on the hut push. 1 man up on top of the hut that will be tricky to deal with, tricky to clear, especially with no heaven presence for Heroics. Down, creeps out, won't look up yet, and will come to regret it. Faven with the reply. Now he gets down off the top of hut. Cadian 2 to his name. In the round. Lands the tag. And Yabi mid-air gonna finish it off. Hype looking to walk the clutch over the line. It's just Cadian left to beat. On the swing, another tag from this scout, but not the killing blow, and that's what it needed to be.
How many tags? How many? 4? 5? 5 maybe?
4 in the round, I think.
He hit 2 at the end. He got 2 kills. I don't know. That's maybe 5 tags for Cadian in that round. But it's not enough, Harry. No kit. Yabi went to clear hut. Not backside. And that's the kill that breaks Heroic. Very nice try on a force buy. They're going to do it again. Heroic are sending it this game. It's kind of, the wheels are off, Harry. They get 4 kills. They get tempted in. The devil on their shoulder. Do it. Buy. Win it. Try. The Hero M4 on 2 players. Honestly, it's not bad odds. Shush can't move a muscle. And Big bring the brawn. Yeah.
Why would you say like the most tongue-twisting sentence ever?
I thought I could say it. I thought thought wrong. Sometimes you try, but you don't succeed. But then you try and try again.
Yeah, that's what Heroic are doing right now. Here we are. In the outside fight, Tesses lights them up, brings Keto down to 1. That's 1 HP.
1, 2.
Yeah, actually. That's a sequence right there. Keto and Hyped, both very wounded. But Hype's Molly's going to burn Tesses out of the round. Crimbo making noise down on the B site, but Heroic aren't scared yet. They're ready for this A play. Yabi on that swing. Oh God, all the low players are making it pass. Down with the Deagle. Can't keep them boxed in for long.
One bullet.
Dude, the HP is so low still for Big.
He's going for it.
He's even hunting the kill down the vent. They've dealt with the man outside. Cadian now closing the net on the A play. Oh, will just barely. Oh, turns around.
What?
Gets himself a double. This is so wild.
Winnable.
Shush. Last guy in it. Up through the heavens, quick on the ladder climb as he makes it up, but Favin's repositioned back into the lobby. No kit for Shush. So tapping the bomb is a prerequisite to forcing this fight. He makes some noise getting up on top of the silo, but Favin will not give him a peek just yet. Now on the bomb, Shush with the commitment. Favin's moving up, starts to run now and glocks him to close the round.
What can you do? How do you beat that? Like, you have to stick it until he makes steps. You know he's far enough away that he will run if he's going to stop you. And then the second he gets off the bomb, tapped by Glock. 13-5. Big with a statement here, and Heroic on their third timeout. And ironically, they could buy again, Harry. Oh, goal. Oh, he was blind. They got 4 kills, right? They got what they wanted, what was enough in the previous round to buy up once more. But I don't think they will. 13-5, you have one proper buy round if you eco this, so Heroic may as well redeem it. Big are going to keep it tight. And we have an interesting buy for Heroic featuring 5 smokes.
5 smokes
Again,
on the
Heroic
board.
really are theory crafting this map, aren't they?
Also, now Big have called in a timeout.
Oh my God, they're really going for it. I love how much Big are trying in this map.
Screw it, Heroic, call in another timeout at the end of this one.
That would be a flex. Could you do that? I guess you could call in 8 timeouts in a row.
Yeah, if you really wanted to.
Is there a rule on like you can't call more than 2 timeouts in a round? Did you see teams call 2? But I've never seen 3 from one team. I think it'll be really funny. Give it a go, Heroic. Why not? Call another. You won't. And they won't. Back in we go. 5 smokes, some Kevlar, and a lot of hope. But Big building back after a shaky 30-round loss on Vertigo.
Yeah, they want their revenge, and I mean, this is the way to get it. Winning this round leaves 1 rifle round between you and the victory.
Why lose when you can win? More coach quotes later. Spent too much time with Yanko, sorry.
Right, so 1 man makes it down secret. Keto.
Yeah, where are these smokes?
Quickly Shush with 1 of these smokes. So it's the smoke delay play here. Bit of a vintage classic.
Oh, vintage and classic.
Vintage and classic. Things, you know, can't be both.
Yeah.
Jiggle out of Shush. Takes a couple of shots, but he drops that smoke in your way and locks you out of secret.
Old
now,
and gold.
A lot of this util's already been worked through.
It's all gone.
There is now none of it left.
This one dropped hell or heaven, but yeah. Heroic by, you know, a good bit of time. Down to the minute mark with no kills. Big are starting to move through secret on a fake right now. And Heroic don't really have the numbers on top site, considering their guns or lack of. Yabi will swing on Shush.
Keto's spidey senses are tingling. He does not like the idea of going around that corner.
This smoke could be nice. 40 seconds. Cadian holding onto it. It's going to go a main.
That is one of the smokes available.
Yeah.
Leaves a little gap on the right side. Cadian.
Can they really hold this? I don't think so. They've just got Cadian here. The flank is really well timed.
I don't know, man. This is making me nervous right now. They've got the backstab.
Oh,
down with the missed shots. Yabi up through the vents. 10 seconds. This is a buzzer beater of a round that Cadian could steal away right now with the Deagle. He slows him down for a moment.
He's
Maybe
got it.
he's teed up
He's got it.
Oh, from the heavens. Keto watches over that bomb and won't let the pistols upset this round. Big onto 14.
All I'm thinking about is what happens if Stown hits that 1D carry. There were back turns. He can take that first kill. That could be 5-on-4. Throwing the vent climb, throwing Cadian, taking 1 with him. Suddenly, Heroic, they maybe win that round. But why theorize the maybes, the ifs, the ands, the ors, the buts? It's Big right now, writing the story. 14-5. A dominant win revenge arc against Heroic. Not a map that Heroic lose to Big. Played it 3 times, every time it goes the distance, but Heroic pull up with the dub. And this time Big with a statement. Look to send us to overpass. Ooh. Keto, he's been a cold killer in this game. Going through the Molotov. Tries to chase that kill. Big, meanwhile, ready for the upper hit. So's Yabi. Very hard position to clear.
A chance at something here for Yabi. Great double. Gets the bomb away from Big. Now Heroic looking to close this. They won't let anyone else fall. They keep that round nice and clean.
This would be the best comeback of the tournament so far, Harry. Are you believing buy now or forever hold your peace?
I have to tell you right now.
Yeah, right now. Right now, no comebacks, no second chances. The Heroic win this
sure,
map.
why not? You know?
Wow, okay. Well,
what's going to happen if they do or don't? Literally nothing.
I've put in your
for
bet.
me,
I've put in your
personally.
bet. Yeah.
Right, here we are. Heroic. It's a tall order ahead of them. Are they up for the task? Big. Couple of pistols here, but we know what the German Deegs can do.
We have already seen them this series. Faven had a great round on Vertigo. Hit some crackers of a shot. Little ramp walk for Big. You cool there, Harry?
Yeah, Tessez gonna have to try and hold the line here. He's getting run out, but he will double up clean. Cadian even moves in with the USP. And, well,
it's a banger.
Decides to run at them. Ends up giving them the AWP.
Oh,
and hopefully
no.
they don't come to regret that. They've been armed. Now they're deadly. Crimbo with 2 to his name. Moves in through the ramp side with Faven behind him. Crimbo got to be the man to plant here. Oh, the molly. They're going to push ahead of it. They run them down. And now it is just Faven low on HP, boxed into a corner. Heroic are going to pick up that round after all. They grab the AWP. It ends up really coming down to the wire, being far closer than ever it should have.
Yeah, don't like that at all, but Heroic contained the issue at least. Gonna get the AWP out very early in the T side as well. God, that was a stylish shot for Crimbo. And Yabi with a late smoke on the Molotov, right as they get too comfortable in the bomb site. Double molly outside for Heroic. Oh, they molly the roof, trying to offset Big's utility. Didn't do so. Big have a standard wall. One unperturbed by any mollies. Cadian still makes it down B with Yabi. Oh, they're in the right place. Big don't know what they're running into.
Yeah, the AWP here and posted Cadian comfortable as he moves up, looking to strike, flashed in.
Who does that?
But Tabson around the corner, saved from the flashbang.
What is that? You flashed the AWP? I've never seen an AWP flash into that angle. Cadian's going for it, man. Heroic, this has been just such a strange game from them, it feels like. Doing things on T-side I've never seen before. And now keeping that up. You know, you have so many more options with 2 players in secret, crossfires, trading peaks, bait and switch. It's down. Does catch him coming back up, though. That's a great headshot to Tabson. Eviscerates this return to A, and that's the warning. Heroic know the A hit is coming. Sight.
Oh, or is it? They've dropped down the vent big. They've got all this room in the B site. Heroic left retaking, but they're scared about dropping down the vent, and justifiably so, right? Big were just in there with all their bodies.
Power position.
So now looking to take ramp, but this is a nice angle for Crimbo. His teammate's going to make contact first in Keto. And if Keto can get out of the round with Even a kill, it would be big. Not needed though, as Crimbo lays waste to Heroic. It's just Yabi in this clutch. Gets it down to the 1v1, but you don't win clutches versus Crimbo. Hell of a round from this guy. And that puts Big up onto map point, one round away from taking us the distance onto Overpass.
What an absolute monster. That's a bait that you can be proud of. You're happy you died for the cause there, Keto, because Crimbo just lines him up and bowling pins his way to a strike. Even finds a 1v1 on low health as well. Doesn't even move. Stands still, lets a kill come to him. Focused for Big. In their lane. 15-7 right now. Heroic are running at them. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. And they take that lobby control and a kill to boot. Heroic will just up and leave. Take the upgrade. Stay winning. Let's see how Big fare without their heavy hitter in Crimbo. 4v5. Ooh.
Oh, relentless aggression coming through from Heroic here. All just throwing themselves into fight after fight, but they come out looking good. Big 2v5 for the game, but you don't fancy their chances. Feet seen in the heart, and Shush quick to deal with them. It's just Favin left now. And even though he gets that trade, he's getting wrapped through outside. A side's under lock and key, and they're even holding that rotate up onto the roof, so he was surprised. Heroic met him there. 8 on the board for the Danes. Still, they need 7 in a row if they want to make this comeback happen. At least they can take solace in the fact that there's a bit of a freebie coming down the pipeline right now.
Or is it Harry? Because Big have the room to buy, so they go for it. They have some nades behind it as well, so maybe another wall of smoke that Big have been frequenting in this T half already. Heroic land that deep molly, but these Deegs are out for blood right now. But I wouldn't count Big out in a round like this to get weird. There's no B rotate right now. Waiting for those smokes before Heroic send anyone packing down to B. Normal wall here. Oh, I don't know if Heroic are ready for this. Oh, KD misses his jump. He will see them though. They go before the smokes bloom and they get what they deserve. A quick spray from Stown. Crimbo moving into main though. This is a fake out. And now playing the wall. Trying to make up their mind. Into Garage, another free kill for Stown, and he is cashing checks and breaking necks right now.
Oh dear, he's getting pushed.
Yeah.
Cadian's there to bail him out. No, Cadian just killed that guy, you're fine. Now they have to look outside. Favin here is the last man standing, and everyone wants to deal with him, but it will be Tessez beating them to the punchline.
I'm not worried yet.
9-15, 6 between Heroic
Call it 5.
and overtime.
Call it 5 rounds.
But now that eco round is coming.
Yeah.
Big stave it off for a moment.
Big won't sound the alarms yet, but if they lose that next gun round, those thoughts creep in, Harry, those self-doubts. What's Crimbo doing? He's got a Zeus right now. He's dropping main quick. It's a classic, but picked off the roof. Oh, nice spray from Shush. Looks easy, but don't want those pistols getting out of control.
Oh, okay. Love that for Keto.
Yeah.
Little one and done on the Glock, just knocking him out of the round. And forcing that much more of a reinvestment from Heroic. You need every little advantage you can get if you're big. Meanwhile, over on the other stream, this MOUZ 9 game looks set to go the distance. Looks set to go all 3, unless 9 can pull a bit of a T-side comeback here. By the looks of it, they could. I mean, the money's a bit scuffed for MOUZ. We'll see. We'll keep that one in the backs of our minds. We're seeing our own comeback attempt here. Heroic, the ones to try and do it. And this began Didn't feel likely. They needed 8 in a row, but that number is now down to 5. And as you pointed out, if they win this, that's where maybe the alarm bells sound. However, Cadian checks this ramp control and ends up feeding Big the opener. They don't just have the real estate at ramp now. They've got that 5v4. Tessez has the round in the palm of his hand. They line up. There's even a TK in the mix, and that's the bomb dropped, let loose at hell. One man has torn this one away from the Big squad. You could see that coming together before your very eyes. All three hugging the wall tightly for the little bit of safety that it's provided in the long run. Makes them all line up for Tessez. And now just Crimbo. This guy is a clutch player.
Yeah.
This is the clutcher, and he's dealt with the first.
And he's having a great game as well. So Heroic need to stay tight in this situation and not give him 1v1s. Shush tried to change his position, but Crimbo was on the hunt. And I don't know if he'll go any further than this. Looks like a save after all.
I don't know if I even like the save.
Yeah, I feel like you could go for a kill here, but he just wants a rifle in that eco round. Knows that, yes, damage is an option here, but with Heroic probably, like, he gets that kill in a 1-on-4, and Heroic go, all right, let's play tight. So he knows 1v1s are probably not offered up. They're playing like layered peaks on ramp, so he just wants to actually play next round. He's having a great game right now as Crimbo. A Big ready to close, or a Heroic pulling the comeback that Harry called. At what was it, 14-6?
Yeah, I think that actually was it. I think that was the scoreline we were at.
14-7, maybe? Yeah.
And if Heroic managed to do it, especially with, you know, I think early on there was some rather interesting decisions made with the buys out of Heroic that have given Big like a pretty big leg up. And as we've kind of looked at, Heroic have kept it pretty loose for the most part. Not the most conforming game of Nuke you've ever seen, I'll say that. Crimbo with this saved gun runs it down through the outside molly. So he's already a little wounded, but he's going to at least make it all the way across the secret. They don't actually know that he's this deep. They spotted someone crossing red, but Crimbo actually bested Cadian's timing on the AWP. So that was like a rude awakening for Stown. He was not prepared for someone down at lower. And that one kill now throws the round into a bit of a weird place, because Heroic are left thinking like, well, hang on, if one guy made it down, like, did we miss any more? Is there, you know, did more players actually complete this cross into secret? Do we have to worry about B? And so they've padded out the site with an extra man, but you know, this takes resources away from other avenues of the map.
Oh, he's smoking, so they can, in theory, come down vent. They're not going to. And this is a round where, oh, they're going outside with pistols. I guess they just Heroic won't expect this because there's no rifles, and Heroic know that other than Crimbo. So they actually don't even have eyes outside right now. This is a round where, in theory, it shouldn't be too difficult for Heroic to win. But if a player makes a mistake, if a player dies without a kill, really you need multi-kills, then suddenly Heroic are in a really sticky situation. They hear this drop, so Tabson's dead, but the rest going down B through secret. Cadian's already in position, and so is Tessez.
Yeah, Tessa's got to be the man. Gotta hold on here, but it's just the one and done. Cadian out on an island. Almost gets flicked upon. Crimbo holding for this, and that hero AK finding success. For Big, they might do it on a low buy round. They're looking to close this out. Low HP on 2. They run down Cadian at ramp, and there's Favon with the close. This series is going the distance, and the score will have to be settled on overpass as Big shut out the Heroic comeback and lock in the Danes map pick.
Well, Big are back with a bang and completely blowing Heroic out of the water. A ground which we thought had the Danes' name written all over it, but hell no, the Germans completely flipped the script. And Blair, not a better way that they could have actually closed this map out. The round that we didn't think would be ending this one.
Yeah, Counter-Strike can be poetic at times, Freya. So the Tech-9s, they sometimes take it and sometimes they give it. And this time it did indeed give for Big. I was starting to feel a little scared for the Big side there, right? We could see Heroic starting to wake up. I've seen it so many times, right, Peacemaker? I've seen like a Heroic there like against the ropes and it just shut it down. But this was a bit of a strange game overall from Heroic, I felt like, right? Like, you're a team who are clearly the favorites in this matchup. It's your map pick. And I felt like they were going a little too extra gambly than I'm used to seeing from them, and that's something that Big were able to exploit. Also, the fact that Keto, Crimbo, and Favin were having just a hell of a map there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we gotta give credit to Crimbo. I think he played insane in that series, very impactful. Keto as well. For Heroic side, I think that it was very weird compared to like the Heroic that we all seen on Nuke before.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have like a very deep strat book on that map with a variety of like options on the T side, and then towards the beginning of the half, like I could tell that they're struggling a little bit, and then at some point I thought, okay, they actually gonna build some momentum from here, which was the case when they started winning. They won 3 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken, with different approaches. Like one going secret, and then another one they did an inner execution. And then they caught them off guard with an inner rush right after that. And then at that point, I said, okay, they're going to start dictating the pace of the game. But that wasn't the case. Like, I think Big capitalized really well after that. They started holding A really effectively. And for me, it really did feel like Big had a very good understanding of like how to approach City side against Heroic.
Yeah, a phrase that was coined by Jacob was, cosmetic comeback. And that's what ultimately, unfortunately for Heroic, this ended up being, because Big, they were given so much legway to be working with coming into the tail end of things. And as you were kind of perfectly alluding to, Blair, uncharacteristic kind of showing from Heroic. We don't often see them, as we were prefacing coming into this series, playing to teams below their level, which we've got to be honest, Big are at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can pick a couple of rounds there to kind of highlight what seemed to really go wrong for the side of Heroic, right? Big, we saw Crimbo, he had like an insane 3-kit towards ramp. Like these 2v4, 3v5 situations where you rarely see a team win against Heroic, and Heroic just like throwing away a few rounds. You go into the final round as well, like Ston getting caught towards Secret, where he had no idea that Crimbo had been pushing so deep with the AK-47. Again, the info is not there for the side of Heroic. They get taken down, and even when they have the info, it's going to be a lower play. Cadence are holding the angle. They have another player on top of the bomb silo as well. So they knew where the play was going to be happening against pistols, and they still capitulated. And that's something I'm just not used to seeing from Heroic.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair to say. I love that we got to see that resurgence coming out from Crimbo during the later stages of this map, but we've got to give it to Keto and Favin in our Air Force aim high, particularly just really showing up, having some incredible firepower here, Peacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, it is great. I mean, we didn't even talk about Crimbo, right? And then the aim force hey high. So that you can see like Favin and Keto both stepping up huge. I mean, as you're saying, like it's just very. It was just a very weird map from Heroic. The series in general, right? Let's not forget about the fact that this could have and should have been a 2-0 for Big right now, right? They had the chance to beat them on Vertigo.
Yeah.
Now they beat them very convincingly. Like, they sent a statement out there on Nuke. Now they're going to Overpass, which is a map that, Heroic are the favorites, but man, the individuals on Big, like, I think they're actually playing a lot better, individually speaking, than Heroic right now.
It's like, we said earlier, like, this is a team where, unlike, let's say, a Cloud9 or a FaZe or whatever, they really aren't allowed the luxury of kind of licking the wounds about not qualifying for the major. They still have a lot of work to do. And they're coming in here and they're looking like wounded bears, and wounded bears are dangerous for you. At least that's what I've read.
Yeah, they've got extra sharp claws, I hear, particularly over in North America. Don't have any bears in the UK.
They're pissed off. And you know what? And I want to see that. I want to see a pissed off Big being like, listen, we have nothing to lose right now. Let's take it to one of the favorites of not just IEM Rio, but even the majors, right? That is Heroic, and they're putting them against the ropes. And as he said, this could easily have been 2-0 for Berlin International Gaming. And so heading into Overpass, at this point, I'm still going to be leaning the way of Heroic. Okay. But that being said, man, like, Big, if he see what we saw from them earlier against MOUZ, Heroic, they're going to be sweating a bit.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so crazy when we're looking at the German side, and you aptly brought up Peacemaker, the fact that this could have, maybe should have been a 2-0, the fact that Big are able to hold on mentally to this game, because that takes some resilience coming off such a crushing loss on their own map pick of Vertigo.
Exactly, and then coming back on Heroic's map pick, right? And then now going into Overpass, I think it really comes down to like, well, Big is a team that they are famous for studying their opponents. I'm sure Gabi did his homework if they decided to play Overpass as a third map. And then when it comes down to Heroic on Overpass, they're very proactive, they're very active on the map, trying to go for opening kills on that city side. And then one thing that I would give a highlight to Big in their first game today was actually their ability to develop map control very slow and actually punish those type of things. So I think that's a good sign for Big going against Heroic, because earlier today they looked great by doing that. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on Heroic in this style. But I still think that Heroics are favorites in this one. You know, Heroic, one of the best teams in the world, on the world on Overpass, so you cannot underestimate them.
Yeah, I think although we did see them, you know, taking on MOUZ earlier on Overpass, maybe a map that we didn't expect to see that best of one series going to, we've still got to give it to Heroic that they are a different beast than MOUZ, even though that was a pretty dominant 16-6 win for the side of Big earlier.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me right, it was Big on the T side who was just completely running over MOUZ, right? And that's something you don't kind of expect to see an Overpass as a map, especially at this level of Counter-Strike. So, yes, you know, obviously we can keep talking about Heroic and the CT side and whatnot. I'm curious to see what they're going to be showing on the T side, because what we saw on Nuke here is what surprised me. And Lewis, you pointed out as well, those 3 rounds where they showed its variations and an upper bomb hit. You know, like Heroic know what to do, but then they just started quietening down, seeming a little bit lost. If that happens here in Overpass, and if Big start to ride this confidence wave on the CT side, things could get dicey for Heroic, and they're going to be in a position they would not have even imagined being in coming into this matchup.
So Blair, it sounds like, you know, you're still edging with the side of Heroic.
I have to. I just have to. But if Big can pull this off, it's going to be a hell of an upset.
Is there anything particular that you're looking for, Peacemaker, then, for maybe Heroic to redeem themselves coming into this third round?
Yes, I think that for Heroic, I think they should feel fairly comfortable on the map. We're talking about the T side. In general, like they have a variety of opportunities on the T side. They have a lot of nade combos, a lot of stuff that they do on Overpass. And for Big, on the Big side, like they get the momentum going. As you said, like they have to go all in on this. It's a spot in Cologne on the line as well. A big opportunity for them to play at home, so just play with confidence, give them a fight, don't play too passive, because when you give space to Heroic on Overpass, that's when things fall apart.
For me, the only caveat here is going to be, when was the last time you saw an AMI head-to-head when you're picking Keto and Favin from the side of Big, right?
When you've got the whole of Heroic in the server as well.
Exactly, so when everyone's stepping up like that, if that was a win condition, is it going to happen back-to-back? I don't know.
I mean, I've heard that lightning does strike twice sometimes. I don't know. Is that how the phrase goes? Maybe
it does. It actually does.
Yeah. I don't know. I've heard of it before. Potentially, it's going to be coming down to the side of Big to be taking this in the third and final decider. It's going to be Overpass and the spot of the IEM Rio playoffs on the line.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
I'm here with Fallen, Vinny, and Machini GTV for the Capybara Challenge. Now, am I saying that correctly, Capybara?
Yep.
All right, that's important. This is focused on you here today, Fallen. Now, what we have is 10 statements. With these statements, you can say yes or no only. And if you want to pass, you get 1 pass. You say Capybara.
First question, yes, no, or Capybara? I still consider myself the godfather of CS in Brazil.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Makes sense.
I'll give you that one.
Okay, number 2.
Yeah.
I think I am still the best AWPer in Brazil.
That's cool. No, there's better.
Who?
Right now, be careful. Be careful. Be careful, don't hype in that. Well, technically it's safe. He's playing on the best opportunity.
Okay, I like the answer.
He did very well.
He's gone safe
Very
with that
well.
answer.
He has. Touche.
All right.
Okay.
I think that Stewie 2K was indeed the problem in Team Liquid.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
You sure?
Maybe half of the problem.
What you got, Jenny?
Okay, I did receive an offer from FaZe Clan once, but I turned it down.
From FaZe Clan? No, no.
I was excited there.
No, but it would have been.
Where did that come
but imagine it. Imagine Fallen in FaZe a couple years ago.
Wrong team, guys.
Oh.
Maybe some other one.
Either someone else. Hey, we were close. You were close. I think that going international with MIBR was a mistake.
100% sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
Fair
it's
enough.
fine, though.
If I wasn't a pro CS:GO player, I'd still be a millionaire.
No.
No?
I don't know, dude. You strike me as someone that
you're an
would've-
ambitious
You'd
individual.
have worked it out.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
What do you think, Vinny? You reckon he would have made it?
I mean, if he stay in the army, probably no.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Touche. I do believe I'm a real celebrity in Brazil.
In gaming, yeah. Yes.
Not, sorry, that's not.
Technically
That's
not a
not
yes or a
yes,
no there.
No or a capybara.
It's in between. It's yes, but not yes.
Okay, all right.
Guys, it is a big yes.
It's a big
He's just being, man, we're walking to like just get food and people in the street are stopping him. So
Yeah.
you're famous.
It's
I'm
very
not
fun.
famous, you're famous.
Vinny's done the fact check there.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Bad Fallen is my real personality.
Yes.
Hey, it's a good way to get it through.
He's getting really good at this character, though. This fallen character. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. They'll never understand. Yes, no, capybara.
That's a hard one. Depends on the contest. That's
the point of that.
This could be a perfect capybara moment,
You could
mate.
capybara, bro.
Let's capybara.
There you go. They're keeping it safe. Sleeping in the kitchen on the mattress in Dead's house was some of the best times of my life.
In the kitchen?
Well, I don't know if you guys were in the kitchen, but you were somewhere in the house, on the mattress, on the floor.
You were doing the Pro League America.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was quite a nice time.
Is there a quite nice time option?
No,
No, there isn't.
Yes.
because-
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, cool. That
Thanks
was
for playing.
that was the capybara challenge with Fallen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
No cap on these bars, for real, big. Take us the distance onto a third map, onto Overpass. They decimate Heroic on Nuke. A bit of a weird look from the Danes, right? Hoping that they can stabilize now with the third map on the horizon. Big have warmed up into this, though. Big are feeling like a whole different team to the one that they met earlier on. And after a 30-round game on Vertigo, a dominant win for Big on Nuke. Hell, they might even be poised to take the whole damn series moving into Overpass.
That would be shocking, right? Straight to playoffs. And obviously, I don't want to get ahead of myself with Big. I still think Heroic are favorites. I think they realized they kind of wasted their opportunity back on Nuke. But yeah, Big have definitely impressed. Some of the individuals are coming huge tonight. And pressure is on Heroic to perform as we would expect this team to. And lock in that playoff spot at a bare minimum. Essa's taking long, he's going to die early. Everyone will, in fact, all these USPs coming up short as Big pick them apart. Stound's a dead man, he just doesn't know it yet. Holding for the close shot, out of ammo, and he will get run down. Big come in clutch with the kills, and even Patience outside of B.
Dude, if I'm Yabby and I, okay.
Yeah,
thank-
died to
I was
Crimbo.
going to say, like, if I died to Crimbo there, I just leave.